Two men clad in green garments were lamenting to each other, each wielding a hoe as they toiled in the earth, the soil being unceremoniously cast upon the head of one Xia Ming. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Xia Ming. The two were in the process of burying him alive. Am I, a formidable cultivator at the peak of the Tao tribulation realm, to be interred by mere mortals? Xia Ming seethed with indignation. He was on the verge of unleashing his powers to obliterate these ignorant ants when he discovered that his corporeal form possessed not a shred of spiritual energy, rendering him a complete and utter mortal. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged within his mind. He had been reborn. Xia Ming finally grasped the bizarre circumstances surrounding his existence. He had reincarnated into a time a full 10,000 years beyond his own, inhabiting the body of an exceedingly unfortunate scion of a royal family. This young noble, sharing his name, Xia Ming, was the illegitimate son of a prince, held in low regard and devoid of any aptitude for cultivation. At the age of 15, he had yet to step into even the most rudimentary realm of Yuan Xiao, effectively rendering him a total wastrel. It appeared that the prince, viewing Xia Ming as a hindrance, had expelled him from the royal residence, compelling him to join a sect known as Men. From that point onward, the prince had paid him no heed. Under normal circumstances, Xia Ming could have resigned himself to a life of idle existence within the sect, content to live peacefully, even if he could not ascend to the lofty heights of a cultivator. However, recently, for reasons unknown, his ungrateful royal father had unexpectedly passed away. The ensuing power struggle among the princes for the throne had turned bloody and ruthless, with even Xia Ming, the illegitimate son, not spared. Agents were dispatched to conspire with a prominent outer disciple of Men, named Shun Xian, to bring about Xia Ming's demise. In truth, Xia Ming had already met his end at the hands of Shun Xian, who had ordered 2 lackeys to dispose of him in a haphazard manner. Thus, he found himself in the current predicament, buried with only his head exposed. It was a wretched fate, and Xia Ming could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the original owner of this body. Nevertheless, now that he had been reborn, it was only fitting that he inherit the grievances of his predecessor. Rest assured, I shall exact vengeance on all who conspired against you, Xia Ming murmured to himself, as though offering a final assurance to the original owner. In the next instant, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he called out to the 2 men in green, "Pray halt." The 2 men, engaged in the act of burying him, paused in their efforts, astonished by his words. This lad has been afflicted by Shun's heart poison and yet clings to life? One remarked. Then let us ensure he dies. Once more continue. The 2 exchanged glances and with cold laughter resumed their task of shoveling dirt onto the nearly buried Xia Ming. If you spare me, I shall reveal to you a monumental secret. Xia Ming smiled faintly as the earth began to encroach upon his mouth. Humph, what could a worthless noble like you possibly know? Indeed, do not waste your breath. Your birth is your true curse. The 2 men continued their work, showing no signs of relent. Realizing that without offering them something of genuine intrigue, they would indeed bury him alive, Xia Ming felt a sense of resignation. Mysterious treasures of the barbarian demon, reveal thy true name, manifest thy true form. With a commanding shout, he recited an incantation, and at the moment his voice echoed through the cavern, the space trembled, unveiling cryptic runes. Golden mist pervaded the cave, and upon witnessing this spectacle, the 2 men were taken aback, their hands abruptly halting. What have you done?" they exclaimed. Initially, they had resolved to ignore Xia Ming's pleas and entomb him, fulfilling Shun Zin's orders. However, upon hearing the words "mysterious treasures of the barbarian demon" and witnessing the bizarre phenomena, they realized Xia Ming might possess genuine knowledge of a secret that pertained to the fabled treasures. Their hearts swelled with greed as they involuntarily swallowed hard. These 2 were but ordinary outer disciples of Men, having aligned themselves with Shun Xian, who had orchestrated Xia Ming's downfall. They had managed to scrape by in the outer sect, but had no prospects for advancement. Yet the allure of the treasures promised a boundless future. Even Shun Xin would be forced to look up to them. Thus, the temptation of the treasures was beyond their capacity to resist. Xia Ming chuckled inwardly. These two fools had finally taken a bait. Upon regaining his senses, he recognized the cave as a familiar place upon closer inspection. He realized it was indeed a location he had frequented before, specifically the former abode of his friend, the barbarian demon emperor. The barbarian demon emperor was a renowned figure, a powerhouse who had traversed the heavens a millennium ago, still celebrated in tales to this day. It is said that our Xia Ming was established atop the remnants of an ancient powerhouse. Could this legend truly hold merit? The slightly taller and leaner man, Lu Peng, gazed with fervor, excitement coursing through him. In Xia Ming's memories, this individual was named Lu Peng. Speak quickly, boy. What do you know? Reveal it. I shall bury you myself. Threatened the slightly rotund man, Lu Tao, with a menacing glare. Could you perhaps release me first? You are both practitioners of the Yuan Xiao realm. While I possess not a whit of spiritual energy, I pose no threat to you, and I trust you need not fear my escape, Xia Ming replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, not yet revealing his secret. Should you dare deceive us, you shall meet a most gruesome end. Lu Peng scoffed, nodding to Lu Tao, who promptly began to excavate the soil surrounding Xia Ming. In no time, Xia Ming was freed, yet he remained in peril under the watchful eyes of Lu Peng and Lu Tao. Having devised an escape plan, he glanced at the two and said, "Gentlemen, please follow me." With that, he ventured deeper into the cavern. Lu Peng and Lu Tao exchanged glances before hastily trailing behind Xia Ming. Although they were not overly concerned about betrayal, they remained vigilant, wary of any tricks he might attempt, and thus released their energies to closely monitor his every move. These two, it seems, are not entirely devoid of wit, Xia Ming mused inwardly. You seem desperate for life. As tensions rose between the two, Xia Ming merely smiled. Indeed, we have reached the entrance of the treasures. I did not deceive you. However, we require certain items to gain entry. What items? Lu Peng and Lu Tao queried in unison. At that moment, Xia Ming's eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly declared, "Your lives." Chapter 2. The barbarian god puppet Lu Peng and El Tao were momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. You think you can take our lives? Just by you. After laughing for quite some time, the smile on Lu Peng's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. How dare a mere insect toy with him? A surge of oppressive force emanated from him, and with a sinister grin, Lu Peng pointed his finger at Xia Ming. In an instant, a searing, menacing azure flame erupted from his fingertip, shooting towards Xia Ming. The azure ghostly fire could melt gold and stone. Faced with this formidable blaze, Xia Ming found himself utterly incapable of resistance. He would be reduced to mere blood in the blink of an EYE.D. Oh, not kill him. El Tao exclaimed urgently, if Xia Ming dies, the secret to the barbarian demon-s treasure will be lost. However, by the time he attempted to intervene, it was too late. The azure flame was poised to engulf Xia Ming, destined to obliterate him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Peng's eyes widened in regret. Not good. At that moment, the golden mist within the cave began to swirl violently, coalescing in front of Xia Ming. Suddenly, a towering golden figure materialized. When the azure flames struck this golden entity, a flash of light occurred, and the flame was swiftly consumed, vanishing completely. Lu Peng and El Tao finally discerned that this unexpected apparition was a colossal golden figure, clad in armor, with a long knife at its waist, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. What on earth is this? Lu Peng and El Tao's faces turned ashen, their voices trembling as they gazed at the golden figure. You don't even know what this is? Xia Ming's voice rang out, his countenance still adorned with a smile. They could see that moment. El Tao found Xia Ming's grin to be insufferably irritating, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. You little beast, what is this? Xia Ming dismissed the insult with indifference. Having endured far worse in his past life, he paid no heed to the taunts of such insignificant figures that he looked at Liu Pang and El Tao, succinctly uttering a few words, "Barbarian god puppet." Upon hearing this, Liu Pang and El Tao felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing under the weight of dread. Years ago, the barbarian demon emperor swept down from the desolate lands, nearly conquering half of the Dazhou dynasty, which was on the verge of unifying the entire central continent, relying heavily on the 12,960 barbarian god puppets with their might. The barbarian demon emperor nearly overcame the Dazhou's founding emperor, whose cultivation was akin to that of an immortal. The legend of the barbarian god puppets spread far and wide after that fateful battle, echoing throughout the central continent to this day. This was why the two reacted with such alarm. No, it's impossible. If it were truly a barbarian god puppet, its mere presence would be enough to annihilate us. The fact that we remain unharmed proves that this is not a barbarian god puppet. Liu Pang's expression twisted, his eyes filled with a chilling malice. Forming a seal with his hands, he summoned azure, ghostly flames that enveloped him, stepping forward to unleash a devastating attack on Xia Ming. Fear gripped Liu Pang. He felt as though Xia Ming had transformed into a different person, exuding an eerie aura. Thus, disregarding the treasure of the barbarian demon, he resolved to eliminate the threat before him. El Tao mirrored Liu Pang's actions, invoking his own powers to strike at Xia Ming, intent on eradicating the peril. What a tragedy. Xia Ming cast a sympathetic glance at the two individuals, remaining motionless. Before him stood a genuine barbaric deity puppet, and in response to the assault on Xia Ming, the puppet suddenly sprang into action with a singular, swift motion, drawing its blade in a flash of golden light. The shouts of Liu Pang and El Tao were abruptly silenced, their bodies severed, heads soaring into the that moment. The barbaric deity puppet unexpectedly dissipated, transforming into a dense golden mist that surged towards the corpses of Liu Pang and El Tao. In an instant, their bodies began to corrode rapidly, and within moments, all traces of their presence vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Having devoured the two, the golden mist promptly dissipated, and the barbaric deity puppet did not reappear. Xia Ming surveyed his surroundings thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering with insight. It seemed that the barbaric demon had also encountered misfortune, as this puppet had become so severely damaged that it resorted to consuming the flesh and blood of two practitioners of the Yuan-Xiao realm. In the past, the barbaric deity puppet had been nourished with the flesh and blood of Dao Tribulation realm powerhouses, beings of semi-divine stature. Yet now, it had fallen to the level of feasting upon the flesh of Yuan-Xiao realm cultivators, indicating how long it had been since this puppet had last indulged in such sustenance, thus lowering itself to such a state. After consuming the two, the puppet vanished, evidently still lacking the spiritual energy necessary to sustain its existence. Nevertheless, Xia Ming's own situation was not much better. He sighed inwardly and proceeded towards a stone wall at the end of the cave, hoping that the lair of the barbaric demon emperor might retain some remnants for him. Just as he contemplated this, the stone wall suddenly warped, revealing a swirling vortex. Without a hint of hesitation, Xia Ming stepped inside. In the next moment, he found himself in a resplendent hall adorned in gold and jade. Immediately, Xia Ming was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of pure yang energy. Among the myriad types of spiritual energy available for cultivation, pure yang energy was the most exalted. How splendid! Xia Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. He was finally not disappointed. This pure yang energy was more than sufficient for him to practice that forbidden technique. The barbaric demon emperor was known for his grandiose displays, always constructing palatial retreats wherever he went. And this place was one such palace. Xia Ming had previously accompanied the barbaric demon emperor on journeys across the central continent, and had spent some days resting in this very palace. The incantation to enter this palace had been imparted to him by the barbaric demon emperor himself. As he gazed upon the familiar palace, Xia Ming could not help but feel a profound sense of melancholy. Having been reincarnated a millennium later, the world had changed beyond recognition, and he wondered how many of his old acquaintances still lived. However, after a brief moment of sorrow, he quickly composed himself and began to inspect the palace for any valuable treasures. Yet, it soon became apparent that his hopes were in vain. While the palace contained numerous treasures, furniture made of jade, exquisite jade chairs, tables, and beds, all of which were of the highest quality. Even the floors and walls were crafted from rare materials like Xianjin stone. It was essentially a veritable mountain of gold. However, this mountain was ensconced within a simple formation laid out by the barbaric demon emperor, being nearing the celestial realm. Any formation he casually arranged would unleash a power capable of effortlessly shattering a colossal peak upon activation. Had it been in the past, Xia Ming would have effortlessly unraveled the restrictions of this imperial palace and obtained its treasures. Yet, he now finds himself reduced to the status of a mere mortal. Before him lies a mountain of gold, but he can only gaze longingly at it. With a sense of resignation, Xia Ming realizes that he must wait until he has cultivated his strength before he can claim the treasures within this palace. The sole consolation is that the pure yang energy contained within can be absorbed. What Xia Ming currently lacks most is power, and this palace serves as an ideal environment for foundational cultivation. Seated on the ground, a forbidden technique that had once led to his downfall and rebirth, the Wanshang Tianyugong, resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 3, Wanshang Tianyugong. This forbidden art was acquired by Xia Ming in a perilous location in his previous life, possessing boundless mysteries. Regrettably, he only discovered midway through his cultivation that this technique required one to commence from the body of a mortal. Undeterred by this revelation, Xia Ming stubbornly persisted in his practice of this formidable technique. Teetering on the brink of madness and ultimately facing a siege from numerous supreme beings, leading to his demise. Now, beginning anew, it is the perfect time to cultivate this forbidden art. Without hesitation, Xia Ming commenced the practice of the Wanshang Tianyugong. And suddenly, a myriad of resplendent lights flickered around him, continuously flowing into his body. The cosmos is rich with various attributes of spiritual energy, such as the true qi cultivated by ordinary practitioners, the demonic energy harnessed by those of the dark sex, and other forms like the aura of beasts. Generally, each practitioner can only absorb one type of spiritual energy. Should they attempt to assimilate a mix, they risk succumbing to madness, with consequences ranging from the complete loss of cultivation to the disintegration of their very soul. However, Xia Ming welcomed all energies, regardless of their nature or elemental affiliation, akin to an insatiable abyss, instantly devouring the surrounding spiritual energies. The foremost taboo of the Wanshang Tianyugong lies in its ability to accommodate any type of spiritual energy, whether it be true qi, demonic energy, or beastly aura. Naturally, the cumulative benefits of these energies pale in comparison to the immense advantages provided by pure yang energy. The secret of the Yuanxiao realm is the opening of the body's acupoints to contain the spiritual energies of the universe, thereby enhancing oneself. The higher the level of the cultivation method, the greater the amount of spiritual energy the Yuanxiao can hold, resulting in an even more formidable practitioner. Xia Ming's cultivation of the Wanshang Tianyugong allowed him to open a Yuanxiao that could contain spiritual energy to a terrifying extent, equivalent to 3 times that of others at the same realm. And this is merely the beginning. Once his physical body grows stronger, the amount of energy he can hold will only increase. Xia Ming did not pause for even a moment, continuing his cultivation as the pure yang energy surged into him like a tempest point. 3 days later, Xia Ming awakened from his meditation. The spiritual energy within the imperial palace had been entirely absorbed, and his power had reached the 3rd level of the Yuanxiao realm. The Wanshang Tianyugong is indeed fearsome. Had he cultivated any other technique within this pure yang energy, he could have ascended to the pinnacle of the Yuanxiao realm. Instead, he had barely attained the 3rd level. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the technique's insatiable demand for spiritual energy, a stark contrast to his previous life, when he had not needed such an overwhelming amount. Rising to his feet, he made a decision. For the time being, there was no longer any necessity to remain here. Yuhimen is situated at the confluence of the 3 nations of Luoyun, Jinyan, and Xingu, nestled within the majestic Yuham mountain range. Since the fragmentation of the great Zhou dynasty thousands of years ago, when feudal lords vied for power across the central continent, no formidable dynasty has arisen to unify the realm. The various principalities engage in intricate intrigues and fierce competition. where only the strongest can survive. The existence of Yahiman, a sect dedicated to the pursuit of immortality, amidst the three great nations, and its ability to recruit talented individuals, speaks volumes of its profound heritage and significance. Thus, the fact that Xia Ming was sent to Yahiman stands as the sole benevolent act of his adoptive father, upon departing from the cavern that housed the secrets of the barbaric demons. Xia Ming found himself in the heart of the mountains. In the distance, he beheld the northern sky, where a colossal city floated ethereally, drawing forth the boundless spiritual energy from the surrounding mountains, creating a harmonious cycle with its environment, resembling an ethereal realm. From his memories, Xia Ming recognized this suspended city as Yuha City, the very heart of Yahiman, which accommodates hundreds of thousands of disciples. Remarkably, this city itself was a top-tier magical artifact. A mere glance revealed to Xia Ming that Yuha City was no ordinary place. The entire city was intricately bound together as a profound and inscrutable artifact. Magical artifacts, treasured by cultivators, possess the ability to combat foes, protect their wielder, and contain material substances, showcasing a myriad of functions. Just as Xia Ming was about to step forward, a dark and foreboding voice suddenly interrupted him. A man in a black robe, approximately 30 years of age, approached Xia Ming with an unfriendly demeanor, disbelief etched across his face. "You little brat, how is it that you are still alive?" Xia Ming met the man's gaze and recognized him instantly. This man was Lu Ling, a cousin of Lu Peng, who had buried Xia Ming alive. Lu Ling's astonishment at Xia Ming's survival suggested he was aware of the previous attempts on Xia Ming's life orchestrated by Xian. Numerous thoughts flooded Xia Ming's mind. With a faint smile, he replied, "Indeed, there are those who wish for my demise, yet it seems fate has other plans. What brings you here?" "You ungrateful wretch," Lu Ling snarled, suddenly adopting a stance as he coiled his legs and tightened his body, launching a powerful punch towards Xia Ming, akin to a bowstring released with explosive force, aimed directly at him, with tensions high. The other black-robed figures of the stone gate remained indifferent to Lu Ling's aggression towards Xia Ming, displaying no intent to intervene. Instead, they regarded the unfolding drama with a glimmer of amusement, their eyes filled with a sense of pity for Xia Ming. Lu Ling, at the third level of the Yuanxiao realm, unleashed a casual punch capable of shattering gold and splitting stone, its might formidable. Everyone was acutely aware that Xia Ming was a mere waste, devoid of any cultivation. Should he be struck by this blow, he would either perish or be gravely injured. Yet, the black-robed sentinels showed no concern for Xia Ming's fate. As Lu Ling's assault tore through the air, the force created a roaring sound, as if the atmosphere itself was being compressed. "You beast!" Lu Ling's eyes burned with resentment, his face contorted in anguish, a testament to his self-inflicted humiliation. Xia Ming cast a fleeting glance at Lu Ling, who had previously exhibited ruthless hostility towards him. Xia Ming retaliated, contemplating that even the act of slaying this individual would not be an affront to justice. However, he understood that within the confines of Yamen, he must refrain from taking Lu Ling's life, lest the law elder of Yamen seek retribution against him. The several disciples clad in black robes, stationed at the gate, appeared as though they had encountered a ghost upon witnessing the scene. Not long ago, Xia Ming had been deemed a mere waste, yet in just a few days he had effortlessly defeated Lu Ling, who was at the third level of the Yuanxiao realm. An astonishing feat. Could it be that he had been concealing his true capabilities? It must be so. The black-robed disciples exchanged wary glances, their arrogance dissipating. Their strength was not far removed from Lu Ling's, and if Xia Ming could vanquish him, he could easily best them as well. Xia Ming paid them no heed, striding forward with purpose into the stone gate. That scoundrel had not perished, and his strength was even more formidable than previously believed. Lu Ling glared at Xia Ming's retreating figure, his eyes filled with venomous resentment, his heart seething with rage. "Xia Ming, you little wretch, await your reckoning. If Xian knew you were alive, he would not spare you." Yi city was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The outer city served as the residence for outer disciples, while the inner city housed the inner disciples, offering a vastly superior standard of living. Outer disciples yearned to ascend to the ranks of inner disciples and gain entry into the inner city for cultivation. Nevertheless, the outer city was not without its own merits. It was expansive, with well-planned streets that were clean and orderly, adorned with elegant pavilions and a plethora of diverse shops, resembling a flourishing mortal city. Song Wu relaxed his brow. It would be best for you to remain within your city for the time being. I've heard that someone intends to do you harm. Oh, that was it. Xia Ming inwardly chuckled, aware that threats had long since been directed at him. However, Song Wu's concern was commendable, prompting him to clasp his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Senior brother Song, that I shall remain vigilant. Let's not dwell on that. Song Wu continued. The lecture by instructor Ji Qing Shui is about to commence. Have you not long desired to become an alchemist? You should hurry there. Nodding, Song Wu shifted the conversation to his purpose. Previously, Xia Ming had aspired to become an alchemist, seeking to elevate his status, for the esteem of alchemists was significant, and most cultivators dared not offend them. Song Wu had remembered Xia Ming's ambition, and, upon learning that the talented alchemist Ji Qing Shui was to impart knowledge to the outer disciples, he immediately thought of Xia Ming and came to inform him. Xia Ming expressed his gratitude. The two arrived before a towering edifice, its exterior an irregular triangle, soaring to a height of 100 zhong. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the tower's design was intricately profound, embodying the principles of heaven and earth. This structure was known as the Transmission Tower, a place where instructors of Yumen regularly imparted the path of cultivation to outer disciples. Each level of the tower featured numerous lecture halls, spacious and accommodating, with Ji Qing Shui's lecture taking place in a lecture hall located at the far eastern side of the first floor. By the time Xia Ming arrived, the hall, capable of hosting nearly 1,000 individuals, was already brimming with attendees, forcing Xia Ming and Song Wu to stand in a corner. The instructor had yet to make an appearance, and the hall buzzed with lively chatter, creating a cacophony of sound. Yet Xia Ming remained undistracted, deep in contemplation. He was contemplating his future plans, with cultivation as his foremost priority. Summer Ming was acutely aware of the significance of strength. Thus, all matters must be subordinated to his training. Beyond that, there lingered the desire for revenge. The grievances of the previous owner of this body must be resolved by Summer Ming. However, he understood that he was currently incapable of exacting vengeance. That Shun Xin was a peak figure of the Yuan Xiao realm, and for the time being, Summer Ming could do nothing against him. Nevertheless, such power did not intimidate Summer Ming. It would not be long before he could catch up. Suddenly, the lecture hall fell into a profound silence. Upon opening his eyes, Summer Ming beheld a tall woman with long, straight black hair standing before the podium. Her beauty was exquisite, with phoenix-like eyes and jade-like lips, captivating to the point of seeming otherworldly. Adorned in a flowing emerald green gown, her stunning visage emanated an aura of chilling indifference that left those who gazed upon her feeling an almost suffocating pressure. This coldly beautiful woman was none other than the talented alchemist, Ji Qing Shui. How beautiful, Summer Ming thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. In his past life, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, never indulging in romantic pursuits. Missing out on many of life's pleasures in this lifetime, he resolved not to lead such a mundane existence. Unlike others, who were disciples drawn solely by Ji Qing Shui's beauty, too timid to gaze openly upon her and stealing only furtive glances for fear of being discovered, Summer Ming unabashedly directed his gaze at Ji Qing Shui, appreciating her without averting his eyes for even a moment. Having lived a repressed life before, he vowed to live freely and without restraint in this new life. Today, I shall discuss the crafting of the bewitching demon pill. Ji Qing Shui began. Having long grown accustomed to the excessive attention of the disciples below, her expression remaining impassive as she commenced her lecture. Most of the disciples present were earnest in their listening, having come primarily to hear her speak. However, midway through, Ji Qing Shui's gaze darkened considerably. She had detected a particularly bothersome disciple. Not only Ji Qing Shui, but many of the disciples below wore peculiar expressions. Having noticed a student in the corner who was staring at Ji Qing Shui with a lecherous demeanor throughout the entire session. Besides Summer Ming, Song Wu's face burned with embarrassment. He had already discerned Summer Ming's lascivious demeanor and continually tugged at the hem of Summer Ming's garment in an attempt to dissuade him. Yet his efforts had no effect on Summer Ming, who felt an overwhelming sense of regret for bringing him here. "Teacher, what is it you wish to convey to me?" Summer Ming feigned innocence, his audacity earning the admiration of the outer disciples present. Ji Qingshui's expression was as frigid as ice. "Summer Ming, I have observed you fixatedly watching me throughout the lecture. You must have found my teachings quite engaging, I presume?" Upon hearing this, the outer disciples could not help but display mischievous smiles. Summer Ming was taken aback. He had not absorbed a single word of the lecture. Furthermore, listening to a minor cultivator like Ji Qingshui expound on doctrine held no value for him. Ji Qingshui's expression hardened to an extreme. This insignificant outer disciple dared to mock her in the lecture hall. Utterly oblivious to the consequences, she fixed her gaze upon Summer Ming, enunciating each word with icy precision. "If you are not listening to my lecture, then what are you doing? Provide me with an explanation." Song Wu's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that if Xia Ming failed to provide a clear explanation in response to Ji Qingshui's inquiry, there was a grave risk that Xia Ming could be expelled from Yehiman, or at the very least, face severe disciplinary action. That it was no wonder that this useless individual had suddenly grown bolder. Daring to stare at the instructor with such unabashed eagerness for an extended period, he was doomed. To dare to claim that the instructor's prescription was flawed meant he would forever be barred from entering the lecture tower. Ji Qingshui, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, "You say my prescription is flawed? Very well, I am eager to hear your esteemed opinion." Song Wu, with a bitter countenance, gazed at Xia Ming. He had initially intended to plead on Xia Ming's behalf. But now, who would dare to speak up and incur Ji Qingshui's wrath? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Xia Ming disregarded the bewildered stares of the onlookers and began to explain publicly. The bewildering demon pill is designed to tame the wild and unruly beasts, inducing a deep slumber. The greater the effect of a slumber, the higher the quality of the pill. That he continued. The most crucial ingredient in the instructor's prescription is the hypnotic juice of the man-eating vine. I surmise that the instructor modified the original prescription by substituting one of the ingredients with the juice of the man-eating vine. Ji Qingshui maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly, she was somewhat surprised that Xia Ming had discerned this detail. However, Xia Ming pivoted his argument, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly declared, "The instructor's alteration is, in fact, a grave mistake." With a clenched fist, Ji Qingshui's gaze pierced fiercely at Xia Ming. "You assert that this alteration is a grave mistake? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of your words?" She had received accolades from a highly esteemed alchemist for her modification to the bewildering demon pill's prescription, which was one of her proudest achievements in the art of alchemy. Now, Xia Ming had the audacity to deride her accomplishment, pushing Ji Qingshui to the brink of her patience. The disciples in the lecture hall, witnessing Ji Qingshui's countenance, recognized that she was genuinely enraged, and no one dared to interject, fearing her ire. Yet, they regarded Xia Ming with the same disdain as one would for a corpse. Ji Qingshui's position within Yehiman was far more than that of an ordinary instructor. For an outer disciple, to provoke Ji Qingshui was tantamount to a death sentence. Undeterred, Xia Ming continued his discourse. "The ingredient you substituted, known as the cage-edge grass, may appear to be an exceedingly common herb, but in reality, it plays a pivotal role in harmonizing the potency of other ingredients, fully unleashing their effects. Your alteration, instructor, has precisely the opposite effect, by relying solely on the juice of the man-eating vine. You have effectively diminished the efficacy of the other ingredients, resulting in a product that deviates drastically from the original bewildering demon pill." Xia Ming candidly pointed out Ji Qingshui's mistake without a hint of mercy. However, upon hearing this, Ji Qingshui could not help but reveal a smirk of derision. "Of course, I am aware that the cage-edge grass serves a harmonizing function. However, regarding its proportions, the records have long been lost. Thus, the original formula is rendered obsolete. Are you attempting to demonstrate your ignorance by countering me with such commonly known information?" This time, the disciples in the hall did not erupt into laughter as before, for they awkwardly realized that they had never heard of the topics being debated by Xia Ming and Ji Qingshui. Lost to time, Xia Ming felt a stir within his heart and suddenly recalled that throughout the millennia, the central continent had endured countless upheavals, leading to the disappearance of many legacies in the annals of history. The inheritance of alchemy, in particular, had suffered grievously. Oh, that is it, he mused quietly, yet his smile became increasingly radiant. His mind was a repository of countless lost secrets, a veritable treasure in this era. In that moment, Xia Ming's mood lifted immensely, and he turned to Ji Qingshui, saying, "It seems I had misunderstood the instructor regarding the modifications to the recipe for the bewildering demon pill." Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshui's beautiful eyes nearly ignited with fury. What audacity! A mere outer sect disciple spoke with the airs of an elder, daring to claim he had misjudged her. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Qingshui's expression darkened as she prepared to reprimand Xia Ming to leave the lecture hall. As an apology, I can divulge the complete recipe for the bewildering demon pill to the instructor. Xia Ming interjected suddenly that Ji Qingshui's expression shifted drastically, her eyes fixed on Xia Ming with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. "You know the formula for the bewildering demon pill," Xia Ming replied with a calm smile. Of course, Ji Qingshui hesitated, realizing that, by all accounts, she should not trust that this individual possessed knowledge of the long-lost recipe. Yet, as she regained her composure, she was taken aback to discover that Xia Ming's discourse revealed an astonishing understanding of the bewildering demon pill, far exceeding that of an outer sect disciple that moment. As Ji Qingshui's intrigue grew, a young man of striking presence from the front row of students rose, his expression one of disdain. "Instructor Ji, do you truly believe this utter fool comprehends the long-lost recipe for the bewildering demon pill? Fang Chun, your words hold some merit." Ji Qingshui furrowed her brow upon hearing the man's remarks, realizing that she had almost been swayed by Xia Ming's assertions. "What folly! I wouldn't even accept the bewildering demon pill if it were offered for free." Xia Ming chuckled inwardly. The bewildering demon pill was merely a low-tier elixir that he had never regarded with any seriousness. There was little consequence in revealing its formula, but since Ji Qingshui doubted him, he could not be bothered to further explain. "Instructor, this arrogant scoundrel is grossly insulting you, if he is not dealt with severely. Where lies your authority?" Fang Chun sneered, his gaze darkening as he fixated on Xia Ming. Ji Qingshui's brow tightened. It seemed this fellow was intent on provoking her. Xia Ming's expression turned icy as he suddenly spoke. "Fang Chun, you claim that I have offended the instructor. Pray tell, is it not also an offense to question my integrity?" This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Had he lost his senses? The instructor had already overlooked his arrogance. Yet he dared to utter such brazen words. "Instructor, it is imperative that you punish this rogue, Xia Ming." The seated disciples, incensed by Xia Ming's audacity, were roused to righteous indignation. Fang Chen's eyes glinted with malice, though his demeanor remained dark. "Instructor, listen to the ramblings of this waste of space. You have shown him kindness, and yet he persists in spouting nonsense." Ji Qingshui's gaze turned frigid. "Xia Ming, should you continue this insolence, do not blame me for invoking the rules of our sect." Ji Qingshui was now angered. Xia Ming's challenge to the bewildering demon pill's recipe was tantamount to questioning her own achievements, a slight that no alchemist could tolerate. Xia Ming shook his head, regarding the crowd as a band of ignorant fools. In the face of their fury, he remained calm. "Fang Chun, you have accused me of arrogance time and again. I must ask, do you dare to compete with me in alchemy? A contest of alchemy. Should there be any dispute between alchemists, we shall resolve it through our skills in the craft." Xia Ming, emboldened as if under the influence of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, dared to challenge Fang Chun. Humph, he must be tired of living. Fang Chen's alchemical prowess ranked among the top 20 in the outer sect, while Xia Ming was nothing but a wastrel. What could he possibly wager against Fang Chun? An uproar erupted within the lecture hall, as the disciples stared at Xia Ming as if he were a fool. "Xia Ming, have you lost your mind?" Song Wu exclaimed, unable to comprehend Xia Ming's erratic behavior that day. "Apologize to Fang Chun quickly. There may yet be a chance for redemption. Otherwise," Fang Chun interrupted Song Wu with a cold smirk. Gazing down at Xia Ming with an air of superiority, "An apology is not out of the question. but you must kneel and bow 3 times to me and Instructor G. If you do so, I may pretend I did not hear your words. Fang Chun, do not overstep your bounds. Song Wu glared at Fang Chun. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Fang Chun's expression darkened abruptly, a sharp gaze piercing through Song Wu, imbued with a hint of power. Within the lecture hall, Fang Chun was one of the most outstanding disciples, utterly dismissive of Song Wu. Impudent. Just then, Ji Qingshui interjected with a cold reprimand, dissipating the power Fang Chun had unleashed, evidently having countered it. Instructor, it was my fault, Fang Chun said, his face betraying a look of contrition upon noticing Ji Qingshui's discontent. Xia Ming, your arrogance knows no bounds. You are henceforth prohibited from attending my lectures, Ji Qingshui declared with an icy gaze. Fang Chun, you're held in high regard by the instructors. How can you stoop to quarreling with this boy? The matter of the alchemical contest must not be raised again. The instructor indeed displayed remarkable magnanimity, letting Xia Ming off the hook. Indeed, not only did she refrain from expelling the wastrel from the lecture tower, but she also mediated the conflict between him and Fang Chun, imposing merely a ban on the wastrel from attending her lectures. The instructors were overly lenient towards this good-for-nothing. The disciples praised Ji Qingshui's broad-mindedness, while their disdain for Xia Ming only deepened. As you command. Though Fang Chun felt some resentment, he dared not question Ji Qingshui's decision. I appreciate the instructor's goodwill. However, just when everyone thought the matter had concluded, Xia Ming spoke once more. Initially, Xia Ming had no intention of contesting with Fang Chun. However, the latter had made it abundantly clear that he sought to undermine him. Relentless retreat was not Xia Ming's style. More importantly, Fang Chun had the audacity to insult Song Wu, who had come to Xia Ming's aid, which infuriated him completely. The crowd was taken aback, their curiosity piqued as they looked at Xia Ming, eager to hear what he would say next. Xia Ming replied calmly, "Nevertheless, I shall persist in this contest of alchemy to prove my innocence." Fang Chun, do you dare or do you not? The expressions of the disciples turned peculiar. Ji Qingshui had already intervened, yet this fellow dared to provoke further. Such blatant disrespect towards Ji Qingshui was unprecedented. Fang Chun chuckled darkly. Xia Ming, those are your words. Instructor Ji, you have seen it. I had no intention of engaging with this boy. But since he has chosen to challenge me, should I refuse, the disciples of Yu's sect may very well look down upon me. Ji Qingshui, filled with fury yet forced into a smile, thought to himself how this young man truly lacked self-awareness. Xia Ming, since you are so determined to challenge Fang Chun, then proceed as you wish. Ji Qingshui felt he had already shown enough patience. If this fellow refused to heed the warnings, he would only bring disgrace upon himself. Such was his fate. As Ji Qingshui relinquished his support for Xia Ming, the disciples gazed upon him with eyes full of pity. Only Song Wu found himself a loss for words, his heart heavy with bitterness. Feeling utterly helpless regarding Xia Ming's actions, Fang Chun grinned menacingly, saying, Xia Ming, 10 days hence, Instructor Ji will once again hold a lecture here at that time. Under the witness of the instructor, we shall engage in a pill duel. The challenge will be to concoct the bewitching demon pill. How does that sound? Xia Ming responded with a faint smile. Very well. Let be in 10 days. Fang Chun sneered. That's settled, but let me make myself clear. Should you fail in the duel, you must publicly bow and apologize to me and the instructor. A flicker of coldness crossed Xia Ming's eyes upon hearing this. This fool, oblivious to the impending doom, would soon find himself at a disadvantage. He gazed directly at Fang Chun, his tone unwavering. I have a similar condition. Should you lose, you must publicly bow and apologize to me and Brother Song. Do you expect me to bow? Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Very well. I accept. After all, there's no way I could lose to a worthless wretch like you. Just wait to humiliate yourself. Xia Ming smiled slightly. Fang Chun dared to challenge him in a pill duel, clearly unaware of the formidable expertise Xia Ming possessed in alchemy from his past life, in an era teeming with exceptional talents. He had confidently secured a position within the top 5. Moreover, in this current age, where the legacy of alchemical knowledge was severely fragmented, his skills were all the more remarkable. Chapter 7, Merit Pavilion. Chapter 8, Lon Kaiwei Chapter 9, Soul-Eating Tree Chapter 10, Greed Chapter 11, 100 Spirits Chapter 12, Rescue Chapter 13, Annihilation Chapter 14. Pill Duel begins Chapter 15. Pill Duel in progress in contrast. Fong Chen's alchemical furnace was forged from purple gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance that immediately conveyed its preciousness. This furnace was a gift from Fong Chen's elder, a second-tier magical artifact, worth at least several hundred mid-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, the furnace before Xia Ming was merely an ordinary black iron furnace, typically employed by novice alchemists. Xia Ming was currently impoverished, unable to afford such extravagant items. Nonetheless, even the most basic black iron furnace was sufficient for his needs at this moment. Pathetic fool, daring to engage me in a pill duel. Today, I shall ensure your utter defeat and the obliteration of your dignity. Fong Chun dismissively glanced at Xia Ming before his expression turned serious. A powerful aura suddenly emanating from him as his robes billowed dramatically. He gestured toward the alchemical furnace, which immediately levitated into the air, flames of deep crimson erupting beneath it. Thud! 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 The outer disciples present could hear 6 faint sounds of surging energy emanating from Fong Chun, signifying his cultivation at the 6th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. That a chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd as Fong Chun, so remarkably youthful, not only distinguished himself as an alchemist, but also boasted a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the Yuan Xiao realm. Truly deserving the title of a prodigy among MEN.IT was not that Fong Chen's talent for cultivation was exceedingly exceptional. Rather, it was the case that alchemists typically devoted their thoughts and energies to the art of alchemy, often resulting in a lack of personal strength. In this context, Fong Chen's prowess stood out among his peers. Lon Kaiwei, also an alchemist, had only achieved the 4th layer of the Yuan Xiao realm, albeit she was somewhat younger than Fong Chun. Undoubtedly, Fong Chun excelled in the realm of alchemy. Even though he held disdain for Xia Ming, when he focused intently, he effortlessly placed Xia Ming aside, immersing himself entirely in the process of alchemy. With his magical prowess under meticulous control, the spiritual herbs were systematically introduced into the alchemical furnace, his techniques so pristine that even Ji Qingshui, the instructor, couldn't help but nod in approval at that moment. Ji Qingshui instinctively glanced at Xia Ming, and upon doing so, a flash of anger flickered in her beautiful eyes. To her astonishment, Xia Ming had not ignited the alchemical flame. Instead, he carelessly tossed herbs into the furnace, his demeanor utterly nonchalant that a multitude of disordered materials slipped from his fingers and tumbled onto the table. Yet he paid no heed to the fallen herbs, continuing his aimless actions. Among the crowd, the outer disciples quickly noticed Xia Ming's antics, and laughter erupted in waves. Lon Kaiwei's expression froze, her initial confidence in Xia Ming dissipating in an instant, replaced by a sensation akin to wanting to spit blood. How could I have genuinely believed he could refine pills? Meanwhile, Fong Chun had meticulously added all the herbs according to the prescribed ratios and commenced the formal process of pill refinement. His palms danced elegantly, casting intricate seals toward the alchemical furnace, each imprint a manifestation of his concentrated magical energy, transforming into phantasmal flying tigers that struck against the furnace walls as his movements quickened. The number and size of the flying tiger illusions multiplied exponentially, soaring into the furnace with blinding speed. Each time the furnace absorbed one of these illusions, it began to spin, the velocity akin to a whirlwind. The flying tiger seal technique. This alchemical method could only be mastered by mid-tier alchemists. Could it be that Fong Chun, barely 20 years of age, had already attained such a level? Ji Qingshui's gaze flickered as she observed Fong Chun, realizing that the Fong family had evidently invested considerable resources in him, which was to be expected. Xia Ming was in for a world of trouble. However, I cannot allow him to kneel in public. After all, he is a scion of the Xia family. Ji Qingshui's gaze shifted back to Xia Ming, harboring no expectations for him. Yet upon looking again, she nearly gasped in disbelief. Xia Ming had also begun refining pills, placing his hands beneath the furnace to control a small flame, heating it. And then, nothing more transpired. He remained self-satisfied, showing no further actions or alchemical techniques. His demeanor resembled that of someone cooking rather than refining pills. I can scarcely believe the embarrassment you are inviting upon yourself. Ji Qingshui's expression darkened, urging him to relinquish the furnace and concede to Fang Chun. I am genuinely engaged in the art of alchemy. Xia Ming, feeling speechless, pondered why this young lady persistently doubted his words. His method of refining elixirs was undoubtedly the most suitable for aspiring alchemists, known as culinary alchemy. This particular technique was the most widely recognized and esteemed foundational alchemical practice in the Central Continent during his era. To his astonishment, no one in the Jade River sect seemed to recognize it. Chapter 16. The Alchemical Duel. Was the loss of alchemical heritage truly this severe? Xia Ming found himself somewhat astonished. Aren't you going to put away that little act? Aren't you embarrassed enough already? Ji Qingshui's beautiful eyes glinted with an icy resolve, her silver teeth clenched tightly as she suppressed her fury. Xia Ming merely shook his head, disinterested in offering an explanation. Just observe, instructor. Let us not forget that this alchemical duel is a contest between Fang Chun and myself. Crack! Ji Qingshui felt her temples throb, undoubtedly marked by bulging veins that a surge of impulse to strike Xia Ming coursed through her. This brazen fellow was not merely disrespectful. He was utterly dismissive. Since her arrival at the Jade River sect, she had never been so openly disregarded. Very well. I shall see how you manage the conclusion of this. Taking a deep breath, Ji Qingshui sought to quell her anger. Since this fellow was blind to the kindness of others, why should she meddle in his affairs? At that moment, the disciples outside the plaza began to murmur excitedly, for Fang Chen's alchemical process was nearing its conclusion. The speed at which he executed his hand seals was diminishing rapidly, and the rotation of the alchemical furnace began to slow. His complexion grew pale, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The exertion required for such a hand seal was immense, yet a glimmer of confidence shone in his eyes, clearly indicating his satisfaction with the elixir he was concocting. In truth, Fang Chun had harbored affections for Ji Qingshui for some time. In her favor, he had invested considerable effort into crafting the bewitching elixir. Regrettably, Ji Qingshui had always maintained a lukewarm attitude towards him, treating him no differently than she did others. Nevertheless, Fang Chun held firm confidence in his abilities, convinced that with his talent, he would eventually win Ji Qingshui's heart and secure her affection. With this thought, a smile crept onto Fang Chen's face. Simultaneously, he thrust both palms forward, summoning a magnificent white tiger illusion. The moment the illusion leapt into the purple gold furnace, Fang Chun suddenly shouted, "The elixir is complete." Boom! The purple gold furnace shook violently, releasing a wave of heat that enveloped the surroundings. Subsequently, 6 vents on the furnace erupted with clouds of white mist, swirling around the purple gold furnace. "Release the elixir," Fang Chun called out once more. Forming a seal with his hands and pointing towards the furnace, swish! The purple gold furnace erupted in a dazzling radiance, shooting straight into the heavens, with several beams of light soaring forth. Fang Chun grasped the light beams with his magical power, guiding them into a jade plate on a stone table. As the light faded, 5 glistening, white jade-like pills emerged within the plate. Success! Remarkably, he had refined 5 bewitching elixirs in a single batch. Truly commendable. Fang Chun was impressive. The future of the Fang family seemed exceedingly bright. Upon witnessing Fang Chen's successful refinement of the bewitching elixirs, a chorus of admiration erupted from the crowd surrounding the plaza. Fang Chun, hearing the sounds of astonishment below, felt a surge of pride. "Instructor, I have successfully refined the bewitching elixirs. Please take a look at In the presence of Ji Qingshui, Fang Chun displayed utmost humility. That moment, an outer sect disciple approached, holding a jade platter adorned with the mesmerizing Miao Dan, offering it to Ji Qingshui. She cast a fleeting glance at the platter and remarked nonchalantly, "The color, aroma, and shape of the pill are all commendable. Quite impressive, if it weren't for the desire to win Ji Qingshui's favor. I would not engage in a pill contest with such a fool." Fang Chun shook his head inwardly and smiled at Ji Qingshui, saying, "Instructor, it seems the outcome of this pill contest is already determined. I believe it unnecessary to waste any more time on this individual." Ji Qingshui, noticing the situation on Xia Ming's side, let out a cold huff, preparing to announce, "In that case." Just then, a terrifying wave of heat surged forth. and the outer sect disciples present felt an overwhelming fluctuation of spiritual energy erupt from the side. Ji Qingshui's expression changed dramatically as she observed Xia Ming. An unexpected torrent of spiritual power was emanating from him, engulfing the black iron pill furnace in a sea of flames. The base glowing red, as if on the verge of melting. In Yuha's city, who did not know him as a training failure? Yet he had silently cultivated to the 4th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. How astonishing! Yang Zhao's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ling. Did you not say he was only at the 3rd level of the Yuan Xiao realm? Lu Ling's face turned pale. Senior brother, at the time of our confrontation, he indeed possessed only the 3rd level of the Yuan Xiao realm. He must have broken through during these few days away from the city. Crack! Yang Zhao clenched his fist tightly, a savage killing intent flickering in his eyes. Humph! I never anticipated this brat to be so deeply concealed. However, now that he has revealed his strength, he cannot be spared. Muttering to himself, Yang Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Xia Ming in the center of the square, his eyes flickering with intensity. This waste had already reached the 4th level of the Yuan Xiao realm and had managed to keep it hidden. Truly insidious. Yet, it would change nothing in the outcome of this pill contest. Fang Chun, witnessing Xia Ming's display of cultivation, couldn't help but scoff, his eyes still filled with disdain. With his own strength at the 6th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, he naturally looked down upon the 4th level Xia Ming, only slightly surprised that Xia Ming had never previously revealed his cultivation. This brat, why has he concealed his prowess all along? Ji Qingshui furrowed her brow, quite perplexed. Had he shown even a hint of his talent, he would not have been relegated to Yua's city. Her words hinted at a deep understanding of Xia Ming's background. Nevertheless, even if this brat possessed cultivation, he was still destined to lose this pill contest. Ji Qingshui regarded Xia Ming with indifference, convinced that his display of spiritual power at this moment would not alter the outcome. Chapter 17. The pill contest concludes just as Xia Ming prepared to retrieve the pill. Fang Chen's mocking voice rang out. Brat, you haven't even refined a pill, and you have already lost this contest. Below, spectators Song Wu and Lan Kaiwei tensed, recalling the wager between Xia Ming and Fang Chen. Who says I've lost? Xia Ming did not lift his head, but reached into the black iron pill furnace, extracting the Miao Dan within. Instantly, the crowd beheld the pill in Xia Ming's hand. However, this particular pill was darker than the black iron furnace itself. Its shape grotesque and oval. Ji Qingshui and Fang Chun suddenly detected a pungent odor emanating from Xia Ming's direction. It was evident that the scent originated from that particular elixir. Fang Chun was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into hearty laughter. You surely do not intend to claim that the object in your possession is the bewitching demon pill you concocted, do you? The crowd erupted in laughter, having been thoroughly entertained by Xia Ming's antics. Ji Qingshui, her beautiful eyes filled with impatience, remarked, Xia Ming, are you aware of what you are doing? Xia Ming, feeling quite helpless in response to the crowd's reaction, stated, Instructor, since you harbor doubts, why not proceed with the pill contest to its conclusion? Should I lose, I shall honor the wager. Ji Qingshui was about to reprimand Xia Ming further, but Fang Chen interjected with a smile. Very well. You are indeed stubborn. Let us proceed to the final step of the contest, lest you retract your words later. The final step of the contest involved verifying the efficacy of the pills. The one whose elixir proved most effective would emerge victorious. Ji Qingshui, unwilling to spare Xia Ming another glance, remained silent. Soon, several disciples carried 6 iron cages into the square. Each cage contained a live young beast, still untamed, and they emitted furious roars. The disciples divided the 6 cages into 2 groups, arranging them in relative order according to the beast's strength. Xia Ming had 3 beasts, one at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd stages of the Yuan Xiao realm, while Fang Chun had a similar arrangement. Approaching the cages, Fang Chun, with an air of superiority, sneered, You possess but a single useless pill. Allow me to go first, so you cannot accuse me of failing to produce the bewitching demon pill. Suit yourself, Xia Ming replied nonchalantly. Fang Chun, with a derisive smile, approached the cage containing the 1st stage Yuan Xiao beast. Inside was a young wolf with a sharp horn protruding from its forehead and deep brown fur, known as the horned wolf. Upon sensing Fang Chen's approach, The wolf clawed desperately at the bottom of the cage, its brown eyes filled with hostility, retreating further back. Fang Chun gestured, channeling his magical energy into the cage. Seizing the young wolf by the neck, the creature floated into the air, panic evident in its eyes as it emitted a frantic roar and struggled in vain that moment. Fang Chun pointed his finger, causing the bewitching demon pill to soar into the wolf's mouth, before releasing it back down. After completing this action, Fang Chun clapped his hands dismissively, casting a contemptuous glance at Xia Ming before turning his attention back to the beast. Upon swallowing the elixir, the horned wolf's roars diminished significantly, and it gradually ceased its struggles. Soon, it unexpectedly rose, emitting a soft, obedient whine as it bounded towards Fang Chun, resembling a docile puppy, yet it was thwarted by the iron cage's confines. The crowd erupted in cheers. Well aware that Fang Chun had successfully crafted the bewitching demon pill, the triumphant smile spread across Fang Chun's face as he turned to Xia Ming, declaring, "Your turn now. Let us see if you will kneel before me." He thought darkly. Xia Ming, with a faint smile, approached the cage containing the beast, but he directly walked to the one housing the third stage Yuan Xiao beast. What was he up to? The crowd below was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the intentions behind Xia Ming's actions. Ji Qingshui also displayed a look of bewilderment. Could it be that this fellow intends to test the pill using a third-tier beast from the Yuan Xiao realm? At that moment, Xia Ming made his move. The creature trapped within the beast cage was a young golden feather eagle, its aura far more ferocious than that of the horned wolf, bound by iron chains inscribed with runes brimming with restraining magic. The young eagle emitted piercing, shrill cries, occasionally attempting to launch itself into the air. Yet the runic chains glowed brilliantly, firmly imprisoning it. As Xia Ming approached, rather than retreating, the eagle's sharp eyes flashed with ferocity as it charged at him. Just in time, Xia Ming casually tossed the bewildering demon pill into the eagle's mouth, which it swallowed in one swift motion. "Xia Ming, do you have anything else to say? You have already lost," shouted Fang Chun, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing Xia Ming expend his only useless pill. His expression twisted with malice as he fixed his predatory gaze on him. "Fulfill the wager you made. Brat, kneel." The outer disciples around them erupted into a cacophony of jeers, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude as they looked at Xia Ming, convinced that the outcome was already decided. It was over. Wan Kai Wei, feeling a pang of sympathy, instinctively closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding spectacle. "Xia Ming, what is the purpose of this?" Song Wu sighed. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." Ji Qingshui's gaze remained indifferent. In her heart, Xia Ming's current predicament was simply a consequence of his own actions. As she thought this, her casual glance towards Xia Ming abruptly froze, her eyes betraying a sense of incredulity. The uproar around the square reached a fever pitch, with voices clamoring, "Kneel! Kneel! Kneel!" in a chorus that was almost overwhelming. Despite the myriad of mocking gazes directed his way, Xia Ming maintained an unperturbed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the taunts, which momentarily astonished Fang Chun, who coldly scoffed, "Brat, your audacity is remarkable. You truly have not heard them. However, you have lost today's contest, and in front of such a crowd, there is no room for you to back out, especially with instructor Ji Qingshui overseeing today's duel. Instructor, please ensure fairness," Fang Chun called out, turning towards Ji Qingshui. Yet, as he did so, he sensed something amiss. Ji Qingshui's exquisitely delicate features appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze fixed ahead, seemingly impervious to Fang Chun's words. An ominous premonition welled up within him as he followed her line of sight, only to behold the beast cage containing the golden feather eagle meant for Xia Ming's test. Upon witnessing the scene within, Fang Chun's face turned as pale as death. The once savage golden feather eagle was now flapping its wings joyfully, emitting jubilant cries, eager to soar towards Xia Ming. Its demeanor drastically softened, as if all its wildness had vanished. "How can this be possible?" Fang Chun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 18. Fulfilling the wager. Although the bewitching beast pill has the capacity to tame demonic beasts, A novice alchemist like Fang Chun could only concoct a version capable of subduing a second-tier beast of the Yuan Xiao realm. The mere presence of a third-tier golden-feathered eagle cub from the Yuan Xiao realm was merely a benchmark. Who would have anticipated that the bewitching beast pill crafted by Xia Ming would indeed succeed in taming it? At this moment, the outer disciples surrounding them began to notice the transformation of the golden-feathered eagle. Their expressions frozen in astonishment. The once chaotic square gradually fell into an eerie silence, a stillness that felt almost supernatural. This is not a success. Lan Kaiwei, sensing the unusual atmosphere, involuntarily opened her eyes, only to behold the extraordinarily docile form of the golden-feathered eagle in the beast cage before Xia Ming. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped aloud at the same time. Song Wu's expression shifted dramatically, staring blankly ahead in astonishment, unable to accept the reality that no, it cannot be. You must be deceiving everyone. You surely must be. You could not possibly have concocted such an effective bewitching beast pill without having brewed it. Fang Chun, his face ashen, pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Ming, unable to comprehend how Xia Ming's earlier antics could yield such a remarkable pill capable of taming a third-tier Yuan Xiao realm beast. Xia Ming cast a sidelong glance at Fang Chun, a smirk playing on his lips. You accuse me of trickery. This contest was overseen by instructor Ji Qingshui in its entirety. If I were to cheat, would the instructor not notice? Are you questioning the integrity of the instructor? Fang Chen's expression faltered as he grasped the implications of his words. He hastily addressed Ji Qingshui. Instructor, please do not heed the words of this little beast. I have never doubted your fairness. Xia Ming, with a calm smile, did not rush Fang Chun to fulfill his wager. As you stated, I possess only one bewitching beast pill, which has now been tested. You still have 4 remaining. Should you manage to tame your third-tier Yuan Xiao realm beast, I shall concede this contest. Inwardly, Xia Ming chuckled to himself, fully aware that Fang Chen's remaining 4 pills could not possibly tame the third-tier beast, as their potency was insufficient. Just moments ago, Fang Chun had concocted 5 bewitching beast pills from a single batch of spiritual herbs, earning the admiration of the outer disciples, oblivious to the fact that Xia Ming nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. Although Fang Chun had produced a larger quantity of pills, the efficacy of the spiritual herbs had been diluted across 5 pills, resulting in significantly reduced effects for each. Moreover, Fang Chun had followed an erroneous formula altered by Ji Qingshui, rendering the effectiveness of his bewitching beast pills even worse. Fang Chen's complexion shifted between green and white. He understood that his pills could not tame the third-tier cub. Yet the thought of conceding to Xia Ming was intolerable. Thus, he found himself at a standstill, unable to speak or proceed with the test. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the outer disciples, Fang Chun experienced, for the first time, the discomfort of their judgment. Xia Ming remarked with a hint of mockery. What is the matter? Are you not going to test your pills? Was it not you who claimed you would not waste time on someone like me? Why are you now wasting others' time? Xia Ming, do not push your luck. Fang Chun seethed, angered by Xia Ming's audacity to act so brazenly before him. I am not overstepping my bounds. I merely return your words as they were spoken. Though Xia Ming's tone carries a hint of sarcasm that unsettles Ji Qingshui's heart, she refuses to forsake fairness. Thus, she states, Fang Chun, I have not observed Xia Ming cheating. Hence, the duel of alchemy shall proceed as planned. It is now your turn to test the elixir. The instructor, Fang Chun, turned pale. With Ji Qingshui asserting such, he understood that any attempt to retract his position would be futile. Trembling, he grasped a bewildering demon pill and approached the golden-feathered eagle before him. Each step measured and deliberate. The eagle within the cage was far from the tempestuous creature Xia Ming had just tamed. Nonetheless, it bore no friendliness towards Fang Chun, emitting a piercing shriek as he drew near. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chun forcefully fed the bewildering demon pill into the eagle's beak. Unexpectedly, the eagle seemed to erupt in fury, launching itself at the iron cage, its eyes ablaze with fierce golden light. Slicing through the air, the brilliance of its gaze caused Fang Chen's eyes to sting painfully, startling him into retreat, nearly losing his footing at that moment. The iron cage suddenly revealed a series of runes glowing with a crimson light, descending upon the golden-feathered eagle and forcefully suppressing it. The eagle finally settled down considerably, yet continued to hiss at Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun's attempt at alchemy had already failed, leaving his countenance ashen. Fang Chun had lost. The surrounding outer sect disciples fell into a hushed silence, none anticipating such an outcome from this duel. Lan Kaiwei and Song Wu both exhaled deeply, relieved to avoid witnessing Xia Ming's humiliation. Now, however, it was Fang Chun who found himself in a predicament. Ji Qingshui's gaze flickered as she regarded Xia Ming, her thoughts inscrutable. After a prolonged silence, she finally announced, "In this duel of alchemy, Xia Ming emerges victorious." A smile graced Xia Ming's lips. This triumph had been foreseen. He turned his attention to Fang Chun, for the forthcoming matters were of utmost significance. Fang Chun felt the weight of Xia Ming's gaze, a shiver coursing through him, revealing a glimmer of unwillingness in his eyes. "No, I cannot kneel before such a person. If I do, what face shall I have left in the sect?" Fang Chun. "What are you waiting for? Fulfill your wager," Xia Ming remarked, his smile tinged with coldness. Recalling how Fang Chun had once brazenly oppressed him, Ji Qingshui furrowed her brow. Had Fang Chun emerged victorious, she would have intervened to prevent Xia Ming from kneeling. Yet the unexpected victory of Xia Ming left her conflicted. Now, with Fang Chun kneeling, her sense of impartiality as an instructor prevailed. She could not allow such a wager to be fulfilled. Just as she prepared to speak, a formidable presence suddenly descended upon them. "Spare the little one. Do not push your luck." That a middle-aged man clad in black robes slowly emerged from the crowd, and as he passed, people instinctively parted to create a path. Fang Tonghai. Ji Qingshui's brow arched. The Fang family had intervened. "Uncle Seven, what brings you here?" Fang Chun approached Fang Tonghai with immense surprise, a newfound confidence swelling within him. The fact that a member of his family had intervened led him to believe that Xia Ming would no longer dare to act recklessly. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, observing the middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, and noted the black robe draped upon him. This robe signified a particular status, that of an outer sect steward. The stewards of the outer sect were responsible for managing the affairs of the outer disciples within the Yuha sect and wielded considerable power. However, to hold the position of steward, one must possess cultivation at the meridian opening stage. This indicated that the man before him, Fang Tonghai, was indeed a cultivator at that level. Upon his arrival, Fang Tonghai spoke with an unfriendly tone, his words laced with veiled threats, clearly regarding Xia Ming with disdain. Below in the square, Lan Kaiwei, witnessing the arrival of the Fang family, instantly expressed her fury. Shameless. As an elder, how dare he meddle in the affairs of the younger generation's pill contest? Alas, it was regrettable. Xia Ming would undoubtedly hesitate to offend Fang Tonghai, for both in strength and status. Fang Tonghai far surpassed him. It was unexpected, however, to see the Fang family display such a blatant lack of shame. Song Wu's expression darkened as well. The outer disciples in the square fell into a hushed silence. Many, although dismissive of Xia Ming, silently cursed the Fang family for their unscrupulousness upon witnessing Fang Tonghai's interference. Yet, none dared to voice their condemnation against the Fang family. The Fang clan held immense influence within the Yuha sect, with numerous members being inner disciples, whom no one could afford to provoke. At that moment, nearly everyone felt a sense of pity for Xia Ming. After all, he had been on the verge of victory in the pill contest, but with the Fang family's intervention, they believed he would have no choice but to submit. Fang Tonghai regarded Xia Ming with an air of authority, stating unequivocally, "Young man, the wager between Fang Chun and you is merely the result of a moment's impulse and shall not be counted. Do you understand?" In Fang Tonghai's eyes, with his presence, the lesser cultivators of the Yuan Xiao realm would naturally refrain from further insolence. If this young man possessed any semblance of intelligence, he should respectfully obey his commands. This contest has been won by me, and Fang Chun is obliged to honor his wager. Xia Ming replied with a nonchalant demeanor, then turned to Ji Qingshui. "Instructor, do you not agree?" Ji Qingshui maintained her stoic expression. Yet inwardly, she was somewhat astonished. Xia Ming displayed no fear of the Fang family's might. Without hesitation, she responded, "Indeed, that is correct, Fang Tonghai. This was already a significant concession, were it not for Ji Qingshui's presence." He would never have considered yielding to Xia Ming. Ji Qingshui's gaze shifted, for as an instructor, she wished to avoid any loss of face for either Xia Ming or Fang Chun. Thus, upon witnessing Fang Tonghai's willingness to compromise, she addressed Xia Ming, saying, "Xia Ming, I believe you might want to consider Fang's steward's words. Since the instructor has spoken thus, I shall accept this condition." Xia Ming replied with a faint smile. Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging the Fang family. But out of respect for Ji Qingshui, he felt compelled to extend a courtesy, as she was fair-minded. Fang Chun, relieved, felt a flicker of resentment pass through his eyes. His enmity towards Xia Ming had solidified completely. "What terms do you wish to propose, young man?" Fang Tonghai glared at Xia Ming, his eyes brimming with contempt. Xia Ming, however, could not help but notice the hatred reflected in Fang Chen's gaze, realizing that their animosity would likely remain irreconcilable. In light of this, seizing the opportunity, one must ruthlessly extort a considerable sum from the Fang family. After all, animosity has already been established, and a multitude of lice does not bite, nor does an abundance of debts cause distress. Xia Ming raised a finger and remarked with a faint smile, "My terms are quite simple. 100 medium-grade spirit stones." "What?" Fang Tonghai's expression shifted dramatically. Even for him, a practitioner at the Meridian Realm, 100 medium-grade spirit stones could not be dismissed lightly. He glared fiercely at Xia Ming. "Youngster, do not overreach. It is wise to leave some room for negotiation." Xia Ming lowered his finger and replied, "Since you refuse to acquiesce, let us proceed to fulfill the wager." Fang Tonghai's eyes blazed with fury. Although 100 medium-grade spirit stones were substantial, they paled in comparison to the dignity of Fang Chun and the Fang family. He fixed his gaze on Xia Ming's face as though he wished to engrave it in his memory. "Just 100 medium-grade spirit stones, boy. I shall remember you." With that, he swept his sleeve, and 10 purple crystals flew from his hand, landing at Xia Ming's feet. Each crystal brimmed with a vast amount of spiritual energy, representing high-grade spirit stones. 0.1 high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, Fang Tonghai, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer, swept his sleeve again and coldly declared, "Fang Chun, we depart." Fang Chun hastily followed Fang Tonghai as they exited the square. As they left, the outer disciples present could see that Fang Tonghai's back appeared to tremble, clearly agitated by Xia Ming. Witnessing such a conclusion to the alchemical duel stirred a mix of emotions among the onlooking disciples, who sighed in admiration of the might of prominent families. Xia Ming, unperturbed by the dirtiness of the situation, collected the 10 high-grade spirit stones with great satisfaction. This was no trifling sum. "Are you truly unconcerned about the Fang family's reprisal?" At that moment, Ji Qingshui's indifferent voice resonated. Xia Ming turned to Ji Qingshui's exquisite visage and blinked. "To be honest, I am somewhat eager for their retaliation. In my previous life, my enemies were infinitely more formidable than the Fang family. I have never held them in high regard." Chapter 20. The moonlit divine blade in the room. Xia Ming sat cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, a high-grade spirit stone suspended before his face, from which streams of purple spiritual energy emanated and flowed into his body. Suddenly, Xia Ming let out a long breath, and his aura surged dramatically. The high-grade spirit stone began to dissolve rapidly, releasing an ever-increasing amount of spiritual energy. Buzz! At the moment the spirit stone completely dissolved, the space around Xia Ming trembled violently, settling only after some time. He had reached the 5th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. Upon opening his eyes, Xia Ming reflected that he had accumulated enough during his time in the ghostly mountain, having leveraged one of the 10 high-grade spirit stones he had seized from Fang Tonghai. He successfully opened the 5th Yuan Xiao. However, it must be said that the difficulty of his breakthrough was immense. A single high-grade spirit stone could elevate 10 ordinary practitioners at the 4th level of the Yuan Xiao realm to the 5th level. Yet for Xia Ming, it merely assisted him in reaching the threshold of the 5th Yuan Xiao. As his cultivation advanced, the resources required would only increase. Xia Ming concealed his aura and gazed out the window, murmuring to himself with a sense of indifference. "It seems that this evening will not be particularly tranquil. Truly troublesome." In the disheveled streets of Rat Alley, atop a crumbling stone tower, Yang Zhao and Lu Ling's gazes were stealthily fixed upon the wooden structure where Xia Ming resided. A mere 10 zhang away, the expressions of both individuals were steeped in a chilling severity. This little wretch not only possessed the ability to cultivate, but astonishingly surpassed Feng Chun in the art of alchemy. Should any elder from the inner sect take notice of such talent, it would spell trouble, Yang Zhao remarked ominously. Indeed, this little wretch must be dealt with at the earliest opportunity, which would also serve to appease senior brother Shun. However, while Lu Ling concurred with Yang Zhao's assertion, a flicker of concern crossed her features. It would likely be unwise to act against Xia Ming within the confines of Yuhua City, as it might attract the attention of the stewards and lead to our own misfortune. Fool, Yang Zhao scoffed derisively. Senior brother Shun has already been chosen by the Serpent King Society. Which steward would risk offending the Serpent King Society over a worthless creature from Rat Alley? Moreover, my intent to eliminate him can be executed in an instant. Who would know it was I who struck him down? Yang Zhao cast a cold glance at Lu Ling. You remain here while I go to finish him. As his words faded, Yang Zhao advanced 2 steps forward, unsheathing the long blade at his waist, poised under the moonlight. With a swish, in an instant, Yang Zhao's figure seemed to meld with the moonlight, shooting forth with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing Yang Zhao unleash this formidable technique, Lu Ling erupted into a sinister laugh. Little wretch, to perish beneath the moonlit divine blade of senior brother Yang Zhao. You shall find a fitting end at a beam of moonlight descended upon the humble wooden roof, cleaving through it as effortlessly as slicing tofu, revealing Xia Ming seated upon the ground die. Yang Zhao's face twisted in a snarl, his gaze fixed upon Xia Ming as though he were a mere corpse, striking down mercilessly in Yang Zhao's estimation, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Yuanxiao realm, dispatching Xia Ming. A mere 4th level Yuanxiao rat would be a trivial task, easily accomplished. Yet unexpectedly, Xia Ming suddenly soared from the ground, propelling himself backward 3 steps. Bang! Yang Zhao's strike met only empty air, yet the force of his attack left a gaping hole in the floor. Damn it! Yang Zhao's expression darkened as he revealed himself, only to find Xia Ming wearing an anticipatory expression. Did you know I was coming to kill you? Xia Ming inquired with a faint smile. Did you truly believe your concealment was effective? Yang Zhao noted that Xia Ming had referred to you in the plural, indicating that it was not merely he, but Lu Ling as well, who had been exposed. He narrowed his eyes, 2 beams of frosty light shooting forth. You discovered us and yet chose not to flee. How foolish! As his words hung in the air, Yang Zhao's body trembled, a layer of moonlight emanating from him. The earlier moonlit divine blade technique had not entirely expended all the moonlight energy he had absorbed. A significant portion remained within Yang Zhao. Thus, in his current state, he remained terrifyingly formidable. Without hesitation, Yang Zhao lunged forward like a fierce tiger leaping across a ravine, pouncing upon Xia Ming, with a flurry of blade light preceding him. Facing the onslaught of Yang Zhao, Xia Ming calmly remarked, "The true fool is you." In response to the barrage of blade light, Xia Ming merely unleashed a single punch. The quintessence of his power within the Yuanxiao realm erupted, coalescing in the air into a colossal fist of energy. You dare to resist. You truly are beyond foolish. Yang Zhaojian was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Xia Ming, who surprisingly had yet to flee. In truth, his initial assassination attempt had already created quite a commotion, and the steward of Rat Street would undoubtedly be on his way that, if Xia Ming escaped, he might not be able to eliminate him. However, now witnessing Xia Ming, a mere 4th-layer practitioner of the Yuan Xiao realm, daring to confront his moonlight divine blade head-on, Zhao Jian considered it tantamount to seeking death as long as this little creature perished. Who would care about the implications of his cultivation level? Boom! At that moment, Xia Ming unleashed a colossal punch of magical energy, colliding fiercely with Yang Zhaojian's moonlight divine blade, in an unforgettable instant. Zhaojian's self-assured blade strike met Xia Ming's mighty fist, only to be obliterated in a flash, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Impossible! Zhaojian screamed in horror. Yet the gigantic fist showed no signs of slowing as it barreled toward Yang Zhaojian's body. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Jian was sent flying, his terrified gaze reflecting the shattering of his body, Feeling at least dozens of bones fractured, he crashed against the walls of the room, breaking through them, nearly losing consciousness from the searing pain, and fell head first onto the floor of another room. How could this little creature be so powerful? Struggling to rise from the ground, Zhao Jian was a pitiful sight. His eyes filled with terror and malice as he glared at Xia Ming. He could hardly fathom that the outcome would be thus. His opponent had defeated him with a fifth-layer cultivation of the Yuan Xiao realm. Chapter 21. Shun Xian. You and Lu Ling must be together because Shun Xian sent you, right? Xia Ming approached young Zhao Jian with measured steps, his expression serene. Damn it! Zhao Jian, in agony, managed to stand, feeling excruciating pain throughout his body. He glared venomously at the approaching Xia Ming, a sinister glint suddenly flickering in his eyes. Little creature, die. Young Zhao Jian's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he abruptly formed his fingers into a claw-like grip, channeling all remaining magical energy into his palm and striking out. Instantly, 5 sharp gusts of wind tore through the air, aimed at Xia Ming's vital points. Unexpectedly, Xia Ming was unfazed by Zhao Jian's sudden assault. He deftly sidestepped, allowing the fierce winds to graze past him, barely missing their mark, as Zhao Jian's attack fell just short, a mere breath away from connecting. Unaware of his impending doom, Xia Ming snorted coldly, his body devoid of any magical fluctuations, relying solely on his physical strength to deliver a powerful palm strike to Zhao Jian's chest. Zhao Jian howled, feeling as if a hammer had struck him brutally in the chest, causing his insides to rupture. His body rolled like a gourd, crashing to the ground on the first floor. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Zhao Jian's eyes finally betrayed a glimmer of fear, struggling against his injuries. He scrambled to his feet and fled toward the northern street. Want to escape? Xia Ming appeared atop the shattered wall, coldly observing Zhao Jian's flight. He was astonished that Shen Xian had the audacity to act so brazenly, daring to strike against him within the confines of the U.S. sect, truly lawless. First, he must eliminate young Zhao Jian. How could this be? Zhao Jian was no match for Xia Ming. It was simply impossible. On the other side, Lu Ling, who was still hiding within the stone tower, was struck with disbelief akin to seeing a ghost. He swallowed hard, watching as Xia Ming unexpectedly pursued Yang Zhao, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, as if he had inadvertently provoked a formidable adversary. No, I must leave this place at once. Lu Ling, his face pale, turned to flee, acutely aware that encountering Xia Ming would spell his doom. Just then, several shadowy figures descended swiftly before him. Who goes there? Lu Ling exclaimed in alarm. Seize him, a deep, resonant voice commanded coldly. That it was only then that Lu Ling discerned the identity of the newcomers. The speaker was a formidable man clad in a black robe, his hands clasped behind his back. As the imposing figure issued his command, his companions lunged fiercely at Lu Ling, the enforcers of the Rat Street. Lu Ling's expression turned ghastly, as he dared not resist in the presence of such authority. Although Rat Street was notorious for harboring the most incompetent disciples of the outer sect, its enforcers were still practitioners of the Meridian Realm. Xia Ming shot forth like an arrow, darting through the desolate streets of the night, where few pedestrians wandered. The bloodstains on the ground multiplied as he drew nearer to Yang Zhao. Soon, following the trail of crimson, Xia Ming arrived at a secluded alley, where he found Yang Zhao seated on the ground, his face pale and breathless. Upon seeing Xia Ming's arrival, Yang Zhao's eyes glinted with malice. You little wretch, do not be so arrogant. Brother Shen Xian will not let you off. Yang Zhao spat venomously. Unfortunately, you shall not witness it. Xia Ming regarded Yang Zhao with a detached gaze, raising his hand as his magical energy coalesced, preparing to strike down Yang Zhao. Dare to make a move and test me. A faint voice suddenly resonated from above that, in an instant, Xia Ming felt as though ensnared by a venomous serpent, aware that any movement on his part would invite a fatal blow. This voice was all too familiar. It belonged to the very person who had slain the former occupant of this body. Shen Xian. Xia Ming looked up to see a strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of nobility, adorned with a jade crown and clad in resplendent white robes, a purple-gold belt cinching his waist. His ethereal presence suggested he was a scion of nobility, gazing down at Xia Ming from his lofty position. Notably, This dashing figure was floating effortlessly in the air, without the aid of any external support, a hallmark of a practitioner in the Meridian realm. This meant that during the time Xia Ming had been reborn and had not encountered Shenexin, the latter had ascended to the Meridian realm. Brother Shun, upon hearing this voice, Yang Zhao's eyes lit up with joy as he looked up to see Shun Xian hovering in midair. His elation evident. Brother Shun, you have indeed reached the Meridian realm. Ha ha. As expected of you, Brother Shun, a prodigy destined for greatness. It won't be long before you become an inner sect disciple. Soaring to new heights. In the U.S. sect, the prerequisite for becoming an inner sect disciple is to attain the Meridian realm. Once he reaches this stage and passes the inner sect assessment, Shen Xian would ascend to the esteemed ranks of inner sect disciples, garnering the sect's favor and enjoying elite privileges. The chasm between the inner and outer sects is indeed vast. Xia Ming furrowed his brow as he regarded Shen Xian, realizing that within a mere day, he would have to contend with two practitioners of the Meridian realm. With Shen Xian's appearance, he understood that his intention to eliminate Yang Zhao was now utterly impossible. Shen Xian wore a subtle smile upon his face, exuding a natural warmth that invited familiarity. He gazed at Xia Ming and inquired, "Are you not intent on eliminating Yang Zhao? Why do you hesitate to act?" He reassured, "Rest assured, this is a personal vendetta between you and Yang Zhao. I shall not intervene." Yang Zhao, emboldened by a surge of confidence, rose to his feet and snarled, "You little wretch, what has become of your bravado? Were you not just a moment ago full of arrogance? Now you resemble a timid turtle." Xia Ming, unfazed by Yang Zhao's provocation, focused intently on Shen Xian, fully aware of the hypocrisy veiled beneath Shen Xian's smile. He understood that should he strike at Yang Zhao, Shen Xian might indeed refrain from obstructing him. However, if he were to eliminate Yang Zhao, Shen Xian would possess the pretext to retaliate against him. Given that Xia Ming's cultivation was still at the 5th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, even confronting two adversaries of his caliber would render him no match for Shen Xian, who was at the Meridian realm. Thus, he reluctantly chose to spare Yang Zhao's life for the time being, sighing inwardly, recognizing that he need not rush into action as the murderous intent within him dissipated. Xia Ming allowed a faint smile to grace his features and spoke to Shen Xian with a tone of neither humility nor arrogance. "Shen Xian, congratulations on your ascension to the Meridian realm." Shen Xian retracted his magical energy and descended to stand before Xia Ming. He patted Xia Ming's shoulder and remarked with a grin, "One must look upon a scholar differently after 3 days apart. Xia Ming, I never anticipated you to develop such remarkable patience." Indeed, Shen Xian was genuinely taken aback. He knew that the former Xia Ming would never have congratulated him after their relationship had soured. Chapter 22. Blood-flame Xia Ming turned slightly to evade Shen Xian's hand and replied, "If one does not exercise restraint, how can one hope to evade the toxic heart seal? With your cultivation having advanced further, the potency of the toxic heart seal must have likewise intensified." Shen Xian paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Xia Ming, evidently detecting the sarcasm laced within his tone that he fell into silence. Yet this silence filled Yang Zhao beside him with an unsettling apprehension. "Farewell," Xia Ming declared, not waiting for Shen Xian to utter another word as he pivoted to leave. "Are you attempting to depart?" At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows, several young men clad in green robes, obstructing Xia Ming's path. The aura emanating from these individuals was tremendously formidable, surpassing even that of Yang Zhao. As they regarded Xia Ming with malevolent expressions, Xia Ming instantly recognized that these individuals were all disciples of the outer sect at the 9th level of the Yuan Qiao realm. Dealing with him would be a trivial endeavor for them. Nevertheless, Xia Ming remained composed. One Shen Xian alone was sufficient to eliminate him. If Shen Xian had truly intended to strike, he would have done so long ago without the need for these others to appear. Xia Ming sensed that Shen Xian would not dare to kill him within the confines of the U.S. sect. Unlike Yang Zhao, who resembled a rabid dog unafraid of the sect's regulations, Shen Xian seemed intent on cultivating a favorable reputation within the outer sect. Should he act against Xia Ming within the sect, even if the Serpent Lord were to shield him afterward, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. This was evident from Shun Xian's previous attempts to lure Xia Ming away from the Yuhas sect before resorting to clandestine measures against him. Gazing at the group of green-clad disciples, Xia Ming scoffed. "What is this? Are you all willing to disregard sect regulations and engage in combat with fellow disciples?" The expressions of the green-clad disciples turned frigid, and one with blood-red hair spoke in a chilling tone. "You, an insignificant insect at the 5th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, possess any understanding of sect regulations?" As the words fell, the blood-haired man flicked his fingers, and a surging force of magic coalesced into a blade of blood flame, which immediately slashed towards Xia Ming with lethal intent. "Insolent, blood sword, you possess an audacious spirit." At that moment, a figure soared through the night sky, swiftly breaking through the air. This hasty arrival was none other than the steward of Chaos Rat Street. Upon hearing that voice, the blood-haired man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With another palm strike, he unleashed a blood-colored skeletal mark that merged with the blade of blood flame. Instantly, the blade expanded, its light flickering as it lunged at Xia Ming. Xia Ming's expression turned grave as he summoned every ounce of his magical power, striking towards the blade with both palms unreservedly. Boom! The blade pierced through Xia Ming's magic. Its speed momentarily hindered. However, at that moment, the previous skeletal mark reappeared upon the blade, causing it to tremble violently and effortlessly tear through Xia Ming's magic, landing upon him. Splurt! In an instant, Xia Ming felt countless agonizing tears. The blade of blood flame rent a massive wound upon his body, its flames surging into him, burning furiously within. Immediately, Xia Ming's blood surged forth, his clothes stained crimson, revealing a gaping wound. Intense pain surged, tormenting his nerves. Xia Ming clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring the agony and his weakening body, standing tall, resolutely refusing to fall. His master was a formidable elder within the inner sect, possessing extraordinary magical prowess. The skeletal mark was a potent force bestowed upon him by his master, contained within a talisman, its destructive power immensely terrifying, far beyond what a Yuan Xiao realm cultivator could withstand. "Bloodsword, you are audacious." The steward of Chaos Rat Street soared into action, witnessing the bloodsword attacking brazenly before him. Instantly filled with outrage, he struck out with a palm, the air whistling as it compressed into a vacuum hand the size of a person, shooting forth to collide with the bloodsword. The wrath of a meridian connecting realm expert unleashed a terrifying force, causing the bloodsword to feel a deep-seated danger. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before the bloodsword. Sweeping his sleeve, the vacuum hand dissipated into thin air, extinguishing the steward's magical power. This unexpected rescuer was, of course, Shun Xian. Upon seeing Shun Xian's intervention, the steward's expression shifted to one of apprehension. "Shun Xian, you have also entered the meridian connecting realm, but what of it? Do you intend to obstruct me from enforcing the sect's rules?" Shun Xian smiled, saying, "Steward Shun, the blood sword acted in haste, yet no severe consequences have arisen. Might you grant me, Shun Xian, a small favor and treat today as events as if they were unseen?" Steward Shin glared fiercely at Shun Xian, pointing at the blood-soaked Xia Ming, who was rendered speechless. "He is in this state. How can that not be considered a serious consequence? Shun Xian, I am aware of your affiliation with the Serpent Lord Society, yet even the Serpent Lord Society cannot disregard the sect's regulations. Why must you be so rigid? Steward Shun, if you insist on pursuing this matter, perhaps you should examine this object before proceeding." Shun Xian smiled slightly, retrieving a black jade token from his sleeve. Upon the token, a grotesque and sinister snake head was etched. The Serpent Lord token. The countenance of Elder Chun underwent a dramatic transformation upon witnessing the decree. The command was akin to the presence of the Serpent Sovereign himself. How could the Serpent Young Master bestow such a token upon you, a mere novice who had only just attained the Meridian realm? This was utterly inconceivable. The Serpent Young Master, the founder of the Serpent Sovereign Society, is one of the most formidable practitioners within the inner sect. Even the numerous elders of the Jade River sect might not stand a chance against him. The Serpent Sovereign Society, established by the Serpent Young Master, is among the most powerful factions within the Jade River sect. The serpent's sovereign token before Elder Chen essentially conferred the authority to command the entire serpent's sovereign society. The fact that the serpent young master entrusted it to Shun Xian left him profoundly astonished. The serpent young master evidently held Shun Xian in high regard. Elder Chen's expression darkened. He found it difficult to comprehend. Although Shun Xian was indeed exceptional in the grand scheme of the serpent's sovereign society, he was hardly significant. The act of the serpent young master handing the serpent's sovereign token to Shun Xian was akin to a monarch presenting the imperial seal to a mere county magistrate. Preposterous, indeed, was Elder Chen's sentiment at that moment. Yet, the token before him was unmistakably the serpent's sovereign token. Elder Chen was also aware that no one within the Jade River sect had ever dared to forge such a token for deceitful purposes. He cast a glance at Xia Ming, whose current state was indeed deplorable. However, Elder Chen hesitated. Was it worth incurring the wrath of Shun Xian, who possessed the serpent's sovereign token, simply for the sake of an outer sect disciple? Unquestionably, Elder Chen's answer was no. Though he held the position of an outer sect elder, he was merely that. An outer sect elder, he held little significance in the grand hierarchy of the serpent sovereign society. Moreover, provoking the serpent sovereign society would bring him no advantages. With a resigned sigh, he declared, "Take your people and leave. I shall treat today's events as if they never occurred." Ultimately, Elder Chen dared not confront the pressure exerted by the serpent sovereign society. With that, he took his leave. Shun Xian was not at all surprised by Elder Chen's response. A slight smile graced his lips as he regarded the bloodied Xia Ming, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes before vanishing. He then resumed the demeanor of the elegant Jade young master and turned to depart. Bloodsword and the others followed closely behind, while Yang Zhao, nursing his wounds, hurried to catch up. Before leaving, he cast a smug glance at the incapacitated Xia Ming and sneered, "Little beast, this is your fate." Once everyone had vacated the premises, Elder Chen shook his head at Xia Ming and turned to leave, feeling a twinge of guilt within. Alone, Xia Ming remained rooted to the spot, motionless. His predicament was not as perilous as Shun Xian and the others had presumed, although he had initially suffered severe injuries. The myriad phenomena heavenly prison technique soon began to take effect. Swiftly mending his wounds, he stood still, grappling with the troublesome force of blood flames that proved to be quite tenacious. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not entirely dispel it. The lingering blood flame energy wreaked havoc within him, yet he managed to temporarily suppress it with his exceptionally high-quality spiritual power. With wide eyes, Xia Ming's gaze turned icy. He had overheard the entire conversation between Shun Xian and Elder Chen. He bore no resentment towards Elder Chen for later sparing Bloodsword. He understood that had it been anyone else, they too would likely have succumbed to the pressure imposed by the Serpent Sovereign Society. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for Shun Xian and the group affiliated with Bloodsword, as for Shun Xian. For the time being, I find myself powerless against you. However, that does not imply I cannot deal with your treacherous lackeys. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Xia Ming's eyes. The cold, indifferent visage of Bloodsword, along with his scornful gaze, instantly materialized in Xia Ming's mind. That it was decided. I shall take this individual as the sacrificial target for my vengeance. From this moment forth, I shall ensure that Shun Xian pays the price. Bloodsword, possessing formidable strength and merely a step away from the realm of Pulse, is one of Shun Xian's most trusted subordinates. To eliminate Bloodsword would be akin to severing one of Shun Xian's arms. As for Shun Xian himself, I shall permit him to revel in his arrogance for a while longer, though he shall not bask in it for long. Should he believe that attaining the realm of Pulse grants him unassailable security, he is sorely mistaken. With this thought, Xia Ming's body shuddered, his skin's pores opening wide as his magical energy radiated outward, cleansing him of all traces of blood. Only the wound inflicted by Bloodsword remained, still visible on Xia Ming's right side. Wuxian Road is the longest thoroughfare closest to the inner city, flanked on both sides by opulent and elegant pavilions and courtyards. The cultivators residing along this street are undoubtedly the most distinguished and affluent disciples among the outer sect. Shun Xian resides on Wuxian Road, in a courtyard that is exceptionally luxurious, even by the standards of this already extravagant street. In the main hall, Shun Xian sat regally at the forefront, with a plethora of cultivators occupying the seats below him. The majority boasting cultivation at the 9th level of the Yuanxiao realm. Senior brother, you are currently in high favor with the young master of serpents. Had you chosen to eliminate that wretch just now, even Elder Chun would have dared not to object. Why then spare that little beast? Yang Zhao, whose injuries have been expertly healed by Shan Xian's profound magical prowess, expressed his perplexity regarding Shan Xian's decision to spare Xia Ming. Shan Xian replied nonchalantly, "You would not comprehend my reasoning even if I explained it. Besides, even if I did not take action, that wretch would not survive for many days." Yang Zhao, further puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "Because he has fallen victim to my master's blood flame magic." Blood Sword's icy voice interjected as he occupied the foremost seat on the right side, essentially serving as Shan Xian's second-in-command. "Even an ordinary cultivator at the realm of Pulse cannot endure for long under my master's blood flame, let alone a mere ant at the Yuanxiao realm. Within 2 days, that boy Xia Ming is destined to meet his demise." Blood Sword added, brimming with confidence, "Now it all makes sense. This is splendid news. Once that little beast perishes, Senior Brother Shun will be rewarded by the young Master of Serpents, and we shall rise to prominence as well." Yang Zhao exclaimed, his face alight with joy that a sparrow knows not the ambition of a swan. However, upon hearing these words, Blood Sword scoffed disdainfully. "The aspirations of Senior Brother Shun are not something a person of your caliber could ever comprehend." Yang Zhao was left bewildered, unsure of what he had said incorrectly. Yet upon hearing Blood Sword's derision, he dared not retort, hastily stifling his response with an awkward smile. "Enough, Blood Sword." Shan Xian raised his hand, signaling him to cease. "Although Xia Ming has been afflicted by the blood flame, he is not yet dead. We must be certain of his demise before we can report to the young Master of Serpents." He then turned to Yang Zhao, instructing, "In the coming days, you are to keep a close watch on that wretch. Ensure you witness his death with your own eyes." "Understood," Yang Zhao promptly affirmed. Shan Xian nodded slightly. "Having recently entered the Pulse realm, it is customary for me to host a banquet for the esteemed elders and friends within our sect to celebrate at my residence. However, having only just broken through a few days ago, my cultivation has yet to solidify completely. Therefore, I must enter seclusion for a period of time. Feng Zhu, I entrust the arrangement for the banquet to you, that a robust cultivator of the 9th level of the Yuanxiao realm, seated at the foremost position on the left, stood up and assured, "Rest assured, Senior Brother, I will handle it meticulously. Do not let me down." "That will be all for today," Shan Xian replied as he rose and departed from the hall, while the other outer disciples promptly stood to respectfully see him off in a room on Chaos Rat Street. Within Xia Ming's dantian, spiritual energy surged from all directions like an army converging upon a blood-red flame at the center of his dantian. However, under the relentless assault of this immense spiritual energy, the blood flame gradually diminished in size. "This is unacceptable. It is still too slow." Xia Ming furrowed his brow. Initially, he had intended to dissolve the blood flame's power in one go. But after several attempts, he realized that the quality of this blood flame's energy was exceedingly high, at least on par with that of 6th-level Pulse Realm cultivator. To completely resolve, it would require at least half a month's seclusion. Nonetheless, Xia Ming was unwilling to squander such an extensive period on this single blood flame. After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck him. Since the speed of dissolution via the Wuxiang Tianyu technique was insufficient, he would accelerate the operation speed of the technique. The most effective method would be to set up an array to enhance the speed of the technique's operation. In Xia Ming's mind, such arrays were as numerous as the stars. The formations he had employed in his previous life were overwhelmingly powerful, and the materials required to set them up were all rare treasures, scarcely found in the world. Finding a suitable formation for the Yuanxiao realm was indeed a challenge. After a considerable time, Xia Ming finally recalled an appropriate array. Chapter 24. The Fleshball Cultivator Chaos Rat Street spanned a vast area. Although the outer disciples residing here were generally destitute, it also featured designated areas for trade in the center of Chaos Rat Street. Amidst the dilapidated building's walls lay a square measuring 2 miles in circumference, bustling with numerous outer disciples who set up stalls to sell a variety of goods. The square was alive with foot traffic. Some stalls were crowded with cultivators, while others had only a handful of patrons. Customers haggled with stall owners, and some stalls stood deserted, with vendors desperately calling out to attract customers. The realm of cultivation bore many similarities to the mortal world, the only distinction being that cultivators were significantly more powerful than mortals. And the goods they sold were far more precious in the eyes of ordinary folk. As Xia Ming traversed the square, he cast his gaze toward the small stalls on either side, searching for the items he sought. Throughout his journey, he noticed that many outer disciples regarded him with a mixture of awe and recognition. It seemed that the recent alchemical duel with Feng Chun had left an impression on many. Ah, the Qing Luo sword, a revered treasure left behind by the illustrious Qing Luo fairy, a master of the Saint Pattern realm, renowned a millennium ago. First come, first served. 5 medium-grade spirit stones, no haggling. At that moment, Xia Ming heard a thin, short man vociferously hawking his wares, his voice nearly drowning out the surrounding vendors. What? The Qing Luo sword? Allow me to take a look. A practitioner at the second level of the Yuanxiao realm seemed to be intrigued by the words of the short, slender man and quickly approached. However, after merely casting a glance at the sword, the practitioner displayed a look of disdain and turned to leave. Just a mundane weapon, not even a first-tier artifact, and you dare to price it at 5 mid-grade spirit stones? You must be out of your mind. Wait, don't go. This truly is the sword of the Qing Luo fairy, a treasure I fortuitously acquired from the Qing Luo ruins. Although it is but a mere mundane weapon, it once belonged to a great being. The short man had a gift for gab, spinning tales with an ease that could revive the dead, boasting without a hint of modesty. Perhaps if you purchase this Qing Luo sword, you might just stumble upon the Qing Luo fairy's fortune. Alas, no matter how much the short man prattled on, the practitioner had already distanced himself, too disinterested to entertain his nonsense. Those who resided at the lower echelons of cultivation had to be meticulous in their training, exhibiting a keen shrewdness that made them impervious to such flimsy persuasion. Xia Ming stifled a chuckle in his heart, then turned his gaze towards other stalls. Could it be that this esteemed brother is the renowned Xia Ming? Please come this way. Suddenly, a voice rang out from nearby. Xia Ming turned to see a terrifying figure, grinning widely at him. The practitioner was astonishingly corpulent, towering at nearly 3 meters, with a girth nearly equal to his height. Resembling a gigantic meatball, in stark contrast to Xia Ming's stature of over 1.70 meters, he appeared as a veritable giant. Curiously, his head was proportionate to that of a normal person, perhaps even slightly smaller. Xia Ming quickly surmised that this enormous meatball of a practitioner had cultivated a certain technique that had rendered his physique so formidable. What surprised him further was that this rotund practitioner was at the 8th level of the Yuanxiao realm, a level of cultivation that typically would not inhabit a place like the Rat's Alley. What brings you here? Xia Ming inquired as he approached the meatball stall owner, casting a glance at the array of items on display. The wooden cabinet was filled with various spirit flowers and fruits, all intended for alchemical purposes. Brother Xia, you must have come to the black market to procure some alchemical materials, right? While I cannot claim to have everything, I assure you my collection of spirit herbs is quite comprehensive, with a variety of attributes available. Come, purchase from me, and I guarantee fair prices. The meatball practitioner chuckled heartily. The selection is indeed quite extensive, Xia Ming noted, observing the orderly arrangement of spirit herbs categorized by their respective properties. However, he did not find what he sought. He shook his head. Do you not have any superior spiritual items? Not just herbs, but anything else as well. It seems Brother Xia possesses discerning taste. However, being able to outperform Feng Chun in alchemy warrants such discernment. The meatball practitioner replied with a smile, retrieving a wooden box and opening it before Xia Ming. Inside were 15 compartments, each containing a unique and extraordinary spiritual item, all of considerable value. These items are quite precious. They are my prized possessions. Please take a look and see if any catch your interest. The meatball practitioner said with a chuckle. Xia Ming's gaze fell upon the wooden compartments. The first row contained an array of rare ores, each one familiar to him. For instance, in the first compartment lay a piece of jet-black iron ore, known as starstone, which bore a hefty price and was essential for crafting magical implements. The second compartment held a small pouch of sand, referred to as repairing sand, which almost neutralized various attributes, and was frequently employed to mend damaged magical artifacts. Each item within the compartments possessed its own distinct utility, that a few of the spiritual items were so precious that Xia Ming would have to exhaust his entire fortune to acquire them. Casting a glance at the rotund monk, Xia Ming found the situation increasingly peculiar. This monk not only possessed considerable cultivation, but also bore an impressive array of treasures. What, he wondered, could possibly bring him to such a chaotic place as Rat's Alley, teeming with dubious characters? Is there anything that catches your eye, Brother Xia? The rotund monk inquired with a disarmingly affable smile. Xia Ming flicked his fingers thoughtfully. Indeed, there was something he desired, a red spiritual fruit located in the third compartment of the second row. Yet, the value of this fruit was substantial. How much for the Qi Shao fruit? He asked the rotund monk. The elixirs that require Qi Shao fruit are at least of the third-tier quality. Are you perhaps intending to concoct pills? The monk's expression shifted suddenly, his gaze fixated on Xia Ming with a hint of disbelief. Crafting third-tier elixirs was a domain reserved for mid-tier alchemists. Surely, that does not concern you, Xia Ming replied with a slight smile. For he had no inclination to divulge his intentions to a stranger. Why apologies for my presumption? The rotund monk quickly offered, yet his eyes remained curious. If you wish to obtain this Qi Shao fruit, I shall part with it for merely 5 high-grade spirit stones. 0.5? Xia Ming frowned. This price exceeded his expectations. Brother Xia, if you were to purchase it from the Sanyuan Pavilion, the price would be no less than 8 high-grade spirit stones. Other stalls would not offer it for less than 7. I am only extending this courtesy because I recognize you as an alchemist, the monk explained with a grin. Xia Ming was not entirely convinced by the monk's claims. Yet he understood that the price of Qi Shao fruit rarely dipped too low. Nevertheless, surrendering 5 high-grade spirit stones would deplete half his fortune. He had numerous uses for the spirit stones he possessed, and was reluctant to spend them all on this fruit. Perhaps I shall seek alternative spiritual items, Xia Ming replied with a faint smile. Although he yearned for the Qi Shao fruit, it was not his sole option. Upon hearing Xia Ming's reluctance, the rotund monk's eyes brightened, and he said with a grin, if you find this price too steep, you may offer other items in exchange for the spirit stones. Chapter 25. The transaction. The rotund monk fixed his gaze upon Xia Ming, eagerly inquiring, Brother Xia, do you possess the ability to concoct second-tier elixirs? Xia Ming chuckled at the unexpected question. Crafting second-tier elixirs was a trivial matter for him. However, he recognized that within Yuhua City, the status of an alchemist was relatively esteemed, especially among outer disciples. Even those capable of producing first-tier elixirs held a significant position, while finding a second-tier alchemist in Rat's Alley was an impossibility. Your half-price offer is certainly worth 25 medium-grade spirit stones. These stones would suffice to enlist the services of an alchemist at the Sanyuan Pavilion to concoct a second-tier spirit pill. Wouldn't they? Xia Ming gazed at the fleshy ball cultivator with some surprise. The fleshy ball cultivator scratched his chin and, with a sidelong glance, chuckled, I have my reasons, Brother Xia. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Xia Ming discerned that this fleshy ball cultivator was evidently concealing something. Nevertheless, the prospect of saving so many spirit stones by merely crafting a second-tier spirit pill made the transaction undeniably advantageous. This condition is acceptable, but you must prepare all the materials required for the pill. Xia Ming assented, adding, moreover, it will take me some time before I can craft the pill for you, as I have some personal matters to attend to. Brother Xia has agreed? That's splendid. How can I express my gratitude? The fleshy ball cultivator's delight was palpable. Feel free to attend to your personal affairs, as long as you can spare some time to craft it for me before the end of the month. With that, the fleshy ball cultivator hastily produced a small wooden box, carefully containing the Qi Shao fruit, and offered it to Xia Ming. Here, Brother Xia, please take it. Xia Ming accepted the wooden box and handed over 2 upper-grade spirit stones and 5 medium-grade spirit stones to the fleshy ball cultivator, saying, Are you not concerned that I might abscond with the Qi Shao fruit after receiving it? It turns out this fellow is named Su Dajiang. He is indeed an intriguing character, Xia Ming remarked with a smile. It seems you have quite an extensive network. You must have numerous informants within the outer sect, Su Dajiang replied. I merely have a few more friends. Gathering information about individuals is relatively easy. Xia Ming's interest was piqued. Could you assist me in inquiring about someone? Oh, Su Dajiang looked at Xia Ming with surprise. Are you seeking information about an enemy or someone else? Feel free to speak. There is no one in the outer sect I cannot inquire about. Although, noticing Su Dajiang rubbing his fingers together, Xia Ming promptly produced a medium-grade spirit stone and placed it on the wooden cabinet, casually uttering 2 words, blood sword. This is indeed a formidable character. Su Dajiang's expression tightened. He was the right-hand man of Shen Xian, and you might not be aware that Shen Xian recently entered the Meridian Opening Realm. With a boundless future ahead, that I advise you, my friend, to refrain from probing into this individual. The fact that this fellow was privy to Shen Xian's breakthrough news indicated he had some connections. Xia Ming cast an unexpected glance at Su Dajiang and then revealed another medium-grade spirit stone. A single word. Upon seeing the 2 medium-grade spirit stones, Su Dajiang's previous hesitations vanished. Earning 2 spirit stones for merely gathering information was an opportunity not to be missed. He seized the 2 spirit stones and smiled obsequiously. What would you like to know about him? I would like you to ascertain his movements as swiftly as possible, Xia Ming replied softly. Particularly when he intends to leave you his sect. Su Dajiang patted his chest, confidently assuring, you can count on me for this. Then I shall await your good news. Xia Ming smiled faintly, retrieving his identity token from his bosom. This identity token is possessed by all disciples of Yuha's sect and serves many functions, one of which allows for the transmission of messages over distances s long, as Xia Ming's identity token and Su Dajiang's identity token are mutually marked. No matter how far apart they are within Yua City, Xia Ming will receive Su Dajiang's messages instantaneously. Su Dajiang, with an understanding demeanor, produced his identity token and, upon contact with Xia Ming's token, a surge of blue light emanated from both, signifying a successful marking that it was of no concern to him what the young man intended. All he desired was for that lad to concoct the Huangjin Dan for him. However, the audacity of this youth to inquire about the blood sword was rather remarkable. Su Dajiang muttered to himself, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes at the mention of the blood sword. Had Xia Ming witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly harbor further suspicions regarding Su Dajiang's background. After all, how could a practitioner at the 8th level of the Yuanxiao realm regard the blood sword? A being of the 9th level. With such contempt, Xia Ming's previous room had been destroyed during his battle with Yang Zhaoyang, and he had rented a new chamber with 5 inferior spirit stones. This new space, however, was twice as large as the former, though it was devoid of furnishings. The floor was inscribed with a grand circular formation, adorned with a multitude of intricate, arcane symbols. This was, of course, the handiwork of Xia Ming, who was setting up an array known as the Rongyuan Array, designed to accelerate the efficiency of his cultivation. Originally, it would take half a month to dissipate the power of the blood flames. But within the Rongyuan Array, merely a day would suffice. Such a formation, if disseminated, would undoubtedly attract the envy of many, even inciting greed among inner disciples. Yet for Xia Ming, the Rongyuan Array was merely an ordinary formation. Chapter 26. The Taofeng Valley. The lines of the formation were drawn using various spiritual liquids procured from the black market, with the juice of the qishao fruit being one of the components. Upon completing the formation, Xia Ming sat cross-legged at its center, gently closing his eyes. As dusk fell, the room stirred without wind, and waves of magical energy emanated from him. Suddenly, the Rongyuan Array erupted in brilliant flames, illuminating the space magnificently. To an observer outside, it would appear as though Xia Ming was seated amidst a conflagration. Within his being, the 5 Yuanxiao points abruptly activated, and torrents of magical energy surged through his meridians, converging towards his dantian. Yet, within this energy flowed a sensation of intense heat, as if it were ablaze. This was the effect of the Rongyuan Array. Before long, the 5 streams of magical energy reached the dantian, crashing violently against the blood flame energy. Under this fierce assault, the blood flame energy immediately receded, visibly shrinking in volume. As Xia Ming's magical energy continued its onslaught, the blood flame energy diminished at a speed observable to the naked eye. And with the enhancement of the Rongyuan Array, the rate of its dissipation escalated exponentially. The dissipated blood flame energy, while highly toxic to cultivators, needed to be expelled swiftly to prevent further harm to their bodies. However, Xia Ming refrained from expelling it, for the myriad transformations of the Wanxiang Tianyu technique encompassed all, capable of assimilating even this blood flame energy. This energy, originating from cultivators of the 6th level of the Meridian Realm and now resolved into Yuan Qi within Xia Ming's body, was not a poison to him. Rather, it served as a potent tonic. Xia Ming, without a moment's hesitation, activated the Wanxiang Tianyu technique, absorbing the dissipated power of the blood flames. For every fragment of blood flame energy he resolved, Xia Ming absorbed a portion, and instantly, the energy provided him with immense nourishment. The richness of the vitality far surpassed that of refining high-grade spirit stones, and was even more pure. Refining this blood flame energy was akin to Xia Ming cultivating with high-grade spirit stones. Yet the quality of the spiritual energy derived from the blood flames was superior. After a day and night had passed, in the early hours, Xia Ming abruptly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. The blood flame energy within him had been completely refined, endowing him with significant benefits. Xia Ming's cultivation had progressed further, ascending to the 6th level of the Yuanxiao realm. The effects of the Qishao fruit had exceeded my expectations. It appears this fruit is of considerable AGAS for Su Dajiang. I owe him a debt of gratitude. Xia Ming mused to himself. I could see this moment. He retrieved his identity token from his robe. Having noticed that it seemed to have received a message during his day and night of seclusion to his astonishment, the token bore a message from Su Dajiang. Xia brother, the blood sword will set out from the North Gate in 5 days, heading into the territory of the Shun Kingdom, to prepare a congratulatory gift for Shun Xian's breakthrough to the Meridian Realm. This message has been delivered to you. Do not forget the matter of alchemy. 5 days later, Xia Ming stowed away the token, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Now that his cultivation had advanced, the outcome against the blood sword would undoubtedly be different, even if the blood sword retained the previous advantage of blood flame energy. Xia Ming felt no trepidation. He awaited with assurance, dedicating the next 5 days to cultivating within his chamber to solidify his progress. As the 5 days swiftly elapsed, on the morning of the appointed day, the blood sword and his entourage appeared at the north gate of Yuha City. Coincidentally, Yang Qiao and Lu Ling were also among the crowd. Yang Qiao, did you witness that brat's demise with your own eyes? Blood Sword inquired, his heart stirring as he prepared to exit the city. Yang Qiao nodded, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Rest assured, senior brother. For the past few days, I have been monitoring that brat's newly acquired residence. He hasn't stepped out even once. Surely his corpse must be rotting within that room. How pitiful. Bloodsword's expression turned cold. 5 days without setting foot outside. It seems the blood flame energy has taken its toll, and he is long dead. In that case, there is no need to waste any more effort on this waste of space. Let us hasten our departure. I have received news of a fallen celestial iron at the border of the Shun Kingdom, which I intend to present to senior brother Shun. We must arrive before anyone else. The others nodded in agreement. We shall assist you, blood brother. The group of Bloodsword departed Yuha City, heading north towards the Yuha Gate. With the Shun Kingdom to the north, the Luoyun Kingdom to the east, and the Jinyan Kingdom to the southwest. Celestial Iron. Just as Bloodsword vanished into the teleportation array, Xia Ming emerged from shadowy corner, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. He had overheard every word spoken by Bloodsword and his companions. In truth, it was not uncommon for meteorites from the boundless cosmos to fall upon the central continent. And these meteorites sometimes carried rare and precious ores. The Blood Sword, accompanied by a multitude of cultivators at the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, undoubtedly carried news that was not mere rumor. Originally, Xia Ming had planned to ambush the Blood Sword as soon as it departed from Yuha City, but upon hearing this revelation, he altered his strategy. Xia Ming resolved to allow this group to first locate the celestial iron, and then strike when they were at their most triumphant, thus avenging himself while also acquiring the precious celestial iron, an opportunity too enticing to forego. Before long, Xia Ming stepped through the teleportation portal, and in the next moment, he found himself atop the northern peak, with the majestic and imposing Yuha City still looming grandly behind him. The Blood Sword and his companions had not ventured far, allowing Xia Ming to quickly catch up to them. Utilizing the Wanxiang Tianyu technique to mask his presence, he felt no concern about being detected. after enduring 2 days of wind and rain. They finally entered the border of the state of Shun at noon. The southern frontier of Shun was characterized by a long and winding canyon known as the Chaofeng Canyon. Legend has it that an ancient celestial dragon once birthed a progeny here, named Chaofeng, hence the canyon's title. Upon arriving at Chaofeng Canyon, the group felt the gravity of their predicament. What was once a sparsely populated area was now teeming with cultivators. Among these were not only members of Yue's sect, but also cultivators from the state of Shun and the Fallen Cloud Nation, clearly drawn by the allure of the celestial iron. Damn it, how did the news spread so swiftly, attracting so many? Yang Chao remarked gloomily. Fear not. Even if there are throngs of them, I shall not be deterred. I am eager to see who dares to contest me for the celestial iron. Let us not waste any more time, Bloodsword replied with a cold smirk, casting a disdainful glance at the other cultivators before leading the way into Chaofeng Canyon. With Yang Chao and the others hastily following suit. Chapter 27. Numerous forces. As a distinguished disciple of the Yuhe sect's outer sect, Bloodsword held considerable renown in the realm of Yuan Xiao cultivators. His mere appearance sparked concern among countless cultivators. However, some remained unfazed, confident in their own abilities and untroubled by Bloodsword's reputation, just as Bloodsword and his group had taken a few steps. They were suddenly halted by a proud-looking, tall young man who stood defiantly before them. Bloodsword, I have heard tales of your considerable fame within Yue's sect and your exceptional swordsmanship. However, this is the state of Shun, not a place for your arrogance. Now, take your fellow cultivators from Yue's sect and leave Shun, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon hearing the youth's words, Bloodsword came to a standstill, his brow twitching as a glint of cold light sparked in his eyes. Get out of my way. You dare command me to leave? Very well. You are as good as dead. Even if you are a disciple of Yue's sect, it will avail you nothing. Remember my name, Ding Shaw, for I shall be the one to end your life. The arrogant youth seethed with rage, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he raised his hand, revealing a 3-inch sword, and instantly his entire being ignited with blazing magical energy. With a swift stroke, he unleashed a lethal strike, enveloping Bloodsword in a palpable aura of death. The shining blade surged forth, aiming directly at Bloodsword. Indeed, Ding Shuo was a direct descendant of the Ding family, the dominant power in the southern region of the state of Shun, and had already reached the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. A force not to be underestimated. Bloodsword found himself in a precarious situation. Indeed, while other cultivators harbor fears of the Yamen, the strength of the Ding family is hardly inferior to that of the Yamen. Even if Ding Shuo were to slay Xuejian, the Yamen would not seek trouble with the Ding family over it. This sword possesses formidable power. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Xuejian would likely find himself in dire straits as well. The nearby cultivators, captivated by the name of Ding Shuo and the might of this sword, could not help but be moved. Unexpectedly, in the face of the seemingly lightning-fast sword light, Xuejian merely coldly uttered a few words, ignorant of death. As the words fell, his figure appeared to vanish into thin air, and Ding Shuo's sword struck nothing but empty space. This is bad. Ding Shuo's expression changed dramatically, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Suddenly, Xuejian's silhouette materialized behind Ding Shuo, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of magical energy, coalescing into a beam of bloodlight that violently struck Ding Shuo. Ding Shuo let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying, blood gushing uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Waste. Xuejian coldly spat out 2 words, then continued onward into the canyon, while Yang Zhao and the others revealed mocking smiles, trailing behind him. This time, no one dared to obstruct Xuejian. Clearly, the surrounding cultivators were thoroughly intimidated. Once Xuejian had disappeared, another group of cultivators emerged, led by 2 young men whose noble and distinguished demeanor set them apart, suggesting they held notable status. Brotherly, even Ding Shuo could not match Xuejian. It seems this time, both you and I are in trouble, remarked the young man in white robes to his companion clad in yellow. Do not compare me to that waste, Ding Shuo. The yellow-robed man's eyes flickered with discontent. Xuejian is strong, but I do not concern myself with him. My true rival is Shun X. As for Xuejian, I shall leave him to you. Wei Su. Ha ha, brotherly, do not speak so confidently. The strength of Shuejian, even I can only say, is a 50-50 chance. As for you, Li Wanyue, being able to draw a 40-60 split would be impressive. Wei Su replied with a shake of his head. Returning the mockery, Li Wanyue's expression turned icy, seemingly ignited with genuine ire. Are you implying that I am inferior to you? Then I shall have to experience your skills. Wei Su smiled. We have crossed swords so many times. Why waste more time? However, if Brotherly is dissatisfied, would you dare to make a wager with me? Li Wanyue coldly inquired. What wager? Wei Su's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Let us see who among the three of us, Shuejian, you, and I, will first obtain the fallen celestial iron. Agreed, Li Wanyue replied. Once I seize the celestial iron, you must admit your inferiority to me. Wei Su laughed heartily. Let us see if you can actually claim it first. Li Wanyue sneered. We shall see. With that, the two parted ways with their respective subordinates at the entrance. Both appear to possess exceedingly powerful backgrounds, rivaling that of the Ding family. The recent fall of celestial iron within the territory of the Shun Kingdom has attracted numerous forces, making the situation within Chaofeng Canyon exceedingly complex. For the moment, Xia Ming had yet to observe the emergence of cultivators of the Pulse Realm. Otherwise, the circumstances would become even more intricate, of course. The identity of cultivators at the Pulse Realm differs from those at the Yuanxiao Realm, as they generally hold little interest in ordinary celestial iron. Thus their absence is not surprising. Xia Ming suppressed his aura and blended into the crowd as they entered the Chaofeng Canyon. The sight of the meteorite's descent from the heavens was no longer a secret. Xia Ming understood that by following the direction of these cultivators, he could reach the location directly. Yes, he ventured deeper into the canyon for over 10 miles. He noticed an increasing number of cultivators around him, clearly indicating that many had arrived long before him. After a few more miles, Xia Ming suddenly sensed a faint repulsive force manifesting in the surrounding space. Could this repulsion be emanating from the celestial iron? He speculated, glancing around to find that the nearby cultivators had also detected this force, that it seemed they were already approaching the extraterrestrial iron, prompting Xia Ming to hasten his pace. The further he advanced, the more intense the repulsive force became. After traversing more than a mile, the force had grown so formidable that even cultivators at the 5th level of the Yuanxiao realm struggled to move forward. The number of cultivators around him had noticeably dwindled, as those of lesser cultivation were eliminated. However, for Xia Ming, this repulsion posed little challenge. He refrained from employing any magical powers and instead relied solely on the strength of his physical body. His physique surpassed that of even the fiercest beasts, rendering this repulsive force insufficient to slow him down. During his journey, Xia Ming deliberately donned a mask to conceal his presence. After all, to outsiders, his actions might appear monstrous, and he understood that maintaining a low profile was prudent. Despite this, he sensed a few malicious gazes covertly tracking his movements. Chapter 28. Seeking one's own demise, Xia Ming maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to any irregularities, and continued forward. However, this time, he intentionally veered towards a less populated area. Before long, he arrived at a secluded corner of a cliff, completely deserted, turning around to face the empty wilderness. He spoke nonchalantly. Come out. After following me for so long, you must be weary. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures gradually approached, each bearing an unfriendly expression, their cold gazes fixated on Xia Ming. All 3 possess cultivation at the 8th level of the Yuanxiao realm. You from Yeheman, a mere ant at the 6th level of the Yuanxiao realm, actually dared to reach this place. You must possess some treasure, one rotund man inquired condescendingly. Bloodsword has brought along 2 ants as well, one of whom is merely at the 3rd level of the Yuanxiao realm. It appears Yeheman possesses a special treasure to counter this repulsive force, remarked another tall, slender cultivator clad in gray robes, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Hand over the item, or face death, the last green-robed cultivator declared coldly, his expression grim. Xia Ming smiled faintly. So, you seek this treasure. Indeed, I possess an item that counters the repulsion. But why should I hand it over to you? It seems you are courting death. A cruel glint flashed across the green-robed cultivator's face as he raised both hands, 2 streams of highly toxic azure flames suddenly appearing. His figure shot forward in an instant, reaching Xia Ming's side. The two streams of poisonous flames coiled around Xia Ming like venomous serpents, filling the air with a green mist teeming with deadly toxins. Simultaneously, the green-robed cultivator unleashed a terrifying force, aimed directly at Xia Ming's head. "Boy, may you be reborn into a better life next time." The green-robed monk bellowed menacingly, regarding Xia Ming as if he were already a corpse. Yet, in the next moment, the monk's vision blurred, and he caught sight of a fist moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Bang! Xia Ming, relying solely on the sheer strength of his physical form, did not evade the green-robed monk's attack. Instead, he unleashed a devastating punch that struck the monk squarely in the chest. With a wretched scream, the green-robed monk felt his chest pierced by a surge of magical energy. Blood gushing from his orifices, he was hurled to the ground. Disbelief etched upon his face as he shot Xia Ming a final, intense glare before his head drooped, succumbing to death. The toxic miasma still lingered in the air. Yet Xia Ming merely inhaled deeply, drawing in all of the noxious vapors. The myriad celestial prison technique circulated through him. The toxic mist was instantaneously transformed into his magical energy. If Xia Ming could neutralize the magical energy of a practitioner at the pulse-connecting stage, then the energy of a practitioner at the 8th level of the primordial aperture stage was no challenge. The act of Xia Ming slaying foes and consuming the toxic miasma transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the corpulent man and the gray-robed monk utterly bewildered by the sudden demise of the green-robed monk, as if they had witnessed a specter. "Run!" The corpulent man shouted frantically, abandoning the gray-robed monk as he turned to flee. Xia Ming narrowed his eyes, suddenly propelling himself forward, a shadow darting swiftly to stand before the gray-robed monk. The latter's complexion turned ashen, and only then did he comprehend the need for a counterattack. Gathering his magical energy into his fists and desperately striking out at Xia Ming. Without even glancing at him, Xia Ming retaliated with a single punch that pierced the gray-robed monk's neck. And in an instant, he caught up with the fleeing corpulent man. The corpulent man, seeing Xia Ming's alarming speed, was overtaken by unbridled terror. "Do not kill me, I am." Before he could finish, his neck was seized by a powerful hand, and Xia Ming's grip tightened abruptly. Crack! The corpulent man fell lifelessly to the ground, his body akin to that of a dead have slain 3 practitioners at the 8th level of the primordial aperture stage solely through the might of his physical form speaks volumes of Xia Ming's formidable strength. It is conceivable that even an average practitioner at the 9th level of the primordial aperture stage could be bested by him in a purely physical confrontation, should he choose to wield magical energy. Xia Ming harbored no fear of any practitioners below the pulse-connecting stage. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the myriad celestial prison technique. After rummaging through the bodies of the 3 slain foes, Xia Ming swiftly gathered all valuables from them. Among the scattered spirit stones, he found approximately 3 high-grade spirit stones, a commendable haul indeed, as well as several healing pills that his astonishment. He discovered a spatial pouch hidden within the corpulent monk's attire, a palm-sized black cloth bag containing a cubic space measuring 5 zhong on each side. The value of the spatial pouch surpasses that of a first-tier magical artifact, rendering it unattainable for the average practitioner at the primordial aperture stage. This spatial pouch arrived at the perfect moment. Xia Ming chuckled to himself. He had previously worried about how to transport the fallen celestial iron, but with this spatial pouch in hand, such concerns were alleviated. Stowing the spatial pouch away, Xia Ming continued onward in the direction where the repulsive force intensified. Having learned from his earlier encounter, Xia Ming adopted a more low-key approach this time, deliberately navigating towards inconspicuous corners. An hour and a half later, a desolate valley emerged beneath Xia Ming's feet. The surrounding repulsion had become so terrifying that it weighed heavily upon him. Nevertheless, he had finally arrived at the site of the fallen meteorite. The heart of the valley, a colossal meteorite, was deeply embedded in the earth, having created a substantial crater upon impact, with a myriad of cracks radiating from the point of its descent. The surface of the meteorite was pitch black, yet faintly visible were patches of earthy yellow or exposed on its exterior. In that instant, Xia Ming realized that it was this earthy yellow or that emitted the repulsive force. His eyes sparkled with recognition as he exclaimed, "It is indeed Xianyao, or is an exceedingly rare dual attribute crystal, or possessing both metallic and aquatic properties. This crystal serves as an exceptional material for crafting high-tier magical artifacts, and only artifacts of at least a third tier would utilize Xianyao, or in their creation. Artifacts of a third tier or above, if brought to mortal realms, could easily exchange for a city housing a population of tens of thousands. It is truly invaluable. A fist-sized piece of Xianyao, or, if sold at the San Yuan Pavilion, could effortlessly fetch more than 10 high-quality spirit stones. The sheer magnitude of the Xianyao, or contained within this enormous meteorite, if sold in its entirety, would amount to an astronomical figure. No one could have anticipated that such a rare Xianyao would be found within this extraterrestrial iron. Fortunately, otherwise, only cultivators of the Meridian realm would have ventured here, leaving those of the Yuan Xiao realm like them without a share. It was imperative to acquire it. Xia Ming's gaze burned with fervor. If he could seize this meteorite, he would instantaneously become wealthy beyond imagination. Thus, he resolutely decided to procure the meteorite at any cost. He was not alone in this ambition. Several figures, positioned at a distance from the meteorite's core, gazed at the massive stone with equally fervent eyes. Those who had made it this far, besides Xia Ming, were all elites among the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, including the likes of Bloodsword, Wei Su, and Li Wenyue. Chapter 29. Seizing the opportunity to kill, it is Xianyao stone. What a fortune to discover such a large piece of Xianyao stone. Li Wenyue and Wei Su found their breaths quickening, their eyes ablaze as they fixated on the Xianyao stone. Astonished by the magnitude of the bounty, in an instant, the three exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with intent. It's mine. Wei Su roared, his face suddenly flushed with vitality, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. His body radiated a terrifying heat, his veins swelling as if they were about to burst, his skin akin to a branding iron. Boom! In this state, Wei Su remarkably withstood the immense repulsive force, advancing step by step towards the meteorite. Although his progress was slow, it was markedly better than Bloodsword and Li Wenyue, who remained completely immobilized. Damn it! Violent pulse true art! Li Wenyue's expression darkened. Recognizing this technique as a family secret of the Wei clan, capable of temporarily amplifying the user's strength severalfold. However, the cost of employing such a technique was exorbitant. After using the violent pulse true art, Wei Su would be bedridden for at least 3 months, unable to move. Think Wei Su would be so resolute in utilizing this technique. The Xianyao stone is mine. At that moment, a piercingly fierce aura filled the Li Wenyue's expression changed dramatically. Sword Shi. Before me stood the blood sword, its eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, wielding an enigmatic scarlet longsword through its formidable magic. The blood-colored blade hovered in mid-air, radiating an intense sanguine glow that pulsated through the fabric of space. Advancing with a deliberate grace, the blood sword followed suit, striding forward with an astonishing speed that rivaled that of Wei Su. This was a second-tier magical artifact, the Blood Stinger Sword. Li Wenyue's pupils constricted sharply. The Blood Stinger Sword was the very artifact that had immortalized the Blood Sword's name, a title forged in the fires of this very weapon's fame. In the pursuit of the Xianyao stone, the Blood Sword had unleashed its full might, sparing no effort whatsoever. Such a gem as the Xianyao stone was undeniably precious, even with the esteemed backgrounds of the three individuals. Their hearts were stirred with an insatiable desire, willing to go to any lengths to seize it. Did you consult me about obtaining the Xianyao stone? Li Wenyue scoffed, and at this juncture, he too withheld no reservations. Raising his palm, a radiant orb leaped from his grasp, hurtling towards the unseen air ahead with ferocity. This orb was itself a magical artifact, boasting a second-tier rank. Witnessing the trio below vying desperately for the Xianyao stone, Xia Ming could not help but shake his head to withstand the repulsive force and reach the Xianyao stone. To seize it was far from a simple endeavor. All three were pinnacle practitioners of the Yuan Xiao realm, on the brink of entering the Qi Meridian realm. Yet they found themselves nearly immobilized a mere 10 zhang away from the stone, having reached their utmost limits, even with the aid of their artifacts and specialized techniques. Xia Ming estimated they could advance no more than an additional 5 zhong. Any further seemed impossible. To counter the repulsive force purely through brute strength was a feat reserved for those of the Qi Meridian realm. Yuan Xiao realm practitioners had little hope of success. However, this did not imply that Xia Ming was devoid of options. The moment he laid eyes on the Xianyao stone, over a dozen strategies to circumvent the repulsion without resorting to violence surfaced in his mind. This indicated that Xia Ming could, at any moment, snatch the Xianyao stone right from beneath the noses of Li Wenyue, the blood sword, and Wei Su. There was no rush to claim the Xianyao stone just yet. Xia Ming cast a playful glance at the 3 desperate souls, his gaze drifting towards the group of individuals 100 zhang away, trailing behind the blood sword. The practitioners of the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, brought along by the blood sword, awaited there. Among them were Yang Chao and Lu Ling. These two, whose cultivation levels would typically preclude them from reaching this place, were sheltered beneath a swirling black umbrella that hovered above them, concealing the members of the Yuha sect. The umbrella spun incessantly, generating subtle waves within the air. This black umbrella was also a magical artifact, countering the repulsive force of the Xianyao stone. Xia Ming nodded in understanding. It was no wonder Yang Chao and Lu Ling could arrive here. Assistance from a magical artifact made all the difference. The entourage accompanying the blood sword was indeed affluent, casually producing 2 magical artifacts. However, a sly smile crept upon Xia Ming's face as a glint of cold light sparked in his eyes. Those 2 artifacts would soon belong to me, suddenly, as if summoned by an unseen force. The air stirred without a whisper of wind. Xia Ming's figure transformed into a shadow, darting forth with the swiftness of a tempest, descending from the mountaintop to the base in the blink of an eye. Brother L, who are those 2 individuals that can contend with Brother Bloodsword? Lu Ling inquired, her eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. A look of puzzlement etched upon her face. Before him stood a towering figure, a man with a cold demeanor who declared, "The violent pulse true art is a technique that can only be cultivated by the direct descendants of the Wei family from the kingdom of Golden Flame. Among the disciples of the Wei family at the Yuan Xiao realm, there is but one who can rival the blood sword, Wei Su. Another wielder of a precious orb artifact is no less formidable. He hails from the Li family of the kingdom of Shun, Li Wenyue. These 2 families possess strength that is not inferior to our Yuha sect." Lu Ling was taken aback. What manner of families could possibly contend with a behemoth like the Yuha sect? Ignorance clouded his mind. The 3 nations surrounding the Yuha sect each spanned hundreds of times its territory, with populations in the tens of millions. In such vast expanses, the emergence of 1 or 2 powers comparable to the Yuha sect was hardly surprising. Brother L scoffed, regarding Lu Ling as though he were a country bumpkin. Lu Ling managed a dry chuckle, too intimidated to counter Brother L's disdain. That moment, Lu Ling suddenly perceived a sound that sliced through the air. What could it be? Brother L, quicker to sense the disturbance, turned coldly towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment as a dark figure surged forth at an alarming speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the crowd could react, the shadow had already darted into their midst, delivering a palm strike that unleashed a tempest of razor-sharp wind blades, each one capable of inflicting grievous wounds. This is bad. Wind attribute magic. Brother L's expression shifted dramatically. Wind attribute magic ranked among the most formidable in terms of offensive power. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily summoned his own magical energy to retaliate against the dark figure. A scream pierced the air as Lu Ling fell, his body riddled with countless wounds, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, seeking death. Brother L and the other cultivators of the 9th level of Yuan Xiao were engulfed in fury. To murder before their very eyes was an affront to their dignity. Meanwhile, Yang Chao trembled at the sight of Lu Ling's demise, acutely aware that had it not been for the timely intervention of a nearby brother, he might have shared the same fate. The dark figure paused, revealing a masked individual, Xia Ming, who, upon witnessing Lu Ling's death, felt a chill at the loss of only 1 life. He had intended to eliminate both Lu Ling and Yang Chao, but had not anticipated that one would be saved. Chapter 30. Interest. Brother L fixed a seething glare upon the shadowy figure. only to discover that the assailant was merely at the 6th level of Yuan Xiao. Enraged, he exclaimed, "An insect of the 6th level dares to strike at us. How audacious! You must be seeking death." The other cultivators of the 9th level of Yuan Xiao were equally incensed at the revelation of Xia Ming's true cultivation level. What kind of fool would attack us with such meager strength? You are truly asking for it. I nearly lost my life. Yang Chao sighed in relief, but soon malice flickered in his eyes. This wretched being has slain our junior brother Lu Ling, fellow brothers. We must avenge his untimely death. Yang Chao, do you not recognize me? At that moment, Xia Ming burst into laughter, causing Yang Chao to pause, feeling an unsettling familiarity in that voice, one that stirred deep-seated animosity within him. Suddenly, Xia Ming made his move once more. With a swift step, his body glided through the air like a flying swallow, and with a flick of his hand, he launched another strike towards Yang Zhao, who had long been marked as the target of his lethal intent. This was perilous. You seek your own demise. Brother L, taken aback by Xia Ming's audacity to attack, was instantly consumed by murderous intent and retaliated with a powerful punch. Summoning a torrent of magical energy that roared like a celestial beast, ready to obliterate all in its path at that moment, Yang Zhao recalled the voice, and his countenance transformed, his eyes widening in shock. You are. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Ming unleashed a palm strike, and an ethereal membrane enveloped his hand, effortlessly tearing apart Brother L's magical force, allowing him to approach Yang Zhao unimpeded. The blade of his hand swiftly grazed Yang Zhao's neck. With a sickening sound, Yang Zhao's head was severed from his body. Death, Brother L, and several other 9th-tier practitioners of the Yuan Xiao realm were driven to madness upon witnessing this scene. How could this 6th-tier insect of the Yuan Xiao realm be so audacious as to kill before their very eyes, showing them such blatant disregard? Immediately, the group of 9th-tier practitioners launched their deadly attacks towards Xia Ming. Intent on obliterating this detestable foe, the subordinates of Shun Xin deserved to perish. In the face of their lethal onslaught, Xia Ming's gaze darkened. He recognized these faces. They had been present when Shun Xin's previous incarnation was slain. The mocking glances they had cast upon the dying figure of his predecessor were seared into his memory. With a sudden transformation of his hands into claws, he fiercely swept them forward. Whoosh, 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 10 razor-sharp blades of wind, each a meter long, erupted from Xia Ming's fingertips, intertwining in the air and slicing violently in the blink of an eye. They shredded the magical forces of Brother L and the others. The attackers were left in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. The furious strikes from several 9th-tier practitioners of the Yuan Xiao realm would have sent any one of them fleeing. Yet here was this 6th-tier insect, boldly countering and dismantling their magical energies with a single move. This boy was truly a 6th-tier practitioner of the Yuan Xiao realm. At that moment, Xia Ming's muscles tensed, and with a powerful thrust of his right leg, he unleashed a kick enhanced by wind-based magical energy. A brilliant white light sliced through the air, striking the waist of a short, slender practitioner. With a sharp sound, the slender practitioner barely had time to react before he heard a tearing noise emanating from his body. Looking down, his gaze froze in shock as he beheld a gaping wound at his midsection. He raised his head, disbelief etched on his face, before his expression twisted in agony as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground at a monster. This was a monster. Upon witnessing this scene, Brother L was paralyzed by terror. No longer able to regard the figure before him as a fool, that he frantically summoned his magical energy to retaliate. The others, too, were driven to madness, launching their lethal strikes at Xia Ming. However, Xia Ming's speed was utterly terrifying. These practitioners could not even graze the hem of his garment. In a short while, they all fell to his blade. With Brother L's death, the black umbrella artifact fell to the ground, and he had not even had the chance to activate it before being slain by Xia Ming. Collecting a bit of interest, Xia Ming stowed the black umbrella artifact away. Having been refined by Brother L, it was now a masterless object. Once Xia Ming performed a ritual upon it, he would be able to wield its power. After scavenging the corpses of these individuals, Xia Ming leisurely turned his gaze towards the Xian Yao stone, as he had anticipated, at a distance of 5 zhang from the Xian Yao stone. Bloodsword, Wei Su, and Li Wenyu found themselves unable to advance even a single step. The three of them were desperately pushing forward, yet it was as though an impenetrable wall of air held them firmly at bay. Xia Ming chuckled softly, observing that Bloodsword was still locked in a glaring contest with Li Wenyu and Wei Su, completely unaware that his subordinates had been ruthlessly dispatched by him. At that moment, Xia Ming pondered what expression Bloodsword would wear if he were to approach. With a swift motion, he produced a black umbrella artifact, resting it upon his shoulder, and ambled towards the direction of the Xianyao stone. As he advanced, the repulsive force intensified, becoming formidable enough to immobilize an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. Yet at that moment, a flicker of intent surged within Xia Ming, and his internal magical energy transformed instantaneously. His skin radiated with expansive patches of gold, and his pupils glimmered with a golden light. The attribute of his magical energy had shifted to the gold element. In that fleeting moment of transformation, Xia Ming exerted his magical power to its fullest, manipulating its intensity. Soon, Xia Ming's body trembled, the golden light emanating from him dimming considerably, and he began to stride forward. The repulsive force seemed to vanish entirely. Indeed, it dissipated in his presence. Although the Xianyao stone possessed both gold and water attributes, the predominant source of that repulsive force stemmed from its gold attribute. While Xia Ming's adjustment of magical energy to the gold attribute did not render him immune to the repulsion, he harmonized his gold attribute magic with that of the Xianyao stone, effectively making them akin substances. Consequently, the repulsive force would not reject a similar entity. Achieving such a feat necessitated not only possessing gold attribute magical energy, but also a profound understanding of the Xianyao stone. Most practitioners at the Yuan Xiao realm had never even encountered the Xianyao stone, let alone grasped its unique properties. However, Xia Ming was different. As a former Dao Tribulation Realm powerhouse, he possessed an intricate knowledge of various spiritual objects. Thus, while other cultivators struggled to reach this desolate valley, even the esteemed Bloodsword, Li Wenyu, and Wei Su found themselves desperately resisting the repulsive force. Xia Ming strolled nonchalantly towards the Xianyao stone. Before long, he arrived within 20 zhang of the Xianyao stone, and could see that moment. Bloodsword and the others sensed an approaching presence and swiftly turned to regard it with caution. Instantly, their expressions turned to one of shock. Chapter 31. The Death of Bloodsword. Am I seeing things? Wei Su's lips twitched as he unleashed his violent pulse true technique, his strength now perilously close to that of a practitioner at the pulse-guiding realm. Yet he could only inch closer to the Xianyao stone. This sudden arrival, however, seemed to disregard the terrifying repulsion and approach with ease. Could it be that he was a practitioner of the pulse-guiding realm? A jolt of astonishment flickered in Wei Su's eyes. If a practitioner of the pulse-guiding realm were to intervene, the ownership of the Xianyao stone would be beyond doubt. Li Wenyu's countenance darkened considerably as he fixated on the approaching Xia Ming. Could it truly be a practitioner of the pulse-guiding realm? To traverse such repulsion with ease, he must be at least at the 3rd level or higher. If a cultivator at the 1st level of the pulse-attracting realm, Li Wenyu was confident that he and Wei Su, united with the Bloodsword, could still engage in battle. However, against a cultivator at the 3rd level of the pulse-attracting realm, they might as well not even entertain the thought. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Li Wenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The 6th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. At that moment, he discerned the true cultivation level of Xia Ming, and his expression transformed into one of sheer amazement. How could a person of such cultivation have arrived here? Indeed, it was the 6th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. This was utterly impossible. Wei Su's countenance also darkened, as he found the scene before him utterly incomprehensible. Yet, they failed to notice the intense, killing intent emanating from the Bloodsword beside them. Upon seeing the black umbrella behind Xia Ming, an ominous premonition surged within him. Brat, how did you come by that iron willow umbrella? The Bloodsword barked, pivoting the blood-sting sword to point directly at Xia Ming. Xia Ming halted his steps, shaking the umbrella in his hand, and feigned a hoarse laugh that ITS called the iron willow umbrella. What an unpleasant name. I picked it up from a corpse. The Bloodsword erupted with a terrifying killing intent, suddenly glancing towards the direction of Brother L and the others, but found no trace of them. Were they all dead? The Bloodsword's expression grew grim. Brother L and the others were no ordinary individuals. These subordinates at the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm had been painstakingly subdued by him and Shun Xen, who possessed such extraordinary capability to slay them. He did not believe that the person before him had the strength to kill those individuals. After all, this person was merely at the 6th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. However, the dreadful possibility that his subordinates were indeed dead made the blood sword's mood turn exceedingly foul, a frenzied glint flickering in his eyes. Moreover, this person had managed to reach a place that even typical 9th level Yuan Xiao realm cultivators could not attain, indicating that he must possess something peculiar, undeniably linked to the demise of his subordinates. Die for me, the blood sword bellowed, his palm trembling violently. The blood-sting sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, slicing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it was poised to strike at Xia Ming. Upon executing this move, the blood sword's body was thrust back by a tremendous repulsive force, rendered unable to maintain his position within 5 zhang of the meteorite. Yet, the blood sword paid no heed to this. His sole desire was to slay the individual before him. Both Wei Su and Li Wenyue's expressions changed as they witnessed the blood sword make his move. They noticed that Xia Ming seemed to disregard the repulsive force, and each contemplated how to acquire this method of overcoming it. To their surprise, the blood sword acted so recklessly, directly launching an attack. Fool! Wei Su could not refrain from cursing. Unexpectedly, as the blood-sting sword flashed out, Xia Ming, standing 20 zhang away, suddenly smiled, advancing rather than retreating, and surged forward with remarkable speed. Whoosh! The crimson light swept past, and Xia Ming executed a perfect pivot, narrowly evading the range of the blood-sting sword. He then charged forward, darting directly to the side of the blood sword, and unleashed a powerful punch. Seeking death, the blood sword's eyes filled with disdain. How dare a mere 6th level Yuan Xiao realm cultivator strike at him? He summoned his magical energy and met Xia Ming's punch with one of his own. The two fists collided. A series of sharp cracks echoed from the blood sword's arm, but he gazed at Xia Ming in disbelief, sensing a terrifying force emanating from his arm, followed by a delayed, excruciating pain radiating from it. The countenance of blood sword contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading down as his arm, which had clashed against Xia Ming, lay broken and powerless. In stark contrast, the man before him, adorned with a mask, remained unscathed. Who are you? Blood sword, gritting his teeth against the pain, finally recognized the extraordinary nature of his opponent and bellowed. The one who will kill you, Xia Ming replied tersely, his arms emanating a shimmering golden aura, the metallic essence of his magical power amplifying the already formidable strength of his fists. His punches struck forth like 2 mighty hammers, aimed directly at blood sword's vital points. If I am to die, we shall die together. With eyes ablaze, blood sword roared, extending his other hand backward in a desperate grasp. Unleashing all his magical energy, blood stinger sword. The blood stinger sword altered its trajectory, radiating a blinding crimson light that enveloped the entire world. Whoosh! The blood stinger sword surged forth at a speed surpassing that of sound, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Bang! Bang! In that moment, Xia Ming's fists, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, struck directly at blood sword's head and heart, causing blood sword's eyes to widen in rage, blood gushing forth as his body was sent hurtling away. His eyes, filled with resentment, reflected the rapid fading of his life force. The instant of blood sword's demise, the blood stinger sword strike was already upon them. Meanwhile, Wei Su and Li Wenyue, who had been mere spectators throughout, suddenly radiated an astonishing intent to kill. Witnessing Xia Ming slay blood sword, both recognized that while Xia Ming's strength surpassed that of blood sword, it was not yet overwhelming, should he be given the chance to recuperate. And considering Xia Ming's uncanny ability to disregard the repulsive force, they could only watch helplessly as he seized the meteorite. Such an eventuality was unacceptable to both of them, who had their sights set firmly on the Xianyao stone. In an instant, the thought of striking preemptively burgeoned in their minds. Kill, without a second thought, Li Wenyue acted, his intent manifesting as the precious ore began to spin violently, akin to a meteor, charging forth. Simultaneously, Wei Su, empowered by the peak effects of his bloodline technique, lunged from the opposite side, fueled by a lethal resolve and gathering his magical energy to target Xia Ming's vital points directly. In that fleeting moment, Xia Ming found himself besieged by the three formidable onslaughts: the Blood Stinger Sword, the magical orb, and Wei Su's lethal assault. Having just slain Bloodsword, he had no time to turn. Yet he felt the chilling presence of imminent danger behind him, as if he had fallen into a dire predicament. However, at that moment, Xia Ming revealed a hint of disdainful amusement for the Xian Yao stone. A specific intensity of metallic power could render it akin to its kind, yet a slight alteration in the intensity of the metallic magical energy would be perceived as foreign, invoking a repulsive force. To a certain extent, this repulsion would reach its zenith, surpassing any rejection of other attributes. Rather than confronting the three deadly attacks, Xia Ming merely adjusted the intensity of the magical energy within him. Chapter 32. A Significant Harvest. Instantly, a terrifying repulsive force emanated from the direction of the Xian Yao stone. Xia Ming offered no resistance, allowing the impact of the repulsion to take hold in an instant. His body shot forth like a cannonball. The magical artifact, the precious orb, and the blood-stinging sword caused Wei Su's intended target to vanish in an instant. At that moment, Wei Su found himself precisely where Xia Ming was situated. Without hesitation, the magical orb and the blood-stinging sword unleashed their devastating assault. This is bad. Wei Su immediately realized he had become the target of the magical orb and the blood-stinging sword, and he roared in desperation. Boom! The onslaught of the two artifacts stirred up a cloud of dust, amidst which a wretched scream could be heard. Beast, I shall kill you! In his dire predicament, Wei Su summoned all his strength to unleash his magical power to withstand the barrage. Managing to survive, albeit with a narrow, bloodied gash on his back and several fractured ribs in his chest, consumed by rage, Wei Su felt like spitting blood. He had intended to kill, yet he found himself the victim instead. He attributed all his misfortunes to Xia Ming, and his heart was filled with fury, extending even to Li Wenyue, the master of the orb. However, it was Xia Ming who became his primary target. Wei brother, be cautious. Suddenly, Li Wenyue's voice rang out. A chill ran through Wei Su's heart as he felt a wave of icy dread wash over his eyes. The one he loathed had materialized before him, striking with a palm. The shadow of that palm swelled ever larger. As darkness enveloped his vision, Wei Su felt nothing more and collapsed to the ground. Xia Ming, having struck Wei Su dead with a single blow, did not linger. He seized the now powerless blood-stinging sword and swung it with a flourish. The brilliant arc of light sliced through the air. Terror flashed in Li Wenyue's eyes, yet before he could utter a word, the sword's radiance pierced through his brow. Seeking one's own demise, Xia Ming muttered. Shaking his head, he had initially not intended to kill either Li Wenyue or Wei Su, but it seemed that no good deed goes unpunished. Eliminating these three would yield a windfall. Both Li Wenyue and the blood-stinging sword were second-tier magical artifacts, and each carried spatial pouches filled with treasures, as distinguished practitioners among their respective forces. They possessed considerable wealth, and Xia Ming discovered 20 high-grade spirit stones, along with numerous elixirs. Most notably, several second-tier pills on Wei Su's person, their combined value rivaling that of the second-tier artifacts. Presently, the Xian Yao stone was safely tucked into his spatial pouch, and the repulsive force in the air had dissipated. The cultivators outside, who had been barred by the force, quickly regained their senses and rushed to the site of the meteorite. Xia Ming understood the urgency of remaining undetected. Not only would the Xian Yao stone attract insatiable greed, but the deaths of the blood-stinging sword-s wielder and others would also bring him immense trouble. Just moments after his disappearance, swarms of cultivators hastened from all directions towards the valley. However, upon discovering the lifeless bodies of the blood-stinging sword, Li Wenyue and Wei Su, they were all rendered speechless. Young master, who has slain you? Li Wenyue's subordinates trembled, kneeling before him, their faces a mix of fury and terror. With Li Wenyue dead, they feared they would all be implicated. Who dares to kill a member of the Wei family? Wei Su's men roared in rage, their faces twisted with fury as they glared at the surrounding cultivators. Those who had hoped to profit from the chaos could only watch in astonishment at the scene before them. What manner of individual possesses such extraordinary capabilities? not only seizing the celestial meteorite, but also eliminating the likes of Bloodsword and his companions. Is it possible that this person is unaware that slaying these three is tantamount to provoking a hornet's nest? Shortly thereafter, all the cultivators obstructed by repulsion in Chaofeng Gorge gathered around the desiccated river valley, where they beheld the lifeless bodies of Bloodsword and the others. Yet, the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery. As this news spread, even the cultivators of the Meridian Realm from the three major factions made their appearance. The Sanyuan Pavilion offers a specialized alchemy chamber for external rental, equipped with all necessary configurations for alchemical processes, and a variety of medicinal herbs can be procured there. Thus, it was understood. Su Dajang nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he followed suit, urging, "Come now, Brother Xia, I can hardly wait a moment longer." "By the way, what type of elixir were you intending to concoct?" he inquired. "Never mind, we can discuss it once we arrive," Xia Ming replied, opting not to press further, as it was merely a second-tier elixir. Indeed, even third-tier elixirs were within Xia Ming's capabilities to refine. Second-tier ones would pose no challenge at all. The two proceeded directly to the Sanyuan Pavilion, located on the bustling Wuxian Road within the outer city, where many of the top establishments of Yemen had established branches. The Sanyuan Pavilion was exceedingly prosperous, with a multitude of cultivators at its entrance, all seeking to procure goods. Chapter 33, Su Dajiang's Dilemma. On the right side, there was a door leading to other areas of the damn pavilion. Xia Ming stepped inside, making his way to the far end before a door. This was the alchemy chamber available for rent at the damn pavilion, with exorbitant fees. Upon entering, they encountered a middle-aged man clad in a green robe. Noticing their arrival, he turned to the entrance, and in the next moment, an expression of displeasure crossed his face. "Su Dajiang, what brings you here again?" Master Chun, sporting a stern visage, snorted coldly, clearly skeptical of Su Dajiang's explanation. "If you're not here to see me, then what purpose do you serve? Surely you're not claiming you wish to refine elixirs yourself." Su Dajiang gestured towards Xia Ming. "I have brought this brother Xia to assist me. You can inquire with him." Only then did Master Chen notice Xia Ming, raising an eyebrow. "You mean to say you've brought him here to refine elixirs for you?" Su Dajiang nodded affirmatively. "Young man, are you also an alchemist?" Master Chen's demeanor softened somewhat as he posed the question. Xia Ming responded with a slight smile. "Indeed, I have come to rent this alchemy chamber. Might Master Chen grant me this convenience?" Master Chen cast a pitying glance at Xia Ming. "It seems you are still being kept in the dark by Su Dajiang." "Master Chen, please allow me to explain," Su Dajiang exclaimed, growing anxious as he attempted to reveal the matter of the elixir Xia Ming had refined during his competition with Feng Chen. However, Master Chen appeared to harbor a strong aversion towards Su Dajiang, extending that disdain towards Xia Ming as well, and he took it upon himself to forcibly expel the two from the premises. Before long, Xia Ming and Su Dajiang found themselves outside the damn pavilion. Su Dajiang wore a troubled expression. "What shall we do now?" Xia Ming rubbed his nose, a bemused smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Su Dajiang. "Brother Su, Master Chen's animosity towards you must surely be related to the elixirs you wish for me to refine." XDG Eng's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes darting restlessly, and he forced a laugh once more. "Xia Xiong, you have misunderstood. It is due to other reasons." Yet under Xia Ming's unwavering gaze, Su Dajiang's voice dwindled, while beads of sweat on his forehead swelled. "Alas, let me be candid with you, Xia Xiong, to spare you from later accusing me of being a fraud like those other alchemists." With a sigh, Su Dajiang ceased his concealment. "What I wish for you to concoct is the Huangjin Julie pill." And oh wonder the esteemed Dan Master Chen harbored such disdain for Su Dajiang. The crafting of such a pill demands immense dedication from an alchemist. Although the benefits Su Dajiang offered were substantial, they could hardly equate to the rewards for producing a third-tier pill. Hence the other alchemists branded Su Dajiang as a charlatan. "Xia Xiong, you are aware that I wish for you to create the Huangjin Julie pill. Do you still agree to undertake this task? This arrangement could potentially save up to 2/5 of the expenses that it is no surprise that Su Dajiang is so frugal. The cultivation with second-tier pills is likely beyond the means of practitioners hailing from illustrious families like Li Wenyue or Wei Su, let alone a lowly cultivator who relies solely on himself. Consequently, Despite Su Dajiang possessing a modest fortune and respectable cultivation, he still resides in the chaotic rat street, for even with a substantial amount of spirit stones, he dares not spend frivolously, needing to prepare for the crafting of the Huangjin Julie pill. Chapter 34. A fraud? Indeed, having invested such a significant sum, the cultivation technique Su Dajiang practices is exceedingly formidable. Although he currently stands at the 8th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, his true strength is already comparable to that of a peak Yuan Xiao realm practitioner. Xia Xiong, your righteousness today shall be remembered by me. Su Dajiang, he declared earnestly, patting his chest heavily. Yet Su Dajiang's countenance soon soured again. However, even if you agree to refine the pill for me, we currently cannot access the alchemy chamber. What shall we do now? Su Dajiang recalled vividly that during their previous pill contest, Xia Ming had produced a spiritual pill. Let us proceed to the Alchemist Association, Xia Ming suggested, leading the way. The Alchemist Association was also located on Wuxian Road, merely a street away from the Sanyuan Pavilion. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Association. Compared to the Dan Pavilion, the Alchemist Association was considerably more desolate, with far fewer individuals inside. What brings you two here? Upon their entry, a young man reeking of medicinal herbs approached them. Inquiring, Su Dajiang promptly covered his nose, seemingly overwhelmed by the scent emanating from the young man. Xia Ming, however, remained unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to such aromas. Alchemists are inherently steeped in various medicinal concoctions, and it is quite common for them to carry a hint of medicinal scent, particularly among male alchemists. In contrast, most female alchemists employ various methods to mask the herbal odor surrounding them. Addressing the young man directly, Xia Ming stated his intent. I wish to assess the alchemist. The young man scrutinized Xia Ming for a moment and replied, You certainly resemble an alchemist. Follow me. He led Xia Ming to the counter. The assessment fee is 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Su Dajiang swiftly produced a spirit stone, placing it on the counter, and smiled at Xia Ming, saying, Allow me to pay. I knew you would come. Speak freely. Elder Yu remarked, his gaze still fixed on the book, albeit with palpable impatience. The young man remarked, Someone is to be assessed as an alchemist. Elder Yu glanced over a few lines before finally setting the book aside, raising his gaze towards Xia Ming and Su Dajiang. Noticing Su Dajiang covering his nose, he briefly disregarded him, focusing instead on Xia Ming. Is it you who seeks the examination? Xia Ming nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Elder Yu rose from his seat, pointing at the 1-meter-high alchemical furnace in the center of the room. You are here to be evaluated as a novice alchemist. Correct? If you can concoct a first-tier elixir before my very eyes, you shall be deemed successful. You understand. Xia Ming smiled, his eyes surveying the bronze-colored furnace, instantly recognizing it as a magical artifact. Beneath the furnace lay a basin of silver charcoal, known as transformation charcoal, specifically used for alchemical purposes. That the thought crossed Xia Ming's mind. Since this furnace was a magical instrument, why not concoct the yellow turban giant strength elixir here, instead of expending spirit stones to rent the alchemy chamber at the Alchemist Guild? With this in mind, Xia Ming turned to Su Dajiang and said, Please bring forth all the materials you have prepared. Su Dajiang, seemingly aligned with Xia Ming's thoughts, nodded eagerly and retrieved a spatial pouch. Summoning the contents within in the next moment, both Elder Yu and the young man were taken aback. The once spacious stone chamber was suddenly strewn with an abundance of materials. Various spiritual flowers and fruits were scattered about in alarming quantities. What are you two intending to do? Elder Yu's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. This alchemical chamber was his domain for years, now rendered chaotic by the Tude. The young man furrowed his brow, contemplating whether these individuals were there to disrupt the Alchemist Association. Elder Yu, I am indeed here for the assessment. These are all materials for alchemy, Xia Ming replied with a smile. What elixir requires such an extensive array of spiritual herbs? Are you speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open? Elder Yu's countenance grew even more grim. The yellow turban giant strength elixir, Xia Ming responded with a grin. Before Elder Yu could retort, Xia Ming unleashed a surge of magical energy into the fire basin beneath the furnace, igniting the transformation charcoal with a roaring blaze. Before lifting the furnace lid, Elder Yu and the young man nearly spat blood at the sight. With a flourish of his robe, Xia Ming summoned a tremendous whirlwind within the stone chamber, lifting the spiritual herbs from the ground, which were then drawn into the vortex, ultimately cascading into the furnace as the tempest subsided. The floor was left utterly barren, save for a cluster of spiritual flowers still clutched in Su Dajiang's hands. Su Dajiang's eyes widened in astonishment, rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation at that moment. Xia Ming reached out to seize the yellow lotus flowers from Su Dajiang's grasp, only to find himself unable to do so. Su Dajiang held the flowers tightly, staring blankly at Xia Ming, murmuring, "Xia, what are you doing?" "Concocting elixirs," Xia Ming succinctly replied. Su Dajiang's expression appeared on the verge of tears. "Is this truly how one concocts elixirs?" Xia Ming nodded. "This is precisely how I brew them." Su Dajiang's head trembled slightly as he tilted it, gazing at Xia Ming, his pale face akin to that of an alchemist, instantly contorted with distress, as if on the verge of tears, pointing towards the alchemical furnace. "I, might at medicine." Both Elder Yu and the young man, upon witnessing Su Dajiang's expression, could not help but reveal a trace of sympathy. Anyone who had painstakingly gathered such a plethora of medicinal herbs, only to have them all destroyed in an instant, would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood in their eyes. It was evident that Xia Ming was recklessly causing chaos, deliberately ruining the medicine. Such a person should never be allowed entry again. Elder Yu cast a cold glance at Xia Ming, his eyes betraying a look of disdain. He detested those who squandered precious spiritual herbs the most. The young man nodded in agreement, his gaze towards Xia Ming growing increasingly frosty. In their eyes, Xia Ming had almost become synonymous with a fraud. When refining medicine, the requirements for the order of herbs and their proportional quantities are exceedingly strict, allowing no room for error. Yet this individual before them had carelessly thrown all the herbs into the pot, as if concocting a hodgepodge. Chapter 35. The Third Order Yellow Turban Giant Strength Pill. Xia Ming, without needing to observe the expressions of these individuals, was well aware of their thoughts. He had no desire to explain, instead smiling as he forcefully pried Su Dajiang's hand open to retrieve the yellow lotus flower. "Brother Su, I assure you, I will not deceive you in the alchemical process. Just watch." Su Dajiang dared not place his trust in Xia Ming any longer, but at this juncture, it was too late for disbelief. He could only lament with a woeful expression, "Brother Xia, you have brought me to ruin." That moment, he witnessed Xia Ming casually toss the yellow lotus flower into the furnace, causing his heart to ache once more. Unable to bear to watch, Elder Yu, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, coldly remarked, "Young man, is there truly such waste of spiritual herbs?" Xia Ming slightly turned his head. "Elder Yu, is there not such a one right before you?" Elder Yu, filled with indignation, reprimanded, "I see you are merely causing a ruckus. Do you treat the sacred alchemist assessment with such disdain?" This ensured that the formula would not leak, as only alchemists could truly comprehend the actual recipe. The Yellow Turban Giant Strength Pill, which demanded a vast quantity of spiritual herbs, had been specifically utilized for practicing cooking techniques a millennium ago. Thus, when Xia Ming heard Su Dajiang mention the intention to refine the Yellow Turban Giant Strength Pill, he perceived no trouble at all. Under the mastery of culinary arts, concocting the Yellow Turban Giant Strength Pill was exceedingly straightforward. Upon witnessing Xia Ming's alchemical methods, Elder Yu's fury intensified. He was convinced that this individual before him had no understanding of alchemy. What a decline in standards. What sort of person has the audacity to participate in the Alchemist Association's assessment? As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at the young man beside him. The young man, affected by Elder Yu's wrath, felt quite displeased, vowing to expel these two individuals shortly. Just then, the alchemical furnace trembled violently, and suddenly, a copious amount of white mist erupted from the furnace's openings, filling the entire stone chamber. The air became saturated with a sour odor, which Su Dajiang found somewhat bitter, causing his expression to darken significantly. "It's over, utterly over." He could distinctly recall the scent of the Huangjin Julie Dan, which bore no trace of sourness, naturally leading him to believe that Xia Ming had failed in his alchemical endeavor, causing his spirits to plummet to the depths of despair. Observing Xia Ming's pretentious display of alchemical techniques, The young man disdainfully shook his head. Old Yu also let out a cold snort. However, for reasons unknown, he felt an oddly familiar sensation upon inhaling this aroma. Yet, he quickly dismissed it as a mere illusion, convinced that such a scent could not possibly emanate from second-tier Huangjinju Li Dan. Once Xia Ming completed a set of alchemical maneuvers, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, "The elixir is complete." The suspended alchemical furnace crashed onto the ground, and a pungent mist erupted from its opening. With a casual gesture, Xia Ming lifted the furnace to Su, my friend. He addressed Su Dejiang, not immediately retrieving the elixir, but instead gazing at him with an impassive expression. Su Dajiang's complexion turned ashen as he looked at Xia Ming, suppressing the agony in his heart, and inquired, "What is the result of the alchemical process, Xia?" He had already relinquished all hope and resolved to keep his distance from Xia Ming in the future, accepting his misfortune with resignation. Alas, the pain was palpable. Su Dajiang sighed deeply within. What more could be expected than a cauldron full of dross? Old Yu remarked impatiently in a cold tone, "Are you finished with your assessment? Leave. You are not welcome here." Indeed, Old Yu had spoken the truth. "Let us depart, gentlemen," the young man added with indifference, as he had long awaited the moment to expel them. "Who says I produced a cauldron of dross?" Xia Ming retorted, casting a casual glance at the two before suddenly striking the alchemical furnace. Instantly, two beams of light shot skyward, and with a swift motion, Xia Ming grasped the beams, revealing two lustrous, translucent elixirs as radiant as yellow jade, resting in the palm of his hand. Old Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, while the young man stood frozen, his expression one of sheer shock. Huangjinju Li Dan. Su Dajiang felt the flesh on his body tremble, his fingers quivering as he pointed at the elixirs in Xia Ming's hand. This means you succeeded in your alchemy. And there are two of them." Xia Ming nodded with a smile, declaring, "I have not failed my mission." Su Dajiang, overwhelmed with joy, eagerly accepted the two Huangjinju Li Dan, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Two! This is two! Am I not mistaken? Xia, how is it possible that you could produce two Huangjinju Li Dan from a single set of medicinal ingredients, and they appear to be of superior quality compared to those I have previously used? Surely I am not dreaming." Su Dajiang stammered incessantly. "The third-tier Huangjinju Li Dan undoubtedly boasts superior quality to AT." This moment, Old Yu surprisingly spoke up, his gaze complex as he regarded Xia Ming, utterly astonished. Having spent a lifetime in alchemy, he had never encountered anyone, let alone Xia Ming, who could effortlessly produce elixirs, especially a third-tier Huangjinju Li Dan third-tier. The young man was utterly taken aback. Such a caliber of elixir was beyond his capabilities to concoct. Su Dajiang was left speechless, and upon realizing that it was a third-tier elixir, his heart raced dangerously close to stopping. He could never have imagined that the alchemist he had urgently sought would craft for him a third-tier Huangjinju Li Dan. These two third-tier elixirs are more than sufficient to enable him to break through the Meridian realm. "Brother Xia," Su Dajiang gazed at Xia Ming, his expression turning solemn as he bowed deeply. Exclaiming, "Thank you." Xia Ming lifted Su Dajiang's hand, replying, "The quantity you prepared far exceeds that of a second-tier Huangjin giant strength elixir. That I found it cumbersome, so I directly refined it into a third-tier elixir. Is that acceptable? I should be expressing my gratitude instead, Brother Xia." "No, Brother Xia, from now on, you shall be my elder brother." Su Dajiang hastily waved his hands. "Cumbersome?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Yu Lao and the young man beside him twitched. After all, this was a third-tier elixir. The person before them had the audacity to claim it was merely a matter of inconvenience to refine it. If those alchemists in the outer city, who had spent decades trying yet failing to produce a third-tier elixir, were to hear this, they would surely be driven to the brink of despair. Chapter 36. The Vice President. That young man named Chu was also an apprentice alchemist, and at this moment, his demeanor shifted to one of respect as he explained to Su Dajiang, "Su, you seem to misunderstand. According to the abilities of an alchemist, those who can refine first and second-tier spiritual elixirs are considered beginner alchemists. Those capable of producing third and fourth-tier elixirs can be regarded as intermediate alchemists, while those who can craft fifth and sixth-tier elixirs are deemed advanced alchemists." Every encounter with that enchanting figure left Chu Danshur with a sense of near suffocation. Yet he understood the vast chasm that separated him from her, a gap that seemed insurmountable. This youthful vice president not only possessed captivating beauty, but was also one of the 5 esteemed advanced alchemists within the Jade River sect, holding an elevated status. Nevertheless, this vice president was not haughty. She was among the rare few who treated both inner and outer disciples equally, even deigning to impart knowledge to the outer disciples, earning immense respect among her pupils. Someone has actually passed the intermediate alchemist assessment. Who might it be? Upon hearing this, that captivating figure appeared somewhat surprised, her indifferent gaze fixing on Chu Danshi as she inquired. Feeling her gaze upon him, Chu Danshi trembled slightly, growing increasingly anxious, his limbs feeling awkward, his face flushed with heat. It's a person named Xia Ming. Who is Xia Ming? At the mention of this name, the enchanting figure's pupils constricted sharply, almost doubting her own ears. She fixed her gaze intently on Chu Danshi, demanding, "Are you certain that individual is named Xia Ming?" Chu Danshi nodded vigorously, though he was internally astonished at the vice president's intense reaction. Yes, it's indeed Xia Ming, and he is a very young outer disciple. Upon hearing this, the enchanting figure furrowed her brows, a glimmer of understanding crossing her eyes as she murmured, "So it is him. During the last elixir contest, I sensed something peculiar about this lad. While there exists only a single tier of difference between intermediate and beginner alchemists, the disparity in status is monumental. For a beginner alchemist, guidance from an intermediate counterpart can greatly enhance their alchemical prowess. Thus, it is customary for beginner alchemists like Chu Danshi to seek alliances with intermediate alchemists whenever possible. Each acquaintance is considered a valuable connection that Yu Lao has always been stringent, so one can only assume that those who pass his assessments are exceptionally talented. Chu, could you perhaps introduce me to him?" Upon learning that the candidate had passed Yu Lao's examination, Chu Danshi's eyes instantly lit up, and he promptly inquired. Chu Dan Master possessed an astute understanding of Chu Dan Master and nodded affirmatively. "Very well, accompany me, for I find that the mid-level alchemist is quite amiable and easy to befriend." Chu Dan Master responded with palpable delight. "That would be splendid. The status of an alchemist is exceedingly elevated. Even entry-level alchemists are besieged daily by numerous individuals seeking their services, leading to a rather haughty demeanor that mid-level alchemists, in particular, are notoriously proud and difficult to approach, making an affable mid-level alchemist a veritable rarity." With great anticipation, Chu Dan Master followed Chu Dan Master to the venue for the alchemical assessment. Upon arriving at the entrance, he caught sight of 2 familiar figures engaged in conversation with Elder Yu inside. Chapter 37. Ji Qingshui summons come to the lecture tower to see me. Such a simple phrase left Xia Ming utterly astonished, for the message had originated from Ji Qingshui. What could she possibly want with me? Xia Ming felt a twinge of confusion. In his estimation, Ji Qingshui must find him distasteful, especially to the extent of sending him a message. However, when a beauty requests an audience, he certainly would not decline. Half an hour later, Xia Ming arrived at the lecture tower, making his way directly to the lecture hall, where he had previously offended Ji Qingshui, as this was the designated meeting place. The vast lecture hall was empty, and just as Xia Ming stepped inside, the door suddenly shut behind him with a soft click. "That you've arrived, Xia Ming." Ji Qingshui's cold voice echoed in the spacious hall. Yet her figure remained unseen. "Instructor, where are you?" Xia Ming turned and scanned the surroundings, but no matter how he searched, he could not catch a glimpse of Ji Qingshui. "I am here." Her voice resonated from the far end of the hall. Xia Ming then beheld Ji Qingshui's graceful silhouette appearing precisely where he had stood during their last encounter. "I have a question," Ji Qingshui stated, her beautiful and noble eyes locking onto him with a piercing gaze. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, "What does the instructor wish to inquire about?" "Please, ask away." Ji Qingshui's enchanting eyes shimmered with intrigue. "How is it that within less than a month, a disciple who could only attend lectures in this place, possessing no cultivation whatsoever, has suddenly attained the 6th level of Yuan Xiao realm and become a mid-level alchemist, and moreover, has mastered a mysterious alchemical technique that even I have yet to witness?" Xia Ming felt a stir within. It seemed his transformation had indeed captured the attention of others, which he had anticipated. However, How Ji Qingshui came to know of his elevation to mid-level alchemist was perplexing. As this development had only transpired that morning, he found it hard to believe that such news could spread so swiftly. The instructor is remarkably concerned about my affairs, which is quite flattering. He mused. Ji Qingshui frowned. What opportunity? Xia Ming chuckled lightly. To become my most intimate companion. Ji Qingshui's countenance darkened abruptly, and a flicker of indignation sparkled in her exquisite eyes. What did you just say? It appeared she was not as indifferent as he had presumed. A glint of mischief crossed Xia Ming's gaze. It must be said that Ji Qingshui, despite her anger, remained stunningly beautiful, possessing a unique charm. He swiftly redirected the conversation. By the way, what was the purpose of your summons, instructor? Ji Qingshui inhaled deeply, realizing that Xia Ming would not divulge his secrets. With a cold huff, she stated her intent. The kingdom of Luoyun, over the years, has consistently sent royal descendants to pay a visit to my Yuha sect. She narrowed her eyes, her expression profound. Ostensibly a visit, yet it was, in truth, a challenge from the younger generation of Yuhimen, eager to flaunt the might of their nation. Luoyun, what relevance does this hold for me? Xia Ming inquired with a hint of confusion. Ji Qingshui cast a sharp glance at Xia Ming, prompting him to hastily fall silent. She continued. In reality, the princes cultivated by the full strength of Luoyun are, on the whole, far superior to the younger generation of Yin. In the contests of recent years, it has predominantly been Yuhimen that has faced defeat, leaving the sect leader and numerous elders unable to lift their heads in the presence of Luoyun. Ji Qingshui stated. Among my disciples, you, as a mid-tier alchemist, barely qualify. Should you emerge victorious in alchemical contests against the royal family of Luoyun, you would be handsomely rewarded by the sect leader. Do you not wish to seize this opportunity? Xia Ming shook his head. I believe the instructor's intention to recommend me is not rooted in such reasons. Ji Qingshui was momentarily taken aback, then regained her icy demeanor. What? Do you think I harbor ulterior motives towards you? Xia Ming shook his head once more. Certainly not. Does the instructor not intend to disclose your plans to me? Ji Qingshui replied coolly. I have stated that it is due to your status as a mid-tier alchemist. Since the instructor is unwilling to divulge further, then so be it. Xia Ming smiled faintly. Considering it a folly to refuse an unsolicited boon, especially one requested by a beauty, how could I possibly reject it? Ji Qingshui, noticing Xia Ming's compliance, softened her expression somewhat and instructed. Very well then, until we meet again. Upon finishing his words with a subtle smile, Xia Ming exited the room. Once he had departed, Ji Qingshui's demeanor abruptly turned serene, and after a moment pause, she addressed the empty lecture hall. This young man is indeed wise, recognizing the merit in acquiescing to me. Through this opportunity, he may well shed the burden of the Shijun society. Chapter 38. The Jun Tian seal, as dusk fell, a sigh resonated through the air. I had hoped this child would navigate a peaceful existence within Yuhimen. Yet ultimately, he has been drawn into this turmoil that a middle-aged man's voice echoed above the vast lecture hall. Ji Qingshui replied coolly. To traverse life in peace is no easy feat. Even Yuhimen may not remain eternally tranquil. How much less so for this young man, who must take control of his own fate to dare to speak of peace. You possess the right to utter such sentiments. But that child does not. You are mistaken. Ji Qingshui raised an eyebrow, asserting, I may not yet possess the right to voice such thoughts. Yet that young man may very well possess such a right. The voice fell silent for a long moment before resuming. It is indeed rare to hear you hold him in such high regard. Ji Qingshui replied simply. Should you witness firsthand the events unfolding around this young man, you would understand why I express such sentiments that in recent days, Xia Ming had encountered numerous experiences, particularly in battle against practitioners at the 9th level of the Yuanxiao realm, which had allowed him to amass a significant amount of vital energy. The 7th Yuanxiao was already within reach. Xia Ming remained in his chamber, in seclusion, and on the 5th day at noon, as anticipated, he successfully stepped into the 7th level of the Yuanxiao realm. Notwithstanding, his strength remains insufficient to conquer the realm of meridian connection. Although the gap between the 9th level of the origin aperture realm and the meridian connection realm is merely a step apart, The chasm between them is exceedingly vast and nearly insurmountable. Thus, while Xia Ming was able to triumph over a 9th-level Origin Aperture practitioner at the 6th level of his own realm, upon advancing to the 7th level of the Origin Aperture, he finds himself unable to overcome a practitioner of the Meridian Connection. However, this does not imply that Xia Ming lacks progress. His true prowess now lies at the juncture between the Origin Aperture and Meridian Connection realms, rendering him invincible within the Origin Aperture realm and capable of retreating unscathed even when facing a 1st-level Meridian Connection practitioner. Nevertheless, the multitude of techniques available does not mean that Xia Ming can cultivate all of them, as there are numerous restrictions placed upon practitioners of the Origin Aperture realm, allowing for the mastery of at most 4th-tier techniques. Therefore, Xia Ming must select from among these 4th-tier techniques. He first identifies the most distinguished of these techniques, each of which comes with a plethora of stringent requirements, with the elite techniques being particularly demanding. Based on his circumstances, Xia Ming discards the vast majority. After careful contemplation, he resolves to cultivate the technique known as the Jun Tian Seal. The Jun Tian Seal is a fragmentary technique that Xia Ming acquired in his past life within the ancient forbidden grounds of the Jiuqing Dao Palace. Originally, the complete technique comprised 9 seals, with the Jun Tian Seal being merely one of its forms. Despite its incompleteness, its power is formidable, almost terrifying. Whether in singular or wide-ranging attacks, it stands as one of the most potent techniques within its tier. Moreover, should he cultivate the Jun Tian Seal to perfection, its might could rival that of 7th-tier techniques. This would save Xia Ming considerable time in mastering other techniques after entering the Meridian Connection realm. Naturally, the cultivation of such a powerful technique presents an extraordinary level of difficulty, making success elusive. The environment required for cultivating the Jun Tian Seal is exceedingly stringent, necessitating the presence of one of the most refined spiritual energies, pure yang energy. For other practitioners, even those of the Saint Pattern realm, it would be unlikely to find a suitable location that meets such demands. Xia Ming immediately recalls the palace of the barbarian demon monarch. During his initial cultivation there, he had depleted the pure yang energy entirely, successfully establishing his foundation. Given the passage of time, he believes that a portion of the pure yang energy has since been restored in the barbarian demon monarch's palace, making it an ideal site for cultivating the Jun Tian Seal. However, at this moment, a message from Ji Qingshui beckons Xia Ming to the lecture tower to meet her. Reluctantly, he sets aside his cultivation plans and proceeds to meet Ji Qingshui. Upon his arrival at the lecture tower, he discovers another individual present in the original lecture hall. Itsu. Lan Kaiwei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Xia Ming enter. Xia Ming, perplexed, glanced at Lan Kaiwei and inquired, "Where is the instructor?" A hint of panic flickered in her eyes. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly replied, "Sister Qingshui asked me to bring you to her residence." "Oh, is that so? Then please lead the way." Xia Ming nodded, finding it intriguing that Lan Kaiwei appears to share a close bond with Ji Qingshui, addressing her as sister in private. Lan Kaiwei cautiously glanced at Xia Ming and, with slightly parted lips, asked, "Could it be that you are the mid-tier alchemist sister Qingshui mentioned?" Xia Ming chuckled. "What, do I not look the part?" Upon hearing Xia Ming's response, Lan Kaiwei's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, though it swiftly faded, replaced by a gentle shake of her head. In truth, after witnessing your effortless victory over Feng Chun during the last alchemical duel, I surmise that your skills in alchemy are extraordinarily refined. While I remain somewhat astonished, your prowess does not truly take me by surprise. Whether during their time at the Ghostly Mountains or on the day of the alchemical contest against Feng Chun, Xia Ming's actions consistently left Lan Kaiwei in a state of astonishment. Time and again, she had subconsciously begun to acclimatize to Xia Ming's unexpected capabilities. With this thought in mind, a faint smile graced Lan Kaiwei's lips as she addressed Xia Ming. "Follow me." Xia Ming trailed closely behind Lan Kaiwei as they made their way to the northern outskirts of the outer city, approaching a long stone street adjacent to the moat of the inner city. Towering phoenix trees lined both sides of the street, their withered yellow leaves carpeting the ground. The autumn breeze occasionally swept through, stirring a flurry of leaves akin to a gentle rain of phoenix foliage. This tranquil and elegant thoroughfare, known as Phoenix Street, served as the residence for the instructors, and was the most common locale to encounter practitioners at the vessel connecting stage among the outer sect. Ji Qingshui's estate was a quaint and tasteful courtyard, exuding an air of serenity, devoid of any servants, mirroring Ji Qingshui's own cool demeanor. Upon their arrival, the grand entrance stood wide open as they stepped over the threshold. The door closed automatically behind them. Familiar with the courtyard, Lan Kaiwei led Xia Ming directly to the rear, where a small garden of approximately 1 mu unfolded before them. This garden boasted a myriad of spiritual herbs, and at a glance, Xia Ming discerned several precious varieties among them. Made tea that moment. Ji Qingshui was bent over a plant adorned with serrated green leaves, her delicate brow furrowed in apparent distress, suggesting she had encountered a problem. Third chapter, guidance for Ji Qingshui Jia. What troubles this serrated leaf? Noticing Ji Qingshui's furrowed brow, Lan Kaiwei immediately realized that there was an issue with the herb. The serrated leaf was an exceedingly challenging spiritual herb to cultivate, difficult to procure even within the San Yuan Pavilion, and rare beyond measure, not to mention its exorbitant price and the fact that it often existed only as a speculative commodity. Furthermore, Lan Kaiwei was aware that Ji Qingshui had invested immense effort to successfully cultivate this particular serrated leaf. Should it falter, it would signify a complete waste of Ji Qingshui's hard work. And concern began to creep into her heart. Uncertain of the specifics, they observed numerous pink nodules sprouting from the stem. Ji Qingshu pointed at the stem, where a dense cluster of unsightly wood nodules had formed, evoking a sense of revulsion. This is dire, Lan Kaiwei thought, her heart sinking. She understood well that Ji Qingshui's cultivation of the serrated leaf was not merely for personal use. She sought to discover a method to propagate the cultivation of this herb, an experiment intrinsically tied to Ji Qingshui's advancement as an alchemist. The layout of the spiritual field is flawed. That moment, Xia Ming's voice unexpectedly echoed. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshui was taken aback, her delicate brow arching in surprise as she gazed at Xia Ming. You possess knowledge of spiritual field layouts? Yet, she believed the issue could not stem from the layout, for it was precisely this arrangement that had enabled the cultivation of the serrated leaf. Otherwise, it would have perished long before it even reached the seedling stage. Lan Kaiwei also looked over and said, Indeed, the ability to nurture the spiritual seedlings back to life proves that Sister Qingshui has found the right approach. Xia Ming shook his head dismissively. The layout you have adopted concentrates most of the spiritual energy of the spiritual field onto the saw-edged leaves, relying on overwhelming spiritual power to forcefully sustain them. Ji Qingshui furrowed her brow, surprised that Xia Ming had discerned her arrangement. However, seeing him continually shake his head in disdain, a flicker of anger emerged in her eyes as she coldly retorted, What of it if you see through my layout? Can you offer any profound insights? Xia Ming smiled lightly. Such a layout may be effective while the saw-edged leaves are still seedlings, but once they mature, employing this method will lead to an excess absorption of spiritual energy, resulting in the leaves becoming riddled with tumors and ultimately perishing within a day. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshui's expression changed instantly. Based on her observations over the past few days, she had indeed noticed something amiss with the growth of the saw-edged leaves since their maturation. In retrospect, it was highly likely due to this very reason. How does this fellow understand so clearly? Ji Qingshui gazed at Xia Ming in astonishment. If she had previously dismissed Xia Ming's words, she was beginning to believe him after hearing his explanation. Lan Kaiwei's eyes glimmered with admiration. Xia Ming's few words pointed out the condition of the saw-edged leaves with remarkable accuracy. She couldn't help but ask, so, what must be done to save the saw-edged leaves? Xia Ming replied with a faint smile. It's quite simple. The symptoms arise from excessive absorption of spiritual energy. You must uproot them completely and soak them in ordinary river water for an hour to disperse their spiritual energy. Then cultivate them in red frost soil. In truth, nurturing saw-edged leaves is challenging while they are still seedlings. It becomes quite manageable once they are mature. So simple. Lan Kaiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet upon hearing Xia Ming's explanation, she found no fault in his reasoning that Ji Qingshui, too, fell silent, already convinced in her heart that Xia Ming's method was correct. However, how could this young man possess knowledge of something unknown even to her? A high-level alchemist? Xia Ming, how do you understand saw-edged grass so well? Ji Qingshui fixed her gaze intently upon him. Xia Ming sensed the peculiar intensity of Ji Qingshui's stare, as if she were trying to see through him. Yet he was confident in his composure and smiled. I was fortunate enough to come across it in an ancient text. Which ancient text? I have never heard of it, she replied, assuming it must relate to her recommendations. Ji Qingshui replied nonchalantly, that is a secondary matter. The reason I summoned you today is to inform you that I have already registered your name. You have been confirmed as my representative. However, I hope that my representative can earn me some face during this meeting. Merely having the ability to forge third-tier elixirs is insufficient. Ji Qingshui cast a sidelong glance at Xia Ming, as if to say not to think that merely becoming a mid-tier alchemist was something remarkable. Ever since Lan Kaiwei heard Ji Qingshui suggest that she become Xia Ming's assistant, her face has been aflame with embarrassment, her delicate form taut with tension, and her gaze has seemed indecisive, rendering her oblivious to Ji Qingshui's words. Had she caught Ji Qingshui's remark regarding mid-tier alchemists with indifference, she would certainly have felt a deep sense of shame. During these days, you have been with me, diligently honing your alchemical skills. This girl, Kaiwei, possesses a remarkable talent for the art of alchemy. Assisting you will suffice, and as for expressions of gratitude, simply offering her guidance will be ample. Ji Qingshui articulated her intentions. Listening to Ji Qingshui, Xia Ming felt somewhat exasperated. This girl truly relished speaking her mind. When had he ever claimed that he could only concoct Tier 3 spirit pills? With his current cultivation, he was quite capable of producing Tier 5 elixirs. The requirements for crafting lower-tier spirit pills are not particularly stringent, yet as one ascends to higher-tier elixirs, the demands on the alchemist become far more rigorous. This is due to the extended time required for pill formulation, during which the alchemist must continuously employ their alchemical techniques, leading to a relentless drain on their spiritual energy. Only those of considerable strength can sustain such expenditure. While Xia Ming's knowledge of alchemy was undoubtedly sufficient, he was constrained by the limitations of his cultivation to crafting only Tier 5 elixirs. Nevertheless, he was confident that in a contest of alchemical prowess against the youthful alchemists of Luoyun Kingdom, victory would come effortlessly, rendering Ji Qingshui's involvement unnecessary. Thus, Xia Ming raised his hand and called out, "Instructor, Chapter 40. A little teasing, Ji Qingshui inquired, "What is it?" Xia Ming replied with a smile, "I believe this need not trouble you." To his surprise, Ji Qingshui misconstrued his words, assuming that he was too proud to accept a favor from her. Having been an instructor for many years, she had encountered many such students. She waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. Since you have resolved the issue with the saw-edge leaves for me, this minor matter conveniently offsets the debt I owe you. Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback. When had he ever stated that he wished to cancel Ji Qingshui's debt to him? Yet before he could clarify, Ji Qingshui had already made up her mind. Let it be settled then. I possess numerous alchemical texts and a fully equipped alchemy chamber here, which Kaiwei is familiar with. Instructor Xia Ming wished to elaborate further. "Stop your prattling." Ji Qingshui interjected coldly, having stated that the debt was settled. There was no need for further discussion. Xia Ming closed his mouth, though inwardly he could not help but grumble. He had not anticipated that Ji Qingshui would be so stubborn. Well, it was decided then. Remaining here was not such a hardship, especially considering it was Ji Qingshui's abode. Spending day and night in the company of this beautiful young lady was hardly a misfortune. "Instructor, what do you intend to do?" Xia Ming blinked and asked. Ji Qingshui cast a glance at him. Her intentions were not shrouded in secrecy, and it was of no consequence to reveal them. Several days ago, an elder discovered a spiritual vein within the Yuha mountain range. The elders of the Intersex Alchemy Pavilion summoned me, hoping to seek my opinion on delineating an area for cultivating spiritual herbs adjacent to that vein. Discovering a spiritual vein. What fortuitous news! Xia Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The spiritual vein harbors an immense reservoir of natural spiritual energy, capable of influencing surrounding ores, which, through the passage of time, could nurture the nearby minerals into spiritual stones. At present, Yuhiman has unearthed a spiritual vein, which promises a continuous extraction of spiritual stones and even more precious crystal stones from the mountains it traverses. A stroke of extraordinary fortune, indeed, Ji Qingshui spoke softly. This vein has been extensively explored and is now open to disciples like yourselves. If you find yourselves in need of spiritual stones, you may assist in the excavation, but I hold no interest in it myself. Xia Ming shook his head. The discovery of the spiritual vein by Yuhimen comes with stringent surveillance, and the current opening to disciples primarily serves the purpose of having them assist in mining spiritual stones, the majority of which must be surrendered, with only a small portion allocated to the disciples. Certainly, the task of extracting spiritual or for spiritual stones is far less perilous than the life and death missions, and can be considered a form of sect benefit. Yet, Xia Ming remained disinterested. He sought to acquire spiritual stones without resorting to such convoluted methods. At that moment, Ji Qingshui felt her identity token flicker, signaling a message from an inner sect elder. I must take my leave. During my absence, remember not to squander your time, she advised Xia Ming, gave a nod to Lan Kaiwei, and departed in the courtyard. Only Lan Kaiwei and Xia Ming remained. After a moment of silence, Lan Kaiwei was the first to speak, softly saying, "Let me show you around Sister Qingshui's library." Xia Ming nodded, though his gaze appraised Lan Kaiwei. He could not deny that while her beauty did not rival that of Ji Qingshui, she was nonetheless pleasing to the eye, and her demeanor was considerably gentler. It seemed that after she had been saved by him last time, Lan Kaiwei's attitude towards him had warmed significantly. He thought it would be fine to guide her in alchemy, and thus he followed her. After half a minute, they arrived at the second-floor library. Ji Qingshui's collection filled the shelves, while the floor and the adjacent desk were also piled high with books. Xia Ming noticed a thick tome laid open before his seat, with half of its contents displayed, inscribed with elegant red characters, seemingly annotations made by Ji Qingshui herself. Lan Kaiwei pointed to a shelf, saying, "These books pertain to the crafting of fourth-tier elixirs. You may peruse them for a while." "That won't be necessary. Just take me to the alchemy room," Xia Ming replied, shaking his head. He was merely there to explore and had no inclination to read. But Lan Kaiwei hesitated, her beautiful eyes widening with difficulty. "Sister Qingshui wishes for you to learn about fourth-tier spiritual elixirs." Xia Ming blinked. "I can craft fourth-tier spiritual elixirs." Lan Kaiwei was momentarily stunned, her eyes fixed on Xia Ming, and then disbelief spread across her features. Xia Ming smiled. "You don't believe me?" Lan Kaiwei nodded, huffing slightly. "Of course not, that's absurd. While I acknowledge your remarkable talent, claiming you can craft fourth-tier elixirs is utterly implausible. Only a fool would believe such a thing." She thought to herself. Despite her considerable skill in alchemy, producing even second-tier elixirs was quite challenging, and she found it difficult to accept that someone as young as Xia Ming could achieve such a feat. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's eyes gleamed as he focused on Lan Kaiwei's delicate face, stroking his chin and suggesting, "Shall we make a wager?" Lan Kaiwei, for reasons unknown, found herself unable to meet Xia Ming's gaze. Flustered, she quickly averted her eyes and exclaimed loudly, "What are we betting on?" Xia Ming replied with a smile, "Let's wager on whether I can concoct a fourth-tier elixir." Lan Kaiwei's beautiful eyes sparkled as she responded, "Then that means victory is assured for you. What shall the stakes be?" Xia Ming raised a finger, and Lan Kaiwei's heart fluttered. The extraordinary refining technique Xia Ming had demonstrated previously lingered her thoughts. Even Ji Qingshui had remarked on its marveled. In her view, Xia Ming's ability to produce third-tier elixirs was largely attributed to this remarkable method. If she could learn this enchanting technique, the possibility of crafting her own third-tier elixirs and becoming a mid-tier alchemist would be within reach. Without hesitation, Lan Kaiwei nodded in agreement. But suddenly, a cunning thought crossed her mind as she looked at Xia Ming. "Though it seems unlikely, should you succeed in creating a fourth-tier elixir, what do you intend to wager?" "Quite simply, you will kiss me," Xia Ming replied, casting a mischievous glance at Lan Kaiwei's crimson lips. Upon hearing this, Lan Kaiwei's expression froze in disbelief, as if she had been turned to stone. You scoundrel, what are you saying?" In the next instant, her face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes blazing with embarrassment and indignation as she gazed at Xia Ming, her heart trembling with shock. Xia Ming chuckled. "Did you not firmly believe that I lack the ability to refine a fourth-tier elixir? This wager is a guaranteed win for you." So the stakes should be inconsequential. No, that still cannot involve such a thing. Lan Kaiwei retorted, her cheeks still aflame. Absolutely not. Xia Ming's lips curled into a sly smile. Then do you not wish to learn my refining technique? So the alchemical method is called refining technique. Lan Kaiwei's body tensed at the revelation, a flicker of desire igniting in her eyes. However, she shot a glare at Xia Ming. No matter what you say, I refuse to agree. Do not mistake me for one of those frivolous women. Having said that, seemingly incensed, she turned away. You can read on your own. If you need anything, find me in the spirit field. Xia Ming was taken aback. This little beauty possessed quite the principles. It seemed he had indeed overstepped the mark, observing Lan Kaiwei storming out. He hurriedly followed and positioned himself in her path. What do you think you're doing? Lan Kaiwei asked, displeased. Xia Ming replied earnestly, I sincerely apologize. Upon hearing this, Lan Kaiwei paused, her expression softening considerably. It's nothing. I suppose I overreacted. Xia Ming shook his head. Regardless, it was my fault. How about this? As an apology, I will teach you the refining technique right now. Lan Kaiwei's eyes widened, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I cannot accept such a precious gift like tea that moment. Xia Ming seized her delicate hand, saying, Let us proceed to the alchemy chamber. I've already identified a suitable location, with Xia Ming's strong grip around her hand. Lan Kaiwei's face ignited with warmth, and she struggled to free herself, flustered and irritated. I will lead the way. The alchemical furnace, a category of magical artifacts, stands as one of the most precious among them. The fourth-tier alchemical furnace even rivals the worth of fifth-tier artifacts. While Xia Ming marveled at Ji Qingshui's affluence, Lan Kaiwei, in a boastful manner, remarked, This furnace is merely a casual tool for Sister Qingshui. She possesses another alchemical furnace, a seventh-tier artifact, which is the highest ranked within the entire Yuha sect. Realizing she might have divulged too much, Lan Kaiwei felt a twinge of regret, yet she sensed that Xia Ming was not a greedy individual. So her remorse was not profound. Hastily shifting the topic, she stated, Sister Qingshui has permitted you to use this furnace. Xia Ming did not linger on the matter of the furnace and inquired, Do you have any herbs with you? Lan Kaiwei nodded. I have some in my spatial pouch. She proceeded to extract a myriad of herbs from the pouch, arranging them neatly on a nearby table. Xia Ming glanced over the herbs and determined that the quantity was sufficient for concocting a batch of second-tier elixirs, then addressed Lan Kaiwei. Very well. Let me teach you the art of alchemy. Lan Kaiwei paused, suddenly realizing her own greed, and awkwardly replied, Xia Ming, perhaps we should reconsider. I was merely momentarily vexed, not genuinely seeking your instruction. Xia Ming interrupted her, asserting that his prior words held value. With a swift gesture of his robe, the fourth-tier furnace levitated, flames igniting in the charcoal tray below, while the herbs flew into the furnace in neat clusters. Lan Kaiwei's eyes widened. As an alchemist, she was involuntarily drawn to Xia Ming's movements. Remember this incantation. At that moment, Xia Ming's voice resonated as he recited the incantation for the alchemical process at a measured pace, simultaneously channeling his magical energy into the furnace, illustrating the essence of the incantation. Xia Ming's demonstration was meticulous, and his explanations of the alchemical technique were both profound and comprehensible. Lan Kaiwei found his teaching far more accessible than that of Ji Qingshui. Filling her with a W as her understanding of the alchemical process deepened. She was overwhelmed by the revelation that this method of alchemy was entirely distinct from the lineage practiced within the Yuha sect, surpassing the esoteric techniques of renowned alchemical families by immeasurable degrees. Even more astonishing was the realization that this advanced alchemical technique was considerably more straightforward in execution, eliminating an abundance of superfluous and redundant methods. Lan Kaiwei felt as though she had glimpsed a new world, her mind racing with thoughts. Being inherently intelligent and exceptionally gifted in the art of alchemy, she had caught Ji Qingshui's attention for a reason. Now, with Xia Ming's guidance, her alchemical prowess experienced an immediate breakthrough. Once Xia Ming finished explaining the alchemical process, the elixir in the furnace was perfectly completed. Upon extraction, it revealed a golden-hued second-tier elixir. The Bigodan consuming such elixir would allow one to forego food and water for 10 days without issue. Xia Ming, however, was not fond of taking the big adan. He preferred various delicacies. And the creation of this elixir was not intended for his own consumption. Observing Lan Kaiwei immersed in the art of alchemy, Xia Ming realized that she would soon find use for the pill of sustenance. This was indeed anticipated. Had Lan Kaiwei not exhibited such dedication, his perception of her would have diminished, indicating that she lacked significant aptitude for the craft of alchemy. He smiled faintly and quietly exited the alchemy chamber. Choosing not to disturb Lan Kaiwei in her pursuit of understanding, he believed that, following his recent explanation, it would not be long before she mastered the art. Given her current abilities, producing third-tier elixirs should pose little challenge. However, Xia Ming surmised that should Lan Kaiwei aspire to concoct fourth-tier elixirs, she must first reach the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. Lan Kaiwei's potential in cultivation was commendable, and Xia Ming considered extending his assistance, intending to impart a more profound technique at the appropriate time. Chapter 42. The exposure of the royal palace. Xia Ming's decision to nurture Lan Kaiwei stemmed from a fleeting impulse. While the art of alchemy he imparted was a priceless treasure for her, he regarded it as somewhat inconsequential. He had no intention of wasting time at Ji Qingshui's residence. After teaching the art of alchemy, he promptly made his way to the city gates, preparing to visit the royal palace of the barbarian demon emperor to refine the Jun Tian seal. Such endeavors to enhance one's strength should, of course, be pursued with urgency. Having exited the teleportation portal, Xia Ming traversed swiftly, arriving at the vicinity of the former royal palace of the barbarian demon emperor in less than a quarter of an hour. However, upon reaching the location, he was left utterly astonished. The mountainous region was now teeming with cultivators. At the foot of the mountain, squads of guards patrolled diligently, while black-robed attendants soared through the skies. Xia Ming distinctly recalled that upon his emergence from the cave, this area had been desolate, scarcely inhabited. It was precisely due to its barren nature that Shen Xian and others had lured him here for their nefarious purposes. But what was this situation now? At that moment, Xia Ming also noticed that the surrounding mountains had been artificially excavated, revealing vast caverns leading into the mountain's depths. Armored guards stood vigilantly at these caverns, with black-robed attendants stationed nearby. Occasionally, disciples of the Yuha sect would emerge from within, brandishing a trove of spirit stones under the watchful eyes of the guards. After a meticulous inspection, the guard would hand over a portion of the spirit stones to the Yuha disciples, who would leave the caverns with beaming smiles as they pocketed their treasures. Could this be mere coincidence? Witnessing this scene, Xia Ming's heart sank. He recalled Ji Qingshui's earlier mention of a discovery concerning a spiritual vein. A foreboding sensation washed over him, as he feared that the spiritual vein might lie in close proximity. Just then, an outer sect disciple exited the cavern and approached Xia Ming. Xia Ming stepped forward to intercept the disciple. "Brother, might you pause for a moment?" The outer sect disciple regarded Xia Ming warily. "What is it that you require?" Xia Ming smiled as he produced a low-grade spirit stone, placing it into the disciple's hand. "In such a desolate region, how is it that so many have suddenly appeared?" The outer sect disciple, upon receiving the spirit stones, displayed a slight improvement in demeanor and remarked, "Brother, it seems you are rather uninformed. The news of the discovery of a spiritual vein has spread throughout the city over a fortnight ago. We, the gathered companions, have been diligently excavating spirit stones here, and many have profited handsomely. Surely, you have not been oblivious to this?" A sense of heaviness settled in Xia Ming's heart. It appeared his suspicions were confirmed. He maintained a composed smile and shook his head, saying, "I have been in seclusion for the past few days, unaware of the happenings outside. That it seems this is the reason for my ignorance. I appreciate your enlightening me. And no trouble at all." The outer sect disciple waved his hand dismissively and turned to depart. This was indeed troublesome. Xia Ming furrowed his brow, realizing that the location of the spiritual vein was fortuitously situated right beside the palace of the barbaric demon emperor. Reflecting further, Xia Ming sensed that this was no mere coincidence. The palace of the barbaric demon emperor had long been absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and it was entirely reasonable for a spiritual vein to emerge in such a rich environment of spiritual energy over time. This, he concluded, elucidated the proximity of the spiritual vein to the emperor's palace. Xia Ming was not concerned about the palace being discovered. Without the incantation to access the palace, even those of the sacred pattern realm would be unable to perceive its location. The area surrounding the palace pertained to profoundly intricate spatial laws, secrets accessible only to those of the heavenly heart realm. After pondering for a while, Xia Ming resolved that he must complete the task of cultivating the Juntian seal. Although this mountain range had been developed by the disciples of the Yuhi sect, with a modicum of caution, it would be quite feasible to approach the entrance of the barbaric demon palace discreetly. Under the vigilant watch of numerous black-robed stewards, Xia Ming understood that seeking an entry point from the outside was impractical. He would have to devise a plan once he reached deeper within the mountains. Thus, he decided to undertake the task of excavating spirit stones, allowing him to enter with legitimacy. Arriving at the entrance of the cave halfway up the mountain, Xia Ming observed many outer sect disciples queuing before a black-robed steward to register for entry. Imitating them, he took his place at the back of the line. "Present your identity token," the black-robed steward said coldly, eyeing a simple-looking youth before him. The youth promptly produced his token and handed it over. The steward examined the token, recorded the name in his ledger, and nodded. "All set. Proceed inside to collect your tools. Remember, once inside, do not hoard spirit stones. If discovered, you will be expelled from the sect." The black-robed steward issued a heavy warning. "Understood," the simple youth replied with a nod. The steward meticulously registered each outer sect disciple, cautioning them about various considerations, with a particular emphasis on the strict prohibition against hoarding spirit stones within the cave. Before long, it was Xia Ming's turn. 7th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. The black-robed steward scrutinized him and suddenly inquired, "Do you possess a spatial pouch? You are quite clever, not resorting to deception." The steward remarked with a faint smile, gesturing toward the cave entrance, that a formation has already been set up here to detect spatial artifacts. Should you attempt to deceive, crossing this threshold would trigger the restrictions, subjecting you to the torment of 1,000 thunderbolts. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming inwardly rejoiced that he had not concealed anything. From this perspective, it was evident that the Yuha sect had implemented robust measures to prevent disciples from embezzling the spiritual veins, rendering those with intentions of pilfering spiritual stones utterly helpless. "Hand over your spatial pouch to me. Rest assured, I have no desire for your belongings. I merely intend to place a restriction upon it." The black-robed steward extended his hand, in "No problem." Xia Ming nodded and relinquished the spatial pouch to the black-robed steward. The steward pressed his palm against the pouch, and soon, a radiant glow emanated from his hand, coalescing into a luminous sphere. Within this sphere, intricate runes flickered and danced. After 10 breaths, the sphere dissipated, leaving an ancient seal upon Xia Ming's spatial pouch. "Take it. The pouch remains usable. However, once you place any spiritual stones within, my restriction will be triggered immediately. Any consequences that arise thereafter will be your responsibility." The black-robed steward tossed the pouch back to Xia Ming, cautioning him. "Understood, I would never engage in such embezzlement of spiritual stones." Xia Ming smiled lightly, stowing the pouch away before proceeding towards the cave entrance. Chapter 43. The threat approaches within Shun Xian's residence. A cold-faced man with a hooked nose clad in white robes occupied the grand chair that Shun Xian had previously sat upon. Surrounding him were a group of imposing men in white, each exuding an air of superiority. The white robes were a symbol of inner sect disciples, indicating that these individuals were all members of the inner sect. Meanwhile, the master of the residence, Shun Xian, stood humbly with his subordinates, their demeanor marked by utmost deference. "Shun Xian, the young master of serpents, holds you in such high regard that he has even bestowed upon you the Serpent Lord's edict. Yet, I find it truly disheartening that you cannot even dispose of a mere waste," the hooked-nosed man remarked casually, though his tone was laced with an icy disdain that caused Shun Xian and his compatriots to pale. Shun Xian was acutely aware of the towering status and formidable strength of the hooked-nosed man within the Serpent Lord Society. Even though he had attained the Meridian Realm, a single word from this man could easily extinguish his life. In the presence of the hooked-nosed man, Shun Xian dared not exhibit the slightest hint of disrespect. "Senior brother, this was my oversight. Grant me a little more time, and I shall be able to deal with this waste." Shun Xian quickly responded, not daring to offer any excuses that a little more time. Senior brother huffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes that, you realize that the waste you speak of has already become a mid-level alchemist? What? Shen Xian's expression shifted dramatically as disbelief washed over him. This cannot be. A mid-level alchemist. How could that waste possibly pass the assessment? Although Shen Xian had reached the Meridian Realm and held a position of esteem, the status of a mid-level alchemist far surpassed that of an ordinary Meridian Realm practitioner. Thus, upon hearing this, Shen Xian's initial reaction was sheer incredulity. He could not accept that the waste could possibly excel in any aspect compared to himself. Senior brother sneered. As the chief protector of the Serpent Lord Society, would I deceive an insignificant insect of the Meridian Realm? Let me be clear. The waste you spoke of has not only become a mid-level alchemist, but has also been recommended by Ji Qing Shui to participate in the upcoming grand event between the royal court of Luoyu Nation and our Yue sect. As long as he demonstrates his exceptional abilities before the sect leader and the numerous elders, he will undoubtedly garner the attention of the higher dash-ups. I could tee that point. Not even you, let alone the young master of serpents, would dare to lay a finger on him. With that said, senior brothers would cast a disdainful glance at Shen Xian, saying, "You incessantly proclaim him to be worthless, yet little do you realize that his status is poised to surpass yours imminently. How can you take pride in being inferior to someone you deem a mere waste?" Upon hearing these words, Shen Xian's face contorted with a fierce grimace, his eyes brimming with a bloodlust. This waste has truly become a mid-level alchemist, and he seeks to ascend through the auspices of the two major gatherings? No, I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Shen Xian was acutely aware that the enmity between himself and Xia Ming had become irreconcilable. A vendetta that could only end in death. If Xia Ming were to gain power, he would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death. Even more intolerable was the realization that this so-called waste was, in fact, surpassing him. Senior brother, I must take matters into my own hands and eliminate this little beast to eradicate any future threats. Shen Xian abruptly lifted his head, fixing a determined gaze on senior brother Zhua, understanding that the latter's words were not merely meant to belittle him. Senior brothers will coldly shot Shen Xian a glance, stating, "I shall grant you another opportunity, Luo Fanjia." From behind senior brother Zhua, a tall man with squinted eyes responded affirmatively. "Ascertain the current whereabouts of that boy. This time, both you and Shen Xian shall go together. Ensure that the roots are thoroughly eradicated, leaving no room for error." Senior brothers were commanded with an air of ruthlessness that brooked no dissent. "Understood." Luo Fanjia nodded gravely. Senior brother then turned his piercing gaze upon Shen Xian, his voice dripping with menace. "This time, I have also assigned a helper to you. Should you fail to eliminate that boy, you might as well take your own life." Upon seeing the squint-eyed man, Shen Xian felt a surge of confidence. Recognizing that the man's strength surpassed his own, being at the second level of the Meridian opening realm, his eyes instantly brightened as he cupped his hands respectfully, assuring, "Rest assured, senior brother, even if that boy grows wings, he shall not escape my grasp." The influence of the Serpent Lord Society had long since pervaded the entirety of the Jade River sect, its reach extending throughout the city of Jade River. It could be said that the actions of the vast majority of individuals within the sect transpired under the watchful eyes of the Serpent Lord Society. With a single command from Senior Brother Zhua, the entire organization sprang into action, capable of tracking not only a single individual, but even the path of an ant with ease. Unbeknownst to Xia Ming, his burgeoning strength had incited the lethal intent of the Serpent Lord Society, with its higher echelons personally mobilizing against him. In their presence, Shen Xian was but a mere foot soldier. Upon entering the mine, Xia Ming received a set of mining tools, a shovel and a spade, along with a basket woven from a century-old golden silkworm thread. This resilient material enabled the basket to carry a ton of spirit stones without sustaining any damage. Upon reaching the depths of the mine, Xia Ming discovered that the mountains had been extensively developed by the cultivators of the Jade River sect, with pathways leading to various spirit stone extraction sites. A black-robed steward escorted Xia Ming to a vast cavern situated in the center right. Measuring several hundred meters in circumference and soaring over 30 meters in height, bustling with hundreds of cultivators diligently mining spirit stones, Xia Ming cast his gaze around, he discerned that the cultivation levels of the cultivators present predominantly range between the 4th and 5th layers of the Yuanxiao realm, which represented the average strength of the outer disciples. However, there were also some cultivators of considerable prowess. He noticed 5 haughty cultivators clad in green robes standing together, seemingly uninterested in mining, and only feigning activity when they observed the approach of the black-robed steward. These individuals were all of the 8th and 9th layers of the Yuanxiao realm. Upon seeing Xia Ming beside the black-robed steward, the arrogant green-robed cultivators exchanged faint smirks, as if they had spotted a prime target. One of the female cultivators at the 9th layer of the Yuanxiao realm let out a cold chuckle and remarked softly. The other 4 cultivators shared knowing smiles. You may dig here, but remember, no fighting is permitted. The black-robed steward casually instructed Xia Ming before sweeping his sleeves and departing as a steward. He was reluctant to linger in such a place. Xia Ming fiddled with the mysterious iron shovel in his hands and ambled over to an unoccupied section of the mining wall. Where the faint outlines of spirit stones were visible, he had no intention of excavating the spirit stones. Rather, his objective was to seek the route to the barbaric demon palace within this expansive cavern. Numerous passages led to other mining sites, and since the black-robed stewards did not prohibit disciples from relocating to mine spirit stones, Xia Ming seized the opportunity to make his way toward the entrance of the barbaric demon palace. May I inquire your name, junior brother? Suddenly, a voice emerged from nearby. Xia Ming turned to find one of the previously noted 5 arrogant cultivators, a corpulent man at the 8th layer of the Yuanxiao realm. Wearing an expression of condescension that I in the Jade River sect, it was customary for disciples of lower cultivation to address those of higher cultivation as their seniors. Thus, upon noticing that Xia Ming was at the 7th layer of the Yuanxiao realm, the corpulent cultivator referred to him as junior brother. I am Xia Ming. He replied with a faint smile. So is Xia junior brother? The corpulent cultivator squinted his eyes and continued. I am Gao Yong, and I have some good news to share with you. Is there such a fortunate development? Please, senior brother, enlighten me. Xia Ming responded with a slight smile. Gao Yong's eyes glimmered. Since you are new here, you may not be aware that this cavern is fraught with danger. Some individuals, relying on their superior strength, specifically target weaker disciples for robbery. Therefore, a few of us, possessing some measure of strength, have banded together to offer assistance and protection to you younger disciples. Isn't that rather contradictory? I distinctly heard the steward emphasize that fighting within the cavern is strictly forbidden. Xia Ming replied skeptically. Gao Yong let out a cold laugh. Ah, junior brother, you seem to be misinformed. This cavern is vast, and even the stewards cannot monitor every corner. Moreover, you will notice that the stewards rarely venture inside. If a robbery were to occur, they would be hard-pressed to intervene in time, would they not? He emphasized this point deliberately before adding with a smile. Thus, if you wish to mine spirit stones in safety, you must rely on our protection. Your ambitions are commendable, senior brothers. I am truly in awe. Xia Ming feigned admiration. Not at all. It is our duty to safeguard our junior brothers and sisters. Gao Yong replied graciously. Gao Yong spoke with an air of righteous authority, but soon shifted his tone, stating, however, in order to protect you younger generations, we, the current seniors, can no longer delve into the spiritual mines. Therefore, after some deliberation, we have decided to collect 3 mid-grade spiritual stones from each of you as our compensation. Junior brother, for merely 3 spiritual stones, we can guarantee your safety within this mine. What do you think? Quite a bargain, isn't it? Xia Ming smiled subtly, remaining composed that I see. However, I believe I need not worry about being robbed by others. So please, senior brother, carry on. Upon hearing this, Gao Yong was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Junior brother, you are merely at the 7th level of the Yuanxiao realm. Those who oppress the younger generation possess power akin to mine. If not greater, I advise you to rely on our protection. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Xia Ming shook his head. No need. Instantly, Gao Yong's expression turned icy, and he sneered, kid, it seems you are quite confident. I'll remember you. With that, Gao Yong ceased further conversation and turned to approach a group of cultivators at the 9th level of the Yuanxiao realm, speaking a few words to them while occasionally casting glances in Xia Ming's direction. Indeed, that ugly woman disrespected us this morning. Who would have thought that so soon? Another fool arrives, unafraid of death. We must establish our authority. Otherwise, who would be willing to pay the spiritual stones? Gao Yong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Today, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate these two ignorant fools. The beautiful female cultivator clenched her fists, her tone frigid. Ugly woman, Xia Ming, with his remarkable hearing, caught snippets of their conversation from afar. Realizing that not long ago, a woman had refrained from offering spiritual stones to these individuals, much like himself. Observing this, Xia Ming scanned the crowd of miners, searching for the alleged ugly female cultivator. Although there were some female cultivators present, none appeared particularly unattractive. Never mind, these individuals dare to plot against me. I shall see how many lives they possess to offer for my amusement, Xia Ming thought dismissively. To wish my demise, they would need to be at least of the pulse-awakening realm. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the mine, with rocks crashing down from above and the ground quaking incessantly. Panic erupted among the crowd, with screams rising in a cacophony. Not good. It's an earthquake. Run. Evacuate quickly. Even Gao Yong and his companions were caught off guard, scrambling toward the exit. The cultivators within the cave desperately surged toward the passageway. Xia Ming's expression changed slightly. Should a true earthquake occur and entomb them within the mountain, even those at the pulse-awakening realm might not survive, and he would certainly meet his end. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black robes entered, exuding an aura of unspoken authority. As he stepped into the fray, the crowd erupted in noise once more. Is Elder Yin. Elder Yin, what exactly happened just now? Was an earthquake? Is this mine still safe? Elder Yin raised his brow, his voice deep and resonant, commanding silence over the din. Everyone, quiet. The crowd promptly fell silent, though concern still lingered in their expressions. The countenance of Steward Yin softened somewhat as he remarked, "What transpired was merely a collapse within a mine shaft, resulting in a fissure in the ground, which consequently created such a tumult. There is no cause for alarm now. All is well." Following his explanation, the miners among the disciples gradually regained their composure. Chapter 45. Footprints. Those whom Steward Yin had pointed out were momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with confusion. However, none dared to defy his command. Thus, they stepped forward, advancing towards Steward Yin. He turned and proceeded down a narrow passage, with a group of disciples following closely behind. The 5 individuals led by Gao Yong walked at the forefront, and as Xia Ming trailed behind, he distinctly sensed the hostile glances being cast upon him by the 5. Before long, Steward Yin guided the assembly into a cramped mine chamber, where they encountered a gaping chasm of over 2 meters in diameter. Its depths obscured from sight, a chilling wind howling ominously from within. Observing the surrounding disorder, Xia Ming immediately recognized that this abyss might well be the root cause of the earlier commotion. In this location, 3 cultivators had long been awaiting their arrival, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 male cultivators stood at a considerable distance from the female, manifesting their clear disdain, for her countenance was undeniably extraordinary in its grotesqueness. The woman bore a face marred by numerous burn scars, her eyes uneven, a flat nose, and crooked lips, embodying a collection of unattractiveness that rendered her visage almost unbearable to behold. Yet, this unappealing female cultivator seemed blissfully unaware of her own appearance. Casting a curious gaze upon Steward Yin and the gathering, her eyes even flitting momentarily over Xia Ming. The cultivators who met her gaze, including Steward Yin, experienced a palpable change in demeanor, while Xia Ming remained unperturbed. Intriguing. Xia Ming cast a fleeting glance at the unsightly woman. His eyes shimmered with arcane energy, and in an instant, he discerned something peculiar about her. His perception. Her face was shrouded in a nebulous mist, obscuring her true identity. Xia Ming promptly realized that this was a form of facial disguise. For others, even those of the Meridian Opening realm, it would likely remain undetected. However, for someone as adept in prohibitions as Xia Ming, this faint veil was glaringly evident. The woman's visage was a mere fade. Intrigued, Xia Ming chose not to expose her ruse. Whether she chose to masquerade or not was of no concern to him, provided she did not provoke him. It appeared this individual was also present. The beautiful women accompanying Gao Yong cast a glint of cold disdain upon the ugly female cultivator. recognizing her as the one who had failed to pay them protection fees earlier that morning. Steward Yin surveyed the assembly, stating, "I trust you have all discerned the truth. This pit is the catalyst for the seismic disturbances plaguing the mine." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, with a stroke of his beard. Steward Yin continued, "Beneath this deep pit, there may lie a substantial space. Otherwise, the airflow would not be so pronounced. I require you to descend and investigate, as your cultivation levels should ensure your safety." The disciples' expressions shifted, wavering in hesitation. Although Steward Yin assured them that the depths posed minimal danger, no one was eager to venture down blindly. Who could ascertain whether it was indeed safe below? "Certainly, I shall not allow your efforts to be in vain. Once you ascend, I will graciously present each of you with a high-quality spirit stone on behalf of our sect. Moreover, should you choose to decline at this juncture, it would be tantamount to disregarding the dignity of a steward. The decision is clear to all present. Yin, allow me to descend first and lead the way for everyone." At this moment, a dignified man from Gao Yong's group clasped his hands towards Steward Yin and spoke. "Excellent, Xue Ping. Your performance today will be duly reported to your instructor." Upon seeing someone take the initiative, Steward Yan's face broke into a smile. "Ha. Then I implore you, Steward Yin, to speak a few kind words." Xue Ping's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he glanced over at Gao Yong's group, then leaped gracefully into the abyss. The sound of rushing air filled the space, and 3 seconds later, a thud echoed from below. "I report to you, Steward Yin, there is no danger below. It is a narrow cave with a naturally formed passage leading who knows where." After a brief while, they landed on solid ground. Before their eyes lay a cavern roughly 5 to 6 zhang in size, with only a passage wide enough for 3 individuals to traverse. Gao Yong and his companion stood nearby. They cast cold, disdainful glances at Xia Ming upon his descent, while occasionally directing similar looks at the unattractive female cultivator. "Follow me," Xue Ping said coldly, then took the lead towards the passage. The disciples promptly followed suit, and the unattractive female cultivator seemed to sense that she, like Xia Ming, was being targeted by Xue Ping. Thus, she intentionally lagged behind, positioning herself next to him. Xia Ming glanced at the unattractive female cultivator and, unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination, perceived a trace of mockery in her gaze. Just as he pondered this, a faint cracking sound emanated from beneath his feet, prompting him to look down and discover a white fragment resembling an eggshell. Fortunately, as they exited the passage, the dangers were minimal. Before them loomed an immense stone cavern, far larger than any mine they had previously excavated, resembling an underground realm. The walls were adorned with luminescent fungi and silver lantern grass, illuminating the cavern brilliantly, while the ground was overrun with spiky wild grass, some of which pricked their legs. "Heavens, how has this place come to be?" exclaimed a man of the 6th level of the Yuan Qiao realm, marveling at the natural grotto, which also featured vast, interconnected passages, rivaling the gates of Yuha City. "What is this?" Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out. The crowd turned to see a young man pointing in disbelief at a patch of grass. Among the foliage lay a foot imprint, deeply embedded in the ground, nearly half a person's height. Chapter 46. Seeking death. Just as Xia Ming was engulfed in confusion, several swift sounds of slicing air approached, revealing the silhouettes of several figures. "You little beast, you are still alive." Immediately, a chilling laughter echoed forth, and there stood Xue Ping, Gao Yong, and 3 others. Upon spotting Xia Ming, the beautiful female cultivator's face contorted into a cruel smile. "Perfect! I am brimming with rage and have nowhere to vent it. Let him be mine." Gao Yong stepped forward, his expression fierce as he declared that it was utterly unreasonable to be pursued by the underground demon lizard. The 5 of them could not help but feel a deep sense of frustration. "Resolve this swiftly," Xue Ping said coldly, while the other 3 showed no intention of contending with Gao Yong, their gazes fixed on Xia Ming as if he were already a corpse. "What? Do you intend to kill me? The sect rules explicitly prohibit fratricide. Do not be foolish." Xia Ming feigned surprise as he looked at Gao Yong. "Relying on the sect's rules to aid you is sheer folly." Gao Yong sneered, shaking his head. "If you die here, who would know it was us? Go to your death." As his words fell, Gao Yong's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Xia Ming was then met with a fist that surpassed the speed of sound. a terrifying force enveloping a 3-meter radius around him, causing the very ground beneath to collapse under its influence. "Fool, this is merely to establish our dominance," the beautiful female cultivator remarked with a cold smile, convinced that Xia Ming was doomed. In such a place, no one would come to his rescue. The other three shared her sentiment. They had collected protection fees from disciples in the spirit mine, and those who refused to cooperate had met unfortunate ends, serving as a lesson to quell the other outer disciples within the mine. To them, Xia Ming was neither the first, nor would he be the last. Just then, a piercingly mournful scream erupted. The expressions of Xia Ping and the others froze in disbelief, their eyes widening. Gao Yong appeared as though he had been crushed by a massive boulder, his muscles caving inward, his nose sunken, blood gushing forth as his gaze turned to a dull gray. Yet Xia Ming, whom they assumed was fated to perish, remained unscathed, simply raising his palm. "Fool," Xia Ming uttered apathetically, casting a cold glance at Xia Ping and his companions. "Gao Yong," the beautiful female cultivator shrieked, her face contorting with rage. Her eyes filled with venom as she fixed her gaze on Xia Ming. "You dare to kill Gao Yong? I will ensure you have no place to rest in death," accompanied by her sharp cries. The beautiful female cultivator launched herself forward, her killing intent almost palpable. With a single strike, the ground cracked beneath her, dust and debris flying in every direction. "Kill," without need for further words, upon witnessing Gao Yong's demise. The three male cultivators erupted in fury, unleashing their formidable powers to seal off Xia Ming's escape route, attacking him with lethal strikes that you're merely a waste at the 7th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. "You are doomed," Xia Ping roared, his rage boiling over. Though surprised that Xia Ming had managed to kill Gao Yong, he believed that with 4 cultivators at the 9th level of the Yuan Xiao realm attacking, there was no chance for Xia Ming to survive. The desperate onslaught from 4 9th-level cultivators would be enough to make even a 1st-level cultivator of the Meridian opening realm think twice. However, facing the 4 approaching him, Xia Ming simply stomped his foot against the ground, his earth-based powers swiftly penetrating the surface, cutting through the rock veins. With a thunderous roar, the already cracked ground shattered further, sharp stones erupting from below in an instant. It was as if a barrage of arrows had been unleashed. A multitude of sharp stones erupted with a lethal intent, shooting forth from the ground and enveloping the vicinity around Xia Ming. The enchanting female cultivator, Xia Ping, and her companions, upon nearing, were besieged by the densely packed spikes, sensing the imminent danger posed by these stones. "Damn it!" Xia Ping gritted her teeth, raising her palm to shatter all the stones that were hurtling towards her. The other 3 were compelled to momentarily abandon their intent to slay Xia Ming, focusing instead on evading the onslaught of the projectiles. "You little beast, you've created such a tumult merely to squander your own magical energy. I shall tear you apart later, avenging Gao Yong." The beautiful female cultivator screamed with venomous wrath. To her, Xia Ming's use of this technique seemed to drain an unfathomable amount of power, while the stones, though formidable in appearance, were ultimately ineffectual against them. The outcome of this display would only hasten Xia Ming's demise. "Killing you is more than sufficient," came Xia Ming's calm voice, as his hand radiated a surge of potent energy, darting towards the alluring female cultivator like lightning. "You seek death," she replied, her fear morphing into delight as golden light erupted from her arm, a terrifying force coalescing to its peak. Mountain-shaking fist. With a single punch, the myriad rocks surrounding them were instantly crushed to dust under the overwhelming power, the air itself being expelled, creating a vacuum where all force converged upon Xia Ming. This seemingly charming female cultivator practiced a martial art of immense ferocity, embodying the essence of toppling mountains. Yet, Xia Ming extended a hand, activating the myriad celestial prison technique, swiftly dissipating her magical energy and absorbing it within himself. Then, right before the incredulous gaze of the enchanting cultivator, he seized her directly. "No," she shrieked, but with a swift twist of his hand, Xia Ming snapped her neck. He then turned his attention to Xia Ping and the other 2 cultivators. Witnessing Xia Ming's effortless dispatch of their companion left them nearly paralyzed with fear. Xia Ping's face turned as pale as death as she stammered, "Why you?" Who are you? You cannot possibly possess merely the strength of the seventh layer of the origin realm. A shadow materialized, revealing Xia Ming's right arm, which unleashed a violent surge of magical energy, relentlessly targeting one of the nearby cultivators, while his left arm had already struck first. Bang! Bang! With two sharp sounds, the two cultivators fell before they could even react. All five bodies lay lifeless on the ground, having lasted less than a minute in Xia Ming's grasp. Xia Ming dusted off his hands, casting a glance at the fallen Xue Ping and her companions, shaking his head in disapproval. Why seek your own demise? Originally, the five of them, when united, could contend against even a first-layer origin realm cultivator, let alone one of the same realm. Alas, it was unfortunate that they encountered Xia Ming. His combat experience far surpassed theirs, and with his current invincible prowess in the origin realm, even doubling their number would not pose a challenge for him. Chapter 47. Revival. Xia Ming swiftly cleared the battlefield, acutely aware that this underground labyrinth was not a safe haven. The commotion from the battle might have attracted the attention of the subterranean demon lizards, thus he could not linger in this vast cavern for long. 2 minutes later, Xia Ming had thoroughly scavenged the spirit stones from Xue Ping and the others, and swiftly turned to make his way down a passage. As he had anticipated, several subterranean demon lizards soon arrived, pursuing him relentlessly. Although Xia Ming's speed far surpassed that of the demon lizards of the Yuanxia realm, the lizards were well acquainted with the terrain and could employ the nearest passage to chase him down. Unlike Xue Ping and his companions, the demon lizards were thick-skinned and robust, making it challenging for Xia Ming to kill one in a short time. He was also wary of engaging in a prolonged battle with the demon lizards, fearing an encounter with the subterranean king lizard. Ahead, within a cavern, it appeared that something was battling against the demon lizards. Could it be that the attendants had finally realized something was amiss? A glimmer of hope ignited in Xia Ming's eyes as he stealthily approached the entrance of the cave, only to be taken aback. Inside the cavern, two demon lizards were engaged in combat with a female cultivator, who was none other than the remarkably unattractive woman targeted by Xue Ping and his group. To Xia Ming's astonishment, the repugnant female cultivator was exuding a cultivation level of the first layer of the Meridian realm. The two demon lizards attacking her were also at the same cultivation level, and in the distance, the king lizard was keenly observing the besieged female cultivator, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Indeed, this woman was suspicious, and it appeared that there was more than one demon lizard of the Meridian realm lurking within this subterranean maze. That a jolt of unease coursed through Xia Ming's heart, realizing that the situation was more dire than he had imagined. If he struggled to deal with a single demon lizard of the Meridian realm, how could he possibly contend with three, one of which bore royal blood? The unattractive female cultivator was gradually becoming overwhelmed by the assault of the two demon lizards, yet she was managing to hold her ground, albeit barely, thanks to a jade vial artifact. Xia Ming estimated that she could last no more than 5 minutes, provided the king lizard refrained from intervening. Otherwise, she would likely be overwhelmed in less than half that time. However, Xia Ming could not stand idly by and watch the unattractive female cultivator meet her demise. Had she been a cultivator of the Yuanxia realm, he might have simply walked away, for even his assistance would be of little use in helping her escape the clutches of the Meridian realm demon lizards. Yet, a cultivator of the Meridian realm was a different matter altogether. With this thought in mind, Xia Ming quietly picked up a pebble, infused it with his spiritual energy, and with a flick of his wrist, sent it whistling through the air. The demon lizards present were caught completely off guard by Xia Ming's sudden action. In an instant, the lizard he had targeted was struck by the energy-infused pebble, letting out a cry of agony as a bloodied hole appeared in its massive body. Even a demon lizard of the Meridian realm suffered significant injury from Xia Ming's attack. However, the wound was insignificant compared to the lizard's colossal frame, merely serving to incite its fury. In an instant, the injured lizard turned its cold gaze towards Xia Ming's direction. Though he had initially concealed his presence, this sudden action had exposed his location. "Flee!" Xia Ming shouted decisively, immediately turning to make his escape. The unsightly female cultivator soon regained her senses, realizing that it was Xia Ming who had come to her rescue. Without hesitation, she soared into the air, transforming into a streak of swift light as she fled towards his direction. Roaring fiercely, The two subterranean demon lizards charged at them, their speed rivaling that of the flying cultivator. However, the king lizard of the underground remained motionless, its gaze fixated on the path from which Xia Ming and the female cultivator had escaped, its eyes glinting with a malevolent intensity. At that moment, a dazzling halo emanated from the king lizard's horn, radiating through the extensive tunnels. Simultaneously, in the heart of the underground labyrinth, within a colossal stone cavern, an enormous golden demon lizard opened its eyes, its pupils exuding an exceptionally frigid aura. It was yet another king lizard, significantly larger than the previous one. For an instant, it felt as though the entire kingdom of subterranean lizards had awakened. A dense aura of malevolence permeated the air. Xia Ming felt a jolt of unease wash over him, sensing a foreboding presence. What had once seemed a safe direction suddenly radiated an overwhelming sense of danger, as if a formidable entity had emerged from that path. Thank you for your assistance, junior brother. At that moment, the unsightly female cultivator flew over, her expression brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for Xia Ming's intervention, she would have faced grave peril. It is nothing. Turning a blind eye to danger is not my nature, Xia Ming replied, suppressing the oddity he felt within. The female cultivator held no enmity towards him, which was why he had chosen to help. Had it been Xue Ping and his ilk, Xia Ming would not only have refrained from assisting, but would have happily added to their misfortune. I am Zhao Ruer. May I inquire your esteemed name? She said with a slight bow. Xia Ming, as he regarded Zhao Ruer, a thought stirred within him. Since I have saved your life, it is only fitting that you reveal your true self. Zhao Ruer displayed a hint of surprise, then smiled. Ah, so you have already discerned my identity. I sensed your extraordinary nature earlier, and indeed, it is as you say. With that, she delicately lifted her chin, tearing away a human skin mask to unveil a visage of remarkable beauty. Though she may not rival the likes of Jiqing Shui, she was certainly a beauty in her own right, her appearance not inferior to Lan Kai Wei. Once her true face was revealed, she smiled enchantingly, her eyes sparkling with a playful glint that exuded a captivating aura, utterly delightful to behold. Chapter 48. The toxins of all seasons. Zhao Ruer's expression turned serious as she swiftly took flight. Before long, a look of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes. She realized that her speed in the air was unable to surpass that of Xia Ming, who remained on the ground. Zhao Ruer was acutely aware that it was not due to her diminished speed. At her pace, she could cover dozens of meters in an instant. Yet Xia Ming, in the tunnels, moved with the agility of a flying ape, his swiftness far beyond that of a cultivator at the Yuanxiao realm. At that moment, a deafening sound erupted from both sides, and Zhao Ruer's gaze flickered as she dared not divert her attention to ponder over Xia Ming. Suddenly, she accelerated, her speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, Xia Ming kept pace with her, his face betraying no hint of exertion, not even a bead of sweat, as he sprinted effortlessly, relying solely on the terrifying speed of his physical form that he sensed that from the left, right, and behind, numerous subterranean demon lizards were relentlessly pursuing him. Moreover, the more he fled, the more the aura of the surrounding beasts intensified. Suddenly, a stone cave reappeared in his line of sight, devoid of any presence of the subterranean demon lizards. Yet at that moment, a profound sense of foreboding surged within Xia Ming, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. He realized he must not venture in that direction. Xia Ming instinctively felt that entering the cave was an absolute folly, and he shouted at Zhao Ruer with urgency. What? Zhao Ruer froze momentarily, perplexed by Xia Ming's sudden admonition. Boom! At that instant, a terrifying tongue of fire erupted behind them, swiftly melting the surrounding rock walls as it passed. Damn it! Xia Ming's complexion paled, recognizing that such a fearsome flame could inflict severe injury with even the slightest contact. They had no choice but to move forward upon seeing the rapidly advancing flames. Zhao Ruer turned pale, and without waiting for Xia Ming to speak again, she darted into the cave ahead. Clenching his teeth, Xia Ming had no option but to follow in such a perilous situation. They needed to unite their efforts. He leaped forward, instantly entering the cave. As he stepped inside, Xia Ming was astonished to find Zhao Ruer standing frozen in place, beads of cold sweat streaming down her face as she stared ahead. Following her gaze, Xia Ming's eyes widened in shock. Before them lay a colossal subterranean demon lizard, its golden skin resembling a small hill. This was an unprecedentedly powerful subterranean king lizard, though it lay motionless on the ground. Xia Ming could sense a boundless, terrifying power emanating from within its form. Faced with such might, he felt utterly powerless. "We're doomed," Zhao Ruer murmured, her complexion ashen, at least at the 7th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. Xia Ming's gaze fixated on the king lizard, his expression darkening. Who could have anticipated that the depths of the Yuha mountain range concealed such a formidable beast? With its strength, even if Xia Ming were to reach the Meridian Opening Realm, he would still be no match for the subterranean king lizard. The disparity in their realms was simply too vast. This is disastrous, Xia Ming thought grimly, his focus unwavering on the king lizard as he steeled himself for a desperate fight. Roar! At that moment, another roar echoed from behind, distinct from the other subterranean demon lizards, emanating an aura of dominance. Upon hearing the sound, the pursuing lizards halted in their tracks. The subterranean king lizard before Xia Ming slowly opened its icy eyes. Upon spotting the two humans, its sharp golden pupils glinted with lethal intent. It casually raised a forepaw and brought it crashing down towards Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer, though the strike appeared unhurried. Both Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer immediately felt a tremendous surge of power pressing down on them, immobilizing their bodies, rendering them unable to move as they helplessly watched the descending paw that would shatter them into fragments. Despair flooded Zhao Ruer's eyes. "We're finished." However, at that moment, Xia Ming suddenly caught sight of something remarkable. As the subterranean king lizard raised its arm, a patch of skin in the armpit revealed itself to be a deep shade of green. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Xia Ming's eyes, and a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps there was still a chance for survival. In a critical moment, he summoned all his strength and shouted, "I can concoct an antidote for the seasonal venom." As his voice echoed in the air, the king lizard's claws froze mid-air. It emitted a low, rumbling growl, and a glint of sharpness flickered in its piercing gaze. The creature suddenly rose to its full height, a tempestuous wind emanating from its body, sweeping out violently from the surrounding caverns. In an instant, anguished cries erupted from all directions. The subterranean king lizard had turned its wrath upon the nearby subterranean demon lizards, launching an assault on them all. Afterwards, the king lizard fixed a menacing gaze upon Xia Ming, its eyes cold as He lifted its forelimb, presenting the poisoned area directly towards him. However, the task of formulating the antidote was immensely challenging. One had to know which 4 toxic substances constituted the seasonal venom and, moreover, must swiftly locate the corresponding spiritual herbs. Ordinary individuals afflicted by the seasonal venom would succumb within half a day, often before a healer could identify the specific toxins involved. Yet this subterranean king lizard, relying on its royal bloodline and formidable strength, managed to temporarily suppress the toxicity. Nevertheless, based on Xia Ming's experience, it would not endure for long. Given the venom's rapid spread, it would likely succumb within 2 days. Fortunately, it had encountered Xia Ming. "Xia Ming, what do your words imply?" Zhao Ruer realized that Xia Ming's words had taken effect, allowing them to narrowly escape death. She sighed heavily with relief and approached Xia Ming, increasingly aware of the enigma surrounding him. Chapter 49. The Clash of Two Tigers Due to the Venom. The king lizard's vitality was evidently waning. With a fierce roar, the subterranean king lizard exuded an icy aura of ferocity, seemingly growing impatient. Not be hasty," Xia Ming replied calmly, though the gargantuan lizard could effortlessly crush him. Xia Ming felt no trepidation. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground, leaping gracefully to a height of 2 zhang, landing securely upon the poisoned skin of the king lizard. Seizing the opportunity while the creature still exhibited patience, he pressed his palm against the poisoned area, activating the myriad manifestations of the Heaven's Prison technique, channeling his energy into the lizard's skin. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the surrounding passages emerged several ominous subterranean demon lizards, each one glaring with palpable hostility at the massive king lizard at the center. "What is happening?" Zhao Ruer, initially believing they were safe, felt a sinister premonition as she sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from these creatures. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as the initial subterranean king lizard made its appearance. Upon its arrival, all nearby lizards bowed their heads, emitting a deep, resonant growl, seemingly in submission. Then this younger king lizard, its eyes flashing with a mocking ferocity, fixed its gaze upon the colossal king lizard in the center, letting out a thunderous roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire space seemed to tremble violently. Zhao Ruer immediately covered her ears. Yet her delicate face still betrayed a look of anguish. Buzz, the old underground king lizard, stirred, facing the young underground king lizard, its gaze filled with fury. In that moment, Zhao Ruer finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The emergence of two king lizards among a group of colossal underground lizards naturally heralded a struggle to the death. Moreover, the young underground king lizard distinctly aimed to seize the opportunity to challenge the older one while it was poisoned. In fact, the very reason Xi and Xia Ming were driven to this place was the ulterior motive of the young underground king lizard, which sought to exhaust the old king lizard's magical energy. Little did it anticipate that upon the intrusion of the two humans into the old king lizard's domain, they would not engage in combat. Consequently, the young underground king lizard, having lost its patience, resolved to exert pressure. The surrounding underground demon lizards evidently rallied behind the young king lizard. Xia Ming, who was tending to the injuries of the old underground king lizard, also discerned the current predicament. Under the influence of his myriad celestial prison technique, the deep green toxin on the old king lizard's skin gradually receded, while the seasonal venom was absorbed and transformed into his own magical energy. Any form of energy could be assimilated and absorbed by the myriad celestial prison technique, and toxins were no exception. Furthermore, the energy contained in the seasonal venom, which plagued the old king lizard, was immensely substantial, yielding great benefits for Xia Ming. The eighth of his yuan orifices was faintly stirring. The only pressing issue now was the time constraint. While healing the old king lizard, it was imperative that the underground king lizard refrain from utilizing its magical energy. Otherwise, the poison would swiftly spread. Zhao Ruer, can you hold him off for a moment? Xia Ming implored as he continued to treat the old king lizard. Zhao Ruer's face turned pale, with so many Pulse Realm demon beasts. How could a mere first-layer Pulse Realm cultivator like me possibly defend against them? A glimmer flickered in Xia Ming's eyes. I am aware that your identity is extraordinary. The visage you present is not your true appearance. Did you think I failed to notice the restrictions upon you? Zhao Ruer's eyes widened in astonishment. You actually perceive the restrictions on my face. This is impossible. Only a high-ranking array master could discern such things. Xia Ming smiled faintly. The human skin mask that Zhao Ruer had previously torn away was merely the first layer of disguise. Her true concealment lay in the restriction upon her face. That restriction was something even high-ranking array masters could not devise. Hence, Xia Ming understood that Zhao Ruer must possess secrets. Otherwise, she would not go to such lengths to disguise her identity. The old underground king lizard suddenly trembled violently, its vast magical energy threatening to surge forth, seemingly aiming to suppress those daring to challenge it. You must not use your magical energy, or I will be unable to save you, Xia Ming exclaimed urgently, simultaneously accelerating the operation of his myriad celestial prison technique, continuously dissolving the seasonal venom and converting it into his own magical energy. It appeared that upon hearing Xia Ming's words, the magical energy within the old king lizard's meridians ceased its flow. Yet its muscles twitched violently. With a sudden snap of its jaws, it severed the neck of the first underground demon lizard that had charged at it, sending the creature hurtling away. Even without employing magical energy, the physical prowess of the underground king lizard was terrifyingly formidable. The young subterranean king lizard roared as it rose, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that sent several surrounding subterranean demon lizards flying. This youthful sovereign was poised to take action personally. The situation had escalated to a critical juncture. Without employing magical powers, the elder subterranean king lizard, afflicted with potent toxins, stood no chance against the young king. However, If it resorted to magic, the outcome would still be fatal. Gazing at the youthful subterranean king lizard, the elder king's eyes glimmered with a fierce intent to kill. As a ruler, it could not endure a humiliating demise. Even in death, it aimed to exact a toll from its adversary. Cursed be it! Xia Ming noticed the elder subterranean king lizard's magical energy beginning to circulate within its body, the seasonal toxins it had painstakingly absorbed swiftly spreading through its veins. Buzz! At that moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the entire cavern. An ancient, primordial aura permeated the air, imbued with nobility, dominance, and grandeur. Under this overwhelming presence, all the subterranean demon lizards trembled, sensing an unfathomable authority descending upon them. In the face of such majesty, no being dared to defy it. Even the two subterranean king lizards could not help but prostrate themselves, their eyes wide with terror. Xia Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "The barbarian god puppet!" Above Zhao Ruer's head, a towering barbarian god puppet, standing 2 zhang high, manifested. With her eyes gently closed, Zhao Ruer intoned incantations, revealing that she was the one controlling this formidable puppet. Chapter 50. Crisis Averted. The barbarian god puppet loomed like an ancient celestial deity, exuding boundless authority. Sensing this overwhelming power, all subterranean demon lizards lay flat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Beasts possess an acute sensitivity, particularly towards threats to their existence. Zhao Ruer formed hand seals, her expression grave, and commanded, "Begone!" The young subterranean king lizard quivered, its eyes reflecting reluctance, yet the fear within it deepened, compelling it to slowly retreat, gazing up at the puppet with trepidation. The surrounding demon lizards, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, scattered in all directions, vanishing into the myriad passages in no time. With a sigh, Zhao Ruer once again formed a seal, causing all the puppet's authority to dissipate, shrinking it down to a palm-sized figure that landed in her hand. That it was this ability that had emboldened Zhao Ruer to summon the barbarian god puppet in front of Xia Ming. Yet she had never anticipated that he would recognize it at first glance. Xia Ming merely smiled and remained silent. Instantly, Zhao Ruer fixed her vigilant gaze upon him. Regardless of the circumstances, I saved your life. Could you keep this a secret for me?" Her wariness was well-founded, for the barbarian god puppet was tied to the legendary treasures of the barbarian demons. If word of it spread, ancient monsters long dormant would surely be stirred. Such a temptation was beyond what any practitioner of the Yuanxiao realm could withstand. However, she soon felt a sense of awkwardness, recalling that he had also saved her life not long ago. Merely a mutual exchange. Moreover, her use of the puppet was also to preserve her own life. With these thoughts, Zhao Ruer's apprehension began to wane. If he were truly a greedy individual, he might not have bothered to save her at all. Xia Ming offered a faint smile, assuring, "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in an incomplete barbaric puppet." With a mere glance, he discerned that the barbaric puppet manipulated by Zhao Ruer was far inferior, even to the one he had encountered at the onset of his rebirth at the very least. That puppet had possessed the capability to independently slay 2 cultivators and consume spiritual energy. In contrast, the puppet in Zhao Ruer's possession was in such disrepair that it relied entirely on her to channel spiritual energy into it. The magical energy Zhao Ruer expended to intimidate the underground king lizard had likely depleted nearly half of her reserves. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruer exhaled in relief, hastily shifting the topic. "My magical energy is insufficient to deploy the barbaric puppet a second time. You should promptly tend to its injuries." Deep down, Zhao Ruer did not genuinely believe that Xia Ming was truly indifferent to the barbaric puppet. Yet at that moment, she chose to feign ignorance. At that juncture, the old underground king lizard emitted another low growl. The murderous intent directed at Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer had vanished, replaced by an expression of gratitude. It lay down upon the ground, completely retracting its magical energy, as if surrendering itself to Xia Ming's ministrations. Finally, Xia Ming was able to focus on healing the old underground king lizard, converting the toxins within its body into his own energy. After half an hour, the toxic skin afflicting the old underground king lizard had shrunk to the size of a palm, and with a few more minutes, it would be entirely healed. However, at that moment, Xia Ming suddenly halted, gently closing his eyes. Within him, his magical energy surged like 100 rivers converging into the sea, flowing into the swirling vortex of his 8th elemental aperture, with a resounding crack. It was as if a valve had opened, and the 8th elemental aperture was instantly unsealed. He had reached the 8th level of the elemental aperture realm. This breakthrough endowed Xia Ming with the true strength to contend with cultivators of the channeling vein realm. Apart from his inability to fly, his capabilities were on par with those of a channeling vein cultivator. Both Zhao Ruer and the old underground king lizard were taken aback, sensing the rapid escalation of Xia Ming's aura. Despite being a cultivator of the elemental aperture realm, he possessed power comparable to that of a channeling vein cultivator. Both human and beast were filled with astonishment. With a slight smirk, Xia Ming remained unperturbed within. As he gestured towards the palm-sized toxin, this time merely pointing, causing the deep green mass to instantly dissolve, transforming into his magical energy. As his strength grew, the myriad phenomenon of the celestial prison technique would only become increasingly formidable. The old underground king lizard instantly sensed its recuperation and could not contain an exuberant roar. A hurricane-like wave of sound erupted, causing the cave to tremble with roaring winds and flying stones. An overwhelming aura emanating from the rejuvenated old underground king lizard. Xia Ming leaped down from the old underground king lizard and landed beside Zhao Ruer, stating, "Let us depart." Zhao Ruer paused, then hesitantly replied, "What if we encounter that young underground king lizard again? I am unable to control the barbaric puppet." Xia Ming glanced at the old underground king lizard, remarking, its voices echoed through the caverns. That young underground king lizard has likely already heard IT this moment. It is too preoccupied with fleeing to bother us. Clearly, the first order of business for the restored old underground king lizard would be to shred to pieces the young underground king lizard that dared to challenge its authority. In the realm of demonic beasts, one rule prevailed: the survival of the fittest. Zhao Ruer comprehended this and nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the ancient underground king lizard suddenly let out a roar directed at Xia Ming, and then began to scrape the ground with its forepaws. Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer exchanged puzzled glances at the old underground king lizard. Before long, the creature unearthed an object the size of a palm from the earth and pushed it towards Xia Ming. It was a golden figurine, another barbarian god puppet. Zhao Ruer exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out that even the old underground king lizard possessed such a precious artifact. Xia Ming picked up the barbarian god puppet and smiled. "Is this a gift for me?" The old underground king lizard nodded. Zhao Ruer's expression turned envious. Such a valuable item had cost her nearly her life to obtain, yet this fellow had acquired one so effortlessly. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. "Thank you," Xia Ming said graciously, accepting the barbarian god puppet. Suddenly, he recalled something. "By the way, you should probably leave this place as well. After today's events, this location has been discovered by my Yuha sect, and if you remain here, some powerful cultivators will surely come to capture you. A beast with royal bloodline is considered a treasure in the human world. The flesh, organs, and fur of the underground king lizard are all valuable to human cultivators, for purposes such as alchemy and artifact forging. Moreover, some formidable cultivators particularly enjoy taming such powerful beasts to serve as spirit guardians. With the exposure of the underground world, the underground king lizard situation has become exceedingly perilous." The old underground king lizard nodded. Having survived for many years, it possessed its own survival instincts. Chapter 51. The crisis approaches this way. She could use some treasures to purchase that barbarian god puppet from Xia Ming in the next moment. However, her fleeting hopes were shattered. The barbarian god puppet in Xia Ming's hand unexpectedly levitated and began to move. A wisp of hazy golden mist floated from it, drifting deeper into the cave. Zhao Ruer's expression froze upon witnessing this. Having learned of some secrets regarding the hidden treasures of the barbarian demons, she immediately recognized what this golden mist signified. The direction indicated by the golden mist led straight to the renowned hidden treasures of the barbarian demons. In other words, this person before her could not only manipulate the barbarian god puppet, but could also use it to locate the hidden treasures. Zhao Ruer nearly spat blood in frustration. Was it possible that the opportunity she had risked her life to obtain had already been seized by this individual? No wonder he appeared so unfazed by the puppet in his possession. It turned out there was a passage leading to the palace of the barbarian demons here as well. Xia Ming caught sight of the golden mist and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. At that moment, he noticed Zhao Ruer's face alternating between shades of green and white, seemingly in utter despair. Did she think I had found the true hidden treasures of the barbarian demons? Xia Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. By now, he had discerned Zhao Ruer's intentions. With the barbarian god puppet in her possession, it was as if she had received the tacit acknowledgement of the barbarian demon emperor, granting her the chance to inherit its legacy. Through the puppet, she could sense the location of the barbarian demon emperor's inheritance. Zhao Ruer was clearly drawn here by the allure of the palace of the barbarian demons. Yet she was unaware that this was not the true site of the barbarian demon emperor's legacy. Would you like to experience the hidden treasures of the barbarian demons? Xia Ming suddenly decided to tease the girl before him. You mean you would take me into the hidden treasures? Zhao Ruer replied incredulously. Until now, Zhao Ruer has ceased to regard Xia Ming as a practitioner of the Yuan Xiao realm, but rather as an equal peer. Consequently, she has significantly lowered her demeanor in his presence. Should Xia Ming not intend to guide her to the mysterious treasure of the barbaric demons, she finds herself utterly at a loss. Xia Ming smiled gently. Let us proceed. He then followed the direction of the golden mist. Zhao Ruer hurriedly kept pace, her delicate countenance adorned with a grateful smile, murmuring, "Thank you," reflecting on her previous underestimation of him. Zhao Ruer couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Within the spirit mine, before the crack, Elder Yin had begun to sense something amiss, his brow furrowed. It has been quite a while. Could something untoward have occurred below? I must inform the other elders. Just then, two individuals entered. Who? Elder Yin turned his gaze, his pupils narrowing. Luo Fanjie from the Serpent Lord Society. The two individuals were indeed Luo Fanjie and Shunexen. Yin Mo, where has your Xia Ming gone? Luo Fanjie inquired coldly. Addressing Elder Yin with unreserved familiarity, an inner sect disciple, his status was not inferior to that of an outer sect elder. In contrast, Elder Yin found himself somewhat constrained, reluctant to offend the Serpent Lord Society, particularly Luo Fanjie, who wielded considerable influence therein. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Xia Ming, you are referring to that lad of the 7th level of the Yuan Xiao realm, correct? I sent him below to investigate. Yet he has not emerged after several hours. I was about to seek the assistance of other elders to ascertain the situation. Upon hearing this, Luo Fanjie and Shin Exen exchanged glances. Subsequently, Luo Fanjie asserted without room for argument, we shall descend to investigate. There is no need for you to notify anyone else. Elder Yin frowned, hesitated briefly, then nodded. Very well, then I shall trouble you. After all, it was not a matter of great significance, and there was no reason to refuse Luo Fanjie. Satisfied, Luo Fanjie nodded and, alongside Shin Exen, vanished into the chasm below. Upon reaching the depths, they were immediately met with a peculiar scent. Luo Fanjie's eyes flickered. Underground demon lizards. Shun Xin's expression shifted. Is this their territory? This complicates matters, though it is possible that the little wretch has met his demise at their hands. They both understood that the domain of the underground demon lizards was vast and the terrain exceedingly intricate. Searching for an individual in such an expansive area would indeed present a challenge. Luo Fanjie scoffed. If he is alive, we shall find him. If he is dead, we shall find his corpse. It's merely a matter of locating someone. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fanjie waved his sleeve, unleashing a swarm of densely packed luminous points that swiftly transformed into countless beams of light, darting off in various directions. 1,000-mile glowing bees. Shin Xin's eyes brightened upon recognizing these radiant creatures as luminescent demon bees. Elation washing over him. Oh wonder you were so confident, senior brother, with such demon bees at your disposal. The 1,000-mile glowing bees are remarkably swift, capable of traversing vast distances, and the practitioner controlling them can share their vision. Utilizing these demon bees to locate someone underground is indeed exceedingly convenient. Shin Xin's earlier trepidation vanished, replaced by a sinister grin on his refined visage. Little wretch, I hope you are still alive. After all, It would be far more entertaining to slay you with my own hands. Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer traversed the labyrinthine depths, guided by the golden mist, for what felt like an eternity. As anticipated, the lair of the subterranean demon lizard was devoid of any presence. Xia Ming surmised that it had either been taken away by the young subterranean king lizard or had departed alongside the elder king lizard. At that moment, the duo arrived before a luminous stone wall, which marked the terminus of the golden vapor. "Let us proceed," Xia Ming remarked nonchalantly, stepping into the stone wall. Before them unfolded a resplendent palace, gleaming with opulence. Xia Ming closed his eyes to attune himself, quickly realizing that a small portion of pure yang energy had been restored within the palace. Though meager, it was sufficient for the refinement of the Juntian seal. "Is this truly the secret vault of the barbaric demons?" Zhao Ruer questioned, stepping inside, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she eagerly surveyed her surroundings, hoping to uncover the fabled legacy of the barbaric demon emperor. "Indeed," Xia Ming replied with a mysterious smile, "I shall cultivate for a while. You may seek treasures on your own, as I shall not accompany you." "Really?" Zhao Ruer exclaimed, unable to mask her disbelief as she regarded Xia Ming with a puzzled expression. In this vault of the barbaric demons, he chose to meditate rather than pursue the legacy, which would effectively reduce her competition. Her mind raced with delight, but before embarking on her treasure hunt, she cautiously probed, "Hey, you wouldn't actually expect me to search alone, would you?" Chapter 52. A gift of beautiful puppetry. Xia Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, seemingly deep in meditation. Zhao Ruer awkwardly scratched her right cheek. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a little money grubber, as she stealthily made her way towards the staircase. I could see that moment. Xia Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a sly smile gracing his lips. Curious about Zhao Ruer's expression when she discovered her fruitless endeavor. Only then did he fully immerse himself in his cultivation, his pores wide open, drawing in all the pure yang energy within the palace. Xia Ming began to operate the refining technique of the Juntian seal, swiftly transforming the pure yang energy into a concentrated essence. The challenge of condensing the seal lay in the manipulation of the pure yang energy, which most practitioners found overwhelmingly domineering and difficult to control. However, for Xia Ming, it was second nature, rendering the greatest difficulty non-existent. Before long, the Juntian seal gradually took shape within his dantian, revealing an enigmatic character that faintly shimmered, as if it harbored the laws of the cosmos. Once fully condensed, it would undoubtedly create a seismic impact. The magical energy within Xia Ming's body began to deplete rapidly, all flowing into the burgeoning Juntian seal. In that moment, it felt as though his magical energy burned as if it were free, prompting him to hastily draw forth all the spirit stones from his spatial pouch, sacrificing them without hesitation. Thus, half a day passed. Zhao Ruer's expression was one of profound disappointment, her hair disheveled like a bird's nest as she slumped to the ground, tears unshed. In that span, she had turned the entire barbaric demon palace upside down, yet had seen not even a trace of the legendary secret vault. Let us set aside this matter for the moment. Within this palace, the wine cups, seats, and various furnishings are all treasures of great worth. The building materials, such as the flooring and beams, are undoubtedly composed of precious crystals. Even if she were to take but a single cup, her journey would not be in vain. However, even the slightest attempt to lift a wine cup proved futile. It felt as heavy as a mountain, firmly anchored in its place. That moment, she understood why Xia Ming remained indifferent upon entering the treasure trove of the barbarian demons, choosing instead to commence his cultivation. The spiritual energy in this palace is extraordinarily dense, and Zhao Ruer had sensed its profound richness upon her arrival. Yet, by the time she grasped the situation, that precious energy had already dissipated, evidently consumed entirely by Xia Ming. This meant that all the benefits had been reaped by him. Realizing this, Zhao Ruer felt an intense urge to lash out at Xia Ming. She had foolishly assumed he was benevolent for willingly offering her the treasure trove, when in truth, it was she who had been lacking in judgment. That moment, a mysterious aura suddenly emanated from Xia Ming. Zhao Ruer's eyes widened as she beheld an incomprehensibly profound symbol manifesting in the void behind him. A character she could not decipher, yet it seemed to contain the ultimate truths of the universe, shrouded in enigma. This arcane symbol appeared only for an instant before vanishing. Just then, Xia Ming opened his eyes. A hint of a smile gracing his lips that he had successfully cultivated the fourth-tier Taoist technique, the Jun Tian seal. From this point onward, he possessed another trump card. "Oh!" Zhao Ruer exclaimed, her finger trembling as she pointed at Xia Ming. Her teeth clenched. "Did you already know what was happening here?" Xia Ming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. You are exceedingly cunning. I misjudged you that I had thought you to be a good person." Zhao Ruer glared at him, her perception of him having shifted 180 degrees. Xia Ming chuckled softly. "I never claimed to be a good person." As he spoke, he retrieved a barbarian god puppet from his spatial pouch and tossed it to Zhao Ruer. "Consider this a token of compensation." Pouting, Zhao Ruer cast a disgruntled glance at Xia Ming, her anger beginning to wane. "Very well. In light of your gift of the barbarian god puppet, I shall refrain from holding a grudge against you." Despite these words, she felt a twinge of guilt. Only she understood the true value of the puppet Xia Ming had given her, for it was not merely a puppet, but also tied to the fortunes of the barbarian demon emperor. Its immense worth made it difficult for her, who disliked being indebted to others, to refuse it. Nevertheless, she resolved to repay Xia Ming's kindness in the future, provided they met again. With a huff, Zhao Ruer declared, "Let us depart. The people outside are growing impatient." Xia Ming turned his gaze toward the entrance. Through the barrier he could see Shan Xian and an unfamiliar man, both radiating an aura of hostility directed at them. Moreover, their eyes were filled with greed. What kind of individuals are they that they can perceive this place? Zhao Ruer had already noticed these too while Xia Ming was cultivating, and her concern grew palpable. How could it be possible? The restrictions set by the barbaric demon emperor are not something two mere ants in the Meridian realm could possibly penetrate. Xia Ming shook his head and addressed Zhao Ruer, saying, "Although I am uncertain how they discovered this place, it is highly likely that you were detected upon your entry." Zhao Ruer, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, suddenly had a flicker of realization in her eyes. "I believe I saw a light point approaching me when I came in." "That must be it," Xia Ming replied nonchalantly. "It was surely that entity that revealed our presence." "This is terrible. Does that mean the secrets of the barbaric demon's hidden treasure have been exposed?" Zhao Ruer grimaced, a hint of frustration evident in her beautiful eyes. Xia Ming chuckled softly. "That might not be the case. If you were to uncover a secret treasure trove, would you choose to keep it all to yourself or share it with others?" Without hesitation, Zhao Ruer declared, "Naturally, I would monopolize it." Realizing this, she exclaimed, "I understand now. Those two must also intend to seize the barbaric demon's treasure for themselves. Once we exit, they will certainly resort to silencing us." At that moment, Zhao Ruer's expression abruptly changed as she widened her eyes at Xia Ming, sensing that he seemed to comprehend the intentions of those two perfectly. Could it be that he harbored similar plans? Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost vigilance. You don't intend to silence me as well, do you?" Chapter 53. Tension Mount Xia Ming was rendered speechless and shot Zhao Ruer an exasperated glance. "If I truly wished to kill you, you would have long since become a corpse." Zhao Ruer offered an awkward smile, realizing she had overthought the situation, yet Xia Ming's words still irked her, prompting her to retort, "I am a formidable practitioner in the Meridian realm. Do not be too arrogant, you mere Yuan aperture cultivator." However, recalling the terrifying aura Xia Ming had exuded during his breakthrough, Zhao Ruer felt a strange sensation arise within her. It seemed this individual indeed possessed the capability to eliminate her. Xia Ming, disinterested in further debate with Zhao Ruer, stated, "Once we exit, you will distract Shan Xian, the one at the first level of the Meridian realm, while I will handle the other at the second level." Zhao Ruer eagerly agreed, as she could not contend with the practitioner at the second level. Nodding affirmatively, "Understood." Meanwhile, Luo Fangjia and Shan Xian, waiting outside, were growing increasingly impatient. Suddenly, the stone wall before them rippled with circular waves. Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer emerged sequentially from the shimmering circles. Instantly, an intense fervor ignited in the eyes of Luo Fangjia and Shan Xian. "You little beast, you have finally emerged." Luo Fangjia revealed a sinister grin. "Xia Ming, where exactly did you go? Spill every detail, or you'll face dire consequences. Shenxian's lofty gaze bore a deep threat. Zhao Ruer regarded the two with utmost caution, her spiritual energy already surging, poised for action. Xia Ming disregarded Shenxian's threat, calmly turning his attention to Luo Fanjie and asking indifferently, "Are you with the Serpent King Society? You little beast." Shenxian, incensed by Xia Ming's indifference, seethed with murderous intent, vowing to make this brat pay dearly for his insolence. Luo Fanjie coldly interjected, "Since you are aware of my affiliation with the Serpent King Society, promptly disclose where you ventured, for offending the Serpent King Society is a transgression you cannot afford, even with 8 lives. Ha ha ha." Xia Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Luo Fanjie and Shenxian were momentarily taken aback. And then Luo Fanjie's expression darkened. "What are you laughing at?" Xia Ming's smile abruptly vanished, morphing into a sneer. "What is the Serpent Lord Society to me? I have never regarded it with any respect. Rather, I would say that because of associating with the useless Shenxian, even if your Serpent Lord Society does not come seek me out, I would still obliterate you." Upon uttering these words, both Luo Fanjie and Shenxian were left speechless, while Zhao Ruer also revealed a peculiar look, as if gazing at a fool that a cultivator at the Yuan Xiao realm dares to claim he will annihilate the Serpent Lord Society. This is akin to a beggar declaring he will bring down the imperial family. Shenxian and Luo Fanjie burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming down their faces. It was too amusing. In my lifetime, I have never heard such a hilarious joke. Shenxian laughed so hard he almost trembled, yet his gaze turned as icy as death itself. "Had I known you were so entertaining, I might have hesitated to kill you. But as for now, you might as well wait until your next life to attempt to destroy my Serpent Lord Society. You fool." As the word fool escaped his lips, Shenxian's robe flared dramatically, as green currents of energy swirled around him, converging in front of his form, but a mass of green energy surged and rolled, harboring lethal poison and terrifying power, crushing forth. Bang! Zhao Ruer's jade hand emitted an orange glow, striking the mass of green energy like lightning, instantly dispersing it. She then turned to Shenxian with a calm smile. "Your opponent is me. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Serpent Lord Society?" Shenxian's eyes darkened, coldly snorting at Zhao Ruer. Zhao Ruer replied softly, "If I do not assist Xia Ming, the two of you will not spare me either." Zhao Ruer was not foolish. She understood that since the secret of the barbarian demon treasure had been uncovered by these two, they would certainly not allow her, who was privy to the secret, to leave alive. Thus, she had no choice but to align herself with Xia Ming. Alternatively, if you are willing to become my slave, I can offer you a chance at survival this moment. Luo Fanjie let out a hearty laugh, his figure flashing as he charged towards Zhao Ruer with a ferocious, mountain-like force, intending to join forces with Shenxian to eliminate this greatest threat. As for Xia Ming, a mere Yuan Xiao realm cultivator, he did not regard him at all. "You seek death." Zhao Ruer's fury ignited upon hearing Luo Fanjie's words, her beautiful eyes sparking with electric light. Crackle, a lightning serpent coalesced, the terrifying lightning almost causing one's hairs to stand on end with its lethal intent. Zhao Ruer's magical power was of the lightning attribute. Whoosh! However, when the lightning serpent collided with Luo Fanjie's form, it was instantly shattered and vanished, while Luo Fanjie's laughter grew more arrogant and unrestrained as he lunged at Zhao Ruer, this time. Shenxian also grinned wickedly at Zhao Ruer, casting the heart poison seal once more, ruthlessly striking down. "Do not make a move." Zhao Ruer's expression changed, and she admonished sharply. "Who would dare to intervene?" "Xia Ming, that fool. What can he possibly do?" Luo Fanjie laughed heartily, observing the insufferably arrogant Luo Fanjie. Xia Ming shook his head. "Simpleton!" He then planted a foot firmly on the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, a jagged stone blade erupted violently from the ground, surging forth at a speed that surpassed the sound barrier, aimed directly at Luo Fanjie's back. Upon hearing the deafening crack of the sonic barrier behind him, Luo Fanjie was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of terror, as if he would be cleaved in two should he fail to turn and defend himself immediately. How could this be possible? Struggling to comprehend, Luo Fanjie whirled around and beheld the fearsome stone blade, reminiscent of a shark's fin, hurtling towards him with astonishing velocity, causing his countenance to change dramatically. With a tremor coursing through his body, he summoned his magical energy, thrusting both palms outward at a torrent of power coalesced into an invisible barrier. With a sharp slice, the stone blade struck the barrier, swiftly slicing through it. Only when it had cleaved halfway through did it finally exhaust its force and come to a halt. At that moment, Zhao Ruer had already dispelled Shun Xian's deadly poison seal, narrowly avoiding catastrophe, and once again became embroiled in combat with Shun Xian. Luo Fanji refrained from aiding Shun Xian, his gaze fixated intently on Xia Ming, his mind reeling with shock, the 8th level of the Yuan Xiao realm. This was the true extent of Xia Ming's cultivation that he had discerned. Such prowess, capable of unleashing techniques that posed a threat to him, transcended mere talent. It was nothing short of terrifying. In that moment, Luo Fanji finally comprehended why Shun Xian had repeatedly failed to eliminate Xia Ming. The young man's potential was beyond what an ordinary individual could contend with. Luo Fanji regarded Xia Ming with newfound seriousness. His expression unprecedentedly grave, he looked at Xia Ming, his eyes brimming with an unquenchable murderous intent. Such a threat, having sown the seeds of enmity, could not be allowed to linger in this world. Chapter 54. The might of the Jun Tian seal. I am truly astonished that you have managed to conceal your potential so profoundly, possessing exceptional talent, yet masquerading as a fool for so long. Luo Fanji fixed a cold stare upon Xia Ming, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes, grateful that he had detected the looming threat in time. Otherwise, given you a moment's respite, you might have truly posed a danger to my serpent lord. As he spoke, an unseen wind began to swirl around him, his long hair billowing, and a fierce light ignited in his eyes. The deep-seated murderous intent began to brew, escalating to its zenith in an instant. Zhao Ruer and Shun Xian, who were locked in combat, felt an overwhelming dread, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Luo Fanji. This is bad. Zhao Ruer's heart sank, her confidence in Xia Ming beginning to waver. The sheer intensity of Luo Fanji's murderous intent was akin to that of a reaper emerging from the depths of hell, capable of claiming any life at a moment's notice. She could not ascertain whether Xia Ming could withstand Luo Fanji in his current state. Should Xia Ming falter, her fate would also be sealed. In that instant, Zhao Ruer's concern for her own destiny reached a fever pitch. What a pity to not be able to personally slay this little wretch. Shun Xian felt a twinge of regret, yet her face was adorned with a cruel smile. Deep down, Shun Xian believed that as long as Xia Ming perished, it mattered little at whose hands he met his end. Just then, Luo Fanji made his move. His figure seemed to vanish instantaneously, as if he had been erased from existence. Xia Ming's expression remained unperturbed, yet an alarm rang in his mind, an instinctual warning of the imminent danger. Suddenly, his eyelids flickered, sensing a faint disturbance to his right. Without hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike. Bang! The massive palm of Luo Fanji suddenly materialized, colliding with Xia Ming's hand, producing an explosive sound that reverberated through the air. Xia Ming found himself grappling with an immensely terrifying force, the ground beneath him fracturing instantaneously. I still underestimated you. I never imagined you could perceive my shadowless assassination technique. In an instant, Luo Fanji's figure appeared and vanished once more, his astonished voice echoing in the void, its origin elusive, rendering his presence utterly untraceable. Yet that voice carried a tone of mockery. That moment, Xia Ming forcefully kicked backward with his left foot. Another explosive sound erupted as Luo Fanji's subsequent assault was once again detected by Xia Ming. But soon his figure vanished once more. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next heartbeat, a formidable aura of lethal intent assailed Xia Ming from all directions. Just then, a glimmer flashed in Xia Ming's eyes, and a smirk graced his lips. What shadowless assassination technique? It is merely a method to obscure one's line of sight, relying on astonishing speed to strike me. It is far from being truly shadowless. As he spoke, a radiant circle emanated from Xia Ming, spreading through the void and slicing through Luo Fanji's latest attack, which was effortlessly dismantled by that luminous circle. Moreover, Luo Fanji's technique had been thoroughly deciphered by Xia Ming, and it was nothing more than a method that manipulated light. obscuring the caster's figure from the enemy, allowing the caster to strike with impunity. Luo Fanjia, astonished and enraged, found it intolerable that his prideful technique had been so easily unraveled by Xia Ming. He immediately felt the terrifying threat emanating from Xia Ming, igniting a fervent desire to eradicate him swiftly to oh, what if you see through it? Can you keep pace with my speed? Luo Fanjia had never harbored such intense murderous intent towards anyone before. In this moment, he spared no effort, igniting all his magical energy, his speed reaching its zenith. Buzz! In an instant, Xia Ming sensed a pervasive killing intent encroaching from all directions, above and below, as if he were ensconced in the most perilous place in existence. Yet, he remained utterly unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. One must reciprocate. I shall allow you to witness my own techniques. Xia Ming's expression turned grave, and the 8 primordial apertures within him surged forth with an unceasing torrent of magical energy, igniting instantly as he thrust his palm into the void. All his magical power converged into a single entity. A mystical seal materialized in the air, exuding an aura of antiquity, civilization, nobility, and sanctity. This seal emerged. All around it succumbed, the spiritual essence in the air seemingly suppressed, afraid to stir. The Jun Tian seal. You, a mere practitioner of the primordial aperture realm, what merit does your technique hold? It is but a futile effort. Luo Fanjia's entire focus was directed toward assassinating Xia Ming. Dismissing his words with scorn that a full-force strike from a second-tier practitioner of the Meridian Opening Realm could easily obliterate even another of the same level, let alone this insignificant insect of the primordial aperture realm in the next moment. Luo Fanjia's comprehensive assassination bore down upon Xia Ming. He was brimming with confidence, certain that in a mere instant, he could reduce Xia Ming to mere fragments. Just then, the power of the Jun Tian seal erupted forth in the blink of an eye. Luo Fanjia felt the suffocating majesty and boundless strength radiating from the Jun Tian seal. His eyes widened in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. Beneath that imposing aura, his entire magical power ceased to heed his command, coming to an abrupt halt as he found himself unable to evade the crushing force of the Jun Tian seal. No! Luo Fanjia let out a thunderous roar, only for it to be abruptly silenced. With a resounding boom, a cloud of crimson mist erupted as his body was torn asunder into 5 or 6 fragments. The sound of his agonized cry sent a shiver down Xiao's spine, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, while Zhao Ruer quivered in shock. In unison, they halted their actions, their eyes drawn to the grim fate that had befallen Luo Fanjia. Gurgle, gurgle! Xiao's throat emitted a parched rasp, nearly causing her to faint from terror, her complexion paling to an extreme. Zhao Ruer was hardly in a better state, her delicate form shaking incessantly as she murmured in disbelief. No, it's impossible. The scene before them was one that 2 practitioners of the Meridian Realm could not fathom. How could a practitioner at the 8th level of the Yuan Qiao realm annihilate one at the 2nd level of the Meridian Realm? Such a revelation, if disseminated, would surely render the speaker a fool in the eyes of the world. Yet, in this moment, witnessing the event with their own eyes, they were compelled to accept its veracity. Luo Fanjia's demise proved that such occurrences indeed existed in this world. The power of the Jun Tian seal surpassed my expectations. For Xia Ming, the architect of this extraordinary spectacle, he felt a flicker of surprise, not from the act of slaying Luo Fanjia, a mere 2nd-level Meridian Realm practitioner, but rather from the sheer magnitude of the Jun Tian seal's effectiveness. Dispatching Luo Fanjia was merely a matter of course. Having ascended to the 8th level of the Yuan Qiao realm, his strength was more than sufficient to eliminate a 1st-level Meridian Realm practitioner, and to contend with one at the 2nd level. It was only logical that he would not be astonished by Luo Fanjia's death. Admittedly, the might of the Jun Tian seal was indeed formidable. However, it came at a significant cost. Chapter 55. Young Master Shi. Xia Ming's magical power was depleted by over half, leaving him with scarcely 2/5 remaining. This implied that such a potent technique could only be wielded once, after which his condition would deteriorate considerably. However, following the annihilation of Luo Fanjia, The Tian Yuan Xianggong rapidly absorbed the essence that dissipated from Luo Fanji's body, restoring Xia Ming's magical power to its former fullness. This was the advantage of the Wan Xiang Tian Yugong. It allowed for the absorption of magical energy even amidst battle, for a technique as draining as the Jun Tian Seal. The Wan Xiang Tian Yugong was nothing short of the perfect complement. After vanquishing Luo Fanjia, Xia Ming's gaze shifted to Shun Xian, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Now is the time to settle our score. Shun Xian. The death of his previous incarnation and the crises he had faced since his rebirth were all thanks to Shun Xian standing before him. Xia Ming had long harbored the desire to eliminate her. Hatred glimmered in Shun Xian's eyes as she lamented, "I so despised that night. I should not have hesitated regarding Elder Chun. Had I slain you then, you would not be here today." She recalled the moment when the blood sword sought to deliver a fatal blow to Xia Ming. Yet her concern for Elder Chun had stayed her hand, leaving her with an endless sense of regret. It was far too late for remorse now. Xia Ming's voice turned cold. "In it yourself? I can't be bothered to kill you myself." Shun Xian trembled, her expression contorted with distress. "You wish to kill me? That is impossible. If I choose to flee, you will never be able to hold me back." He discovered that he was not necessarily trapped in a desperate situation. Xia Ming, with merely the cultivation of the Yuan Xiao realm, lacked the ability to traverse the skies. Based on this, he still harbored a chance for escape. "Shun Xian, do you regard me as heir?" Zhao Ruer mocked. Shun Xian shot a fierce glare at Zhao Ruer, exclaiming, "Wretched woman, should I manage to flee today, I will ensure that you meet an end without a grave. Let us see if you can escape first." Zhao Ruer's fair face flushed with anger as her magical energy surged violently. In an instant, a sword of thunder coalesced, exuding a fierce aura. With a crackle, the thunder sword tore through the void, leaving a lengthy trail of lightning as it swiftly advanced for the kill. "You scoundrels, I shall not rest until one of us is dead," Shun Xian roared, launching herself into the air, her form flickering until she appeared 100 meters away. In her desperate bid for survival, Shun Xian unleashed a speed that bordered on the terrifying, outpacing even Zhao Ruer's thundersword. "Do you think you can kill me? You are merely dreaming, Xia Ming. Wait to be relentlessly pursued by the Serpent Lord." As Shun Xian fled, her laughter rang out, filled with venom and madness. "Not good." Zhao Ruer's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated Shun Xian's speed to be so formidable. Should Shun Xian escape, the secrets of the barbarian fiend's hidden treasure would be revealed, and the forces pursuing them would not be limited to the Serpent Lord, but could involve even more terrifying powers. Realizing this, Zhao Ruer's face turned pale, and a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Had she known, she should have unleashed her ultimate move to hinder Shun Xian's escape. Just as she wallowed in regret, Xia Ming made his move that he merely lifted his palm towards the direction Shun Xian had fled. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. The imposing presence of suppression manifested in an instant as a more formidable Jun Tian seal than the one used against Luo Fanjia materialized in the void. The Jun Tian seal was encircled by a multitude of thunderous arcs and terrifying wind blades. With a swish, the Jun Tian seal vanished from its original position, shooting forth at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed from afar. In a way, Zhao Ruer's face froze in shock, and casting a glance at Xia Ming, she found him remarkably composed. In disbelief, she hastened towards the direction of Shun Xian's escape. Before long, she stumbled upon a tragic corpse 100 meters away. Shun Xian's eyes were wide open in death, filled with resentment, terror, and shock. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ruer could not help but swallow hard, grateful that she had not opposed Xia Ming. What kind of Dao technique was that, possessing such overwhelming power? Could it be a fifth-tier technique? No, that was impossible. A Yuan Xiao realm cultivator could not possibly master a fifth-tier Dao technique. The thought of Xia Ming's spell left her feeling dread. Not only was its power formidable, but its speed was astonishing as well, especially since she had observed that the spell was entwined with both thunder and wind blades. The emergence of two distinct elemental attacks within a single Dao technique was nothing short of extraordinary. However, she was unaware that this phenomenon was not due to the Jun Tian seal itself, but rather because Xia Ming had converted his magical energy into these two attributes using the myriad forms celestial prison technique, resulting in the effect of dual attribute attacks manifesting within the Jun Tian seal. Thunder and wind, both excelling in speed, were employed by Xia Ming to ensure the execution of Shen Exen, leaving no future threats. In this instance, after slaying Shen Exen, Xia Ming found his spiritual energy had not been restored, for the location of Shen Exen's demise was far removed from where Xia Ming stood. The vital essence that dissipated upon Shen Exen's death had long since mingled with the air, spreading far and wide. In the heart of Yuha City, an imposing and magnificent palace stood at its very center, known as Yuha Hall, the sanctum where the sect leader of Yuha Gate practiced. It was here that the leader would attend to significant matters and receive esteemed guests. Generally, inner disciples of the sect were not permitted entry into Yuha Hall unless summoned by the leader. Those few inner disciples who possessed the privilege to enter uninvited were no more than 5 in number, and among them was the esteemed young master Shi. The young master, she was a figure of unfathomable prowess, having reached the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm a decade ago, with whispers suggesting he had 1 foot already in the sacred pattern realm. The leader of Yuha Gate was of no higher cultivation than this, and in the surrounding powerful nations, practitioners of the sacred pattern realm were regarded as the utmost elite, capable of influencing the tides of the world. Should young master Shi ascend to the sacred pattern realm, even the leader of Yuha Gate would have to regard him as an equal, relinquishing the authority of his title. The society established by young master Shi, known as the Shijun Society, stood as one of the mightiest factions within Yuha Gate, teeming with formidable talents. Today, young master Shi had come to Yuha Hall to confer with the leader and numerous elders regarding an imminent grand event hosted by the Luo Yun Kingdom. The discussions extended throughout the day, concluding only at dusk when young master Shi emerged from the hall. Awaiting him outside was a throng of inner disciples from the Shijun Society, who eagerly approached upon his exit. Among them was the one who had urged Shen Exen to swiftly eliminate Xia Ming. This individual, who held a lofty position before Shen Exen, had never deigned to acknowledge her presence. Yet before young master Shi, he displayed utmost deference and humility. Young master, she possessed a visage as radiant as white jade, with a tall and slender frame. His beauty was almost ethereal, his skin bearing an unnaturally pallid hue. His striking violet serpent-like eyes exuded a chilling detachment, while the dark golden robe he donned lent him an air of otherworldly allure and dominion. Chapter 56. The arrogance of age. This man was the most powerful figure within Yuha Gate, poised for an illustrious future, earning the admiration and reverence of all within the sect. Those who dared to oppose him were destined to plunge into an abyss, while those who allied with him would soar to great heights. However, the number of individuals deemed worthy to befriend him was exceedingly scarce. Elder Yin had inquired about the matters concerning Shen Exen and her companion. Xia Ming, however, claimed ignorance and instead revealed the existence of the subterranean giant lizard clan. Elder Yin took keen interest in this revelation, promptly setting aside concerns for Shen Exen and her companion, posing a few more questions to Xia Ming before he contrived a casual excuse to depart from the Spirit Mind Mountain. Such treatment was already a considerable elevation above that of external disciples, leaving Xia Ming somewhat envious and contemplating the prospect of becoming an external disciple himself. Yet he was acutely aware that only by reaching the meridian opening realm could he participate in the assessment for inner disciples. Like Shen Exen, despite being favored by the Shijun Society, she could only reside in the outer city until she passed the examination. The distinctions between inner and outer disciples were rigidly enforced, with no allowance for transgression. Throughout the journey, Xia Ming observed that the inner disciples of the Yuha sect were ubiquitous, each exuding an aura of immense strength. These disciples constituted the very foundation of the Yuha sect, being the talents that the sect truly valued and nurtured. However, upon encountering Jiqing Shui, these inner disciples all displayed an unmistakable air of respect. Xia Ming understood that Jiqing Shui, merely by virtue of her position as the vice president of the Alchemy Association, belonged to the highest echelons of the Yuha sect, her status being equal only to that of the inner elders. In light of such stature, Jiqing Shui Ming's willingness to lecture outer disciples signified her commendable character, which contrasted sharply with her seemingly aloof exterior. Are you pondering something unfavorable? Just as Xia Ming scrutinized Ji Qingshui, her beautiful eyes turned icy as she coldly remarked, "Not at all. I was merely contemplating how someone as exquisite and gracious as yourself would deign to impart wisdom to us outer disciples. Your noble character truly serves as an exemplar for our learning," Xia Ming awkwardly replied, hastily showering Ji Qingshui with flattery. With a disdainful snort, Ji Qingshui dismissed Xia Ming's attempts at flattery. Before long, they arrived at the Yuhe Hall. Before the imposing palace stood a regiment of formidable guards, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the third stage of the Meridian realm. Upon the steps leading to the Yuhe Hall, numerous instructors of similar standing to Ji Qingshui were seen, accompanied by their respective disciples. However, Xia Ming noticed that the disciples accompanying the instructors were all inner disciples, while he alone donned the outer disciples' blue uniform. This stark contrast drew the piercing gazes of those around him, particularly in the presence of a breathtaking beauty like Ji Qingshui, whose allure attracted the attention of many. His status as an outer disciple beside her seemed exceedingly incongruous. As they entered the grand hall, a multitude of instructors congregated, each accompanied by their disciples, engaging in lively conversation. The moment Ji Qingshui and Xia Ming stepped inside, a wave of eyes turned towards them. The looks directed at Ji Qingshui were filled with admiration, astonishment, desire, and also disdain, jealousy, and discontent. However, when those gazes shifted to Xia Ming, they transformed into expressions of bewilderment. Why had Ji Qingshui brought an outer disciple with her? Could this individual be the representative she had recommended? Nonsense! How could an outer disciple possibly attend an event hosted by the Luoyun kingdom? Immediately, murmurs of discontent rippled through the instructors, and their disciples echoed their displeasure, clearly unwelcoming the presence of an outer disciple in such a setting. Ji Qingshui, where is the person you recommended? At that moment, a stern middle-aged man approached, seemingly oblivious to Xia Ming standing beside Ji Qingshui, and questioned her. Ji Qingshui raised an eyebrow. "Yu Zhou, could it be that your eyesight has failed you, as you failed to see my disciple beside me?" Yu Zhou smiled faintly. "Of course I see him. Are you suggesting that your recommended candidate is an outer disciple?" Indeed, bringing an outer disciple to the Yuhe Hall is utterly inappropriate. Even if you, Ji Qingshui, are a high-ranking alchemist, you ought to consider the sect's reputation. Which of the lecturers present has not spent several decades at Yehiman? You, a newly appointed senior lecturer with less than 3 years of tenure, dare to bring external disciples to Yuhe Hall. Do you not find the authority of the sect to be a mere jest? The multitude of lecturers began to murmur and ridicule Ji Qingshui, whose countenance grew increasingly frigid upon hearing their words. However, Xia Ming discerned the underlying implications in their remarks. It was evident that Ji Qingshui's tenure at Yehiman was markedly brief, rendering her relatively inexperienced among her peers. Some of the more seasoned lecturers sought to leverage their seniority, attempting to capitalize on the situation. That a few words from Yu Zhou ensnared Ji Qingshui in a predicament, subjected to the onslaught of numerous lecturers, a flicker of triumph crossing his eyes. This lecturer? When did the sect master ever declare that external disciples could not participate in the competition with Luoyun Kingdom? At that moment, Xia Ming's voice suddenly resonated. Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Yu Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened. "Impudence! Who do you think you are to interject in this place? Ji Qingshui, I question your judgment in recommending such a disrespectful disciple." Nearby, some other lecturers sneered. A master like this produces disciples of no better quality. Allowing such a person to meet the royal family of Luoyun Kingdom would surely be a source of ridicule. Alas, the standards of our world are declining. Just as the venerable lecturers continued their incessant chatter, Ji Qingshui's cold voice suddenly pierced through. "Have you finished?" As she spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from her, saturating the hall with an unbearable pressure. Instantly, those who had mocked Ji Qingshui felt an immense weight bearing down on them, their faces paling as they clutched their throats, nearly suffocating. Yu Zhou, at the forefront, turned a shade akin to that of pig liver, terror flashing in his eyes as he trembled and pointed at Ji Qing Shui. What do you intend to do, if you wish to perish? Speak another word, Ji Qing Shui replied, her gaze chilling and laced with murderous intent. That Wei Yuzhou promptly fell silent, a profound fear etched in his eyes. Xia Ming, astonished, observed Ji Qing Shui, quickly realizing that she was even more formidable than he had imagined. Her influence was palpable beyond the outer sect, extending even into the inner sanctum of Yuha Hall. Such dominance could only stem from unmatched strength. Just from her aura, Xia Ming surmised that Ji Qing Shui was on the verge of the sacred pattern realm, a peak figure of the meridian opening stage. Consequently, when she unleashed her might, the lecturers she targeted were few who could withstand it. As the lecturers fell silent, Ji Qing Shui gradually reigned in her aura. Those who had been singled out dared not utter a sound, their gazes towards Ji Qing Shui rife with trepidation. The lecturers were intimidated, and their disciples were even more so. When power is overwhelmingly strong, all underhanded tactics become utterly futile. Ji Qing Shui coldly stated, should you harbor any grievances against me, feel free to voice them before the sect master. But should you chatter before me, be prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath. At her declaration, no one dared to question her further. Evidently, no instructor wished to provoke Ji Qing Shui at this juncture. After all, to be publicly admonished would result in a significant loss of face. However, while the instructors dared not offend Ji Qing Shui, they harbored resentment towards Xia Ming. Xia Ming noticed the venomous glare that Yuzhou directed at him. Coward, a faint chuckle escaped Xia Ming's lips as he regarded this bully who thrived on intimidating the weak with indifference. At that moment, a vast aura suddenly surged from outside the hall. The sect leader has arrived. A young man soared through the air, calling out in a commanding voice. The instructors quickly turned their attention to the entrance of the grand hall. And Xia Ming, too, was eager to behold the leader of Yuha's sect and discern what manner of person he was. Before long, on either side of the hall, 36 delicate young boys and girls marched in unison. Following them were 6 pairs of golden-clad guards wielding axes and halberds, radiating a robust and masculine demeanor. Next came another 6 pairs of beautiful young female cultivators, clad in white dresses, scattering flowers gracefully in midair. At last, the leader of Yuha's sect made his appearance. This middle-aged man, with a white jade hairpin adorning his dark locks, possessed a strikingly handsome and vigorous visage, his pair of violet eyes exuding authority. With broad shoulders and a tall, imposing figure, he donned a robe of yin and yang, striding confidently to his exalted seat and facing the assembly. Salutations to the sect leader. All instructors and disciples bowed in respect. The leader of Yuha's sect was a venerable master of the sacred pattern realm, his power unfathomable, earning him the admiration of the world at ease. The sect leader's voice was gentle, yet carried an awe-inspiring gravity that commanded respect from all present. Only then did the instructors raise their heads. The display was indeed grand. Xia Ming mused to himself, yet he felt no trepidation towards this leader. Merely a sacred pattern cultivator. In his previous life, he could have easily crushed such a figure with a mere hand. Esteemed guests, I have summoned you today to review the exceptional disciples you have recommended and their respective talents. Please feel free to present your selections. The leader smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of disciples in the hall. His expression was indifferent as he recognized several outstanding inner disciples, familiar faces to him. However, when his eyes fell upon Xia Ming, they suddenly paused, a flicker of intrigue crossing his countenance. In that instant, Xia Ming felt the leader's profound gaze piercing through him as if seeking to unveil all his secrets. Truly, a cultivator of the sacred pattern realm. A serene smile graced Xia Ming's lips, his demeanor remarkably calm. In the next moment, the leader's attention shifted away, seemingly dismissing Xia Ming. Report, sect leader, the disciples under the tutelage of each instructor have indeed been meticulously chosen. However, one instructor's disciple may possess an identity that is somewhat incongruous. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance spoke up. When Ji Qing Shui had displayed her might earlier, none dared to confront her directly. Yet this did not imply that all instructors truly feared her. Elder Yin was one of the few who did not cower before Ji Qing Shui among all instructors. He was one of the most seasoned, possessing an 8th-tier cultivation in the Meridian Opening Realm. Within Yuha's sect, he had mentored countless disciples. Even the esteemed Serpent Prince of the Serpent Lord Society would address him as teacher upon encountering him. Prior to the sect leader's arrival, Elder Yin had refrained from engaging in conflict with Ji Qingxue, knowing that his strength paled in comparison to hers, and any confrontation would ultimately be to his detriment. However, such concerns have now dissipated. Yin Kun, what do you mean by that? Ji Qingxue's gaze darkened, and her tone turned unfriendly. This esteemed Elder Yin, due to his seniority, was addressed as Elder Yin even by the sect leader. Now, with Ji Qingxue directly calling him by his name, the lecturers present sensed the chilling undertones in her voice. The faces of some instructors changed, realizing that Ji Qingxue, with her decisive nature, might truly dare to act against the sect leader. Chapter 58. The controversy settles. Elder Yin spoke with reason. The previously subdued lecturers, under Elder Yin's lead, became restless once more. However, no one dared to mock Ji Qingxue, as they directed their grievances towards Xia Ming instead. The sect leader nodded, acknowledging Elder Yin's point, yet expressed his belief that Ji Qingxue would not make arbitrary selections for disciples. Ji Qingxue, could you enlighten everyone on your reasons for choosing this outer sect disciple? Xia Ming's achievement of becoming a mid-tier alchemist had a considerable connection to her, thus she did not seek to take undue credit, speaking candidly instead. While humility is commendable, excessive modesty can be detrimental. Your ability to nurture a mid-tier alchemist from the outer sect is sufficient evidence of your teaching prowess, surpassing that of most inter-sect instructors, remarked the sect leader of Yeheman, though he remained skeptical of Ji Qingxue's assertions. At this moment, some lecturers displayed expressions of admiration towards Ji Qingxue. Despite her relative youth, her teaching capabilities were beyond their reach, as none of them had the ability to cultivate a mid-tier alchemist from the outer sect. In any profession, strength is revered. For instructors, the disciples they train serve as a testament to their own abilities. Why sheer chance? Ji Qingxue garnered a measure of acknowledgement from a portion of the lecturers due to Xia Ming, a development none had anticipated. Meanwhile, Yin Kun and Yu Zhou appeared grim, their expressions dark as if they could drain water. Ji Qingxue furrowed her brow, realizing the misunderstanding surrounding her, yet her nature inclined her to refrain from explanations. As long as these lecturers ceased to trouble her, she had no desire to associate with them further. Well then, let us conclude this matter here. The esteemed lecturers, what paths do your recommended disciples excel in? The sect leader deftly shifted the topic away from Ji Qingxue, engaging the lecturers in official matters. Xia Ming, finding the discourse rather tedious, quietly inquired, "Instructor, what is that Yu Zhou's disciple skilled in?" Ji Qingxue replied, "Yu Zhou practices the art of puppetry, and his disciple is also a puppeteer." Upon hearing the term puppeteer, a sly smile crept across Xia Ming's face. If one were to speak of puppets, what could possibly compare to the formidable man-god puppets? The man-demon sovereign stands as the pinnacle among puppeteers, commanding an impressive array of 129,600 man-god puppets across the realms. As a close friend of the man-demon sovereign, Xia Ming possessed a profound understanding of the art of puppetry. It seemed rather unfortunate for Yu Zhou to be a puppeteer, given this opportunity. If he did not receive a lesson, he might remain oblivious to the extent of the man-king's capabilities. What about Yin Kun? Xia Ming asked again. Ji Qingxue glanced at Xia Ming. Why so many questions? Xia Ming blinked and replied with a grin. Is it not permissible for me to be curious? Ji Qingxue coldly retorted. Look for yourself. News of Xia Ming's survival would undoubtedly reach the Snake King at the earliest opportunity. Curse be it! It is one matter for Shun Xian to be missing. But now, even Luo Fanjia has fallen silent. Have these two met with misfortune? In the conference room of the Serpent Lord Society, eldest brother's countenance was exceedingly grim. The meeting table was filled with individuals, each exuding an astonishing aura, with none possessing lower than the 7th level of the Meridian Realm. After all, they were merely two low-tier figures of the Meridian Realm. Their demise is of little consequence, that a haughty cultivator scoffed disdainfully. Vice President Zhua, I trust your time, as well as that of everyone present, is far too precious to be wasted on the matters concerning these two insignificant insects. A sturdy man of calm demeanor spoke, his tone indifferent yet laced with skepticism. The others mirrored similar expressions of doubt. As the elite within the inner sect, they had no time to squander on such trivialities. Eldest brother snorted coldly. This matter pertains to the instructions of young master Shida. He then recounted the circumstances surrounding Xia Ming. Oh, so you're saying that within your purview, this insect named Xia Ming has managed to thrive. Even garnering the attention of the sect master, the haughty cultivator revealed a faint smirk. Vice President Xua, this is a significant dereliction of duty on your part. I have no time for your bickering. Fang Sheng, eldest brother's gaze darkened. This time, the president has issued a direct order requiring you to fully mobilize your influence in this matter, ensuring that boy plunges into an irreversible abyss. Upon hearing eldest brother invoke the command of young Master Shi, the previously indifferent cultivators at the table straightened their postures. Even the most arrogant among them subdued his demeanor, responding in unison. Understood. Chapter 59. The Lan family, the upper echelons of the Serpent Lord Society, stood as the true luminaries of the inner sect, wielding power and status rivaling that of the elders. Boom! 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 On this day, a resounding chime of 6 grand bells echoed across the skies above the gate. A sharp cry pierced the air, and soon, a magnificent and elegant colossal flying vessel approached, making its way towards Yahal. The royal family of the Luoyun kingdom has arrived. All disciples of the inner and outer sects in the city raised their heads in awe, gazing at the flying vessel above. Transport people via such a vessel is indeed a display of extravagant luxury for the Luoyun kingdom. The flying vessel, a type of aerial craft capable of carrying individuals and soaring through the skies at remarkable speeds, is classified as a 6th-tier artifact or higher. As a magical tool, the flying vessel could only transport individuals and required immense quantities of spiritual energy to operate at every moment. The ability to afford such a vessel attests to the Luoyun kingdom's profound resources. Just a day prior, Xia Ming had stepped out of his residence and happened to spot the flying vessel in the sky. The Luoyun kingdom has arrived. It seems the competition is about to commence. This grand event, the sect master had once promised, would reward those who excelled with generous accolades from the sect. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Ming felt he could earn a substantial reward. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching the courtyard, and upon looking up, he discovered it was Lan Kaiwei. Lan Kaiwei beamed at Xia Ming, winking playfully. Now, I too have become a mid-tier alchemist, just like you. Congratulations, Xia Ming replied, still not understanding the connection between her breakthrough and their current conversation. However, the subsequent words of Lan Kaiwei unraveled his doubts. I've become a mid-level alchemist, thus garnering the attention of my family. They have spared no expense in nurturing me, enabling my smooth breakthrough. Xia Ming understood. It seemed that Lan Kaiwei's background was quite significant. Kaiwei, why are you not coming out yet? At that moment, a young man's voice unexpectedly echoed from outside. Lan Kaiwei furrowed her brow, a fleeting glimmer of disdain flashing in her eyes, only to vanish quickly. She explained to Xia Ming, my cousin has arrived. Today the family is to meet a prominent figure from the Luoyun kingdom, and the head of the family insists that I must be present. Then let me accompany you to the door, Xia Ming offered with an understanding smile. Lan Kaiwei cast a delighted glance at him, but soon hesitated, a hint of concern crossing her mind. Perhaps it's better not to. My cousin can be a bit. It's not a big deal for you to escort me. Xia Ming smiled gently and, without further ado, moved toward the entrance. Lan Kaiwei's face flushed slightly. She nodded and stealthily followed him. Upon reaching the door, Xia Ming encountered a proud-looking young man standing outside, flanked by a group of servants. The arrogant young man, upon seeing Lan Kaiwei shyly trailing behind Xia Ming, instantly erupted with fury. He glared menacingly at Xia Ming, demanding, "Who are you?" before inquiring about me. You ought to introduce yourself first. Xia Ming sensed the hostility and replied nonchalantly, My name is not something a mere outer disciple like you is entitled to know. The young man scowled darkly, then turned to Lan Kaiwei, saying, Kaiwei, you are an extraordinary alchemical genius of the Lan family. Associating with someone of such lowly status is beneath you. If outsiders were to witness this, how would they perceive the Lan family? Infuriated by her cousin's remarks about Xia Ming's status, Lan Kaiwei retorted, Lan Mu, Xia Ming is my friend. Please show him some respect. Friend, The darkness in Lan Mu's eyes deepened. What followed from Xia Ming nearly sent Lan Mu into a rage. Xia Ming, puzzled, asked Lan Kaiwei, Kaiwei, is this arrogant individual truly your cousin? Lan Kaiwei's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. You presumptuous brat, it is you who is blind to your own station. Lan Mu's voice turned icy as he bellowed. His figure vanishing in an instant, a flurry of violent palm shadows converging upon Xia Ming. Lan Mu dared to attack right within the Yuhe Gate, revealing himself to be a reckless character. As he unleashed his aura, it became evident that he was at the first level of the Meridian Realm. Xia Ming, be careful. Lan Kaiwei exclaimed urgently. Seeking death, Xia Ming's gaze hardened, facing the onslaught of palm shadows. He merely struck out with a single palm. Swift as lightning in the next moment, the multitude of palm shadows dissipated into thin air, followed by a pained scream as Lan Mu was sent flying. Landing in a wretched heap, a mere ant of the Yuan Xiao realm has actually injured me. Lan Mu lifted his head in disbelief, his eyes now filled with venomous resentment. How dare you? To attack the young master of my family. You must be tired of living. Kneel at once, the servants shouted angrily, encircling Xia Ming, the atmosphere thick with impending violence. Stand down, all of you, at that moment. Lan Kaiwei's expression darkened as she suddenly commanded. The servants exchanged glances and, complying with the command, whispered their responses before ultimately dispersing obediently. Tea present. Lan Kaiwei's status within the Lan family far surpassed that of Lan Mu, and her orders were not to be disregarded. Kaiwei, how could you side with an outsider? Lan Mu's face turned ashen, glaring intensely at Lan Kaiwei. I stand for principles over kinship. You were in the wrong first. And your actions within the door, witnessed by outsiders, will tarnish the Lan family's reputation, Lan Kaiwei retorted, echoing Lan Mu's earlier words. Very well. Lan Mu, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood, his vicious gaze fixated on Xia Ming, brimming with murderous intent. You little wretch, mark my words. I shall repay today's grievances tenfold. Be my guest. Xia Ming replied with a light smile. In truth, Lan Mu had initiated the confrontation within the door, which had already breached the family regulations. Thus, even if Xia Ming were to slay him, it would bear no consequences. However, out of respect for Lan Kaiwei, Xia Ming refrained from such actions. Should Lan Mu truly seek revenge, Xia Ming would not hesitate to eliminate him then. Chapter 60. Soul puppet Lan Kaiwei displayed a hint of embarrassment, saying, I must take my leave now, Xia Ming. Xia Ming nodded, secretly amused. This young lady arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Was her visit merely to see him? Shaking his head, Xia Ming turned to walk inside, only to find Ji Qingshui had appeared before him at some point. This evening, the master will host a welcoming banquet for the royal family of Luoyun country. You are to attend as well. Ji Qingshui commanded coldly before turning to leave. Regardless of her indifferent expression, Xia Ming perceived a flicker of surprise in her eyes. A smile crept across Xia Ming's face as he deduced the reason for Ji Qingshui's presence. She had evidently come to thwart Lan Mu, but had not anticipated Xia Ming's effortless defeat of him. As dusk fell, Ji Qingshui escorted Xia Ming to the largest tavern within the inner gates, the Guanjian Pavilion. The welcoming banquet was held in a grand courtyard of the pavilion, with the master and elders personally attending to the crown prince of Luoyun and Princess Ling Luo, while various high-ranking individuals from Luoyun country were accompanied by members of major factions. The courtyard buzzed with a lively atmosphere, yet Xia Ming recognized none of the faces present. Ji Qingshui led Xia Ming directly to the master, slightly bowing, Greetings, master. Xia Ming also offered a respectful nod. Ah, Ji Qingshui, you have arrived, the master smiled, addressing the crown prince and princess beside him. Esteemed guests, this is the person you wish to meet. You are the demon slayer fairy? The crown prince of Luoyun exclaimed, his admiration evident. What a remarkable title, Xia Ming thought to himself, casting a bewildered glance at Ji Qingshui, surprised to discover she possessed such a moniker externally. Ji Qingshui maintained her impassive demeanor, stating, I am no demon slayer fairy. You have mistaken me for someone else. The crown prince, however, responded with a gentle smile. 2 years ago, The tale of the fairy single-handedly vanquishing the blood demon cult has spread across nations, with many witnesses to the event. There is no need for the fairy to deny it. Ji Qingshui did not refute this, acknowledging, the extermination of the blood demon cult was indeed my undertaking, yet I am not the demon slayer fairy. The crown prince laughed heartily. Are you displeased with this title, fairy? Personally, I find it quite fitting. Zhang Min Dao remarked. Ji Qingshui, inherently inclined towards tranquility, understandably disdained such a name steeped in malevolence. Xia Ming found their idle chatter rather tedious. However, at that moment, Prince Luoyun turned his gaze towards Xia Ming, displaying a look of puzzlement. Who is this individual? The Zhangmen explained, This is Xia Ming, the representative recommended by Ji Qing's. He will not be misled by seemingly ordinary cultivation. He is, in fact, a mid-tier alchemist. Upon hearing this, the people of Luoyun country directed their astonished gazes towards Xia Ming, their expressions revealing their surprise. The demon-slaying fairy's ability to nurture such a young mid-tier alchemist was indeed a testament to her renowned reputation. Princess Ling Luo suddenly spoke, her phoenix eyes fixed intently on Ji Qingshui, radiating an air of indifference. This enchanting beauty appeared to harbor a sense of rivalry towards Ji Qingshui, whose beauty surpassed even her own. While her words seemed complimentary, it was evident to all that her tone was laced with disdain. Ji Qingshui maintained her composure, as if no utterance could disturb her tranquility. She offered no response to Princess Ling Luo's remarks. Nevertheless, Princess Ling Luo, undeterred, calmly suggested, I wish to witness the prowess of the demon-slaying fairy with my own eyes. How about this? Let us borrow the occasion to host a friendly competition to liven things up. As she spoke, a stunning maid approached, bearing a jade platter, and unveiled its golden veil before the Zhangmen of to their astonishment. A collection of white orbs lay within, emanating an aura of profound depth. Soul puppets? The Zhangmen's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, they were soul puppets. Princess Ling Luo displayed a proud smile. Xia Ming's eyes flickered with recognition. He too identified the soul puppets, entities devoid of sentience, meticulously crafted through secretive methods to become manipulable by soul power. The most remarkable characteristic of soul puppets is their ability to devour one another to grow stronger. Once they reach a certain level of strength, they transform into pure soul energy, which any cultivator can refine to enhance their own soul strength. Artifacts that bolster soul strength are exceedingly rare and valuable. The fact that Princess Ling Luo casually presented such an abundance of soul puppets revealed the immense wealth of Luoyun country, much to the astonishment of the Yuhiman members. Did she produce these soul puppets merely for entertainment? An elder gazed longingly at the jade platter brimming with soul puppets, coveting the opportunity to obtain such soul-enhancing treasures, a desire echoed by several elders behind the Zhangmen, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Princess Ling Luo continued, Of course, there's one stipulation. Only the representatives of our two factions may participate in this soul puppet manipulation contest. Disappointment washed over the eager elders, as they realized their exclusion from acquiring the soul puppets. Given Princess Ling Luo's generous offering, it would be remiss of Yuhiman not to contribute a token of appreciation. The Zhangmen raised his hand, conjuring a jade vial that exuded a fragrant aroma. I shall present this jade bone ice skin pill as a reward for the champion. Prince Liyun's eyes sparkled with delight as he remarked, Tonight's champion of the soul puppet contest shall be truly fortunate. The formidable soul power of the soul puppets, combined with the jade bone ice skin pill, a sacred elixir for physical enhancement, could enable even a meridian opening realm cultivator to instantaneously transcend their limits. Xia Ming gazed in astonishment at the elixir held by the sect leader. The Yugu Bingjidan was a 6th-tier pill. As the Prince of Falling Clouds had remarked, a sacred concoction for enhancing one's physique. Its potency was far superior, by 1,000-fold, at the very least, to the 3rd-tier Huangjin Juli Dan that Xia Ming had previously concocted for Su Dajiang, and it bore no side effects whatsoever. Conversely, the soul puppet of Princess Ling Luo was equally invaluable, as the competition involving these soul puppets would culminate in one absorbing the other. The ultimate victor would consume all the soul puppets, rendering their soul power unparalleled in strength, with immense benefits following the absorption. that a fervent light suddenly ignited in Xia Ming's eyes. Should he acquire these two treasures, he could instantaneously ascend to the Meridian realm. The allure of such treasures was undeniable. The surrounding cultivators exhibited eager expressions. The monumental advantages of this contest were self-evident, and no cultivator of the Meridian realm could possibly decline. Thus, it was settled. Princess Ling Luo smiled faintly, a flicker of concealed disdain crossing her beautiful eyes as she waved her sleeve, causing the jade plate to soar directly to Xia Ming's side. Since you were the representative of the demon-slaying fairy, you may choose first, she declared haughtily, casting a glance at Xia Ming as if allowing him to select first was a grand privilege. Xia Ming nonchalantly picked up a soul puppet, replying with a faint smile. Thank you. Chapter 61. The game begins. The soul puppet from the jade plate were distributed one by one, and the hearts of the cultivators possessed by these soul puppets burned with fervor as they eagerly awaited the commencement of the contest. The rewards for this competition were exceedingly generous. Had it not been restricted to disciples from the two major factions, even the elders would likely have sought to participate. Nevertheless, some elders had already resolved to exchange other treasures for the Yugu Bingji Dan or the soul puppets from the victor after the contest concluded. Xia Ming exchanged a peculiar smile with Ji Qingshui. I understand, Ji Qingshui nodded, wishing not to impose pressure on Xia Ming, yet her nature prevented her from vocalizing her thoughts and could tea that moment. Princess Ling Luo whispered something to an elder beside her. The elder approached the crowd, pointing a finger towards the air above the courtyard, for which a beam of light shot forth. Suddenly, a transparent sphere materialized in midair, within which lay a battlefield. The spectators beheld the scene, marveling at its realism, as if a genuine battlefield had been miniaturized into a sphere. Observers could see every corner within with clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your marked soul puppets into the illusory battlefield, the elder announced. The young elites of the Falling Clouds nation appeared quite familiar with the game of soul puppets, eagerly tossing theirs into the transparent sphere. To their astonishment, the white, orb-like soul puppets transformed instantaneously into lifelike black puppets upon entering the sphere, landing onto the battlefield. The onlookers could even discern the intricate patterns on the armor worn by these black puppets. Truly remarkable. The cultivators from Yehiman expressed in awe. Witnessing this spectacle, Princess Ling Luo bore an expression akin to disdain, her voice laced with condescension as she remarked, "Such a small place." The Prince of Falling Clouds smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering, yet he chose to remain silent. The disciples of Yehiman, eager to emulate one another, also cast their soul puppets into the ethereal arena, their puppets metamorphosing into shadowy figures at that moment. A blue-haired young man, exuding confidence, hurled his soul puppet into the illusory battlefield, muttering to himself with a smirk, "Humph. Although many among these individuals possess greater cultivation than I, it is the puppet masters who hold the true advantage in manipulating soul puppets." His gaze fell upon Xia Ming, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "So this brat is the representative of Ji Qingshui. The instructor has instructed me to seize the opportunity to humiliate him. And it seems I have found the perfect moment." This blue-haired individual was Han Feng, a favored disciple of Yu Zhou, thus harboring no fondness for Xia Ming. As Xia Ming placed his soul puppet into the illusory battlefield, it materialized on the arena, allowing him to project his consciousness into it, as if he were truly present on the battlefield. Instantly, he perceived the surrounding soul puppets glaring at him with predatory intent. Xia Ming was acutely aware that, as a cultivator at the Yuanxiao realm, he had been deemed the easiest opponent by those around him. When all participating disciples had projected their consciousnesses into the ethereal arena, the battlefield suddenly trembled with a deafening roar, splitting into 4 distinct sections, each populated by dozens of soul puppets. Initially, it was a chaotic melee, with only one victor permitted from each battlefield, followed by a progression from 4 to 2, and ultimately concluding in a final duel to determine the champion. The elder announced the rules of the competition, eliciting a wave of tension among the participants, while the watching elders and instructors also felt a bead of sweat trickling down their brows. "Begin!" With that command, the arena erupted into a maelstrom of activity as the battle commenced. In an instant, Xia Ming's soul puppet found itself besieged by 5 surrounding puppets. "Overestimating yourselves," Xia Ming's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He was already assured of victory from the very start. In terms of familiarity with the essence of the soul, he held the upper hand against all present. How audacious these 5 puppets were to assail him. The moment the 5 approached, Xia Ming struck. From his soul puppet, 5 sharp spines erupted, slicing through the air like arrows. With a series of piercing sounds, the 5 puppets surrounding Xia Ming were all impaled. They disintegrated into wisps of black mist. Xia Ming's soul puppet absorbed the 5 mists, its form quaking as it expanded, growing significantly larger. The 5 cultivators were rendered speechless, gazing in disbelief at Xia Ming, who was calmly meditating and projecting his consciousness into the battlefield. Could it be that this Yuan Xiao realm individual possessed a deeper familiarity with the essence of the soul than they did? How could this be possible? Ji Qingshui watched Xia Ming in astonishment, her eyes flickering with intrigue and confusion. How does this young man possess such extensive knowledge? She found this inscrutable sensation quite unsettling. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Xia Ming unleashed his full potential, wreaking havoc with ease. He maneuvered his soul puppet with greater fluidity than he did his own body. With a mere thought, weapons such as swords and axes materialized from within the puppet, allowing him to execute martial arts in close combat, rendering him an unstoppable force. One by one, the soul puppets were shattered and absorbed into him, as the defeated cultivators awakened with expressions of indignation. The mastery with which this Yuan Xiao realm practitioner commanded the soul puppets was indeed formidable. Chapter 62. Division. Yet what was even more disconcerting was that the opponent was merely a Yuan Xiao realm individual, which filled them with a sense of disgrace. Ha ha ha, you're nothing but useless trash, unable to contend even with a mere Yuan Xiao realm ant. A man clad in yellow robes laughed mockingly, his puppets having triumphed on the battlefield, looking with utter disdain at those who had succumbed to Xia Ming. Yao Muchuan, do not be so arrogant. That brat is undoubtedly a puppet master, and losing to one is no shame. An irate cultivator from the Falling Cloud Nation retorted. Indeed, if it were a contest of true strength, I could easily crush 5 of you with a single hand. Another cultivator from the Falling Cloud Nation added, his eyes gleaming with menace. The humiliation of losing to Xia Ming had already incensed them, and this fellow's blatant mockery was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Yao Muchuan remained unfazed, sneering, even if that brat is a puppet master. He is still but a Yuan Xiao realm ant. Losing to him is not disgraceful, and it's laughable that you have the audacity to say so. Ew. Upon hearing this, the cultivators were nearly driven to the brink of fury, their faces turning ashen, yet none dared to lay a finger on Yao Muchuan. Just wait. Once I easily crush that brat, you will truly realize how utterly pathetic you are. Yao Muchuan jeered, his consciousness once again immersing into the battlefield. In any faction, struggles exist. This holds true not only for the Jade River sect, but also for the vast Falling Cloud Nation that on the battlefield where Xia Ming fought, all other puppets had already been annihilated. And now his puppet had grown imposing, towering like a mountain. He could sense an immense soul force within this puppet. Should he absorb it now, Xia Ming's soul strength could even ascend to the level of the Meridian Realm. However, only by achieving ultimate victory could he harness the soul force from the soul puppet that on the 4 battlefields, victors had emerged. Among them, 2 were cultivators from the Falling Cloud Nation, while the other 2 hailed from the Jade River sect. One was naturally Xia Ming, and the other victor was a blue-haired cultivator. The outcome of Xia Ming's victory sparked astonishment. No one anticipated that a Yuan Xiao realm cultivator could triumph in the game of soul puppets on a battlefield. Yet, it was soon concluded that Xia Ming's true identity must be that of a puppet master, and his opponent's weakness contributed significantly to his success, in the realm of soul puppetry. Naturally, puppet masters held a greater advantage, making it unsurprising for a Yuan Xiao realm cultivator to overcome a Meridian realm opponent in this game. Xia Ming recognized the blue-haired cultivator as Han Feng, a disciple recommended by Yuzhou. Recalling Yuzhou's previous demeanor, a cold glint flickered in Xia Ming's eyes. Since he was that fellow's disciple, he had no qualms about administering a severe lesson. Han Feng sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Ming. Perceiving the mere Yuan Xiao realm ant as utterly insignificant before his prowess as a puppet master, Let us see what you can do. Yuzhou nodded in satisfaction that I hope to encounter that brat from the Jade River sect. Among the cultivators of Luoyun country, Yao Muchuan cast a playful glance at Xia Ming, which swiftly shifted to Ji Qingshui beside him, his eyes suddenly ablaze with fervent admiration. From the very first moment, he laid eyes on Ji Qingshui. He was utterly captivated, and his desire to target Xia Ming stemmed solely from his wish to attract Ji Qingshui's attention at that moment. The four battlefields began to merge in pairs. The battlefield where Xia Ming and Han Feng were located fused into one, while Yao Muchuan's opponent was naturally another cultivator from Luoyun country. Upon witnessing this outcome, the onlooking cultivators were filled with disappointment. If only the cultivators of Luoyun country had faced off against those from Yuhimen. The top two in this game of soul puppets would undoubtedly have been from Luoyun country. Indeed, the two from Yuhimen appeared rather unimpressive, particularly one who was merely a lowly ant of the Yuanxiao realm. How laughable. The elder's actions were merely to grant some semblance of dignity to Yuhimen. Otherwise, before the competition had even officially commenced, Yuhimen would have revealed their true colors, rendering this comparison devoid of any thrill. The cultivators of Luoyun country sneered, completely dismissing their counterparts from Yuhimen. Subsequently, the crowd's gaze returned to the illusory battlefield. Han Feng's soul puppet suddenly struck the air with both arms, producing a sharp, resounding crack. Following this, the soul puppet he controlled pointed menacingly at Xia Ming, a chilling smile gracing its features. "You little beast, while I am unaware of how you secured victory in that battlefield, you stand no chance before me. That I advise you to self-destruct your soul puppet and concede. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy." With a faint smile, Xia Ming's soul puppet shook its head. "I too wish to utter such words. How unexpected that you would beat me to it. You are courting death." With a thunderous roar, Han Feng's soul puppet soared into the air, transforming into a ghostly shadow that lunged towards Xia Ming's soul puppet. Fists raised to strike. The resulting shockwave sent cracks rippling through the ground, dust swirling into the air. Bang! Xia Ming's soul puppet countered with a punch, perfectly blocking Han Feng's assault, and then, in a flash, delivered a powerful strike toward Han Feng's soul puppet's chest. However, Han Feng's soul puppet vanished abruptly. In the next moment, the sky erupted with a cacophony of rending air, the atmosphere crackling with sound as Xia Ming felt attacks from all directions. Yet he pressed forward, charging at Han Feng, that a cold voice echoed from above, and suddenly, Han Feng's soul puppet split apart, dividing into two identical soul puppets. Han Feng smirked. Did he not expect this? Soul puppets can be utilized in such a manner. This is the chasm that separates us. Our realms of understanding are not on the same level, and you will forever be unable to catch up to me. As he spoke, the two newly split soul puppets transformed into menacing shadows, flanking Xia Ming's soul puppet in a dual assault. Chapter 63. Unexpected developments indeed. Let us deal with this little beast. Witnessing this scene, Yuzhou displayed a triumphant smile. Ji Qingshui, no matter how strong you are, my disciple far surpasses yours. Xia Ming is bound to lose. The disciples of Yuhimen gasped in astonishment. For someone of merely the Yuanxiao realm, he has done remarkably well. Indeed, however, that fellow Han Feng shows not a hint of mercy. Despite his considerable superiority in strength, it is understandable, given that Han Feng's instructor had a history of enmity with Xia Ming's mentor. The members of Yuhimen believe the outcome is already determined. Even with just one of Han Feng's soul puppets under his command, Xia Ming could barely cope, and now that his soul puppets have multiplied to two, how could Xia Ming possibly prevail? He might as well withdraw from the competition. What a pity. The leader of Yuhimen observed the scene, shaking his head slightly. To be honest, he holds Xia Ming in high regard. To exhibit such remarkable talent at the Yuanxiao realm is truly commendable. One can only imagine the heights he might reach as he matures. The leader of Yuhimen found himself contemplating that after the conclusion of this contest between the two powerful factions, he would make it a priority to nurture Xia Ming's potential. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the onlookers, Xia Ming made his move. You were correct in your earlier assertion. Our levels of insight are not on the same plane. With a cold smirk, Xia Ming's soul puppet suddenly transformed into a pool of sludge, spreading across the ground. In an instant, the two soul puppets that Han Feng had conjured were ensnared by the viscous substance. Han Feng felt a surge of panic as his soul puppets became utterly immobilized, his eyes widening in disbelief as he roared. "What have you done?" The sludge crept up from the feet of Han Feng's soul puppets, enveloping their entire forms. Soon, the two puppets visibly shrank at an alarming rate, corroded by the mud that had emerged from Xia Ming's puppet. "How is this possible?" The observing cultivators gasped in astonishment. The intricacies of the soul puppet game had been taken to an entirely new level. This Yuanxiao realm individual displayed an extraordinary mastery of the art. She turned to the leader of Yahiman and whispered, "It seems your sect has birthed a genius puppet master." The leader chuckled softly. "To be honest, I too am quite astonished by Xia Ming's talent." Prince Luoya nodded in agreement, recognizing that Xia Ming's abilities were indeed exceptional. Achieving a mid-tier proficiency in a single profession at the Yuanxiao realm is already a sign of extraordinary talent. Yet to attain mid-tier status in two professions simultaneously is a feat nearly impossible to comprehend. Such genius is a rarity in the world, let alone in their own Luoyun kingdom, whereas a once-in-a-century occurrence in a place as modest as Yahiman. The emergence of such a prodigy is simply unfathomable. Princess Ling Luo fell silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Xia Ming, her gaze profoundly contemplative on the battlefield. Han Feng's soul puppets continued to emit furious roars, but it was all in vain. Soon his puppets were engulfed by the sludge, which then coalesced into a singular soul puppet, granting Xia Ming victory. With a flourish, Xia Ming winked at Ji Qingshui, boasting, "How do you like my puppet manipulation?" Ji Qingshui raised an eyebrow. "You certainly possess a considerable amount of knowledge." Xia Ming waved dismissively. "Oh, it's just average. What you've witnessed barely scratches the surface of my true capabilities." That Ji Qingshui shot Xia Ming a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced by his words. Suddenly, a spark of curiosity lit up her eyes as she softly inquired, "Since you are so confident, do you believe you can best that individual from Luoyun Kingdom in this contest?" "A mere trifle," he replied nonchalantly. Xia Ming offered a faint smile, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of disdain. To engage in the game of soul puppetry with a practitioner at the pulse connection stage felt to Xia Ming akin to bullying a child. "Is that so?" Ji Qingshui's eyes flickered momentarily, but he chose not to speak further. Meanwhile, the two cultivators from Luoyun Kingdom had already determined the victor. Yao Muchuan emerged triumphant. The final match. At that moment, the cold voice of the elder presiding over the contest rang out. Xia Ming once again immersed himself in the essence of the soul puppet, materializing in the illusory battlefield. Yao Muchuan had also entered, coldly declaring, "Boy, do you truly believe your soul techniques are remarkable? I find them utterly unimpressive. That if you doubt my words, why not demonstrate them before me?" Xia Ming sensed an inexplicable hostility emanating from Yao Muchuan, attributing it merely to their differing factions, and paid it little mind. With a slight smile, he retorted, "Is that so? Then I shall not hold back." As soon as the words left his lips, his soul puppet suddenly transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, surging straight toward Yao Muchuan with a multitude of smoky tendrils. Observing the dark vapor, a fierce glint ignited in Yao Muchuan's eyes. "Do you think you are the only one capable of soul techniques?" With that, his puppet raised its arms, each finger adorned with a swirling black orb, solidified from soul energy. In response to the oncoming tempest of smoke, Yao Muchuan flicked his wrists, and 10 orbs shot forth at breakneck speed, hurtling toward the enveloping darkness. Upon contact, the black orbs rapidly expanded, erupting with a thunderous boom, unleashing tremendous force that obliterated the vast cloud of black mist. The explosive sounds echoed, causing Xia Ming's soul puppet's essence to diminish by more than half. Yao Muchuan's puppet inhaled deeply, swallowing the dispersed black mist, its form swelling and growing in size. Meanwhile, the remaining essence of Xia Ming's dark vapor coalesced once more, transforming into a puppet merely half the stature of Yao Muchuan's. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated Yao Muchuan's treachery, deliberately concealing his mastery of soul techniques and exploiting Xia Ming's ignorance to significantly deplete his soul energy. "Haha, little beast. Today is your day of reckoning." Chapter 64. A shock to the audience, the other cultivators murmured in disbelief, particularly those from Yuha's sect, who had initially believed that Xia Ming, with his soul techniques, would triumph over Yao Muchuan, heralding a victorious debut for their sect. Yet, the soul techniques displayed by Yao Muchuan shattered their illusions. You might as well take your own life. I can't be bothered to finish you off. Yao Muchuan's puppet taunted, addressing Xia Ming's soul puppet. Xia Ming simply replied, and then his diminutive puppet's legs quivered, launching forward like an arrow aimed at Yao Muchuan, the eyes of the assembled cultivators. Xia Ming's actions appeared akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Some had already lost the desire to watch. Only Ji Qingshui maintained a tranquil expression as he observed Xia Ming, a thought blossoming in his mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, Xia Ming could indeed triumph against the odds. After all, such unexpected occurrences were not new to him. Since you seek death, how could I not oblige? Yao Muchuan's puppet let out a laugh filled with arrogance, raising its right hand, as 1/5 of its body detached and coalesced into a black sphere that was over 1,000 times larger than before. If the previous explosive black sphere was merely the size of a fingertip, then the current black sphere resembles a large watermelon. Its power is beyond measure. Boom! This colossal black sphere surged forth violently, akin to a cannonball, moving with a terrifying velocity towards the approaching Xia Ming. Just as Xia Ming's soul puppet was about to collide with this projectile, leading to a catastrophic explosion, an astonishing event unfolded. At that very moment, Xia Ming's soul puppet inexplicably transformed into transparency and vanished before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Simultaneously, from behind Yao Muchuan's soul puppet, a deep black spear materialized out of thin air, exuding a ferocious aura as it shot forth. The spear instantly pierced through Yao Muchuan's soul puppet, and then its tip suddenly expanded. Boom! The spearhead erupted in a manner reminiscent of Yao Muchuan's explosive black sphere. Yao Muchuan's immense soul puppet was instantly reduced to fragments. Subsequently, the spear's body, now devoid of its tip, transformed into Xia Ming's soul puppet, which had only half a head remaining, absorbing all the dissipated soul power of Yao Muchuan. In an instant, his physique swelled to an extraordinary extent, surpassing even the size of the puppet that had previously absorbed half of his soul power. This is impossible. On the battlefield, Yao Muchuan's voice echoed with horror and resentment. There is nothing impossible, Xia Ming replied calmly, then extended his fingers, conjuring a black sphere identical to Yao Muchuan's explosive black sphere, which he then hurled fiercely against it. Upon collision, they erupted into a sky of black mist. This scene transpired in the blink of an eye, from the disappearance of Xia Ming's form to his sudden resurgence, culminating in a reversal of fortune, unfolded seamlessly. The onlookers had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when they beheld the once triumphant Yao Muchuan transformed into a vanquished foe, while Xia Ming emerged victorious in the end. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The gathered cultivators stood agape, their expressions frozen as they gazed into the illusory battlefield encased within the sphere. The solitary soul puppet that had coalesced radiated immense waves of soul power, reminding everyone that this game had reached its conclusion. What a splendid game. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity. Before the leader of the Yuha sect was the first to speak, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet his eyes were filled with boundless astonishment. As a formidable practitioner of the sacred pattern realm, he comprehended the intricate process through which Xia Ming had turned the tide. Throughout the ordeal, Xia Ming had employed 3 distinct soul techniques. The first involved manifesting a false puppet. The second rendered the true soul puppet invisible, allowing it to infiltrate Yao Muchuan's rear. And the third unleashed an explosive soul technique identical to Yao Muchuan's. Coupled with the previous technique that transformed into sludge, Xia Ming had showcased a total of 4 soul techniques in this contest. Even the unparalleled leader of the Yuha sect could not help but feel a profound sense of astonishment. The execution of a single soul technique signified the prowess of a mid-tier puppeteer. Thus, the demonstration of 4 indicated that Xia Ming's mastery in puppetry was frighteningly close to that of a high-tier puppeteer. The leader of the Yuha sect realized that Xia Ming's talent in puppetry surpassed even his own in alchemy. A genius. This is the true essence of genius. Remarkably, the self-assured Princess Ling Luo also uttered the words impressive for the first time, her eyes reflecting a truly is he merely a practitioner of the Yuanqiao realm? The Prince of Falling Cloud gazed deeply at Xia Ming, his interest in him burgeoning that I will kill you. Just then, Yao Muchuan, with a visage ashen and fury boiling within, leaped towards Xia Ming with an astonishing speed that rendered him nearly invisible to the naked eye. His fists, brimming with a tempestuous surge of magical energy, were hurled fiercely towards Xia Ming's chest, as the most distinguished puppeteer among the younger generation of the Falling Cloud Kingdom. Yao Muchuan found it intolerable to accept such an outcome. In a fit of rage, he launched an attack on Xia Ming without regard for the consequences. Alarmed gasps arose from some disciples of the Jade River sect as they realized that Yao Muchuan's aura at that moment was that of the 4th layer of the pulse-drawing realm, while Xia Ming was merely at the 8th layer of the origin aperture realm. The chasm between their strengths was akin to a vast gulf, leaving Xia Ming with no hope of retaliation. Nevertheless, in the face of Yao Muchuan's assault, Xia Ming merely lifted the corner of his mouth in a faint smile, showing no intention of defense. Chapter 65. A surge in power once Yao Muchuan was taken away. The assembled cultivators understood that the outcome of this soul puppetry game had been settled. This young lad, possessing merely the cultivation of the origin aperture realm, had triumphed over all the practitioners of the pulse-drawing realm, emerging as the sole victor present. The 6th-tier spiritual elixir, the Jade Bone Ice Skin Pill, along with the immense soul energy within the soul puppetry, now belonged to Xia Ming. The expressions of envy were evident among the powerful cultivators, some of whom were already formulating plans to trade with Xia Ming later. My young friend, this soul puppetry is now yours. The elder overseeing the game cast a tranquil glance at Xia Ming, as the ethereal battlefield suddenly contracted into a palm-sized orb, soaring towards him. Xia Ming accepted the orb with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you to that moment. An inner sect disciple approached, presenting a jade vial containing the Jade Bone Ice Skin Pill to Xia Ming, accompanied by a look of admiration. Congratulations. Xia Ming nodded in acknowledgement as he accepted the vial. Damn it. All of this was supposed to be mine. How dare this little brat? Han Feng seethed inwardly, his gaze fixated on the items in Xia Ming's possession, overwhelmed by a tumult of jealousy and resentment. That moment, his hatred for Xia Ming had escalated to an unbearable degree. Meanwhile, several elders, eager to procure these treasures from Xia Ming, approached him with smiles, intending to cultivate a rapport that would facilitate their transactions after the banquet. However, just then, before the gathered crowd, Xia Ming astonishingly swallowed the orb in one gulp, simultaneously pouring the Jade Bone Ice Skin Pill from the vial into his palm and consuming it publicly as well. Witnessing this scene, the elders who had just taken a step towards him suddenly found their faces darkening. Astute, the Prince of Falling Cloud regarded Xia Ming with admiration, recognizing his cleverness. Had Xia Ming waited until the banquet concluded for the elders to propose trade, and subsequently declined, he would have incurred their ire, making his future within the Jade River sect quite difficult. By consuming the treasures now, the elders could not utter a word of reproach. Master, I must take my leave. After swallowing the 2 treasures, Xia Ming immediately felt an overwhelming surge of soul power and medicinal energy roiling within his body, necessitating urgent refinement. The colossal force of his soul rapidly transformed into Xia Ming's own soul energy. His soul's intensity escalated continuously, rendering his perception extraordinarily acute, while his comprehension soared at an astonishing pace. The mysteries of the soul are far more profound than those of the physical body, and opportunities to enhance one's soul power are rare and elusive. Even the revered elders are stirred by the allure of the ultimate soul puppet. Xia Ming understands the significance of the soul more acutely than anyone else, and naturally, he will not relinquish the soul puppet to others. Simultaneously, the medicinal effects of the Jade Bone Ice Skin Pill begin to take effect, that a cacophony of cracking sounds emanates from Xia Ming's bones, his muscles tearing and then healing, while blood flows from the suddenly expanded pores. In an instant, Xia Ming transforms into a figure drenched in blood, yet his physical form is rapidly strengthening, a relentless process. Boom! During this transformation, the 9th primordial aperture is swiftly breached by an immense surge of magical power, propelling Xia Ming into the 9th level of the primordial aperture realm, yet his ascent in power continues unabated. The 6th-tier spiritual pill is a treasure only high-ranking alchemists can concoct, with each pill being a supreme rarity within the Jade River sect, aside from the sect leader and the extraordinary supreme elders. Few possess the means to casually produce a 6th-tier spiritual pill. The benefits bestowed upon Xia Ming by this pill are undoubtedly immense. The aura emanating from him escalates continuously, a tempestuous force filling the entire room, causing the air to tremble as if momentous events are about to unfold. As the aura reaches its zenith, Xia Ming's soul suddenly takes on a near-physical form, materializing in his consciousness as a diminutive figure. This figure, no larger than a palm, mirrors Xia Ming's appearance precisely, albeit in a state of nudity, exuding an enigmatic essence, the soul. Xia Ming is acutely aware of the implications of this figure. When a person's soul reaches a certain strength, it undergoes a metamorphosis into a higher level. This level is known as the divine soul. Cultivating a divine soul not only dramatically increases a practitioner's ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also enhances their comprehension of various techniques and arts. If the opening of the primordial apertures signifies the primordial aperture realm, then the cultivation of the divine soul can be regarded as the hallmark of the meridian realm. Of course, in addition to cultivating the divine soul, another hallmark of the meridian realm is the opening of the meridians. Each meridian possesses 9 acupoints. The process of cultivation for those in the primordial aperture realm involves selecting all the acupoints along a single meridian, opening them, and then unifying them into one seamless flow, thereby connecting the meridian at 8T that point. The practitioner's power will surge to a new level. Xia Ming was initially some distance away from the meridian realm, but the overwhelming potency of the Jade Bone Ice Skin pill has expedited his opportunity. He unhesitatingly utilizes his magical power to refine the pill, harnessing its immense energy to surge through the meridian that houses the 9 opened acupoints. This spectacle resembles a torrential flood breaching a dam filled with sand and mud, sweeping everything away in an unstoppable cascade. The meridian is now open. Xia Ming's aura explodes, and his entire disposition transforms dramatically. He successfully enters the 1st level of the meridian realm. Xia Ming is now poised to participate in the internal examination and become an inner disciple at any moment. Remarkably, he did not anticipate reaching the meridian realm so swiftly. He had thought it would take considerably longer. Xia Ming opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, for his progress and cultivation had surpassed his expectations. However, it was not surprising that he could directly break through 2 realms. Anyone capable of simultaneously refining a 6th-tier spiritual pill and harnessing that soul power would experience a significant surge in strength. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Come in, Xia Ming gently beckoned. As the door swung open, dazzling sunlight spilled onto Xia Ming's face, and in walked Ji Qingshu. You've reached the meridian opening realm so swiftly, she remarked, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, though she was not astonished by his breakthrough. Yet, considering that Xia Ming had recently been an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation, this pace of advancement was beyond her imagination, rendering her unable to remain indifferent than a monster, she whispered to herself. Chapter 66. The Alchemical Competition. Xia Ming stretched lazily, remarking, I can't believe I trained all night. Did anything interesting happen at the banquet after I left? Ji Qingshui glanced at him. There were quite a few discussions about you. You've already garnered quite a reputation. As for me, I have always been indifferent to fame and fortune. Modesty is my true nature. Xia Ming feigned sigh. Had I known it would turn out this way, I would have abstained from that soul puppet game. Ji Qingshui shot him a disapproving look. Enough with the nonsense. The alchemical competition is about to commence. Xia Ming chuckled and quickly rose to his feet. After freshening up, he followed Ji Qingshui directly to the plaza in front of the Yue Hall, which was already teeming with cultivators. Before the Yue Hall, the head of the Yue sect, along with Prince Luoyun and Princess Ling Luo, were engaged in lively conversation amidst a throng of admirers. Xia Ming noticed a youth in a dark golden robe standing impassively beside the Yue sect leader. Regardless of their positions, Both the sect leader and Prince Luoyun treated this youth with remarkable familiarity, suggesting that his status was quite elevated. Ji Qingshui's voice broke through his thoughts. That individual is known as Young Master Shi. Xia Ming narrowed his eyes. It was this fellow, which explained why even Prince Luoyun regarded him on equal footing. Young Master Shi held a position within the U.S. sect, second only to the sect leader, wielding immense power. His influence within the sect surpassed even that of Prince Luoyun within the royal family of Luoyun. After all, within the royal family, there were other princes and even uncles and lords of Prince Luoyun, whose authority could rival that of the prince himself. Upon reaching his alchemical furnace, Xia Ming observed that the wooden table beside it was laden with an array of spiritual herbs, ample enough to concoct numerous pills of tea. The forefront of the Yue Hall. Upon noticing Ji Qingshui approaching with Xia Ming, Young Master Shi cast a nonchalant glance at him, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Xia Ming. It was the first time Young Master Shi had encountered Xia Ming. As he observed the cultivation level radiating from Xia Ming, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Young Master Shi. This individual emerging from the U.S. sect is quite remarkable indeed. He triumphed over all opponents with his 8th level Yuan aperture cultivation last night, claiming the spoils of the soul puppet and the Yugu bone ice skin pill. Even I find myself a bit envious. Prince Luoyun interjected with a laugh upon hearing Young Master Shi's words. The crown prince chuckled, remarking that with the profound heritage of the falling cloud kingdom, a mere soul puppet holds little significance. However, the J-bone ice skin pill possessed by the sect leader is indeed a rare gem, and allowing a disciple at the Yuan Xiao realm to acquire it seems rather wasteful. Young Master Shi shook his head. Wasteful? Not quite. His cultivation level was merely at the 8th level of Yuan Xiao last night, replied the crown prince of Falling Cloud. Young Master Shi commented nonchalantly. The medicinal potency of these two treasures, if bestowed upon a disciple of exceptional talent, could elevate an 8th level Yuan Xiao cultivator directly to the 2nd level of the pulse guiding realm. Yet, this Xia Ming has barely stepped into the 1st level of the pulse guiding realm, which underscores his lamentably poor aptitude. With such dismal talent, relying on medicinal potency to bolster his strength may render future advancements nearly impossible. Princess Ling Luo nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. However, despite his lack of prowess, with his innate talent in the art of puppetry, he is likely to achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Merely a diversion from the orthodox path. Young Master Shi replied dismissively. Shi, do not measure others by your own standards. For other disciples, Xia Ming is already sufficiently impressive. At that moment, the sect leader of the Jade River sect offered a slight smile. His assessment of Xia Ming diverging from that of Young Master Shi. It seems the disciples are being overly harsh, the sect leader remarked. Young Master Shi nodded in agreement, yet his expression remained unchanged. The crown prince of Falling Cloud cast a glance at Young Master Shi, observing the flicker in his eyes. In just a few exchanges, he discerned that Young Master Shi appeared to harbor no fondness for Xia Ming. Nevertheless, Young Master Shi's opinions were inconsequential to him, and he refrained from further commentary, instead addressing the sect leader with a smile. Now that everyone is gathered, esteemed sect leader of the Jade River, you may declare the commencement of this alchemical competition. In the square before each alchemical furnace stood a cultivator. The Falling Cloud Kingdom had 6 alchemists, and the Jade River sect also boasted 6. You are Xia Ming, the one who defeated my cousin. At that moment, a voice laced with disdain emanated from Xia Ming's right. Turning to investigate, Xia Ming beheld a tall man with an air of arrogance, casting a scornful gaze in his direction. And you are? Xia Ming queried, bewildered by the haughty individual. He had vanquished quite a few opponents, yet could not recall them all. Nonsense. Remember my name. Fong Bufan. The arrogant man retorted with a scoff, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Were it not for your defeat of my foolish cousin, you wouldn't even qualify to catch my eye. Nonetheless, as Fong Chun is a member of my family, I have the obligation to teach you a lesson. So you are the Fong family, Xia Ming mused, nearly forgetting the existence of Fong Chun until this moment. Upon hearing Fong Bufan's intent to exact vengeance on his behalf, Xia Ming could not help but smile faintly. I believe the name Bufan does not suit you. Perhaps Fong Fan would be more fitting. This. Fong Bufan's expression darkened. His tone turning icy. Sharp-tongued wretch, I wonder if your alchemical skills are as formidable as your wit. The alchemy begins. At that juncture, the elder abruptly announced the commencement of the competition. Fong Bufan had intended to hurl further taunts, but he was left with no choice but to swallow his words, casting a fierce glare at Xia Ming before commencing his alchemical endeavors. However, as Fong Bufan commenced his alchemical endeavors, he discreetly observed Xia Ming. Pondering inwardly, Fong Qin mentioned that this lad had mastered an extraordinary method of alchemy. It was also heard recently that he had learned this technique from that young lady of the Lan family, which had enabled him to ascend to the status of a mid-tier alchemist. If this young man's alchemical skills were indeed as remarkable as rumored, then it would be worth any cost to acquire his secrets. It turns out Fong Bufan's provocation towards Xia Ming was not solely motivated by his grudge against Fong Chun, but also by his desire to covet Xia Ming's alchemical expertise. The culinary technique in Xia Ming's possession had already captured the attention of the esteemed alchemical families. Chapter 67. The revelation of the culinary technique in this contest of alchemy. Every participant utilized identical alchemical furnaces, and the medicinal materials prepared by the Yuha sect were uniform in both quantity and variety. This arrangement effectively eliminated any elements that could compromise fairness. The quality of the elixirs produced would serve as a testament to the alchemical prowess of each practitioner. One by one, the alchemists meticulously selected their ingredients, placing them into the furnace, and then executed intricate and profound alchemical techniques. The skills displayed by these mid-tier alchemists were remarkably advanced, eliciting continuous gasps of admiration from the observing practitioners among the gathered spectators. A multitude of alchemists from both the inner and outer circles of the Yuha sect had arrived. This competition was open to the outer circle, aimed at elevating the skill level of the sect's practitioners. In full view of the crowd, Xia Ming also showcased his culinary technique, which, as expected, drew a chorus of derisive laughter. Look, what is this lad doing? He calls this alchemy. How could someone like him even participate in the contest? I could do just as well. A portly alchemist among the outer circle scoffed loudly, inciting a wave of mocking laughter from those around. Foolish ignoramus, how dare you belittle Xia Ming? Suddenly, a disdainful cold snort emerged from the crowd. The alchemists who had been mocking turned their furious glares towards the source of the voice, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in splendid robes, which immediately made their expressions turn sour. I could see that moment. A practitioner recognized the elder, and the anger on his face dissipated, replaced by a look of shock. Elder you? Elder you? What elder you? You dare to call us ignorant? You better apologize. One alchemist remained displeased, as a practitioner of alchemy had never before faced such disrespect in their presence. However, at that instant, the sleeve of this alchemist was tugged by another individual, who whispered, Elder you of the Alchemist Association. Upon hearing this, the previously irate alchemist's expression froze in disbelief. Elder Yu coldly glanced at the alchemist, who had turned sheepish and hastily apologized. Then his gaze returned to Xia Ming, filled with envy. He instantly recognized that Xia Ming was employing the very same remarkable alchemical technique he had demonstrated during the Alchemist Association's assessment. What is this lad doing in front of the Yuha Hall? An elder observed Xia Ming's alchemical actions, his face displaying an immediate displeasure. Yet at that moment, was that the culinary technique? The voice of Princess Ling Luo rang out in astonishment, her gaze fixated on Xia Ming with an expression of sheer shock. This was the first time since her arrival at the Yuha sect that she had displayed such a lack of composure. In an instant, the esteemed leaders of Yuhuman, Prince Luo Yun, young Master Shi, and numerous elders turned their astonished gazes towards Princess Ling Luo, perplexed by her unexpected astonishment. Sister, what is this cooking technique? Prince Luoyun could not help but inquired. It is an ancient alchemical art, she replied. Legend has it that this technique, flourishing in an era before the decline of Taoism, is one of the most exceptional foundational alchemical methods that it is said to significantly simplify the intricate processes of alchemy, boasting a success rate of over 70% in pill formation. Princess Ling Luo seemed well acquainted with this technique, succinctly articulating its merits in just a few sentences. 70% success rate. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Even high-ranking alchemists typically achieve only a 50% success rate. which is already considered remarkable. The notion that an unheard-of technique could yield such impressive results left them skeptical. After all, such a phenomenon was simply beyond comprehension. If any faction were to acquire this alchemical art, they could produce pills without limitation. What a formidable prospect that would be. Prince Luoyuan chuckled. Sister, where did you hear of such a thing? How could such a miraculous alchemical art possibly exist in this world? From my master, Princess Ling Luo, stated matter factly, in an instant. The smile faded from Prince Liyun's face, replaced by a grave expression. He knew well the formidable background of his sister's master. If it was indeed, as she claimed, then the cooking technique must truly exist in the world. Could it be that Xia Ming had genuinely demonstrated this art? Prince Luoyuan narrowed his eyes. If this were true, then Xia Ming was likely more significant than he had previously imagined. Meanwhile, those who had witnessed Xia Ming's alchemical prowess were aware that he was not merely engaging in folly. Many spectators from the earlier contest between Xia Ming and Fang Chun had also attended this alchemical competition, and they exchanged knowing glances with one another, smirking at the surrounding scoffers. They understood that soon enough, these individuals would come to recognize their own ignorance. As time passed, one by one, the alchemists began to form their pills. A few experienced failures and were promptly eliminated, yet the majority succeeded in their endeavors. I am certain of victory in this competition, thought Fang Bufan, filled with confidence as he approached the leader of Yehuman, a beautifully crafted glass vial containing his pills in hand. Respected leader, I have successfully created a third-tier pill, the 5 elements indestructible pill. Utilizing this pill will minimize any damage inflicted by 5 elements spiritual power during its efficacy period. Excellent, nodded the leader of Yehuman. Most cultivators in the world possess 5 elements attributes. Thus, employing the 5 elements indestructible pill in combat would allow the user to virtually disregard their opponent's damage, positioning them in an invulnerable state. This 5 elements indestructible pill is among the most valuable of third-tier pills. Upon hearing the leader's acknowledgement, Fang Bufan felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him, convinced that he was nearly guaranteed victory in this contest. However, just then, a disdainful voice interrupted. What is the 5 elements indestructible pill worth? My burning origin pill is a 4th-tier pill. Fang Bufan's expression shifted as he turned to see an alchemist from the Luoyuan kingdom regarding him with contempt. As though he were merely a country bumpkin, in an instant, Fang Bufan's heart surged with fury, wishing he could eliminate the alchemist from the Luoyuan kingdom. Yet he dared not act on such thoughts. Chapter 68. The emergence of the Jiazi pill and the Ranyuan pill sent shockwaves throughout the gathering. This type of elixir, once it graces the market, could fetch an astronomical price in an instant. The cultivators present gasped in astonishment, their eyes ablaze with fervor. And no practitioner wished for anything more than to possess a Ranyuan pill for the sake of their own survival. However, such a treasure was as elusive as it was sought after. With very few able to afford concoct a 4th-tier elixir is to be among the elite of mid-tier alchemists, and the members of the Yue sect were taken aback by the emergence of such a remarkable alchemist from the Luoyuan kingdom. Sensing the impending doom, for the highest-rated Fang Bufan could only produce 3rd-tier spiritual pills. Subsequently, each contestant presented their creations, yet the majority were merely 3rd-tier elixirs, with qualities inferior to Fang Bufan's indestructible 5-element pill. Some even faltered in their performance, resulting in 2nd-tier concoctions. For Princess Ling Luo, the significance of alchemical mastery far surpassed that of the Ranyuan pill. Master, this is the spiritual pill I have refined, Xia Ming stated as he slowly approached the crowd, presenting a round, earthy yellow pill that gleamed with a polished luster. What sort of elixir is this? The head of the Yue sect inquired eagerly. Let me take a look. He swiftly grasped the Jiazi pill, which fell into his palm, and began its assessment alongside Prince Luoyuan and Princess Ling Luo. Indeed, it was confirmed to be the Jiazi pill. Joy illuminated the eyes of the Yue sect's leader. A single Jiazi pill can extend a cultivator's lifespan by 60 years. That you could concoct such an elixir, Xia Ming, has once again exceeded my expectations. Splendid. Our Yue sect possesses an alchemist capable of refining the Jiazi pill. The elders of the Yue sect displayed their excitement. The foremost aspiration of those who pursue the path of cultivation is to prolong life and attain immortality. However, only by reaching the saintly pattern realm can a cultivator's lifespan truly extend. Prior to that, whether one is a Yuanxiao realm practitioner or a Yinmai realm cultivator, their lifespans are akin to those of ordinary mortals. At best, due to robust health, they might enjoy a few extra years. Peaking at around 120, such a fleeting lifespan is woefully inadequate for cultivators, who may spend months or even years in seclusion, only to find that time has slipped away in the blink of an eye, leading to their demise. Should one fail to ascend to the saintly pattern realm, all their hard-earned cultivation could turn to dust. Thus, the Jiazi pill, which enhances lifespan, can be deemed a supreme treasure for most practitioners, rendering the Ranyuan pill as nothing more than gravel compared to gold and silver. Its value immeasurable by comparison. In this moment, not only did the Yuhas sect's cultivators display their excitement, but even those from the Luoyun kingdom could not help but feel a surge of desire. Regardless of their realm, no practitioner would ever tire of extending their lifespan. Xia Ming, once again, you have emerged victorious in this alchemical competition, earning my utmost respect. Prince Luoyun could not help but extend his goodwill towards Xia Ming. The practitioners capable of refining the Jiazi Dan, even those at the saintly pattern realm, are eagerly sought after for alliances, as befriending such cultivators is the foremost choice for any faction. Among those present, leaders of intersect forces and clan heads have begun to contemplate establishing rapport with Xia Ming. "Your Highness, you flatter me," Xia Ming remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated that after successfully refining the Jiazi Dan, the reactions of these individuals would unfold as such. This was a scenario he had meticulously orchestrated. The Snake Lord now loomed significantly large for him, and a moment's carelessness could render Xia Ming into mere ashes, beyond resurrection. Thus, he intentionally showcased his value to capture the sect's attention, ensuring that if the Snake Lord contemplated any moves against him, he would think twice. The head of the Yuhas sect, having previously expressed concern over the potential targeting of Xia Ming by the Snake Young Master, felt a sense of relief upon hearing the latter's words. The Snake Young Master, with an indifferent tone, stated, "As long as they are talents of Yuhas sect, I treat them all equally. Xia Ming indeed possesses talent, which I cannot deny." However, he abruptly shifted his gaze towards Xia Ming, an imperceptible glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Xia Ming's ability to refine the Jiazi Dan primarily stems from the set of culinary techniques he possesses. This alchemical method has garnered praise even from Princess Ling Luo for its excellence. Therefore, I have a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming's eyelids twitched involuntarily, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had not anticipated that someone here would recognize the significance of the culinary techniques, and that the head and others were aware of its value. The surrounding individuals perked up their ears at the Snake Young Master's words. Chapter 69. The Generosity of Others. The head of the Yuhas sect raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Speak your mind." The Snake Young Master replied calmly. This culinary technique, being such an exceptional foundational alchemical method, if learned by all the alchemists of Yuhas sect, would undoubtedly elevate their alchemical prowess several notches. Since Xia Ming is a disciple of our Yuhas sect, he has the obligation to share this culinary technique for the benefit of other alchemists in the sect. Similarly, the method for refining the Jiazi Dan should be treated likewise. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yuhas sect practitioners around them brightened. Their spirits ignited as they began to murmur excitedly to one another. This makes perfect sense that if we were to learn this remarkable alchemical technique and gain knowledge of the method for refining the Jiazi Dan, would we not also be able to refine the Jiazi Dan ourselves? Indeed, as a disciple of Yuhas sect, Xia Ming had yet to achieve anything significant, and now offering up an alchemical technique and formula was his rightful duty. The Snake Young Master's words held much validity, especially among the alchemists, who were all stirred. They recognized the rarity of the alchemical techniques Xia Ming possessed, and the formula was an invaluable treasure. Now faced with an opportunity to acquire them for free, who would not be tempted? Xia Ming's expression shifted subtly as he finally grasped the Snake Young Master's strategy. Initially, he intended to use these two items to demonstrate his worth. Yet with the Snake Young Master's pronouncement, he was now compelled to relinquish the culinary techniques and the Jiazi Dan, effectively neutralizing his advantage and placing him in opposition to all the alchemists within the sect. For no alchemist would resist the allure of these two treasures. And now that the snake young master had provided them with a pretext, their desires to request these items from him would only intensify. The young master of the serpent, with merely 2 sentences, transformed his advantages into disadvantages. A truly terrifying feat. Xia Ming discerned that the cultivators who had once admired him now gazed at him with avarice. Even the leader of the Yuhas sect fell silent upon hearing these words, seemingly harboring no intention of dissent. Xia Ming swiftly realized that he had underestimated the young master of the serpent. Serpent Lord, whether it be the art of alchemy or the formula for the Jiazi pill, both are personal possessions of Xia Ming. By what right should he be compelled to relinquish them? At that moment, Ji Qingshui interjected, her tone dripping with disdain. What a joke! Have you ever seen Yin Kuan disclose his treasure formation, the 12 celestial arrays, to all his disciples? Nor have I witnessed you, Serpent Lord, offering your famed technique, divine serpent escape, to the sect. Ji Qingshui's gaze was icy as she stood before Xia Ming, confronting the 2 men with unwavering resolve. Ji Qingshui, do not engage in such baseless obstinacy. Xia Ming cast a scornful glance at the 2. Young Master Serpent, Yin Kuan, I would be willing to disclose the art of alchemy and the formula for the Jiazi pill as well. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. The surrounding cultivators looked at Xia Ming in astonishment. Could it be that he truly intended to reveal these 2 items? Ji Qingshui's expression shifted, her brow furrowing as she fixed her gaze upon Xia Ming. Xia Ming, you need not disclose anything. With me here, no one can coerce you. Xia Ming shook his head, smiling. Thank you, instructor, but I shall handle this matter henceforth. While Ji Qingshui's intervention could aid him momentarily, Xia Ming understood that her assistance would not be eternal. He must navigate his own path within the Yuhas sect. But oh, you are indeed willing to yield? Excellent. This is what I call a teachable spirit. Yin Kuan stroked his long beard, a conspiratorial smile flickering in his eyes as he feigned admiration for Xia Ming. Xia Ming smiled slightly. I have no qualms about relinquishing my secrets. But it cannot be solely my burden to bear, as my instructor stated. Yin Kuan's 12 celestial arrays is a valuable formation. If contributed, it would benefit all the formation masters among us. Similarly, if the Serpent Lord's renowned technique, divine serpent escape, were to be shared, it would empower our fellow disciples with a remarkable skill. Since we were to contribute, why not do so collectively? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Xia Ming's eyes. The art of alchemy and the formula for the Jiazi pill were of little consequence to him. Even if disclosed, the loss would not be significant. However, would Yin Kuan and the young master of the serpent truly reveal their prized techniques? It was evident that such a notion was implausible. Yet, Xia Ming's proposition paralleled their own rationale of contributing to the sect. If contributions were to be made, they ought to be made together. Why should he alone bear the burden? Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Yin Kuan was consumed by a mix of anger and astonishment, his finger trembling as he pointed at Xia Ming. How many merits have I and the young master of the serpent accrued for the sect? You, who have achieved nothing, by what right do you demand that we share our contributions? Xia Ming chuckled, regarding Yin Kuan with disdain. You are quite brazen when it comes to the generosity of others. Yet when it pertains to your own, you seek excuses. Yin Kuan was so enraged that his hand shook uncontrollably. A mere outer disciple dared to accuse him of being thick-skinned. How outrageous! Preposterous! A thunderous roar reverberated through the square. And suddenly, a terrifying aura descended upon Xia Ming. In an instant, he felt the air around him being violently compressed, as an overwhelming force surged toward him like a monstrous tidal wave. You insolent wretch! You are merely an outer disciple, showing no regard for respect before Elder Yin. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on proper measure on behalf of Ji Qingshui. The serpentine young master's expression was icy, his chilling voice instilling a sense of dread among all cultivators present at Yuhas Square, as though it were the decree of a deity, lofty, formidable, and beyond comprehension. Under this voice, all were compelled to submit. Any hint of resistance would lead to utter annihilation. In an instant, the once radiant sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with winds howling and lightning flashing. The serpentine young master's prowess became evident. Merely exuding a fraction of his aura, created such a terrifying spectacle. He directed a single palm at Xia Ming. Instantly, Xia Ming felt all the magical energy in the surrounding space being drained, his body ensnared by a dreadful power, rendering him utterly immobile. Faced with the young master's palm, he could do nothing, not even defend himself. Chapter 70. The Serpentine Young Master's might infuriating. Xia Ming's eyes flared with anger, astonished that the Serpentine Young Master dared to act against him in front of so many witnesses. Stop! Ji Qingshui erupted with fury, his figure suddenly interposing itself before Xia Ming. A vast and boundless magical energy erupted, coalescing into a massive vermilion bird, flames of destruction billowing forth, fiercely charging at the Serpentine Young Master. Ji Qingshui revealed his own formidable strength, proving to be no lesser than that of the young master. However, at that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in the young master's eyes. Ji Qingshui, perhaps a year ago, I would have had difficulty with you, but now you are no match for me. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the holy pattern realm. The moment those words left his lips, everyone was taken aback. Even the aloof Prince Luoyun and Princess Lingluo exchanged incredulous glances at the Serpentine Young Master. The holy pattern realm. Ji Qingshui's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, the young master trembled, and from above him, profound and arcane patterns materialized in the sky, resembling the very veins of the heavens. This celestial network expanded, saturating the world, ultimately coalescing into an enigmatic emblem encompassing the mountains and rivers, the cosmos and the principles of existence. This was the holy pattern, the veins of heaven, the principles of the universe. No one had anticipated that the Serpentine Young Master had already ascended to this level, becoming a practitioner of the exalted holy pattern realm. Although the gap between the 9th layer of the Meridian realm and the 1st layer of the holy pattern realm appeared to be merely a single stage, this chasm was as vast as the heavens and earth, insurmountable. In that moment, Ji Qingshui realized that, beneath the oceanic might of the holy pattern, he was but a solitary boat adrift, vulnerable to capsizing at any moment. As the holy pattern manifested, the enormous vermilion bird he had summoned instantly disintegrated. Subsequently, with a mere flick of his robe, the Serpentine Young Master sent Ji Qingshui hurtling sideways, and turning his attention back to Xia Ming. He raised his palm once more. Xia Ming suddenly felt an overwhelming force strike him fiercely. Instantly, the meridians within his body began to crack, and his internal organs suffered a violent impact, sending his form hurtling through the air. He violently expelled a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Xia Ming's complexion turned exceedingly grim. Although the Serpent Prince had not aimed to kill him, this blow had nonetheless inflicted significant damage. His internal energy was now in disarray, recklessly surging and exacerbating his injuries. Despite the excruciating pain that coursed through his body like daggers, Xia Ming resolutely forced himself to rise, his eyes glinting with an unfathomable chill. Deservedly so. Witnessing Xia Ming's plight, Yan Kuan's face broke into a cold smirk that a mere outer disciple dared to offend both him and the Serpent Prince, seeking his own demise. This fool even dared to provoke the Serpent Prince. Courting his own death, the onlookers Feng Bufan, Yu Zhou, and others who bore grudges against Xia Ming reveled in his misfortune, their hearts lightened by his predicament. Only the Serpent Prince maintained his indifferent demeanor. Teaching Xia Ming a lesson was merely a trivial matter to him. However, before the leader of the Yueh sect, the Serpent Prince refrained from delivering a fatal blow. His decision not to kill Xia Ming stemmed not from leniency, but from necessity. He understood that while it was permissible to discipline Xia Ming for offending Yan Kuan, taking a life would provoke the sect leader's intervention enough as expected. The Yueh sect leader spoke up, casting a glance at the injured Xia Ming with a hint of regret. Ji Qingshui was correct. The alchemical techniques and the formula for the Jiazi pill were Xia Ming's own creations, and he had no reason to relinquish them without recompense. However, the Serpent Prince raised an eyebrow, eager to continue. The Yueh sect leader raised his hand to interrupt him, stating, "There is no room for however. My Yueh sect cannot demand that disciples surrender their personal belongings. If we set a precedent, it will lead to a cascade of similar cases." resulting in widespread fear among the disciples, who would then wish to remain a member of the Yuha sect. Understood. The Serpent Prince nodded, recognizing that further discussion was futile. Once the Yuha sect leader had made a decision, no one dared to question it. Upon hearing this, the elders revealed expressions of disappointment, yet they acknowledged the reasonableness of the sect leader's words. Indeed, the Yuha sect leader was a man of discernment, and I hold great admiration for that. The Prince of Falling Clouds remarked approvingly. You flatter me. It is best for this matter to conclude here. However, since the Serpent Prince has revealed his cultivation level in the sacred pattern realm, it is certainly worthy of grand celebration. The Yuha sect leader replied with a smile, as if he had already anticipated the Serpent Prince's prowess. Taha, it seems our arrival was indeed fortuitous. The Prince of Falling Clouds chuckled. Indeed, whenever a sect gives rise to a cultivator in the sacred pattern realm, a grand feast must be held for all fellow practitioners. This is indeed a joyous occasion that necessitates celebration. The elders, filled with elation, began discussing the arrangements for the festivities. Meanwhile, the surrounding cultivators in the square erupted into a commotion. Countless practitioners gazed at the Serpent Prince with admiration, loudly cheering and calling out his name. Sacred Pattern Realm. Such strength represents the pinnacle of the Yuha sect's power. Each Sacred Pattern Realm expert possesses the ability to alter the status of a faction across the world. The Yuha sect has now welcomed a formidable practitioner of the Sacred Pattern Realm, elevating its status significantly among the surrounding circles of cultivators as disciples of the Yuha sect. Nearly every practitioner feels a swell of pride and honor. I end this moment. No one pays heed to the previously spotlighted Xia Ming. In the grand scheme of celebrating the addition of a sacred pattern cultivator to the sect, what is a mere champion of an alchemy competition? Moreover, this individual is not favored by the young master of serpents. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, an incongruous laughter suddenly echoed, growing louder by the second. Initially, few took notice of this laughter, but as it intensified, the cultivators gradually became aware of its source, as more and more practitioners turned their attention. The squares soon fell silent, with perplexed expressions adorning their faces as they looked towards the one who laughed. That individual was none other than Xia Ming. The sect's leaders, including the head of the Yuha sect, also recognized Xia Ming's laughter, perceiving a hint of mockery within it. Yan Kuin's expression darkened. You wretched fool! Amidst this universal celebration, what are you laughing at? Universal celebration. Xia Ming's laughter abruptly ceased, his lips still bleeding profusely as his gaze settled upon the young master of serpents. I am, of course, here to celebrate. Enough. Should you continue in this insolence, do not blame me for being impolite, the young master of serpents retorted, frowning. Xia Ming chuckled again. How could one who perpetually sought to end his life ever show him courtesy? Taking a deep breath, his eyes turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the young master of serpents. Young master, today you are stronger than I, which allows you to humiliate me. However, this does not mean my strength will remain inferior to yours forever. The young master of serpents glanced at Xia Ming dismissively, replying, with your temperament, reaching the meridian opening realm is the extent of your capabilities. 1 year. Xia Ming swallowed hard, blood pooling in his mouth, his resolve unyielding. Just give me 1 year. Chapter 71. The Pact of Life and Death. Xia Ming. Upon hearing his declaration, Ji Qingshui's expression shifted, and she exclaimed sharply. The head of the Yuha sect furrowed his brow, and the surrounding cultivators were momentarily stunned. Ignoring Ji Qingshui's objections, Xia Ming resolutely addressed the young master of serpents. Young master, 1 year from now, will you dare to engage me in battle, to settle our personal grievances and determine our fates? As these words left his lips, the air grew thick with tension, whether among the disciples of the Yuha sect or those of the Falling Cloud Kingdom. Disbelief coursed through them at what they had just heard, that a disciple from the outer sect of Yuha dared to challenge a practitioner of the Sacred Pattern Realm to a life-and-death duel. Set for a year hence, it was akin to an ant daring to confront a dragon. Beyond the notion of courting death, the onlookers could conceive no other term to describe Xia Ming's audacity. A glimmer of cold disdain flashed in the young master of serpent's eyes. You, a worthless insect, think that by mastering some trivial skills, you can challenge me in a year. What? Are you afraid? Xia Ming replied coldly. The young serpent let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Very well, I promise you this. A year hence, should you still be alive, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. However, I must candidly inform you that, given your current state, whether it be a year, a century, or even a millennium, you shall remain nothing more than a feeble wretch before me. Xia Ming, you have lost your senses. Ji Qingshui's countenance darkened considerably. Although she held a favorable view of Xia Ming, she could not fathom the possibility of him matching the young serpent's cultivation within a year. Such a notion was simply implausible. Master, please do not intervene. This is a matter of my own grievances with him, that we are bound to either live or die by this. Xia Ming declared coldly. Devoid of any hint of remorse, he understood that ever since the young serpent had ordered his assassination, only one of them could ultimately survive. That it was the young serpent who had pushed him to this brink, not the other way around. Xia Ming, what are you doing? Ji Qingshui sighed, and upon seeing the resolute determination in Xia Ming's gaze, she realized that she could not alter his decision at that moment. The surrounding cultivators began to awaken from their stupor, their gazes towards Xia Ming turning peculiar, as if regarding a fool, and they began to murmur amongst themselves. Is this lad truly deranged to challenge a saintly rune cultivator after a year? What audacity! Alas, I had once thought Xia Ming to be a talent worth recruiting for our clan, but now it seems he has offended the young serpent. Which family would dare to take him in now? What good is there in recruiting such a reckless fool? He is a calamity now. To associate with him is to invite the wrath of the serpent clan. Many cultivators who had previously held hopes for Xia Ming's future now shook their heads in dismay, recognizing that he was as good as dead. A year from now, his demise was all but assured. Those who had initially intended to befriend him now reconsidered, knowing that to do so would mean incurring the wrath of the serpent clan, an act only a fool would undertake. This ignorant little wretch believes he can provoke anyone at will. The young serpent is someone even my family dares not offend. This fool is surely doomed now, and good riddance, it saves my family the trouble. Fang Bufan had initially resolved to dispatch some family forces to suppress Xia Ming following the confrontation between the two factions. But now he dismissed such thoughts. Xia Ming's fate was sealed without any intervention from his family. If even Ji Qingshui deemed Xia Ming insane, what hope did the others have? What a pity, muttered the prince of falling clouds, shaking his head in lament. His assessment of Xia Ming had diminished considerably. In his eyes, challenging the young serpent for the sake of momentary pride was merely the folly of a brash man, destined to lead to Xia Ming's futile demise without avenging his grievances. Princess Ling Luo gazed at Xia Ming with flickering eyes, offering no indication of her thoughts on his actions. Xia Ming, you are far too reckless, spoke the leader of Yeheman, his tone indifferent as he regarded Xia Ming. How about this? You extend a sincere apology to the Serpent Lord. And Serpent Lord, please be magnanimous and do not hold a grudge against an outer disciple. Let us shake hands and settle this matter. Thank you for your kindness, Master Xia, Xia Ming replied, taking a deep breath and fixing his gaze upon the leader. However, I shall never apologize to the Serpent Lord. It is utterly out of the question. Master, let this ungrateful individual be, Yan Kuan remarked coldly. The leader of the Yuhua sect remained silent, yet all present understood that the life-and-death pact between Xia Ming and the Serpent Prince could no longer be resolved. A year hence, Xia Ming was destined to meet his demise, and no one believed that the Serpent Prince would be the one to perish. The contest of alchemy concluded amidst such turmoil, and Xia Ming's name was fated to echo throughout the Yuhua sect once more, albeit this time it would be accompanied by a notorious reputation. In the secluded courtyard of Ji Qingshui, she glared at Xia Ming with indignation, infused with a sense of exasperation as if lamenting the iron that would not become steel. Why do you reject the Master's intervention? Do you not value your own life? This matter is mine to bear, Xia Ming replied calmly. I have received considerable care from the Master during these days, and now that the alchemy competition has concluded, it is time for me to depart. Offending the Serpent Prince would be Xia Ming's own affair, and he wished not to entangle Ji Qingshui in the vendetta against the Serpent Clan. With a cold snort, Ji Qingshui retorted, Who said you could leave? Do you think I fear the mere Serpent Clan? Xia Ming chuckled. I am well aware of the Master's profound strength. However, it seems unreasonable for the Master to go to such lengths on my behalf. Indeed, though Ji Qingxue's prowess at the ninth level of the Meridian Realm did not surpass that of the Serpent Prince, the latter would find it no easy task to threaten her. Ji Qingxue's tone left no room for refusal. Her authority was absolute, a warmth spread through Xia Ming's heart. Within the Yuhua sect, few cared for him as she did, save for Brother Song Wu, Ji Qingxue, and Lan Kaiwei. Particularly Ji Qingxue, who had afforded him the opportunity to compete against the two great factions and now sought to protect him. Gratefully, he gazed at Ji Qingxue and said, "In that case, I shall remember the master's kindness and repay it in due time." Ji Qingxue interrupted his expression of gratitude, stating, "Your current cultivation level qualifies you for the inner sect examination. Once you enter the inner sect, it will significantly benefit your growth." Xia Ming nodded. "I have long harbored that intention. To swiftly enhance my strength. Taking the inner sect examination is imperative." Ji Qingxue continued. "Now that you are no longer involved in the competition with Luoyang Kingdom, it will be prudent for you to seize this opportunity to register for the inner sect examination." Chapter 72. The inner sect examination. This fool, challenging the Serpent Prince, appears far from foolish. Could he truly be tired of living? Best to keep our distance. Should we be implicated by the Serpent Clan, we too will face repercussions. At the teleportation array in Yuhua City, a group of cultivators at the first level of the Meridian Realm gathered, casting scornful glances at a solitary youth not far away. If he were a harbinger of misfortune, none dared approach him. That youth was, of course, Xia Ming. The news of his challenge to the Serpent Prince had spread, and Xia Ming found himself in a precarious position, facing scorn from all sides, as if he were a wall collapsing under the weight of blame. Yet he paid little heed to the opinions of these outsiders. How could the sparrows understand the ambitions of the swan? Xia Ming harbored not even a trace of disdain for these cultivators. However, challenging the Serpent Prince a year later cannot be said to be a trivial endeavor for Xia Ming. After all, with a cultivation level at the first stage of the pulse-connecting realm, achieving the ability to contend with a practitioner of the sacred pattern realm within just 1 year is no small feat, even for Xia Ming, who possesses the memories of his past life. Yet, while the task is undoubtedly formidable, it does not render it impossible. Xia Ming is acutely aware that even if he remains patient, the Serpent Society will not tolerate his inactivity for an entire year. He merely brought the conflict between himself and the Serpent Society into the open, rendering its impact negligible. That moment, 6 highly skilled intersect practitioners approached the group of cultivators that a middle-aged man clad in resplendent garments called out. "Have all participants for the assessment arrived?" The numerous cultivators promptly responded. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over the assembly. It paused momentarily upon Xia Ming, revealing a flicker of peculiar recognition in his eyes. Clearly acknowledging Xia Ming as the one who dared to challenge the Serpent Prince. "Since everyone is present, we shall set off immediately." "Step forward," he instructed. As he spoke, the middle-aged man gestured with his hand, summoning a flying sword that shot forth, its blade expanding to a length of 10 zhang and a width of 3 zhang, ample enough to accommodate hundreds. The participating intersect cultivators gazed in awe at this extraordinary flying sword, realizing it was at least a 4th-grade magical artifact. They, having only recently embarked upon the pulse-connecting realm, could scarcely fathom when they might afford such a magnificent weapon. The cultivators began to ascend onto the flying sword, and Xia Ming followed suit. However, as he boarded, the others clearly displayed their disdainful glances. Sitting apart, Xia Ming had no desire to engage in conversation with them. The 6 leading intersect practitioners exchanged a few words before the middle-aged man alone stepped onto the flying sword. Forming a hand seal in an instant, the sword soared into the sky, ascending into the vast expanse. Before the eyes of the crowd, the mountains and rivers swiftly shrank in size, and the grandiose city rapidly diminished in the distance. The flying sword traveled at an astounding speed, covering miles in the blink of an eye, as the terrain below receded, evoking a profound sense of the passage of time. Shortly after, this group of cultivators departed from Yuhua City. 4 intersect practitioners of unfathomable cultivation levels appeared at the city gates. Among them were both the elderly and the young. Their ages varied, yet each bore an unmistakable aura of deadly intent. As if they had endured countless slaughters, the little beast still wishes to survive until the year when he can challenge the Serpent Prince. Unfortunately, The Serpent Prince has no intention of waiting a year, remarked a middle-aged man with a beard, his tone chilling. Yet, to deal with this mere ant at the first stage of the pulse-connecting realm, summoning our Tsanlong Four Killers seems rather excessive. The youngest among them frowned. Silence. Fourth, is the Serpent Prince's command one you dare question? The eldest elder huffed disdainfully. I was merely expressing my thoughts, the youth replied, rubbing his nose, aware he had spoken out of turn. Challenging the Serpent Prince's authority is not a matter to be taken lightly, especially now that the Serpent Prince has revealed his true cultivation, solidifying his status within the Yuha sect. Follow them. As they journeyed, Xia Ming contemplated the nature of the upcoming intersect assessment. The task of this internal examination is led by 6 formidable intersect cultivators, who are tasked with annihilating the nefarious sect known as the Lycong Demon Sect, notorious for its heinous deeds within the borders of Luoyun Kingdom. Their destination is the headquarters of the Lycong Demon Sect, with the aim of completely eradicating its influence. The 6 intersect cultivators are adept at confronting the formidable members of the Lycong Demon Sect, while disciples like Xia Ming, who are participating in the examination, must engage other demonic cultivators, needing to slay 10 at the Yuanxiao realm and 1 at the Yinmai realm to successfully pass this examination and officially become intersect disciples. Although the Lycong Demon Sect is a minor force in comparison to the Yuha sect, the peril of committing murder at their headquarters cannot be underestimated. Consequently, the other participants in the examination are deliberating on cooperative strategies, as joining forces not only enhances safety, but also increases the likelihood of passing the assessment. Naturally, no one extends an invitation to Xia Ming for collaboration. However, Xia Ming is unconcerned. His current strength is more than sufficient for self-preservation, and he harbors thoughts regarding the treasures of the Lycong Demon Sect. Demonic sects are often skilled in cunningly seizing wealth, and the infamous Lycong Demon Sect is certain to possess a considerable bounty within their treasury. Thus, Xia Ming contemplates seizing the opportunity to plunder the Lycong Demon Sect's vault to swiftly augment his power. He requires a substantial amount of resources, far exceeding what the status of an intersect disciple at Yuha sect can provide. He must seek alternative means. Therefore, the notion of raiding the demon sect treasury aligns perfectly with his ambitions. Thus, day and night, they journeyed, with the 6 intersect cultivators taking turns to transport the outer sect disciples via sword flight. After several days, their flying swords finally descended into a mountain range. During this time, Xia Ming became somewhat acquainted with the names of these individuals. The leading intersect cultivator, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes, is known as Lung Xian. At this moment, Lung Xian's expression turned solemn. We have now entered the territory of the Lycong Demon Sect. Their headquarters is located on Lycong Island in the Corpse Spirit Lake, and we must take a boat to reach the island. Corpse Spirit Lake. Upon hearing this name, the disciple's eyes flickered with trepidation, sensing an ominous premonition. Lung Xian promptly elucidated the origins of Corpse Spirit Lake. Originally, this lake bore a different name, but ever since the Lycong Demon Sect seized control of it, they have slaughtered countless innocent citizens, casting their remains into the lake. Over time, the corpses of these wronged souls have transformed into corpse spirits. Chapter 73. Leap into the lake. The powerful members of the Lycong Demon Sect employed a sinister magical technique to transform these deeply vengeful corpse spirits into guardian spirits of the island. Should anyone dare to intrude into Corpse Spirit Lake, they would be immediately assailed by thousands of corpse spirits. Some of the more formidable corpse spirits are even capable of attacking cultivators in the sky. Hence, only the specially crafted vessels of the Lycong Demon Sect can safely traverse Corpse Spirit Lake without incurring harm, Lung Xian explained. Will we board the Lycong Demon Sect's vessel? Inquired an outer sect cultivator. Hitting upon the crux of the matter, Lung Xian replied calmly. Thus, we will impersonate members of the Jinbao Gang, a faction that has long engaged in trade with the Lycong Demon Sect. This guise will allow us to safely enter Lycong Island. Once aboard the ship, you must not reveal your true identities. Remember this well. Understood. The cultivators nodded in unison. Subsequently, Lung Xian produced a talisman from his hand and abruptly crushed it, enveloping all the cultivators in a brilliant golden light. Instantly, every cultivator noticed their own aura had diminished, reduced to the level of mere 6th or 7th tier in the Yuan Xiao realm. This concealment talisman allows you to shroud your cultivation from detection. Once aboard the vessel, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using your magical powers that you understand? Lung Xian cautioned. The concealment talisman. Xia Ming cast a cursory glance at Lung Xian, discerning that such a powerful talisman, capable of masking the cultivation of so many practitioners, must be at least a 3rd-tier talisman. After imparting his instructions, Lung Xian took the lead, and the group of cultivators followed him out of the deep mountains. Soon coming upon an expansive lake, its water a ghastly gray, reeking of decay. Some observed the lake's depths, where numerous corpse demons aimlessly drifted. Not far off, a large cargo ship was docked at the shore, surrounded by many individuals whose appearances were exceedingly menacing. Upon reaching the dock, a group of fierce cultivators obstructed the members of Yuhi men. "From whence do you hail?" inquired the formidable bald man at the forefront, his expression unfriendly. "Brother, we are brothers from the Golden Leopard Gang, and this is the token of our gang leader." Lung Xian replied with a smile, presenting the bald man with a token while discreetly slipping a high-grade spirit stone into his hand. The bald man accepted the spirit stone without hesitation, barely glancing at the token, and boomed with laughter. "Since you are brothers of the Golden Leopard Gang, then there is no need for further discussion. Come aboard." Thus, the group boarded the ship without incident, led by the people of the Liakong demon sect. On board, a diverse array of passengers could be seen, many akin to the Golden Leopard Gang, all heading to Liakong Demon Island for trade. Clearly not of virtuous intent. Xia Ming noted several practitioners practicing demonic arts among them. Just then, he caught sight of a familiar, unsightly woman leaning against the rail, gazing into the distance. I asked at her. A hint of surprise flickered in Xia Ming's eyes upon unexpectedly encountering Zhao Ruer in such a place. This unattractive woman was indeed Zhao Ruer, since parting ways at the Spirit Mine Mountain. Xia Ming had not seen Zhao Ruer again, yet here she was, reappearing aboard the Liakong demon sect ship. However, he refrained from recklessly approaching her, for if the cultivators of Yuhi men were to see him with someone familiar on a vessel belonging to the demon sect, word could easily spread back to Yuhi men, and the Serpent Lord would surely seize the opportunity to accuse him of collusion with the demon sect, potentially using the pretext of purging the sect to deal with him. Remaining discreet, Xia Ming moved to the opposite side of the ship's rail to avoid recognition by Zhao Ruer. 2 hours later, the ship set sail, swiftly disappearing from Xia Ming's view of the dock. The expanse of the Corpse Demon Lake was vast, and it would take time to reach Liakong Demon Island. However, as they distanced themselves from the shore, the miasma of corpses in the lake began to thicken, and Xia Ming could see numerous terrifying corpse demons trailing behind the ship, though they dared not approach the vessel bound for Liakong Demon Island. "Kid, you seem to have the leisure to appreciate the scenery on this Corpse Demon Lake," remarked a voice. The elder at the forefront chuckled ominously, a malevolent gleam flickering in his eyes. "What brings you here?" Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing that the 4 individuals were not of benign intent, and his mind grew increasingly vigilant. "It's nothing much," one of the youths replied with a smile, but suddenly a murderous intent surged in his gaze. "Young master, she sends his regards." "Damn it." Xia Ming's countenance shifted dramatically as he activated his mystical powers. Realizing the impending danger, the thunderous boom echoed, illuminating the sky, as torrential rain began to pour down upon the vessel. The startled crowd, caught in the grip of the thunder, paid no heed to the commotion at the ship's edge. "Die, you little wretch," the elder sneered, his sleeve sweeping outward as a formidable surge of magical energy coalesced into a colossal palm print, which descended upon Xia Ming with alarming speed. In that instant, Xia Ming felt the terrifying aura emanating from his opponent, who possessed the formidable cultivation of the 7th level of the pulse-connecting realm. Xia Ming summoned all his magical energy to counter the attack. But to his dismay, it disintegrated instantaneously beneath the weight of that palm print. The imposing attack bore down upon him, and with no means of resistance, Xia Ming gritted his teeth and leaped without hesitation from the ship's edge into the lake of corpse demons. With a resounding splash, he plunged to the lake's depths. How audacious! He even dares to jump into the lake of corpse demons. The boy truly seeks his own demise. The 4 approached the ship's railing. the elder casting a cold gaze toward the spot where Xia Ming had fallen, without any intention of pursuit. If he doesn't jump, what can he do? But jumping down is also a death sentence, and a gruesome one at that. It would be better to perish at our hands, a tall, middle-aged man remarked. Even if I were to leap into the lake of corpse demons, my fate would be sealed. That little wretch is undoubtedly doomed. Another middle-aged man, portly and wearing a relaxed expression, added, the task assigned by young master she has been accomplished. What is our next course of action? The youth, sensing no need to focus on Xia Ming any longer, inquired about their subsequent plans. Indeed, it would be futile to confront the Liakong demon sect. We gain nothing from such a venture, the tall, middle-aged man retorted with a mocking smile. Meanwhile, beneath the lake's surface, Xia Ming had descended several dozen fathoms below, where a bubble of magical energy enveloped him, shielding him from the surrounding water. Damn it, you beasts! Are you courting death? Xia Ming's eyes ignited with boundless murderous intent. He was utterly enraged. At this moment, the singular sentiment coursing through Xia Ming's heart was one of fury. And no sooner had he departed from the Jade River sect than the followers of the Serpent Lord Society pursued him relentlessly, clearly intent on extermination. So, you wish to push me too far, do you? I shall see who meets their end first. From now on, whenever I encounter anyone from the Serpent Lord Society, I shall slay them without hesitation. Xia Ming's eyes blazed with fierce determination. His wrath boiling over, he was eager to ascertain whether the Serpent Lord Society possessed the means to contend with him at that moment. Beneath the water's depths, massive corpse demons, each measuring 5 or 6 meters in length, swam toward Xia Ming. These formidable entities, born of decaying bodies, bore eyes that glowed with a sinister crimson light, filled with resentment, despair, and a myriad of dark emotions. As they converged upon him from all directions, Juntian's seal, Xia Ming bellowed, as an overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted from within him, causing a colossal seal to emanate from his body, with the surrounding waters of the lake swirling violently towards it. With a resounding crash, the Juntian seal was unleashed upon the throng of corpse demons that surged towards Xia Ming. In the depths of the lake, a vacuum zone was unexpectedly formed, and a terrifying magical seal descended upon the corpse demons. In an instant, more than a dozen of these wretched beings were utterly obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Subsequently, their essence transformed into a vast expanse of deathly energy, which was absorbed into Xia Ming's body. The sheer magnitude of this deathly aura within the lake was lethal to others. Even practitioners of the demonic path dared not approach it. Yet for Xia Ming, it was different. A chill flickered in his eyes as the myriad realms of his celestial prison technique surged to its zenith. With a thunderous roar, the water's surface erupted in a boil, and Xia Ming's form morphed into a colossal vortex, relentlessly drawing the deathly energy into himself. In scarcely a moment, he consumed all the deathly energy within a 10-mile radius, transforming the previously murky and dark waters into a crystalline clarity as every last vestige of that energy was absorbed by him. Instantly, 2 of his primordial apertures were unsealed. Upon entering the second stage of the Meridian Realm, Xia Ming's celestial prison technique had become even more formidable, accelerating his absorption of spiritual energy to an extraordinary pace. Throughout his journey, he voraciously consumed the deathly energy, simultaneously converting his own aura into that of the corpse demons, which led to a cessation of their frenzied assaults from beneath the lake. Thus, the peril of the corpse demon lake was rendered inconsequential to Xia Ming. After 2 days, with a resounding crash, Xia Ming erupted from the lake, sending waves crashing around him. Having flown underwater for those 2 days, he finally reached the shore. At this moment, his cultivation had ascended to the second layer of the Meridian Realm. The relentless training over the past few days had propelled his strength to new heights. Now, Xia Ming sought vengeance against the 4 individuals who had forced him into the corpse demon lake. With the aid of his spiritual sense, he discerned that they had not vacated the area. Before him lay a massive island, adorned with a dense forest, while in the distance, opulent structures graced the mountainside. Culminating in a grand palace at the summit, it was evident that this was the Sky Rift Demon Island, and those buildings were the headquarters of the Sky Rift Demon sect. However, the island was ablaze with flames. and Xia Ming could faintly hear the sounds of battle. The cold and enigmatic figures he sought were engaged in a fierce struggle against the formidable denizens of the Sky Rift Demon Island. He had arrived at the perfect moment. Xia Ming narrowed his eyes. The cultivators of the Jade River sect had already made their move, and he had arrived just in time to partake in the assessment task. Nevertheless, beyond the task, his true aim was to exact revenge upon the four who had driven him into the depths of the Corpse Demon Lake. Using his magical prowess to alter his appearance and aura, he expanded his spiritual sense, quickly locating the presence of the four individuals. Following their trail, he made his way directly toward the headquarters of the Sky Rift Demon sect. Their strength was considerable, as they had not engaged directly in combat against the sect. It seemed they harbored ulterior motives or intended to benefit from the ensuing chaos, but a glimmer of insight flickered in Xia Ming's eyes as he began to piece together their intentions. Before long, he reached the entrance of the mountain gate, where the ground was strewn with corpses, fallen low-level cultivators of the Sky Rift Demon sect. Stepping over the bodies, Xia Ming hastened up the stone steps leading up the mountain. Who dares to trespass upon the Sky Rift Demon sect shall perish. Suddenly, a group of cultivators from the Sky Rift Demon sect, possessing power at the primordial aperture realm, charged from either side of the stone steps, unleashing their demonic techniques directly at Xia Ming. Although Xia Ming currently conceals his aura, masking his identity as a cultivator of the U.S. sect, the disciples of the Liakong Demon sect are on high alert. Upon seeing an intruder ascending from the mountains below, they indiscriminately resort to violence, intent on eliminating him. Seeking death, a chill swept through Xia Ming's gaze as he forcefully stamped his foot upon the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck, causing those of the Yuanxiao realm to stagger and falter. In that moment, sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground in the direction they were falling, instantly piercing through the bodies of these demon sect disciples. In the blink of an eye, not a single disciple of the demon sect remained alive, a river of blood pooling beneath them. Now, possessing the cultivation of the second layer of the Meridian realm, Xia Ming's every gesture unleashed an unimaginable destructive force, slaughtering a group of Yuanxiao realm cultivators as if it were mere child's play. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, a tempest of wind blades surged forth, cleaving off ears from the corpses of the demon disciples and collecting them into Xia Ming's spatial pouch. The ground was littered with the fallen bodies of demon guards, among which stood the other three members of the Songlong Four Demons, the corpses being their handiwork. How did you learn of the location of the Liakong Demon Sect treasury? A blood-haired elder, in a pitiful state, knelt and spat blood, bitterly questioning the Songlong Four Demons. The whereabouts of the treasury were a closely guarded secret even within the Liakong Demon Sect, yet these four had brazenly come to their doorsteps, unleashing a massacre. A tall, middle-aged man suddenly appeared behind the blood-haired elder, delivering a punch that ignited the elder's body in flames. This is the supreme demonic art of the Liakong Demon Sect. Liakong Demonic Flame Fist. The blood-haired elder's eyes widened in disbelief as his body was consumed by fire, turning to ash and scattering with the wind. Chapter 75. The counterattack begins. To his dying breath, the blood-haired elder could not comprehend why the Liakong Demon Sect's ultimate technique would manifest in the hands of a U.S. sect cultivator. My Serpent Lord Society's influence spans the globe, and within the Liakong Demon Sect, there are spies from my Serpent Lord Society. Regrettably, you shall never discover the identity of the traitor, the tall middle-aged man remarked with a cold laugh. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of the Songlong Four Demons. Brother Dong Chung, your Liakong Demonic Flame Fist is even more formidable than the one I wield at that moment. A handsome young man stepped forward, his entire being enveloped in blood flames, exuding an aura of terrifying intensity. His robe bore an identical design to that of the Liakong Demon Sect disciples, clearly marking him as a spy of the Serpent Lord Society within the sect. The tall middle-aged man, Dong Chung, cast a glance at the young man, then averted his gaze, speaking indifferently. Xing Xiaojie, we owe our successful arrival at this treasury to you. Have you brought the items? Of course I have. Xing Xiaojie replied with a cold smirk, raising his hand to reveal a bronze key. The eyes of the Songlong Four Demons gleamed with excitement. Excellent. Let us not delay. Let us proceed at once. The elder leading them declared. turning towards the treasury entrance. With the other 3 demons hastily following suit, as Xing Xiaojie was about to catch up, he suddenly heard a furious roar from the heavens. Long Xian, my Liakong demon sect has no grievances nor enmities with your U.S. sect. Why do you target our sect? High above, a venerable elder unleashed a thunderous shout, conjuring a tempestuous display of demonic power. As boundless flames of malice surged through the void, crashing violently towards Long Xian. Yet Long Xian merely thrust forth his sword. The brilliance of its light surged forth, swallowing the sun and moon, and in an instant, the sea of flames was rent asunder. The fierce radiance of the sword struck the venerable elder, but was repelled by the elder's formidable demonic aura, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. Xing Xiaojie scoffed, "Fool, I told you to keep a low profile. Yet you refused to heed my warning, provoking the wrath of heaven and drawing the attention of a U.S. sect. If you wish to perish, do so alone. I shall not accompany you to your demise. However, considering I am your son, it would be prudent for you to buy some time against Long Xian with your own life." With a sinister smile, Xing Xiaojie then entered the treasury. Not long after the 5 had vanished, Xia Ming's figure suddenly materialized. His eyes flickered as he gazed upon the treasury's grand entrance, a smile creeping upon his lips. So this is the treasury of the Liakong demon sect. Were it not for the lingering aura left by the Canlong 4 fiends, I would have found it quite challenging to locate. How fortuitous. This saves me considerable time. As he spoke, Xia Ming soared into the treasury, his form moving with ghostly swiftness. Upon entering, he beheld a lengthy corridor, with numerous secret chambers lining either side. These chambers housed the treasures amassed by the Liakong demon sect over many years. The Canlong 4 fiends and Xing Xiaojie had already ventured far, seemingly intent on a more significant objective, thus neglecting these chambers. Xia Ming, too, refrained from lingering amidst the treasures, concealing his presence as he stealthily followed their trail. In no time, he arrived at a fork in the corridor, which branched into 2 distinct paths. Through his spiritual perception, Xia Ming discerned that the Canlong 4 fiends and Xing Xiaojie had also split into 2 groups, each heading down a separate route. One path was taken by Xing Xiaojie along with Dong Cheng and the youngest of the Canlong 4 fiends, while the other was led by the elder accompanying the portly middle-aged man. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Ming chose to stealthily pursue Xing Xiaojie's direction. The elder's cultivation was at the 7th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, a match that Xia Ming was not prepared to face. Conversely, the youngest youth and Xing Xiaojie were both at the 5th level of the same realm. Adversary Xia Ming felt confident he could eliminate. Within a grand stone hall, Xing Xiaojie, Dong Cheng, and the 4th of the Canlong 4 fiends stood excitedly before a towering statue. The statue, towering 2 zhang high, depicted a creature resembling a human but adorned with a pair of sharp horns atop its head, its eyes fierce like a beast, and its mouth lined with menacing fangs, reminiscent of a legendary vampiric demon. This is the location of our Liakong demon sect's most precious blood essence pool, a place where only my father and a select few elders are permitted to cultivate. Xing Xiaojie declared, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he produced a bronze key in an instant. The key emanated a dazzling crimson light, soaring into the air and embedding itself within the statue's brow. The statue trembled violently before gradually sinking into the ground, causing the wall behind it to vanish and revealing an open passageway. The ghastly and sanguine stench assailed the senses, and before long, the trio's eyes fell upon a small lake, spanning several dozen yards, its depths entirely filled with viscous blood, teeming with terrifying waves of energy. It seemed that merely absorbing a fraction of this essence could significantly enhance a practitioner's magical prowess. Instantly, an insatiable greed flickered in the eyes of Dong Cheng, Lao Si, and Xing Xiaojie. Gentlemen, caution Xing Xiaojie. The blood essence here is rife with dreadful demonic intent. It requires an extensive period of refinement before it can be absorbed. Otherwise, one risks being seduced by the malevolent thoughts, leading to a loss of reason, succumbing to madness, and becoming a mere shell of a being that in the worst case, one's power may surge uncontrollably, resulting in a catastrophic demise. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dong Cheng stepped towards the pool of blood essence. That moment, a cold voice resonated. Juntian Seal. Summer Ming's voice pierced the air. Before him, a Juntian Seal materialized, unleashing boundless power that caused the very essence of the void to bubble with agitation. With a thunderous roar, the seal hurtled towards the three. A surge of alarm gripped Dong Cheng as he instinctively summoned his power, enveloping both Lao Si and Xing Shaojia in a protective shroud. A piercing scream erupted, followed by a deafening crash. Xing Shaojia was struck by the Juntian seal and was instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood mist. Dong Cheng and Lao Si managed to evade the immediate danger. Yet fury ignited within their eyes as they beheld the sanguine cloud. Amidst their wrathful gaze, Summer Ming approached unhurriedly. Chapter 76. Absorbing blood essence indeed. This time you are doomed, Dong Cheng proclaimed, stepping before Lao Si with a sinister grin. Yet I am quite surprised. Your strength has ascended another level, and you managed to slay Xing Shaojia with mere cultivation at the second tier of the Meridian opening stage. It appears you stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter in the Corpse Demon Lake. Your luck is rather remarkable. Should I eliminate you, all your fortuitous encounters shall become ours. Lao Si gazed at Summer Ming with avarice. The power of the earlier technique was indeed formidable, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. Such a technique must be seized from Summer Ming's grasp. Summer Ming smiled faintly, a hint of disdain glimmering in his eyes. You believe you can kill me? How utterly foolish! Dong Cheng erupted in laughter, and with a sudden gust of wind, his robe billowed as he flickered and vanished from sight. In the next moment, a terrifying hand appeared before Summer Ming, its overwhelming power enveloping him entirely. As Summer Ming's body trembled, he dispersed his surrounding energy and soared into the air. Just as he evaded Dong Cheng's assault, Lao Si brandished a sword of formidable energy, slicing through the air at supersonic speed, sending a chill of danger coursing through Summer Ming. Yet, rather than fear, exhilaration glimmered in Summer Ming's eyes. Dong Cheng may be one thing, but you dare to strike at me. You are courting death. With a flourish of his fingers, he unleashed a torrent of power, colliding head-on with Lao Si's lethal strike. And at the second tier of the Meridian opening stage dares to utter such grandiose claims. Lao Si scoffed, bemused by his opponent's arrogance. However, at that moment, he felt an overwhelming force crash down upon him, rendering him powerless. With a scream, Lao Si's sword fell from his grasp as his body was sent hurtling backward. Lao Si, Dong Cheng's furious roar erupted as he thrust both palms forward, summoning the blood essence from the blood pool, unleashing a surging wave of crimson fury that surged towards Xia Ming. You little beast, succumb to the erosion of the blood essence and fall into madness. The blood pool of the Rift Sky Demon Sect was a sinister reservoir formed from the blood of countless slain cultivators, demonic beasts, and even mysterious demon clans. Their lifeblood refined into this pool. The spiritual energy contained within this blood essence was extraordinarily vast, yet it was steeped in the grievances of innumerable souls. To refine this blood essence, one must first purify the lingering resentments of the wronged spirits. Dong Cheng cunningly exploited this fact, channeling the blood essence to strike at Xia Ming, a truly insidious maneuver. In an instant, Xia Ming was struck by the blood essence and plummeted into the depths of the pool. Dare to challenge me, you fool! Observing Xia Ming's descent into the blood pool, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Dong Cheng's lips. He then cast a spell to ensnare the body of the fourth brother, preventing him from falling further into the depths. Are you all right, fourth brother? Dong Cheng inquired with genuine concern, for the four of them, bound by fate, shared a bond that surpassed even that of blood brothers. It's fine, second brother, do not slay that little beast. Allow me to personally exact my vengeance upon him to quell the rage in my heart. The fourth brother's complexion was pale, his eyes blazing with fury. He had not anticipated suffering such a profound setback at the hands of Xia Ming, despite his cultivation at the 5th level of the pulse opening realm. Had it not been for Dong Cheng's timely intervention, he might have succumbed to the blood pool, falling into madness. Very well, I shall bind his powers. You may take your revenge. However, having fallen into the blood pool, that little beast has likely lost all reason. Dong Cheng nodded in agreement, and then turned his gaze toward the blood pool, intending to use his magic to extract Xia Ming from its depths. Yet, as he looked, there was no sign of Xia Ming. Dongcheng's expression shifted dramatically. Where is he? Just then, the fourth brother's anguished scream pierced the air. This is bad. Dongcheng's countenance changed as he beheld a blood silhouette rise from the pool. Wielding the fourth brother's magical sword, piercing through his chest with a single strike. No! Dongcheng roared as he charged at the blood silhouette, unleashing a torrent of dark, malevolent flames from his fists that transformed the space into an inferno. Instantly, the air crackled with overwhelming magical currents, and the blood pool churned violently, sending waves of crimson surging forth. Yet upon contact with the demonic flames, all the blood waves evaporated in an instant. Rift Sky Demon Flame Fist. Xia Ming, recognizing the futility of resisting Dongcheng's wrath, let out a cold laugh and hurled the fourth brother's lifeless body toward Dongcheng, sending it plummeting once more into the blood pool. Boom! The fourth brother's body was immediately reduced to ashes by the inferno. Ah, I will kill you, beast! Dongcheng's eyes turned blood red, nearly losing his sanity, consumed by boundless hatred as he relentlessly channeled his magic to bombard the blood pool. Boom! The blood essence erupted into dozens of surging waves, transforming the treasure chamber into a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Why? This little beast should not be able to withstand the demonic thoughts within the blood pool. Why has he not fallen into madness? Why? I regret it all. As Dongcheng howled in anguish, he continued to unleash his power upon the blood pool, struggling to comprehend why the demonic thoughts therein had no effect on Xia Ming. It was this very oversight that had led to the death of the fourth brother, and Dongcheng's heart was consumed by an endless tide of regret. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have prioritized eliminating Xia Ming at all costs. He was struck by a torrent of blood, and it seemed to be an act of deliberate intent. The blood essence pool is a powerful artifact of the Sky Rift Demon sect, meticulously refined. Yet now, Xia Ming, akin to a voracious whale, absorbed and refined it, causing a tenth of the blood essence within to vanish in an instant. Should the sect leader and elders of the Sky Rift Demon sect witness this, they would likely be driven to the brink of despair. Chapter 77. Slaying two fiends again amidst Xia Ming's fervent absorption, all the acupoints along his third meridian were unblocked, allowing him to advance further. He had now reached the third level of the pulse-guiding realm. In an instant, Xia Ming's strength surged dramatically. Previously, faced with the frenzied state of Dongcheng, he could only defend and seek an opportunity to retreat. However, such caution was no longer necessary. That a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Xia Ming's eyes, and a profound wave of energy rippled forth from within him. The Jun Tian seal, the blood essence pool roiled violently, emanating an overwhelming aura, as boundless blood energy coalesced beneath its surface. The blood-red Jun Tian seal materialized, exuding an aura of malevolence and dominance. This magical seal was conjured by Xia Ming using the spiritual energy of the blood essence pool, transforming it into a demonic imprint. Boom! The demonic imprint unleashed a cataclysmic wave of blood, soaring skyward at an imperceptible speed, crashing towards Dongcheng. What? Dongcheng, sensing the terrifying momentum, was immediately struck with fear. His complexion drastically changing, he swiftly extended his long arm, striking towards the suddenly approaching Jun Tian seal with a palm infused with dense silver mana, colliding with the demonic imprint. Upon impact, the demonic seal displayed an overwhelming force that shattered Dongcheng's mana, violently crashing into his arm. Dongcheng's entire arm, which had cast the spell, shattered, contorted in agony as he let out a piercing scream. At that moment, a blood shadow surged forth from the blood essence pool, darting behind Dongcheng, extending a hand to grip his neck, and with a sharp crack, snapped it cleanly. Xia Ming did not immediately discard Dongcheng's corpse. Instead, he probed it with his divine sense, discovering a spatial pouch. Upon opening the pouch, he found not only numerous spirit stones and various elixirs, but also an exquisitely crafted jade vial, emanating dazzling brilliance. The flawless cleansing vial, a fifth-tier magical artifact bestowed upon Dongcheng by the Serpent Prince, was specifically designed for collecting the blood essence from the blood essence pool. The IT could not only contain the essence of the pool, but could likely hold an entire small lake. Moreover, The interior of this artifact was saturated with rich spiritual energy, allowing even ordinary individuals to cultivate within it, living without issue. Understanding its purpose, Xia Ming promptly began to absorb the blood essence from the pool, using the flawless cleansing vial. The essence within remained immensely beneficial to him, capable of elevating him by at least 2 realms upon refinement. However, he could not afford to refine it at present. The other 2 members of the Songwolf Four Fiends could arrive at any moment, and Xia Ming had to make his swift exit. The Elder at the 7th level of the pulse-guiding realm was still beyond his capabilities, while the portly middle-aged man, at the same cultivation level as Dongchong, could pose significant trouble. After a quarter of an hour, Xia Ming finally filled the flawless cleansing vial with all the blood essence, then soared into the air, darting outward. I might have considered letting you go, but alas, your appearance is so grotesque that you lack even the worth for me to toy with. The portly middle-aged man laughed heartily, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. The Elder spoke coldly. The appearance of our Songlong Four Fiends at the Rift Void Demon sect must never be disclosed. Since you have witnessed us, you should be prepared for silencing. Perish, wretched creature. As his words echoed, the Elder raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that surged towards Zhao Ruer with deadly intent. Furious, Zhao Ruer's countenance shifted dramatically, and her eyes blazed with 2 bolts of thunder. 2 barbarian god puppets manifested, instantly towering to a height of 10 feet, their formidable strength poised to confront the Elder's magic head-on. However, the disparity between their powers was insurmountable. Although Zhao Ruer had significantly enhanced her strength, reaching the 2nd level of the Meridian Opening Realm, and the puppets also possessed the same level of power without exhausting her energy. They remained insignificant against the Elder's prowess at the 7th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. A mere brush of magical force sent the 2 barbarian god puppets flying, causing Zhao Ruer's entire magical energy to dissipate as she was violently thrown back. What manner of puppet is this? It withstood my strike without a scratch. It must be a treasure, the Elder mused, noticing that the puppets were merely knocked aside, yet unscathed, a glint of greed igniting in his eyes. With a sinister grin, he leapt forward, swiftly reaching the puppet's side, his immense magical force extending towards the 2 puppets, intent on forcibly seizing them. Return my puppets. Zhao Ruer's heart ached as if cut by a knife. These puppets were her most cherished treasures, and she could not allow them to be taken in an instant. She frantically channeled her magical energy once more, commanding the 2 barbarian god puppets to launch a ferocious assault against the Elder. Wretched fool, seeking death, the Elder bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Just as the 2 puppets raised their fists to retaliate, their energy was abruptly shattered by the Elder's voice, rendering them stiff and causing them to collapse to the ground. The Elder's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he threw a punch toward Zhao Ruer, a torrent of overwhelming magical energy coalescing into a sphere of blood-red flames, dark and chaotic, bearing down upon her. At that moment, a shrill and anguished scream erupted from a portly middle-aged man. The Elder's body trembled, his magical energy dissipating as he turned in haste, his expression twisting with fury. Old 3. There, the portly man's neck was pierced by a blade, and behind him stood an unexpected figure, the very one the Elder would never have anticipated. Xia Ming. It's you. Zhao Ruer gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, Xia Ming sent the sword cleaving through the middle-aged man's head. The leader of the Songlong Four Fiends has collapsed. The Elder's eyes turned blood-red, a chilling howl escaping his lips, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from him. Die, beast! In an instant, the Elder's figure vanished, and at that moment, a tempest of surging magical energy enveloped Xia Ming, a lethal punch imbued with an unyielding spirit aimed directly at him. Chapter 78. The Dust Settles. Yet now, Xia Ming was no longer the same. Though he was not a match for the leader of the Songlong Four Fiends, he was no longer a mere pawn to be toyed with. He summoned his magical energy and struck back at the Elder. In an instant, the 2 powers unleashed an astonishing torrent of energy, causing the marble floor to shatter in a myriad of cracks that spread like a web. Trembling under the sheer force unleashed. Impossible. The leader of the Songlong Four Evils regained some clarity, gazing incredulously at Xia Ming. only to realize that Xia Ming's strength had ascended to the third level of the pulse-connecting realm. Yet, even with such cultivation, he could not possibly be a match for him. Nevertheless, the terrifying might of Xia Ming's power struck fear into him, surpassing that of most practitioners at the sixth level of the pulse-connecting realm. At that moment, the leader of the Canlong Four Evils discerned the sword in Xia Ming's hand, which turned out to be the third-tier magical weapon, the stunning swan sword, belonging to the fourth member. His complexion turned ashen. Did the second and fourth members also perish at your hands, you little beast? A smirk crept upon Xia Ming's lips. What do you think? The leader of the Canlong Four Evils felt a surge of blood rush to his face. Veins bulging, emanating an overwhelming and suffocating aura. His eyes blood-red, filled with boundless hatred. You are doomed. He fixed his gaze on Xia Ming, enunciating each word with a menacing snarl. Boom! The elder's body erupted with a tumultuous azure-purple flame, resembling a fire deity descending upon the world. His white hair billowing wildly as a ferocious energy enveloped Xia Ming. With a powerful punch, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the surrounding stone walls to crumble under the elder's might. The entire treasury trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Die. Confronted by this force, Xia Ming's expression turned grave, and without hesitation, he wielded his sword, striking out fiercely. The ground beneath him froze inch by inch, as a massive beam of solid ice formed into a sword light, hurtling violently toward the elder. However, under the elder's terrifying power, the solid ice melted instantaneously, evaporating into thin air. The overwhelming force sent Xia Ming flying several dozen meters away. Only after dispelling the elder's might could he regain his footing, spitting blood. The strength of the seventh level of the pulse-connecting realm was indeed formidable. Even with his attribute restraining magic, he was no match. Die! Almost instantaneously, the elder reappeared before Xia Ming, his fists striking out with wild ferocity, unleashing a torrent of violent fish shadows that filled the sky. A spark of lightning flickered in Xia Ming's eyes, and in an instant, he was suffused with the power of thunder, vanishing from his original spot. Little beast, where do you think you're going? The leader of the Canlong Four Evils was nearly driven to madness. Oblivious to the fact that Xia Ming's magic had already transformed into several attributes. With a sweep of his consciousness, the spatial environment within a 100-mile radius immediately unfolded in his mind. Xia Ming's figure appeared beside Zhao Ruer, a sight the leader of the Canlong Four Evils swiftly seized upon. Without hesitation, he smashed his fists into the ground. Crack, crack, two powerful waves of energy surged across the ground, racing towards Xia Ming's location like lightning. Xia Ming's expression shifted slightly as his magic lifted Zhao Ruer into the air. Boom! Just as he took off, an explosion erupted from the spot, engulfing the area in a cloud of smoke. Xia Ming, what should we do now? Zhao Ruer anxiously inquired, seeking guidance on how to deal with the leader of the Canlong Four Evils. Oh, not worry. He will surely perish today. Xia Ming's gaze was icy, and the enmity between him and the four fiends of the wolf had become irreconcilable. He had no reason to spare a relentless foe. We are not his match, are we? Zhao Ruer awkwardly reminded him, as she produced a neatly folded piece of white paper from her bosom and handed it to Xia Ming. This is some seasonal poison I discovered in the spirit mine last time. It might be able to stop him. Excellent. Xia Ming's eyes brightened. Originally, he had a plan to deal with the four fiends of the wolf, but with the addition of this seasonal poison, the task became significantly easier. Old fool, today is the day you meet your end. Xia Ming sneered, grasping the seasonal poison and gesturing with his hand. The two fallen brutal god puppets immediately soared into the air, expanding under Xia Ming's magical power. Their aura rapidly escalating. In an instant, they reached the formidable strength of the sixth stage of the Meridian Realm. This was Xia Ming's original strategy, manipulating the brutal god puppets. Thus, Xia Ming's side effectively wielded the power equivalent to 3 sixth-stage cultivators, narrowing the gap between them and the leader of the four fiends of the wolf to its utmost limit. Kill! Xia Ming commanded the two brutal god puppets as they charged towards the leader of the four fiends of the wolf. What use is having numbers? They are all useless. The leader of the four fiends of the wolf roared, undeterred despite sensing that the puppet's power mirrored his own. Today, even if the king of heaven himself descended. He would slay Xia Ming to avenge his brothers, let alone two mere puppets. Bang! 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 Instantly, the two parties clashed, and the air was filled with the explosive sounds of countless magical collisions, despite Xia Ming's 3-against-1 advantage. He could not gain the upper hand against the leader of the four fiends of the wolf. The latter had descended into madness, fighting with reckless abandon, targeting the two puppets while occasionally disregarding them entirely to launch fierce attacks against Xia Ming. Bang! Finally, the leader of the four fiends of the wolf seized an opportunity, striking Xia Ming squarely in the chest. Blood spurted from Xia Ming as his body was sent flying once more. "Ha ha, little beast! You are nothing but this. Prepare to die." The leader of the four fiends of the wolf cackled maniacally, intent on finishing Xia Ming off while the iron was hot. However, at that moment, a plume of green smoke erupted from Xia Ming's hand, exploding right before the leader's face. Caught off guard, the leader of the four fiends of the wolf inadvertently inhaled the smoke in an instant. The seasonal poison took effect. Damn it, what is this stuff? His expression changed drastically as he realized his magical power was rapidly diminishing. His skin turned purple, and the poison corroded his body with ferocity. The seasonal poison was something even the underworld king lizard could not withstand. "Old fool, I trust you now understand who is destined to die." Xia Ming coldly chuckled as he rose from the ground, suppressing the injuries within him. "Beast, despicable and shameless. What skill is there in using poison?" The leader of the four fiends of the wolf screamed in a frenzy, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "When the four of you bullied the weak, did you ever consider yourselves despicable? As long as it means killing you, what does it matter?" Unfazed, Xia Ming took deliberate steps towards the leader of the four fiends of the wolf, his magical power brewing in his palm. "Beast, I shall take you down with me." The leader of the Songlong four demons, despite blood streaming from his 7 orifices, wildly lunged towards Xia Ming, disregarding the rapid spread of toxins within his body, intent on dragging Xia Ming down with him into death. However, the onset of the Four Seasons venom significantly hampered the leader's magical prowess, rendering his movements sluggish. Two formidable barbarian god puppets intercepted him, their unyielding golden fists descending upon his body simultaneously. Chapter 79. The Ruins of Qingluo Palace. Bang! The lifeless body of the Songlong Four Demons leader thudded to the ground. Had he truly perished? Zhao Ruer swallowed hard, her heart pounding incessantly. The master of the 7th level of the Meridian Realm had met his demise at Xia Ming's hands, leaving her momentarily stunned. Indeed, he was dead. The entire Songlong Four Demons lay slain by my hand. A top-tier spirit stone is equivalent to 10 superior spirit stones, and within his spatial pouch, there were actually dozens of such exquisite stones that in addition, there were numerous low-tier elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans. Although these items held little value for Xia Ming, their sheer abundance was noteworthy. Should Xia Ming wish to win hearts, bestowing these treasures would swiftly achieve his aim. It was evident that such a vast array of valuables had been acquired by the Songlong Four Demons leader from the other side of the Liakong demon sect's treasury. No wonder they had split into 2 factions. Xing Xiaojie's betrayal of the Liakong demon sect was thorough, as he had handed over the sect's very foundation to the Shijun society, clearly determined to align himself with young Master Shi. Regrettably, these treasures had fallen into Xia Ming's hands, enriching him considerably. Subsequently, Xia Ming seized the spatial pouch from the portly middle-aged man. Although the man's possessions held some value, Xia Ming extracted a few elixirs and magical artifacts and placed them into the middle-aged man's spatial pouch, then tossed it to the enviously drooling Zhao Ruer. "Here, consider compensation for the Four Seasons venom." Xia Ming smiled faintly. Zhao Ruer indeed harbored a palpable envy towards him. Her intention in approaching the Liakong demon sect's treasury was much akin to that of the Songlong Four Demons, aiming to seize the opportunity presented by Yuhiman's assault on the Liakong demon sect. However, she had not anticipated encountering Xia Ming yet again, leading to her benefits being appropriated by him, nearly replicating her previous experience in the barbarian demon palace. Zhao Ruer felt as though she could spit blood. Once more, her efforts had been in vain. Just then, as Xia Ming tossed her a spatial pouch, her eyes sparkled with interest, and she promptly caught it. A sweep of her spiritual sense dispelled her earlier gloom, transforming her expression into one of delight. Perhaps fortune had smiled upon her after all. Zhao Ruer murmured softly, recalling how Xia Ming had gifted her a barbarian god puppet during their last encounter. This time, the contents of the spatial pouch he had provided also contained numerous valuable items. Moreover, had it not been for Xia Ming, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to navigate the dangers she faced on both occasions. Xia Ming approached leisurely, a smile illuminating his features. Zhao Ruer, your instincts are remarkably sharp, akin to an ancient divine beast known as the treasure-seeking mouse. Wherever treasures abound, there you are. Zhao Ruer's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she mirrored her previous demeanor before Xia Ming. You are the mouse. You too appear wherever treasures lie. Xia Ming gently touched his nose and remarked, that is indeed true. We bear quite a resemblance. A soft chuckle escaped Zhao Ruer's lips, her laughter melodious and enchanting, evoking a sense of tranquility and delight. It dawned upon Xia Ming just how captivating Zhao Ruer's voice was. After a brief moment of laughter, Zhao Ruer ceased her mirth, her beautiful eyes suddenly fixating on Xia Ming. A hint of confusion in her gaze. Are you truly a disciple of the U.S. sect? How could such a minor sect possibly cultivate a prodigy like you? Xia Ming's eyes flickered with interest. Your words imply that you are not a disciple of the U.S. sect? Zhao Ruer nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there is no need for concealment before you did. As she spoke, a trace of disdain crossed her features. Not to mention the U.S. sect, even the Lihin sword sect of the Jinyan kingdom holds no allure for me. Xia Ming was aware that the Lihin sword sect was the most formidable sect in the Jinyan kingdom, possessing the power to influence the emperor himself, surpassing the U.S. sect in strength. The fact that Zhao Ruer looked down upon even the Lihin sword sect deepened the air of mystery surrounding her background in Xia Ming's eyes. Indeed, those associated with the Lihin sword sect lack the authority to deem the U.S. sect a minor sect. Your origins appear to be quite significant. Xia Ming regarded Zhao Ruer with a bemused expression. Noticing Xia Ming's apparent lack of surprise, Zhao Ruer felt a flicker of irritation. And aren't you curious about my origins? Xia Ming responded with a faint smile. Why should I be astonished? Regardless of how grand your background may be, I may not have heard of it. This remark, if directed at Zhao Ruer, would likely provoke an intense reaction from her. Zhao Ruer basked in her self-satisfaction. Xia Ming prepared to take his leave, saying with a smile, I am about to undertake the sex assessment. What are your plans henceforth? Zhao Ruer scrunched her nose in disinterest. I have no interest in the tasks of your U.S. sect. You may go on your own. Very well. Farewell. Xia Ming nodded and turned to depart. Wait, suddenly, Zhao Ruer rushed to catch up. Xia Ming turned, puzzled. What is it? Zhao Ruer gazed at him, her lovely eyes flickering with hesitation before resolutely transforming. Have you heard of the Qingluo Palace ruins? Xia Ming was taken aback. The name Qingluo was not unfamiliar to him. He recalled that during a visit to the black market in the chaotic Rat Street, someone had attempted to pass off counterfeit goods as treasures of the Qingluo fairy. The Qingluo fairy, a peerless genius who emerged from the royal family of the Luoyun kingdom a millennium ago, possessed unfathomable cultivation. In her time, none from the Jinyan kingdom, the Shun kingdom, or the U.S. sect could rival her. Her life story was extraordinary, and her legacy still resonated, marking her as one of the most legendary cultivators in nearly a millennium. However, something inexplicable occurred, leading to the Qingluo fairy's disappearance. Whether she perished or ventured to distant realms remains a mystery, as she never reappeared. The place she once inhabited, the Qingluo Dao Palace, had become a forbidden zone, inaccessible to all. Over the course of a millennium, the palace had fallen into ruin, becoming a desolate site. The Qingluo Palace ruins, who hasn't heard of it? Yet there are said to be restrictions set by the Qingluo fairy that prevent entry. Xia Ming replied. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, a mysterious smile graced Zhao Ruer's delicate features. It was once inaccessible, but soon, that may no longer be the case. Chapter 80. The Bloodlight Convergence Formation. Xia Ming's eyes flickered with intrigue. What do you mean by that? Zhao Ruer replied with a clever smile. You may not be aware, but the restrictions surrounding the Qingluo Palace ruins will soon be lifted. That time, forces from various nations and sects will flock to the Qingluo Palace ruins in search of opportunities. The Qingluo Dao Palace is about to open. How do you know this? Xia Ming was taken aback, realizing the significance of this revelation. Zhao Ruer continued, I have my own sources of information, in any case. This matter is absolutely true. I see you possess some strength, which is why I wish to invite you to join me in exploring the Qingluo Palace ruins. She added, if we can obtain even one artifact from the inheritance of the Qingluo fairy, we shall surely prosper. Xia Ming stared at Zhao Ruer for a long while, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. The opening of the Qingluo Palace ruins was indeed a matter of great consequence. If Zhao Ruer's words held any truth, he had no reason to decline her invitation. After all, in order to defeat the Serpent Young Master a year from now, he would need some fortuitous encounters. No matter how swiftly he trained, resources such as spirit stones and elixirs were indispensable. The blood essence pool he currently possessed could at most allow him to break through 2 more realms. And beyond that, the resources required for advancement would become increasingly daunting. And no matter how talented Xia Ming was, he could not conjure resources from thin air. Very well, I accept your invitation. Xia Ming nodded, not hesitating in the slightest. That's splendid. To be honest, if it weren't for my own limitations, I wouldn't have invited you at all, Zhao Ruer said, her face lighting up with joy, albeit with a hint of a tone suggesting she was at a disadvantage. She produced a token, which turned out to be a disciple's token from the U.S. sect. Perhaps it was acquired when she infiltrated the U.S. sect under the guise of joining, or it may have been obtained through other means. She and Xia Ming then marked each other's tokens with their respective seals. I will contact you at the U.S. sect when the Qingluo Dao ruins are about to open, Zhao Ruer said, waving the identity token with a cheerful grin. I will be waiting, Xia Ming replied with a nod before departing from the demon sect's treasury. Upon reaching the peak of the Laikong demon sect, the air was filled with cries of battle, and flames engulfed the surroundings. The edifices of the Laikong demon sect lay shattered, transformed into a sea of fire. The ground was strewn with the bodies of Laikong demon sect disciples, most of whom were at the Yuan Xiao realm, and some were merely slightly more formidable mortals who had not even attained that level. Xia Ming ascended the mountain path, feeling immense fluctuations emanating from the summit. The true battlefield lay there. There are also remnants of the Yuha sect here. From the forest emerged a dense swarm of Laikong demon sect troops, each one a fearsome figure, recklessly charging towards Xia Ming with a sweep of his sword. A golden circle of light expanded rapidly from his center, and wherever it passed, the disciples of the Laikong demon sect found themselves severed, emitting agonized wails. In the blink of an eye, the ground within a 10-zhang radius was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Lung Xian, you did not anticipate this, did you? The news of your U.S. sect attempt to encircle my Laikong demon sect has long been leaked. I have already summoned numerous allies, lying in ambush here, waiting for you to lower your guard. Welcome to your doom. The imposing elder, the leader of the Laikong demon sect, stood aloft in the sky, an endless stream of bloodlight emanating from him, cascading onto the plaza at the summit. Surrounding the square, there were indeed dozens of practitioners from the demonic sect at the pulse refinement stage, each collaborating to unleash a crimson light, coalescing into a massive formation that enveloped the very center of the square, where the disciples of the Yuhua sect stood. Led by Lung Xian, 6 inner disciples struggled beneath this grand array, striving to protect the first-level practitioners participating in the assessment. This was the Bloodlight Convergence Formation, a malevolent array that could only be established with the sacrifice of 10,000 souls. Old Demon Xing, you are truly despicable for orchestrating such bloodshed. May you meet a fitting end. Lung Xian's face turned ashen, his heart chilled by the vile cruelty of the Laikong demon sect. Flattery, old Demon Xing, the sect master, laughed dismissively, his gaze turning icy. Lung Xian, were you not just proclaiming your intent to eradicate demons? Now, let us see you do just that. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and instantly, the sky filled with crimson light that coalesced into an enormous demonic hand, descending upon the disciples of the Yuhua sect. This is bad. Lung Xian's expression shifted dramatically, a brilliant azure light emanating from his body as he countered the demonic hand. Simultaneously, the other practitioners summoned their powers, desperately striking against the approaching menace. Boom! As the demonic hand struck down, the combined might of the Yuhua sect S disciples shattered instantaneously, their faces paling to a sickly hue as they coughed up blood. The residual force rippled outward, causing the marble ground of the square to cave in, raising clouds of dust and causing the essence of heaven and earth to surge violently. The practitioners of the demonic sect laughed with unrestrained glee, relishing the plight of the Yuhua sect as disciples. What of a prestigious sect! They had fallen into our trap and now faced imminent peril. Senior brother, this cannot continue. We must first break this formation, exclaimed a young inner disciple, his countenance fraught with anxiety. Lung Xian, his complexion ashen, snapped back irritably. I am well aware that we must dismantle the formation, but do you know how to do it? The faces of the Yuhua sect practitioners were grim. Even with Lung Xian's strength, he was helpless against this malevolent array. Were they truly destined to perish beneath this demonic formation? This time, your Yuhua sect has cost my Lycong demon sect dearly. If I do not slay you all, how could I find peace? You shall all perish at this moment. Old Demon Xing's murderous intent surged, his laughter turning sinister as his demonic robe billowed. Endless crimson light gathered, and from the blood-red sky, colossal pillars of blood appeared in the void, all aimed at the disciples of the Yuhua sect. With a thunderous roar, a barrage of attacks was unleashed. It is over. The faces of the Yuhua sect practitioners turned ashen, despair evident in their expressions. Just then, from the sidelines, Xia Ming made his move. The myriad phenomena hell art was instantly pushed to its peak, transforming into an arrow-like shadow that darted toward a group of pulse refinement stage practitioners on the northern side of the square. This group of practitioners, forming a defensive perimeter, was collectively channeling the bloodlight convergence formation. Among them was a golden-robed practitioner at the 5th level of the pulse refinement stage. Somewhat shielded by his comrades, old Demon Xing activated the formation's power, intending to annihilate all the disciples of the Yuhua sect. Those guarding the golden-robed practitioner snickered, their attention diverted as they witnessed the impending doom of the Yuhua sect's disciples, momentarily lowering their guard. Chapter 81. Turning the Tide. One anticipated that at such a critical juncture, another disciple from the Yuhua sect would emerge from the outside. The cultivators surrounding the golden-robed figure felt a fierce gust of wind rushing towards them, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Who is it? How audacious to find death with merely a third-tier cultivation of the Meridian Realm. Upon discerning Xia Ming's cultivation level, the golden-robed cultivator's gaze turned sharply fierce, and with a sinister grin, he unleashed a palm strike toward Xia Ming. A torrent of demonic energy surging forth to crush him that moment. Xia Ming drew his sword, the blade's radiance transforming into a straight white line that pierced through the demonic energy. The golden-robed cultivator felt a chill run through his eyes, and disbelief washed over his face. The line of blood emerged from his forehead, spreading symmetrically down to bisect his entire being. With a sickening sound, he exploded along that bloodline, splitting into two halves. The surrounding demonic cultivators were left utterly stunned. None had anticipated that a third-tier Meridian Realm cultivator from the Jade River sect would suddenly emerge and slay the golden-robed cultivator right before their eyes. Damn it, he actually killed young Master Xingyu. How could this happen? How could this mere ant possibly defeat young Master Xingyu? This is dire. The expressions of the surrounding demonic cultivators turned ashen. For Xingyu's life was of utmost significance. Not only was he the biological son of the Lord of the Cracking Void Demon sect, but he also held an even more crucial role as the focal point of the Bloodlight and Dust Array. The old Demon Xing had not sent them merely to protect his son, but to safeguard the array's core, for everyone knew that should the Bloodlight and Dust Array be shattered, the Cracking Void Demon sect would stand no chance against the cultivators of the Jade River sect. Yet, none had expected that this unexpected Jade River sect cultivator would possess such malicious intent, swiftly locating and destroying the array's core. This shocking turn of events left not only the nearby cultivators astounded. Even the Meridian Realm cultivators present were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Xia Ming and the subsequent slaying of Xingyu. This brat is still alive? The cultivators of the Jade River sect immediately recognized Xia Ming. But having not seen him for so long, they assumed he had perished aboard the ship, never expecting he had survived. He had actually killed a 5th-tier demonic fiend. The thoughts of the inner sect cultivators, however, diverged. Upon discovering Xia Ming's formidable strength, they were left in awe. Yet the astonishment of these Jade River sect cultivators paled in comparison to the shock felt by the old demon Xing beast upon witnessing Xia Ming slay Xingyu. The old demon's expression twisted violently, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The roar was akin to a clap of thunder. In that very moment, a peculiar event transpired. The blood-colored pillars of light that rained down upon the Jade River sect cultivators abruptly disintegrated. The malevolent bloodlight that enveloped the square vanished instantly, and the immense energy dissipated, transforming into a frenzied surge of spiritual energy that wildly surged forth. Boom! In an instant, the entire peak trembled violently. Buildings crumbled under the onslaught of the overwhelming force. The mountains split open with a myriad of cracks. Towering trees swayed desperately before snapping in half, and the cries of birds and beasts echoed in terror as they fled in all directions. Long Xian let out a sigh, his expression tinged with a hint of shame. Due to the presence of the Serpent Sovereign, he had deliberately distanced himself from Xia Ming from the very beginning. Even when Xia Ming went missing, he did not give it much thought. However, today, had it not been for Xia Ming's intervention, they would have faced certain death. Upon hearing this, the several inner disciples felt their cheeks burn with embarrassment. Unless one were a heartless and ungrateful wretch who would not feel a pang of guilt. Enough of this matter for now. Let us first vanquish this group of fiends, Long Xian declared, his gaze suddenly turning frigid. He leaped into the air, soaring toward the old demon Xing Kill. The disciples of Yuha's sect were already seething with rage, and now, freed from the constraints of the formation, they could no longer suppress their ire, directing it toward the disciples of the Lycong demon sect present. Die, beasts! The demon disciples surrounding Xia Ming lunged at him with unrestrained fury, eager to devour him alive, unleashing their overwhelming demonic powers without mercy. In an instant, a torrent of demonic energy surged toward Xia Ming, a multitude of fiends, claws, and bloodlust converging upon him. Faced with the wrath of the demon sect disciples, Xia Ming's figure suddenly flickered, akin to a specter, deftly evading their onslaught. Then, like a tiger among sheep, a dark shadow darted through the ranks of the Lycong demon sect's disciples, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star. The sound of fists striking foreheads resounding continuously, in the blink of an eye. Those previously exuding demonic might among the Lycong demon sect had been reduced to lifeless corpses upon the ground. Instantly, more than half of the surrounding demon disciples had perished. How is this possible? Is this truly the strength of the third layer of the Meridian Realm? Witnessing Xia Ming's ferocious display, several demon disciples contorted their faces. Disbelief etched upon them that moment, as they saw the dark figure hurtling toward them. Their faces turned pale, and thoughts of retreat began to creep in. Suddenly, a terrifying and almost palpable killing intent swept over them. A sinister-looking elder, exuding an aura of the sixth layer of the Meridian Realm, the second strongest within the Lycong demon sect after old demon Xing, flew directly towards Xia Ming. You little wretch. You have destroyed the formation's core, rendering the efforts of the Lycong demon sect in vain. If I do not kill you, my rage shall never subside. The Grand Elder had made his move. This wretched boy was utterly doomed. Initially, our demon sect had the upper hand, but it was all due to this little wretch that the situation had taken a drastic turn. The surrounding demon disciples dispersed, casting venomous glances towards Xia Ming on the square. The disciples of Yuha's sect were engaged in a massacre, and as the Lycong demon sect faced imminent defeat, these individuals attributed their hatred solely to Xia Ming, each harboring a deep-seated loathing for him. Lycong demonic flame fist, the Grand Elder of the Lycong demon sect, unleashed a punch filled with immense resentment, boundless demonic flames erupting from his towering figure, emitting a tremendous roar. Wherever the flames passed, be it stone or the corpses of their disciples, everything was instantly reduced to ashes. This is bad. We must save Xia Ming at once. Cold Xian, engaged in combat with old demon Xing, was also stirred by the powerful surge of magical energy, his face shifting dramatically upon realizing that the Grand Elder was targeting Xia Ming. Chapter 82. Everyone's respect, the elder demon Xing lay battered and bruised, utterly disheveled, His once mighty authority now diminished. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Xia Ming, the architect of his misfortune. With a fierce and menacing roar, the elder demon recklessly lunged at Long Xian, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy to seal the void, rendering Long Xian momentarily immobile. A fitting scenario. You seek to end my life, and I yearn for your demise as well. What a perfect opportunity to earn merit. Xia Ming's icy gaze pierced through to the Grand Elder. Recognizing him as the second most formidable figure among the demonic practitioners present, should he vanquish this foe, his contributions to the mission of eradicating the Lycong demon sect would be second only to Long Xian's. Juntian's seal. Confronted with the Grand Elder's Lycong demonic flame fist, Xia Ming wasted no time. He summoned an inexhaustible flow of magical energy, and in an instant, the wind swirled and dark clouds gathered, a terrifying aura emanating forth. The supreme magical seal materialized in the void, poised to suppress all. Insect, with such meager strength, you dare to retaliate. You are undoubtedly doomed. The Grand Elder regarded Xia Ming with a look of incredulity. He had not anticipated that Xia Ming would not flee, but rather attempt a futile struggle against the Titan AT that moment. The Juntian seal collided with the Lycong demonic flame fist. Impossible! The Grand Elder roared in disbelief as the Juntian seal shattered the Lycong demonic flame fist into a million fragments with ease, its own potency remaining unscathed as it barreled towards the Grand Elder like a meteor. It's over. Was the singular thought coursing through the mind of Elder Xing. He had not foreseen that the Grand Elder would not only fail to eliminate Xia Ming, but would instead fall to him, with only he and the Grand Elder left as the Lycong demon sect's elite. The demise of the Grand Elder left no one to resist the Yuha sect. Still dawdling, Long Xian's sharp command resonated through the air as he formed a seal with his hands. Instantly, the sky around Elder Xing became a maelstrom of glimmering sword light, encircling him. With a commanding utterance from Long Xian, all the sword lights surged forth in unison, akin to a volley of arrows. In an instant, Elder Xing's demonic form was pierced by countless beams of light, and he plummeted from the sky with a harrowing scream. Demon spawn, will you not perish this time? Long Xian grasped his hand, coalescing immense magical energy into a colossal palm that ensnared Elder Xing's body. And then he squeezed with ferocity. I refuse to accept this. Why must it end this way? Even in his final moments, Elder Xing cast a resentful glare at Xia Ming, lamenting that if not for him, the Lycong demon sect would not have suffered such a devastating defeat. With a thunderous crack, Elder Xing's form was obliterated by Long Xian's magic, transforming into a crimson mist that rained down upon the earth. Flee! The death of Elder Xing became the final straw for the remaining demonic practitioners, propelling them into a frenzy as they hastily summoned their magical energy and fled in all directions. Many of these practitioners, being mere conduit cultivators, had only allied with the Lycong demon sect in exchange for its treasures, and now, witnessing the demise of its two strongest figures, none were willing to risk their lives for the sect. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. A cold voice echoed across the sky as Long Xian waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that pursued the fleeing demon practitioners. Following suit, the bloodthirsty members of the Yuha sect also charged forth in pursuit. As the dust settled, Long Xian cast a profound gaze upon Xia Ming, murmuring to himself, "This young man truly conceals his capabilities well. No wonder he dared to challenge young master. It appears that young master, she has unwittingly gained a formidable adversary. Xia Ming, I sincerely apologize for my previous aloofness. Your prowess is indeed formidable." A fifth-level Innergate cultivator regarded Xia Ming with an air of solemnity, devoid of any arrogance towards the other disciples participating in the assessment. Among cultivators, strength remains the most fundamental criterion for evaluation. Xia Ming's slaying of the Grand Elder of the Lycong demon sect yesterday attested to his power, compelling all Innergate disciples to reconsider their previous underestimation of him, treating him instead with an attitude of equality. "Fear not. I understand your concerns, and I bear no ill will." Xia Ming reassured them that it was only natural for him to incur the ire of young Master Shi, leading others to harbor reservations. As long as they did not oppose him, he remained indifferent. Long Xian held Xia Ming in high esteem, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. You have achieved great merit this time. I shall duly report this to the sect, and you shall be generously rewarded. Thank you, Brother Long, Xia Ming replied with a faint smile. Long Xian, possessing the strength of an 8th-level inner gate cultivator, surpassed even the leader of the Canglong Four Evils, making him a figure worth befriending. While conversing with the many cultivators who had altered their attitudes, Xia Ming's thoughts turned to Zhao Ruer. Before leaving Laikong Island, they had noticed a ship missing from the dock, and the disciples of Yahaman speculated that it was a remnant of the demon sect that had fled. Only Xia Ming knew that the disappearance of that ship was undoubtedly linked to Zhao Ruer. The Grand Elder of the Laikong demon sect was known to be a 6th-level cultivator, far beyond Xia Ming's capability to contend with. Elder Xiahou, I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I was not alone. All disciples present bore witness to this event. How could I deceive you? Cold Xian's expression darkened. He held a modest status within the inner gate, even ranking above some elders. Thus, he treated these elders with a sense of equality, unlike other disciples who displayed excessive deference. Indeed, Elder, had it not been for Xia Ming, we might have faced dire consequences, another disciple interjected. Perhaps Elder Xiahou is unaware that the demon sect had deliberately set a trap for us with the bloodlight coexistence formation. Were it not for Xia Ming, we would have been ensnared, our fates uncertain. The gathering of disciples participating in the assessment voiced their agreement, affirming that Cold Xian's words were indeed factual. Chapter 83. An alliance? Elder Xiahou hesitated, exchanging glances with the other elders. While he may have harbored doubts about Cold Xian's solitary assertion, the collective testimony of so many disciples compelled him to reconsider. Since you all express such sentiments, let it be so. The merit for eliminating the Grand Elder of the demon sect shall be attributed to Xia Ming. Elder Xiahou nodded, and the attendant recorded Xia Ming's name in the merit ledger. Before long, the account of these achievements would spread through Yahaman, reaching various nations, alongside a substantial reward for Xia Ming. Upon his promotion to an inner gate disciple, Xia Ming would gain the freedom to traverse the inner and outer city at will, with the sect providing him accommodation within the inner city at no cost but on the Wutong path. Passers-by regarded Xia Ming's inner gate disciple uniform with awe, but upon recognizing him, their astonishment deepened further. At present, Xia Ming has garnered more notoriety than most disciples of the inner sect, for he is the first to boldly challenge the outer sect, disciple known as the Snake Young Master. However, he remains indifferent to the gazes of those around him. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he spots a familiar figure. There stands Lon Kaiwei, seemingly hiding in a shadowy nook, glancing about as if evading someone's attention. A smirk graces Xia Ming's lips as he quietly approaches her from behind, gently tapping her delicate shoulder. Who? Lon Kaiwei exclaims, startled, her beautiful eyes sharpening instantly, her palm radiating concentric blue ripples of energy. A formidable surge of spiritual power aimed at the intruder. What is the matter? Aren't you currently favored by your family? Who would dare to trouble you now? Xia Ming lightly squeezes her hand. Two blushes suddenly bloom on Lon Kaiwei's fair cheeks as she realizes that Xia Ming still holds her hand. She attempts to pull away with slight force, but finds herself unable to break free from his grip. With a glare, she resigns herself to his playful teasing that you'd best release me, or you'll find yourself in trouble soon. A glimmer of mischief flickers in her enchanting eyes as she gazes at Xia Ming. Fear not. I am least afraid of trouble, Xia Ming replies with a carefree smile. I could see that moment. A chilling aura of malice suddenly emerges from behind him, bearing down upon him with oppressive force. Release your filthy paws, brat. A cold voice calls from the rear. Not good, he here. Lon Kaiwei's expression shifts dramatically as she attempts to withdraw her delicate hand. Yet, Xia Ming's grip feels like iron, and no matter how hard she tries, she cannot escape. Let me go, Xia Ming. You'll be implicated. A note of urgency fills her lovely eyes. Xia Ming refuses to relent, instead turning to face the source of the threat. There, he sees a strikingly handsome young man, tall and exuding an air of superiority, cold eyes fixed intently upon him. I see the one you wish to avoid, Xia Ming remarks with a casual glance at the young man before turning back to Lon Kaiwei with a smile. Xia Ming, he is Feng Qi, the young master of the Feng family. Do not engage with him. Lan Kaiwei warns urgently, her voice dropping to a hushed tone as her expression darkens. After I became a mid-tier alchemist, various families sought to form alliances with my Lan family, and our ancestor personally selected this man. Fang Qi releases Lan Kaiwei's hand, gently stroking her hair with a soft smile. Rest assured, with me here, no one will force you into any union against your will. Lan Kaiwei's face flushes pink as she lowers her head, softly affirming, I believe you. You little wretch, will you not release her? Fang Qi's expression darkens, realizing that this insolent individual dares to disregard him, and even flirt with his betrothed. Though Fang Qi may not harbor deep feelings for Lan Kaiwei, he cannot tolerate another man pursuing his future wife. His eyes gleam with lethal intent, a diamond-shaped green light flickering in his palm, a tremendous surge of magical energy radiating along the entire Wudong path, summoning a fierce wind that, in an instant, the green light shoots forth, aimed at severing Xia Ming's arm. Fang Qi's face contorts with rage. You little wretch, I shall first sever your hand, and then slowly eliminate you. However, in the face of the green light dart, Xia Ming merely raised his hand gently to block it, causing the dart to dissipate into thin air. Leave now. I can bypass you, Xia Ming remarked coolly, glancing at Fang Qi. The Fang family had become a long-standing adversary of his. How audacious for a mere insect at the third level of the Meridian realm to utter such arrogant words. Fang Qi couldn't help but scoff in indignation. He was at the 5th level of the Meridian realm. What audacity did this lad possess to think he could simply circumvent him? An overwhelming killing intent surged in Fang Qi's eyes as he stomped his foot, launching himself towards Xia Ming in an instant, his palm imbued with immense magical power, striking mercilessly towards Xia Ming's head. Ignorant fool, as Fang Qi charged, Xia Ming remained motionless, his arm transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing for a brief moment before returning to its original state, as if he had not moved at all. Smack! The sound of flesh striking flesh echoed sharply, and Fang Qi let out a harrowing scream as he was propelled backward, crashing violently in the center of Wudong Street, half of his handsome visage turning crimson, blood streaming from his nose. Beast, how dare you strike me? Fang Qi stared incredulously at Xia Ming, unable to fathom how someone of Xia Ming's mere third-level cultivation could have struck him without him even perceiving the movement. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation, and in that instant, boundless hatred radiated from his eyes. Idiot, had this been outside of the U.S. sect, you would have already met your demise. Xia Ming cast a disdainful glance at Fang Qi, who had shown him no mercy. Had it not been for the potential repercussions from the Snake Lord, Fang Qi would have already been a corpse. Chapter 84. Ambush. At this moment, the elder noticed that Xia Ming was standing intimately with Lan Kaiwei, his eyes immediately blazing with fury. However, upon realizing it was Xia Ming, his expression darkened further. Xia Ming, it is you. You have offended the Snake Lord, and you dare to provoke my family's young master. This beast is the audacious Xia Ming. Fang Qi's face shifted, contorting into a grotesque snarl, his murderous intent growing colder. This is even better. This little beast has offended young Master Snake, that if I kill him, young Master Snake will surely be grateful to the Fang family. Even without young Master Snake's involvement, given the enmity between this little beast and my family, I shall not let him escape today. The second steward of the Fang family cast a sinister glance at Xia Ming, sneering, Little pup, are you prepared to meet your demise? As he spoke, a terrifying aura was unleashed, fiercely bearing down upon Xia Ming. With his cultivation at the 7th level of the Meridian realm, the mere pressure of his presence was sufficient to cause a 3rd-level cultivator to perish on the spot. However, the second steward of the Fang family did not intend to kill Xia Ming outright. He wished to humiliate him thoroughly before ending his life, to vent Fang Qi's grievances. That a flicker of confusion crossed the second steward's eyes. Kill him immediately. What are you waiting for? Fang Qi roared in rage. Young master, please calm your anger. I shall act at once. The second steward replied hastily. Although his strength far surpassed Fang Qi's, he was wary of inciting any dissatisfaction from the future heir of the Fang family. Protect yourself. Xia Ming slightly adjusted his magical energy, pushing Lan Kaiwei aside, then braced himself to confront the second steward's attack head-on, unleashing a dual-fisted strike. Be careful, Lan Kaiwei exclaimed, filled with dread that in an instant. The two engaged in combat, and within a mere moment, they exchanged numerous strikes. The air was filled with fleeting shadows, accompanied by the resounding echoes of their collisions and the shockwaves of their magical energies. Even Fang Qi struggled to perceive the traces of their confrontation, his eyes betraying an overwhelming mixture of astonishment and jealousy. This small creature, merely at the third layer of the false opening realm, could actually contend with the second deputy, not falling behind. How could this be possible? Absolutely impossible. He refused to accept that this individual, who shared such intimacy with Lan Kaiwei, was far superior to him. Despicable. No matter what, you must die today. Having struck me, I cannot allow a wretch like you to exist in this world. A relentless killing intent burned in Fang Qi's eyes. Ever since he saw Xia Ming with Lan Kaiwei, Xia Ming had become a marked man in his heart, someone no one could save. The second deputy must be eliminated at all costs. Any losses incurred will be compensated by my father, Fang Qi declared coldly. Meanwhile, the second deputy of the Fang family was equally astonished by Xia Ming's ability to withstand his onslaught, and his murderous intent grew ever more fervent. Upon hearing Fang Qi's words, a terrifying killing aura ignited in his gaze. Very well, if that is the case, I shall truly make it my mission to end your life. Little beast. The second deputy of the Fang family let out a sinister laugh. And suddenly, an intense white mist enveloped his body, resembling a steamer. An incomprehensibly horrifying aura emanated from his form. What kind of wicked technique is this? Xia Ming furrowed his brow, sensing that the second deputy's powers seemed to have surged dramatically, nearing the 8th layer of the pulse opening realm. Clearly, the second deputy had employed a technique to amplify his strength. Previously, Xia Ming had barely managed to contend with him, but now, with this newfound power, he felt immense pressure. However, pressure did not equate to retreat. The commotion from their confrontation had likely attracted the attention of the steward, and soon enough, the steward would arrive that if he could endure until then, he would be fine. His safety was not a concern. Xia Ming's eyes flickered as his mind raced with thoughts. Moreover, engaging with this old specter could allow him to absorb a significant amount of vital energy through his myriad manifestations' heavenly prison technique. Little beast, watch how I tear you apart. As the second deputy's aura surged, he grinned malevolently, his palms shooting out with lightning speed, doubling both in speed and power. Bang! Xia Ming met the attack with his fists, barely managing to catch the second deputy's speed. The collision sent a tidal wave of force surging toward him, causing him to stagger backward several steps uncontrollably. Indeed, he was far more formidable than before. Xia Ming regarded the second deputy with gravity, as the myriad manifestations' heavenly prison technique swiftly absorbed the residual magical energy from the deputy's attack. Little pup, do you truly believe your strength rivals mine? Seeing Xia Ming retreat, the second deputy's eyes glimmered with an even colder murderous intent, and his figure morphed into a phantom. In the next moment, Xia Ming felt a torrential aura crashing toward him from behind. Die! Xia Ming swiftly pivoted his body, launching a powerful strike towards the second steward of the Fang family. In this precarious situation, Xia Ming dared not hold back his strength, engaging in a full-force counterattack. For a fleeting moment, he barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the second steward, despite being under immense pressure. Onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom how Xia Ming, at the 3rd level of the Meridian opening realm, could withstand the assault of a practitioner at the 7th level. The jealousy in Fang Qi's eyes deepened. Damn it, how can such a prodigy exist in this world? Such a person should not belong to this realm. At that moment, the second steward of the Fang family unleashed a furious assault with his fist directed at Xia Ming. Xia Ming summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring a formidable barrier above his head. Although he successfully blocked the steward's barrage, he could only maintain a defensive stance. The opportunity had arrived. Fang Qi's eyes flashed with a fierce intent to kill as he swiftly moved, conjuring a sharp blade of light in his hand, aimed at Xia Ming's neck. Stop! Lan Kaiwei's face turned ashen as she recklessly dashed in front of Xia Ming. In an instant, Lan Kaiwei positioned herself before Xia Ming, channeling her power to counter Fang Qi's imminent attack. Fang Qi's expression turned a deep shade of fury as he bellowed. "Wretched woman, you are my fiancée, yet you side with another man. If that is the case, then you shall perish alongside him." As he spoke, Fang Qi frantically channeled his spiritual energy, the blade of light radiating a terrifying aura of death as it lunged towards the overlapping figures of Lan Kaiwei and Xia Ming. Lan Kaiwei, merely at the 8th level of the Aperture Realm, found her power as fragile as paper against Fang Qi's onslaught, shattering effortlessly upon contact. Yes, she faced the imminent threat of Fang Qi's blade piercing her delicate form. Despair and reluctance flickered in her beautiful eyes, yet there was not a trace of regret. Jun Tian-yin. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ming's chilling voice resonated, and suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. Coalescing rapidly before Lan Kaiwei, a formidable seal emerged in the void, crashing towards Fang Qi with unstoppable force. "What is this?" At the moment the Jun Tian-yin was formed, Fang Qi's spiritual energy spiraled out of control and disintegrated entirely. The blade in his hand collapsed immediately, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror, ultimately succumbing to sheer terror. Boom! Fang Qi's body was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Lan Kaiwei gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before her. She had not anticipated her survival, let alone the death of Fang Qi. No, young master. The members of the Fang family were rendered speechless, their hearts filled with anguish as they cried out in despair. "You dared to kill our young master. You shall pay dearly for this. No one in this world can save you now." The second steward of the Fang family, consumed by rage, could hardly fathom how Xia Ming had the audacity to commit murder right under his watchful gaze, slaying the heir of the Fang family. Now, he could not escape the consequences. His standing within the Fang family was utterly compromised. How could the second steward not be enraged? How could he not harbor hatred? He must die. It is imperative that I eliminate him if I am to save myself. The second steward of the Fang family, with reddened eyes, unleashed a frenzied assault upon Xia Ming, utterly consumed by madness. He possessed an intimate understanding of the immense power wielded by the Fang clan. Though he himself was a formidable presence at the 7th level of the Meridian Realm, he was still but a fragile pawn in the face of such a colossal entity. Yet, Xia Ming did not feel compelled to entirely withstand the onslaught of the Fang family as second steward. Although he was somewhat taken aback by the absence of the attendants at such a critical moment, the near demise of Lan Kaiwei had ignited an all-consuming wrath within him, rendering the second steward of the Fang family his sworn enemy. As the myriad manifestations of the heavenly prison technique reached their zenith, they tirelessly absorbed the arcane energy of the Fang family steward, transforming it for Xia Ming's use. Simultaneously, the pure cleansing vessel continued to channel an unending flow of blood essence into Xia Ming's being. "Beast, with such paltry strength, you dare to threaten the heir of my family." The second steward of the Fang family, predictably ensnared by his own fury, unleashed increasingly potent arcane energies. The more he perceived Xia Ming's apparent weakness, the more his rage intensified. How could such a feeble individual have the audacity to slay Fang Qi right beneath his very eyes? His anger swelled to a point where he wished to rend Xia Ming into 18 pieces. Alas, this was merely a ruse concocted by Xia Ming. The myriad manifestations of the heavenly prison absorbed the steward's arcane energy. The blood essence within the pure, cleansing vessel diminished by a third. And with a triumphant surge, the 4th meridian and 9 vital points were simultaneously unlocked. At last he had broken through. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Xia Ming's eyes. He had ascended to the 4th level of the Meridian Realm. At that moment, the Fang family steward sensed a sudden surge in Xia Ming's aura, and an ominous premonition arose within him. How could this little beast possibly have undergone a breakthrough? He was on the verge of death at my hands. No, even if he had broken through, he could not possibly be my match. Xia Ming cast a disdainful glance at the deluded steward. "You are of no further use. You may perish now." The steward's countenance darkened significantly as he snarled, "It is you who shall die." With a resounding thud, his words were abruptly cut short, as he incredulously looked down to see that, unbeknownst to him, Xia Ming had pressed his palm against his own heart, his arcane energy shattering it completely. In an instant, the steward collapsed, meeting the same fate as Fang Qi, killed by Xia Ming's hand. Lan Kaiwei was nearly rendered immobile, her shock palpable. The earlier slaying of Fang Qi had already left her utterly astounded, but Fang Qi's strength paled in comparison to that of the Fang family steward. Ignoring the dazed Lan Kaiwei, Xia Ming tenderly placed his hand upon her head, smiling gently as he inquired, "Are you all right?" He then channeled his arcane energy into Lan Kaiwei, conducting a swift examination. Fortunately, she had only experienced some disruption in her energy flow and had not sustained any injuries. Reflecting on her selfless bravery moments before, Xia Ming's gaze softened immensely. In his past life, everyone had regarded him with trepidation and reverence. Never had he encountered someone like Lan Kaiwei. To think that in his moment of vulnerability, he could once again experience such warmth was a revelation. For the first time, Xia Ming felt that this second chance at life was not so dire after all. I doubt him find that moment. Lan Kaiwei awoke, sensing the gaze of Xia Ming upon her, her delicate face involuntarily flushing with warmth. However, she soon revealed a look of concern and self-reproach. "This is a disaster. You have killed Fang Qi, and the Fang family will undoubtedly seek revenge. That is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have forged such a deep enmity with the Fang clan." Xia Ming shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. With so many lice, what is one more to fear? No matter how powerful the Fang family may be, they cannot rival the Serpent Lord. Before he could finish, Lan Kaiwei suddenly felt her body lighten, only to discover that she had been hoisted onto Xia Ming's shoulder. Instantly, her face burned with embarrassment, and her delicate form trembled uncontrollably. "Put me down, Xia Ming, you scoundrel. You cannot take me anywhere." With a smirk gracing his lips, Xia Ming disregarded her struggles and strode purposefully towards the residence of Ji Qingshui. Chapter 86. The Thunderwing, this audacious beast. I refuse to believe he will remain within Ji Qingshui's residence for all eternity. He cannot possibly stay there indefinitely. In a year's time, he will duel with the serpent young master, and even Ji Qingshui will be unable to protect that little wretch. Commands were issued to monitor Ji Qingshui's abode comprehensively. The moment that little wretch emerged, they would be notified immediately. Numerous elders began to issue orders for the execution of Xia Ming, and no one dared to question the decision. Even the young master had been slain. If they did not retaliate, the Fang family would become a laughingstock throughout the realm. This moment, Fang Bufan also spoke up. "That little wretch Xia Ming possesses terrifying talent. Not long ago, he was merely at the first layer of the pulse-connecting realm, and yet, in such a short time, he has already ascended to the third layer and even managed to kill the second chief. Elders, we must not nurture a future threat." Indeed, it was terrifying. This little wretch dared to challenge the serpent young master, which surely indicated he had some form of backing. The other elders nodded in agreement. Feeling a chill in their hearts at Fang Bufan's words, Xia Ming had risen to prominence atop the Fang family's legacy. If anyone in the Yuhe sect understood Xia Ming's journey, apart from Ji Qingshui and Lan Kaiwei, it would undoubtedly be the Fang family. Now, reflecting upon Xia Ming's rise, some elders of the Fang family broke into a cold sweat, sensing a profound threat. Fang Bufan was correct. They could no longer afford to harbor a tiger. An authoritative elder seated at the head of the table spoke calmly, and immediately the assembly fell silent, all gazing respectfully at this elder, the most powerful figure within the Fang family. Once he is located, do not take action. Allow Qing to handle it. If Ji Qingshui intervenes, I will personally stop her. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Fang family was taken aback. The elder's mention of Qing referred to the current head of the Fang family, Fang Qing, a formidable presence at the ninth layer of the pulse-connecting realm that eliminate a mere third-layer individual. Even the head of the family must intervene. The elder's regard for Xia Ming was far beyond what anyone had anticipated. In that case, no matter how monstrous that young man may be, his death is assured. Fang Bufan revealed a sinister smile. According to the Fang family's intelligence, Xia Ming had been suppressed under the second chief for a considerable time, indicating that Xia Ming's strength was likely comparable, if not inferior. Under the hand of a ninth-layer expert, he was but a plaything easily crushed. However, in the following month, the members of the Fong family dispatched to monitor Xia Ming observed that he had not set foot outside Ji Qingshui's residence even once. Infuriatingly, that wretched creature truly intended to act like a coward, hiding within Ji Qingshui's abode and never showing himself. Two members of the Fong family, lurking in a nearby tavern, peered through the windows of the entrance of Ji Qingshui's estate, their faces etched with impatience. During these days, only that vile woman, Lan Kaiwei, had emerged from the gates. If you ask me, the death of the young master has a considerable connection to her. Why not seize her and execute her as well? One of the Fong family members snarled. What do you know? Ji Qingshui holds Lan Kaiwei in high regard. To offend Ji Qingshui for the sake of a mere Lan Kaiwei. Are you out of your mind? On the other hand, Xia Ming is a different matter. This person poses a significant threat. Even with Ji Qingshui's protection, he must be eliminated. Besides, the Serpent Lord has also set his sights on Xia Ming. Killing him means that both our families will jointly face the pressure from Ji Qingshui. Thus, it is not an insurmountable task. Another member of the Fong family coldly reasoned. That makes sense. The previous Fong family member nodded. But suddenly his eyes widened. Look, that wretched creature has emerged. The other quickly turned to see Xia Ming indeed appearing at the entrance of Ji Qingshui's estate. Instantly, he retrieved a Fong family talisman and transmitted a message. Urgently inform the ancestor. Xia Ming has appeared. The Fong family disciples monitoring Xia Ming immediately sprang into action, reporting in layers. Before long, within the Fong family estate, several powerful auras soared into the sky as the ancestor of the Fong family and the head of the family, Fong Qing, personally set out. Are you truly confident in escaping from the hands of the Fong family members? Ji Qingshui frowned as she looked at Xia Ming. Throughout this month, Xia Ming's cultivation had not advanced. He remained at the 4th level of the Qi channeling realm. Thus, Ji Qingshui was not entirely convinced that Xia Ming could evade the grasp of two peak Qi channeling realm experts. At that moment, Ji Qingshui sensed the formidable auras released from the Fong family. Even from a distance, realizing that the true powerhouses of the Fong family had made their appearance. Just escort me to the city outskirts. In truth, I'm not particularly concerned about the Fong family members. Xia Ming smiled slightly, showing no regard for the Fong family at all. Very well. Ji Qingshui nodded, and seeing Xia Ming's confidence, she refrained from further comments. The two then proceeded toward the city gates. Ancestor, should we make a move? In the sky, the high-ranking members of the Fong family followed closely behind Ji Qingshui and Xia Ming, their eyes filled with an urgent desire to eliminate Xia Ming. Their apparent goal seemed to be reaching the city outskirts, where they could strike without haste. The ancestor of the Fong family remained unfazed, casually stating, "No rush." Understood. The other Fong family members nodded, knowing that ultimately, everything was decided by the ancestor and the family head. Before long, Xia Ming and Ji Qingshui arrived at the gates of Yuhua City. Take care of yourself. Ji Qingshui said expressionlessly. Xia Ming smiled, then took out a talisman from his pocket, gently crushed it, and soared into the air, flying away into the distance. Ji Qingshui raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion crossing her beautiful eyes, yet she did not inquire further. Pursue! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A multitude of powerful auras instantly manifested, hastening in the direction of Xia Ming. Among them, two of the most terrifying auras surged ahead, swift as lightning. Have they come after him so quickly? Xia Ming sensed the rapid approach of a presence behind him, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, two formidable figures swiftly closed the distance between themselves and Xia Ming, their cold voices reaching him first. Little beast, where do you think you can escape to? As the ancestors of the Fong family and Fong Qing were poised to pursue and strike down Xia Ming, he smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly sparking with brilliance. Thunderwing! Crackle! Crackle! An array of electric arcs surged forth from the surface of Xia Ming's body, exuding a ferocious aura. Dazzling with lightning did a pair of thunderous wings, stretching 12 zhang in length, unfurled from his back, obscuring the sky. With a powerful flap of his wings, Xia Ming transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear at the farthest point of the ancestors of the Fong family and Fong Qing's line of sight. With another flash, they could no longer sense Xia Ming's presence. The two were left utterly dumbfounded. Soon, two furious roars echoed through the heavens. Was this the little brat's trump card? Ji Qingshui gazed intently in the direction Xia Ming had fled, a hint of amusement crossing her features. It seemed her following him had been a redundant endeavor. Chapter 87. The Fong family spits blood. The young man from the Xia family is indeed formidable. Just then, a voice filled with authority suddenly emerged from behind. The sect master, Ji Qingshui's eyes flickered with surprise as she turned around to show her astonishment. The leader of the Yueh sect had appeared there, seemingly out of nowhere. She then cast her gaze toward the distant Yueh city. A knowing glimmer in her eyes. So, the person he was wary of was the snake young master. No wonder he said he was not concerned about the Fong family. The Yueh sect master smiled faintly. The assistance I can provide him ends here. The matters that follow must be left to him. Ji Qingshui nodded in agreement. With the Yueh sect master stepping in, the snake young master would likely refrain from attempting to kill Xia Ming for the time being. However, Xia Ming would undoubtedly realize that the one protecting him within the Yueh sect was none other than the sect master himself. This leader, along with Ji Qingshui, seemed to possess a profound understanding of Xia Ming's identity, as well as a considerable connection to his family. How peculiar that the snake young master did not pursue him. As Xia Ming made his swift escape and finally laid eyes on Immortal City, he descended to the ground, shifting his aura and altering his appearance to resemble a bearded man of considerable stature, emanating the aura of a second-tier fire elemental master. Only then did he exhale in relief. In this guise, even the snake young master would be unable to discern his true identity. Xia Ming had anticipated that both the snake young master and the Fong family would not allow him to grow unchecked after he had slain the second steward of the Fong family. Thus, during his month-long stay in Ji Qingshui's residence, he had primarily focused on honing his life-preserving skills. The Thunder Wing, a fifth-tier Dao technique, was one of his means of safeguarding his life. Hamo City, he mused, his eyes shimmering. He had not previously heard of this city, but since it lay on the northern border of the Luoyun kingdom, he could inquire about it later. Just as Xia Ming prepared to venture northward, chaos reigned within the Fong family in Yueh City, in the grand hall of the Fong family. The high-ranking members were in an uproar, their tempers flaring, creating a cacophony of noise. Fools! How could it possibly be an insider betrayal? Fong Qing cast a fierce glare at him. For the masters of these alchemical formulas were the finest alchemists of the Fong family, and they were also the most significant beneficiaries of the family's enterprises. How could they possibly betray their own interests? Moreover, should this information circulate, it would only instill fear among those alchemists. Even if it were true, it could not be articulated in such a manner. An investigation must be conducted. This was imperative. How detestable! If I discover who is responsible, I shall make them deeply regret their existence in this world, the elder of the Fong family admonished sternly. Taking a deep breath afterward, the gravity of this situation was indeed too severe as it pertained to the very survival of the Fong family. It needed to be resolved with utmost urgency. Report. At that moment, a guard rushed and hurriedly to IT. Was likely that the news had already spread widely. Puff. Fong Qing suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion paling as he bellowed. Which beast has done this? I shall annihilate their entire family, leaving not a single soul behind. The leak of the alchemical formulas ignited fury throughout the Fong family, yet the speed at which the formulas disseminated far exceeded their expectations. By the time the Fong family responded, nearly all the cultivators in Yueh City were already aware of the Fong family's most confidential alchemical formulas, making it too late to intervene. Consequently, those who had acquired the Fong family's formulas laughed heartily, coming to realize just how unscrupulous the Fong family had been over the years. Disregarding their costs, the Fong family had profited at least fivefold from these elixirs, behaving like unscrupulous merchants. The cultivators who had spent exorbitant sums on the Sanqiu Dan and other elixirs began to curse the Fong family for their greed. And in an instant, the family's reputation plummeted to the depths of infamy in Yueh City, with everyone calling for their downfall. Several days later, Xia Ming arrived at the northern border of Luoyun country. The northern region of Luoyun country was a desolate expanse of ice and snow, with vast wilderness and scarce trees. After some inquiries, Xia Ming learned that this frigid land was referred to by the locals as the extreme cold region. with Qingluo Dao ruins being the most perilous and frigid area within it. Hanyu City lay on the periphery of the extreme cold region, and it was one of the northernmost cities of Luoyang country. At this moment, Xia Ming descended into the wilderness, finding himself at an inn. After flying for over 10 days, Xia Ming felt quite fatigued and decided to treat himself to a meal. "What can I do for you?" "Esteemed guest?" A burly man with a scruffy beard approached Xia Ming with a menu. Wearing a fierce expression, Xia Ming casually glanced at the menu and replied, "Serve me one of each dish." Little did he know that his words had been heard clearly by Xia Ming. Xia Ming smiled. Before entering, he had already discerned that this inn was a den of iniquity, as many of the spirits in the rooms were evidently victims of the proprietor's greed and malice. Although it was a nefarious establishment, the owners were merely mortals, possessing at best some rudimentary martial skills, lacking even the cultivation of the Yuanxiao realm. Xia Ming certainly regarded them with disdain that moment. A young scholar, exuding an air of poverty, hurried into the inn and sat down at the table next to Xia Ming. This young scholar rummaged through his pockets, producing a handful of coins, and called out loudly, "Innkeeper, bring me a serving of beef." The earlier burly man strolled over leisurely, and upon seeing the meager coins on the table, his face displayed a look of disdain. Taking the money, he did not even spare a glance at the scholar, saying curtly, "Wait." Chapter 88. The Black Tavern before long. A lavish spread of exquisite delicacies and fine wines adorned Xia Ming's table. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, causing the patrons within the inn to salivate, their envious gazes fixated upon Xia Ming. One particular scholar, eagerly swallowing, appeared to be utterly famished as he observed the sumptuous feast before Xia Ming. Unperturbed, Xia Ming leisurely indulged in the culinary delights. Despite the establishment's notorious reputation, the chef's skills were undeniably commendable. Though Xia Ming seemed to partake at a leisurely pace, the delectable chicken, duck, fish, and meat on the table rapidly diminished. While he downed cup after cup of fine wine, the sound of the scholar's gulping reached Xia Ming's ears, and he noticed the scholar's eyes nearly turning green with envy as he watched him eat. Fortunately, at that moment, the long-awaited beef finally arrived at the table. The scholar, already lightheaded from hunger, eagerly grasped his bowl, ready to feast, when suddenly he paused. As if struck by a thought, he hastily produced a silver needle from his bosom and pierced it into the beef. Instantly, his complexion changed drastically. The needle had turned black. It was poisoned. "Ha ha! Wan Yufei, you are indeed clever. You know how to test for poison." A group of burly, menacing figures burst forth from the kitchen, surrounding both the scholar and Xia Ming. The young waiter, wearing a sinister grin, looked at Xia Ming and remarked, "But this lad here is not as astute. After consuming so much poison, even an ox would be rendered unconscious." Feigning ignorance to their words, Xia Ming continued to eat nonchalantly, much to the astonishment of the brutish men. "Who are you, and why do you wish to harm me?" Wan Yufei stood up, eyeing the hulking figures warily. His expression grave. We are merely insignificant pawns doing the bidding of others," the burly men sneered, while the waiter coldly added, "Someone desires what you possess, surrender it, and I may grant you a swift demise." "Dream on," Wan Yufei declared, unsheathing a dagger from his cloak, directing it threateningly at the waiter and his accomplices. "Let me leave, or we shall perish together." "Perish together? Just you?" The waiter scoffed dismissively at Wan Yufei. In an instant, Wan Yufei launched a desperate counterattack, but the waiter effortlessly knocked the dagger from his grip, sending him crashing into a wooden table, splintering it to pieces as he let out a pained cry. "Be careful. You've damaged our property. You'll not be able to repay it," a burly man barked. "And oh worries, the wealth on this fat sheep is enough for us to construct 10 more inns." The waiter replied with a chilling smile, turning his attention away from Wan Yufei and advancing towards Xia Ming. Noticing Xia Ming still indulging in his meal, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, the waiter's eyes glinted with malice. "That you've got quite the audacity, boy. The poison should be taking effect by now, and I doubt you can manage many more bites." Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Xia Ming finally glanced at the waiter with a hint of annoyance. "That I am in a fine mood and do not wish to kill anyone. You may leave." The burly men paused, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Do you have any idea of our identities? We are from Qingshan's stronghold. The waiter laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, having never encountered such a foolish individual, unaware of his imminent demise. In an instant, the waiter's body erupted into flames, reduced to a heap of ashes before the astonished eyes of the Qingshan bandits. Laughter abruptly ceased, and the faces of the Qingshan bandits turned pale with terror. "Immortal! Immortal!" One of the bandits pointed at Xia Ming, screaming in fear, and without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards the exit. Meanwhile, Wan Yufei's eyes ignited with fervor, fixated intently on Xia Ming. Rising from his seat, Xia Ming appeared utterly indifferent to his surroundings. Following the appearance of the Qingshan bandits, the other patrons of the establishment had long since fled as far as they could. For Xia Ming, eliminating the Qingshan bandits was merely a trivial episode. He held no interest in whatever coveted treasure they sought from Wan Yufei. The possessions fought over by mortals hardly captured the attention of a cultivator. However, just as Xia Ming was about to leave the dark establishment, with a thud, Wan Yufei abruptly knelt before him, a sincere expression adorning his face. "Immortal, please accept me as your disciple." Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Why?" Wan Yufei was momentarily taken aback, but hastily responded, "I bear the weight of familial vengeance. I implore you, out of pity for my plight, to teach me your skills. I am willing to toil tirelessly in gratitude." Xia Ming replied indifferently, "I have no interest." There were countless mortals burdened by grievances. If a cultivator were to acquiesce to every plea, they would have no time left for their own cultivation, instead spending it all on instructing disciples. Moreover, Wan Yufei's aptitude was decidedly mediocre. A mere glance was sufficient for Xia Ming to discern that, barring any extraordinary fortuitous events, he would likely only attain the Yuan Xiao realm in his lifetime. This was to be expected. Had he possessed exceptional talent, the cultivator factions of Hanmo City would have undoubtedly taken notice and recruited him long ago. Wan Yufei's face flushed with indignation, his heart swelling with resentment. That it was said that immortals were compassionate, alleviating the woes of mortals. Why was this immortal so heartless? A flicker of bitterness ignited within him, and he stubbornly retorted, "Are you truly going to stand by and watch me suffer? Refusing to lend a hand? What kind of immortal behaves so selfishly?" Xia Ming chuckled, casting a scornful glance at Wan Yufei. "Your life holds no more significance to me than that of the Qingshan bandits. Do you understand?" As his words fell, Xia Ming flicked his sleeve, sending Wan Yufei hurtling through the air, crashing onto the ground outside the inn with a pained cry. This mortal was indeed full of delusions. Had it not been for his intervention, Wan Yufei would have long since met his demise at the hands of the Qingshan bandits. Yet, at this moment, not a word of gratitude escaped his lips, and he dared to ask for discipleship. What kind of misguided upbringing led to such a sense of entitlement? Who would dare accept such a disciple? Chapter 89. Callous and ungrateful Wan Yufei, his complexion ashen, scrambled to his feet and fled in terror. His once handsome visage was now marred by bitterness. After fleeing for what felt like an eternity, he finally halted to catch his breath. Far from the inn. How infuriating! One day, I too shall become an immortal and eradicate all those who look down upon me. Wan Yufei's face contorted with rage as he recalled those who hunted him, alongside the one who had saved his life yet deemed him unworthy, Xia Ming. All Wan Yufei felt towards Xia Ming was hatred. He paid no heed to the fact that his life had been spared. "You little mutt, how dare you escape to this place? We shall track you down." At that moment, a series of dark shadows swiftly descended before Wan Yufei, the foremost among them a strikingly handsome youth who revealed a sinister grin as he approached Wan Yufei. "Shao Chun, why are you so unwilling to let me go?" Wan Yufei's face turned ashen, and he retreated in terror. "Hand over that item, and I might consider sparing you," Shao Chun declared, gazing down at Wan Yufei with an air of superiority while extending his hand. "Impossible! That is the heirloom of the Wan family. It must not fall from my grasp." Wan Yufei resolutely rejected Shao Chun. How could he possibly relinquish that item? It represented his hopes of attaining immortality and rising above others. It could not be allowed to slip into another's hands. It seems you remain oblivious to your predicament. Shao Chun sneered, coldly. One of the guards behind him moved swiftly, appearing before Wan Yufei in an instant. The hilt of his sword thrust against Wan Yufei's abdomen. Wan Yufei's body instinctively curled into a shrimp-like position, his face drained of color as he knelt on the ground, unable to utter even a cry of despair. Wan Yufei, I shall ask you once more, will you hand it over or not? Xiao Chun observed Wan Yufei with a faint smile, yet his gaze was icy. Wan Yufei was drenched in cold sweat. Fully aware that further refusal would lead to his demise, I will hand it over. I will. He hastily waved his hands in a plea for mercy, his heart twisted with resentment toward Xiao Chun. Suddenly, an idea struck him that I can retrieve it. Xiao Chun extended his hand once more, his tone brooking no argument. It is not in my possession. Wan Yufei raised his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. You are courting death. Xiao Chen's eyes darkened, and the guard instantly drew his blade. Wait. Although it is not with me, I entrusted it to someone else that I can take you to him. Wan Yufei hastily explained. Xiao Chun smirked maliciously. You foolish pup, do you think I would believe you? A treacherous and ungrateful wretch like yourself would surely not part with such an item to another. Do you truly expect me to trust your word? Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Wan Yufei's face paled further. I am not deceiving you. The reason I entrusted it to that individual was out of sheer necessity that I was surrounded by the Qingshan bandits. And that person intervened to save me. Yet afterward, he betrayed me and forcibly seized that item. If you doubt my words, search me. The item is not with me. Qingshan bandits? Xiao Chen's brow furrowed. Within the city of Hanmo, there were indeed many who were aware of Wan Yufei's possession of that treasure, and collusion with the Qingshan bandits to target Wan Yufei was not out of the realm of possibility. However, he was not inclined to trust Wan Yufei so easily. He gestured to those around him, and immediately, 3 guards began to search Wan Yufei. Young master, we found nothing. Before long, the guards reported their findings. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Wan Yufei, a murderous glint in his eyes. Take me to that person. Yes, yes. Wan Yufei nodded obsequiously, a sinister smile blooming in his heart. You've indeed fallen for my ruse, Xiao Chun. You beast, I hope you and that person end up suffering mutually assured destruction. If I am to suffer, so shall you. Meanwhile, Xia Ming remained at the inn. Having received word from Zhao Ruer that she was soon to arrive, he decided to wait for her at this inn, as it was not far from Hanmo City. However, the inn was now completely deserted. As Xia Ming leisurely sipped his tea, Xiao Chun and his entourage, accompanied by the imposing Wan Yufei, approached with an air of hostility. ITSM. Upon seeing that Xia Ming had not departed, Wan Yufei's heart swelled with delight as he pointed at Xia Ming and addressed Xiao Chun Tilao. Hearing this, Xiao Chun turned to an elderly gentleman beside him with a congenial expression and inquired. This Ilao was a guest elder of the Xiao family, a formidable practitioner. The man emitted no aura of mystical energy, indicating he was not a cultivator. That is well. However, being able to drive off the Qingshan bandits displays some skill. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he waved his hand, prompting all present to charge into the inn, encircling Xia Ming, who was in the midst of his tea. Brat, surrender that object and submit to me. I might consider sparing your life. Surrounded by his followers, Xiao Chun regarded Xia Ming with a gaze that betrayed a sense of valuing talent. Faced with the encirclement, Xia Ming maintained an expression of utmost calm that moment. He spotted Wan Yufei among the crowd, and a sarcastic smile crept across his lips. I ask this how you repay my life-saving grace? Your assistance was merely a byproduct of the Qingshan bandits targeting you. What debt do you owe me? Wan Yufei glared at Xia Ming in resentment, failing to acknowledge that Xia Ming had indeed saved him. There's some truth to that. Xia Ming nodded, amused by this ungrateful wretch, finding it quite rare. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. However, the fact that you have brought them here to seek me out signifies enmity, and I have always been ruthless towards my foes. Brat, did you not hear what I said? Xiao Chun glared at Xia Ming in anger. As the young master of the Xiao family, he was infuriated by Xia Ming's blatant disregard for him, igniting a murderous intent within. Noisy. Before Xiao Chun could utter another word, Xia Ming raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of formidable mystical energy that felt almost tangible, causing the surrounding guards to sense imminent doom as it surged toward Xiao Chun. Boom! Struck by the mystical force, Xiao Chun had yet to comprehend the situation before his body spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes in an instant. He Lao, Wan Yufei, and the remaining guards stood frozen, utterly unprepared for Xia Ming to strike amidst the overwhelming numbers on Xiao Chen's side. Soon after, He Lao's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes turning bloodshot. "You dare to kill my family's young master. You seek death." As his words fell, Xia Ming swept his hand, shattering He Lao's body into pieces. The nearby guards, caught in the wake of Xia Ming's mystical energy, were rendered incapable of resistance, their souls shattered, leaving corpses strewn about, in the blink of an eye. Only Wan Yufei remained standing, his face as pale as a sheet, staring in terror at Xia Ming. Chapter 90. The key of Qing Luo. At that moment, Wan Yufei suddenly sensed a chilling gaze fixed upon his heart. Impossible, has he discovered it? He looked at Xia Ming as though he had seen a ghost, a dreadful premonition spiraling within him. His complexion drained of color. No. As Xia Ming flicked his finger, Wan Yufei's heart instantly exploded, leading to his tragic demise. Subsequently, Xia Ming clenched his fist, and from Wan Yufei's gaping wound, a green light emerged, landing in his hand. From the very first glance at Wan Yufei, Xia Ming had noticed something peculiar about the young man's heart. Although he found it curious at the time, he was not tempted by mundane treasures. Yet now that Wan Yufei has dared to provoke him, Xia Ming harbored no reservations about eliminating him and seizing the treasures he possessed. Suddenly, a green light manifested, revealing a green key, intricately adorned with patterns. As Xia Ming's consciousness probed the key, a look of astonishment graced his features. The Qingwang crystal. The Qingwang crystal is an exceedingly rare gem, scarcely encountered even in Xia Ming's previous life. This crystal serves as a material for the crafting of top-tier magical artifacts. To utilize it in the creation of such artifacts would be, in essence, a waste of its exquisite properties. This unexpected delight revealed that this fellow was not entirely devoid of value. Initially, Xia Ming regarded Wan Yufei as nothing more than a rabid dog, easily crushable, but to his surprise, he had bestowed upon him a precious item. With a flicker of intent, a blaze of heart fire enveloped the green key, commencing its refinement. The Qing Luo key. In that instant of refinement, a consciousness emanated from the key. This key was, in fact, a token for entry into one of the palaces within the Qing Luo Palace ruins. Within the Qing Luo Palace ruins lie countless perilous locales, inaccessible to ordinary cultivators. Some areas are even deemed too treacherous for those of the saintly pattern realm to venture. However, with this key, one could safely enter a particular palace. Xia Ming's eyes brightened, and a smile crept upon his face. "I never anticipated that such a coveted treasure, sought by countless factions, would fall into the hands of a mere mortal. My fortune today is rather remarkable." Instantly, the vexation brought upon him by the petty Wan Yufei dissipated, and Xia Ming felt that had he known it was the Qing Luo key, sparing Wan Yufei's life would have been of little consequence. Of course, regret was not in order. "I have arrived. Where are you?" At that moment, Xia Ming received a message from Zhao Ruer. "Finally here." Rising to his feet, Xia Ming soared into the air, exiting the inn. With a resounding crash, as he darted forth, he pointed behind him. In an instant, the inn nestled in the wilderness erupted into flames. Zhao Ruer awaited him beneath the walls of the cold desert city. Upon his arrival, Xia Ming noticed passers-by hastily avoiding Zhao Ruer, seemingly intimidated by her unappealing visage. "You are quite decent-looking. Why present yourself in such a manner?" Xia Ming alighted beside Zhao Ruer, a look of curiosity upon his face. "None of your concern," Zhao Ruer retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if they might pop from their sockets. You have broken through again." Xia Ming chuckled. "What is so astonishing about that? Did you not also achieve a breakthrough?" Indeed, upon their first encounter, he had been at the Yuanxiao realm. Yet now he had far surpassed her. How much time had elapsed during this interval? The thought left Zhao Ruer feeling suffocated, a sense of imbalance washing over her. Such an inequality was too disheartening. "All right, let us depart. Upon reaching the Qingluo Palace ruins, I shall show you a treasure." Xia Ming smiled mysteriously before ascending once more. "Monster," Zhao Ruer muttered in annoyance. Then followed Xia Ming as they soared into the frigid northern expanse that it was now deep into the night, that in cold desert city. Every household had extinguished their lights and retired for the night. However, the Shao family remained a hive of activity, ablaze with light and chaos. For young Master Shao Chun and elder he had yet to return. From within the Shao residence, the furious roars of the family head echoed, reverberating throughout the premises that moment. Beneath the pitch-black night sky of Hanmo City, intricate patterns began to materialize in the void, swiftly giving rise to an endless expanse of black mist that enveloped the entire Shao clan. Had Xia Ming been present, he would have immediately recognized these patterns as the sacred runes. A practitioner of the sacred rune realm had made their appearance. In an instant, the black mist dissipated, leaving the sky seemingly unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. Yet within the Shao clan, an eerie silence descended, an unsettling stillness. In the next moment, a terrifying divine consciousness surged forth, shrouding the entirety of Hanmo City in its wake. Indiscriminately probing, the consciousness expanding, until it abruptly halted. There, a chilling voice echoed through the air, before the ruins of the inn reduced to ashes by Xia Ming. A shadow descended from the heavens. This figure, draped in a flowing black robe, bore an unnaturally pale visage, almost otherworldly, with eyes shimmering a piercing emerald hue, exuding a boundless indifference, cruelty, and coldness. Gazing upon the charred remnants of the ruins, a cold smile crept across the figure's face. And with a mere flick of a finger, he intoned, flowing light retracing technique. Instantly, the air before him rippled, emanating waves as if it were a mirror of water. Within this aqueous reflection, the scene unfolded of Xia Ming slaying Wan Yufei and Shao Chun during the day. Witnessing Xia Ming seize the Qingluo key, a chilling murderous intent ignited in the figure's eyes. Damn it, the belongings of me, the Bone Demon Lord, and that little brat from the Yuha sect dares to seize them. It seems you are tired of living. This formidable practitioner of the sacred rune realm, who referred to himself as the Bone Demon Lord, fixed his cruel gaze upon the Xia Ming depicted in the vision, intent on committing his visage to memory. More than 10 days later, Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer finally arrived before a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, their peaks kissing the sky to the horizon. Snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, and the ground was blanketed in an unbroken layer of ice and snow. It was a world painted in shades of white. We have arrived. This is the Qingluo Palace ruins. Zhao Ruer inhaled deeply, gesturing towards the mountain range housing palatial complexes that have been encased in ice for countless ages. Luxurious palaces, densely clustered and seemingly endless, adorn the landscape. The Qingluo Dao Palace, during the time of the Qingluo Ferry, was renowned as the most magnificent and expansive palace among the realms, boasting nearly 10,000 famous structures, celebrated far and wide, that a snow-laden path led into the Qingluo Palace ruins, where one could observe a steady stream of practitioners entering from that very route. Chapter 91. Overbearing, the Qingluo Palace ruins have been open for several days, drawing practitioners from various nations to this secret realm. Xia Ming harbored no doubt that within, one might even encounter powerful figures of the sacred rune realm. Numerous individuals coveted the legacy of the Qingluo Ferry. Let us proceed inside, Xia Ming said casually, subsequently concealing his presence and altering his appearance, leading the way into the depths of the Qingluo Palace ruins. His actions were precaution against encountering associates of the Serpent Lord. The two entered the ruins. What was once the most resplendent court of the nations had now transformed into a vast, crumbling wasteland. Within the solid ice, remnants of broken walls and shattered structures were visible. Xia Ming had perused texts regarding the Qingluo Palace ruins and was aware that these ruins were primarily the result of battles waged by other powerful seekers of treasure following the disappearance of the Qingluo Ferry. As he surveyed the surroundings, he beheld the figures of numerous practitioners, each clad in various styles of attire, hailing from distant lands. Among them, there exist both the weak and the strong, even those of the lowest realm. The Yuanxiao realm can perceive the feeble, while some of formidable strength, those at the 9th level of the Eli realm, are also present. However, such powerful figures are often surrounded by a throng of followers, akin to stars orbiting the moon, exuding an air of arrogance. Xia Ming observed a golden-robed cultivator of the 9th level of the Eli realm, who, upon being obstructed by a 2nd-level cultivator, ruthlessly struck him down with a single palm. How absurd, indeed! What sort of rabble dares to venture here? The Qingluo Palace ruins are no place for insects like you. The golden-robed cultivator was utterly domineering, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding weaker cultivators. Instantly, those who met his eyes trembled in fear, lowering their heads in trepidation, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Young Master Xian, let us proceed swiftly. Why waste time with these insects? It would not bode well if the people from Luoyun Kingdom were to seize the opportunity. Advise an elder beside the golden-robed cultivator, displaying no compassion for the unjustly slain. Young Master Xian nodded in agreement. Very well. This is merely the periphery of the Qingluo Palace ruins. Once we reach the depths, we shall no longer have to encounter these bothersome insects. What an arrogant fellow. Watching the direction in which young Master Xian departed, Xia Ming furrowed his brow. Wei Xian is the young master of the Wei family from the kingdom of Shan. His arrogance is to be expected. The Wei family's influence surpasses even that of your Yue sect, and as the heir to the Wei family, his status is akin to that of your snake young master. Zhao Ruer elaborated, her knowledge of secrets piquing Xia Ming's curiosity about the origins of such information. The snake young master has already attained the sacred pattern realm, while Wei Xian cannot compare to him. Xia Ming shook his head. Regarding his adversary, he instinctively sensed that the snake young master surpassed Wei Xian. It was merely that the snake young master had taken the initial step first. However, your assertion that the snake young master is stronger is undoubtedly true. Zhao Ruer smiled faintly before suggesting, let us also venture deeper. There are no treasures to be found in the periphery. The two proceeded along the broad stone path toward the inner sanctum of the palace complex. As they delved deeper, the number of palaces reduced, having been reduced to ruins, yet the devastation remained pervasive. Clearly, these ravaged palaces have been plundered countless times, yet many cultivators still search these remnants in hopes of uncovering treasures. After advancing for a while, Xia Ming suddenly sensed intense fluctuations of magical energy ahead and a battle was underway. Be cautious, he warned Zhao Ruer, his vigilance heightened as they approached the source of the commotion. Within a massive palace, entirely crimson in hue, two individuals were locked in fierce combat. Princess Ling Luo, do not overstep your bounds. I have shown you mercy solely because you are a woman. Otherwise, I would have slain you by now. It is not too late for you to concede. Do not think that just because you are the princess of Luoyun Kingdom, I will spare you. Wei Xian screamed in agony, his magical energy shattered. Collapsing to the ground, spitting blood. Protect the young master. Wei Xian's entourage immediately surrounded him, their vigilance unwavering as they glared at Princess Ling Luo, whose followers also brandished their weapons, poised to strike at any moment. Retreat! Princess Ling Luo issued a soft command, and immediately her entourage sheathed their weapons and reined in their murderous intent, following her departure. You wretched creature! I shall slay you! Wei Xian seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, bellowing at the retreating figure of Princess Ling Luo. Such perversion, Zhao Ruer muttered under her breath, her eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before her. Despite both being at the 9th layer of the Pulse Connection realm, the disparity between Wei Xian and Princess Ling Luo was astonishing. The princess herself exuded an air of mystery. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curving his lips before suddenly proclaiming, Zhao Ruer, prepare to flee. Why? Zhao Ruer was taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind Xia Ming's words. Under the persistent urgings of his subordinates, Wei Xian regained his composure, realizing that he was no match for Princess Ling Luo. Pursuing her would only lead to further humiliation. At that moment, his gaze ignited with a violent and tyrannical intent, as he snarled, Kill! Slay everyone who witnessed my confrontation with that wretched Ling Luo. Leave no one alive. The earlier skirmish had drawn a multitude of cultivators who now turned pale at Wei Xian's word, ASU command. His subordinates emanated a formidable aura, their figures darting forth like lightning to unleash a brutal onslaught. And in an instant, a number of cultivators were mercilessly slain. A guard of the 8th layer of the Pulse Connection realm charged towards Xia Ming's direction. Without hesitation, Xia Ming seized Zhao Ruer and activated his Thunderwing, his figure flickering as he swiftly retreated deeper into the Qing Luo Palace ruins. The guard was left dumbfounded, never anticipating that a cultivator of the fourth layer of the Pulse Connection realm could escape so swiftly. By the time he regained his senses, he could no longer even glimpse the fleeing figure. Smack! An elder beside Wei Xian sent the guard flying with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Useless wretch, you cannot even catch 2 ants. What good are you to me? Tanbo, pursue those 2 insects. They must not be allowed to divulge what they have just witnessed." Wei Xian's face darkened, his gaze fixated on the direction in which Xia Ming had fled. Chapter 92. Cold Jade Palace. IT concerns the young master's reputation. "I understand," Tanbo replied, transforming into a shadow as he sped away. "Despicable. That Wei Xian is truly loathsome. Just because we witnessed him being defeated by Princess Ling Luo, he seeks to silence us." Zhao Ruer fumed, yet she was acutely aware of Wei Xian's capacity for brutality. The group he brought along included several cultivators at the 9th layer of the Pulse Connection realm, while the others were all at the 8th layer. Such a formidable assembly could easily annihilate 100 members of the Lycong demon sect. "Let him revel in his arrogance for the time being," Xia Ming remarked dismissively, asserting that opposing Wei Xian was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Fleeing was the most astute course of action at that moment. Xia Ming's gaze fell upon the palace before him, where a plaque above the grand entrance bore the inscription Cold Jade Palace. Constructed entirely of the precious crystal known as cold jade, this palace was worth far more than a 7th-tier magical artifact. It appeared that the Cold Jade Palace had never been reached by anyone, rendering it distinctly different from the other palaces outside. Indeed, we have arrived at the newly opened section of the Qing Luo Palace ruins. In Zhao Ruer's beautiful eyes, a glimmer of surprise emerged. With the opening of the Qing Luo Palace ruins, numerous areas previously deemed inaccessible had become safe. The Hanyu Palace now lay within this newly unveiled territory. Without hesitation, Xia Ming soared towards the Hanyu Palace. The palace was brilliantly illuminated and impeccably clean, as if someone resided within. However, Xia Ming found no signs of life. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately directed his attention towards 2 statues, shattering their heads with a resounding crash, and 2 crystal vials flew into his hands. Hanyu essence, upon seeing the liquid within the vials, which closely resembled cold jade. Zhao Ruer's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed joyfully. The Hanyu essence to Hanyu was akin to spiritual veins to spiritual stones. Its preciousness was evident. Xia Ming tossed 1 vial to Zhao Ruer and promptly opened another for himself, drinking it down and swiftly refining it. "Thank you." Zhao Ruer beamed with gratitude and followed suit, refining the Hanyu essence. Boom! Instantly, her aura surged rapidly, becoming formidable that in mere moments, she ascended to the 4th stage of the Meridian realm. Even after a breakthrough, Zhao Ruer's aura continued to rise. Conversely, Xia Ming did not experience a breakthrough. The Hanyu essence merely unblocked 5 of his Yuan apertures. The difficulty of his advancement was significantly greater than that of Zhao Ruer. If he were to discover more treasures like the Hanyu essence, it would be splendid to reserve them for Kai Wei. Xia Ming's gaze flickered as his divine sense scanned for surplus Hanyu essence, knowing it would serve to elevate his cultivation without concern for a shaky foundation, proving to be an unparalleled treasure for lower-tier cultivators. The 2 worked in perfect harmony, swiftly clearing the Hanyu Palace of its treasures. Xia Ming acquired another vial of Hanyu essence, intending to save it for Lan Kai Wei. Meanwhile, he began refining blood essence, preparing to leverage the spiritual energy from the Hanyu essence to advance further. In this perilous Qing Luo Dao ruins, any enhancement in strength was welcome. "Let us proceed to the next location," Zhao Ruer said, stepping outside. "Someone is coming," Xia Ming warned, his brow furrowing. Just then, several figures strode into the Hanyu Palace. Damn it, someone arrived first. Upon seeing the treasures in the Hanyu Palace nearly depleted, the newcomers' expressions darkened. No matter, they haven't left yet at all. Merely 2 little brats at the 4th stage of the Meridian realm. "Get down here," the leading white-haired elder sneered, unleashing a palm strike imbued with dark, potent energy towards the 2, seeking death. Xia Ming discerned the strength of the newcomers. The most formidable among them, the white-haired elder, was merely at the 7th stage of the Meridian realm, while the others hovered around the 5th and 6th stages. Observing the elder's sudden attack, Xia Ming stepped forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, lunging at the white-haired elder. Under Xia Ming's assault, the elder's dark energy seemed insignificant as it effortlessly traversed to him, and a punch collided forcefully with the elder's head. How is this possible? The white-haired elder, feeling the terrifying energy emanating from Xia Ming, displayed a look of disbelief. Was this truly a cultivator at the 4th stage of the Meridian realm? How could their power be so formidable? Only then did a look of terror manifest in the elder's eyes. Boom! Unable to defend himself, the aged man with white hair had his entire face collapse, succumbing to instant death. How could this happen? Upon witnessing this scene, the other cultivators were left dumbfounded, swiftly transforming into streaks of light as they fled without hesitation. The strongest among them had been dispatched as effortlessly as one would kill a chicken. They were wise enough to recognize that remaining would only invite their own demise. "Where do you think you're going?" Before Xia Ming could intervene, Zhao Ruer shouted, unleashing a barrage of thunderous whips from her 10 fingers, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Whoosh! 10 thunder whips descended upon the fleeing figures like an overwhelming storm, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the escaping cultivators were ensnared by the thunder whips, their bodies enveloped in electric light as they emitted piercing screams, before transforming into charred corpses that fell to the ground. "What do you think? My strength is quite impressive, isn't it?" Zhao Ruer flashed a smile at Xia Ming, as if to boast. Although the fleeing individuals did not possess the strength of a 7th-layer Pulse Realm cultivator, there were 2 6th-layer and several 5th-layer cultivators among them, while Zhao Ruer matched Xia Ming in cultivation level. This meant that Zhao Ruer had the capability to surpass her opponents, just as Xia Ming did. However, she certainly did not possess as extraordinary prowess at present. Xia Ming could contend even with an 8th-layer Pulse Realm cultivator, and could effortlessly crush 7th-layer ones. Quite impressive indeed. Xia Ming offered a slight smile in commendation to Zhao Ruer, but suddenly his gaze shifted, and without hesitation, he summoned his powers once more, lifting Zhao Ruer as his thunderous wings unfurled behind him. Whoosh! They transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth in an instant. Just as they departed, a massive yellow hand erupted from the ground where they had just been, attempting to grasp them, but seizing nothing but air. That insufferable brat, only knowing how to flee. "If you have the courage, stop and face me in battle." With a whoosh, Ten Bo's figure soared from afar, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Boom! A resounding bell tolled, sending ripples of azure blue waves spreading across the sky. Ten Bo raised his head towards the source of the sound, his pupils contracting sharply. It has begun, simultaneously, within the Qing Luo Palace ruins. Top-tier experts from various factions lifted their heads to gaze at the sky. Only they understood the significance of this bell toll. Chapter 93. Transmission. Could it be that a crisis has arisen in the Qing Luo Palace ruins? Instantly, a flicker of doubt crossed Xia Ming's mind, and he felt a sudden warmth in his chest, noticing that the Qing Luo key in his spatial pouch was emitting azure blue ripples, seemingly resonating with the waves in the sky. The inheritance of Qing Luo is about to commence. Xia Ming, quickly imprint your mark upon the Qing Luo key. Zhao Ruer's expression shifted as she extended her palm, revealing a Qing Luo key identical to Xia Ming's. Her intent was clear. She wanted him to imprint his consciousness upon this key. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, taking out his own Qing Luo key in astonishment. "What? You have a Qing Luo key as well?" Zhao Ruer was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with shock. "How do you have this item? I can't be mistaken. I obtained it from a mortal while waiting for you outside Hamo City." Xia Ming explained simply. Zhao Ruer was left in tears. "You acquired it from a mortal. Oh my heavens, is there no sense of justice left in this world? I nearly met my demise within the royal tomb of the Jin Yin kingdom in my pursuit of the Qing Luo key. You dare to plunder the royal tomb of the Jin Yin kingdom." Xia Ming gazed at Zhao Ruer with an air of peculiarity. What sort of experiences had this young lady undergone? Each time he encountered her, she seemed to be stealthily searching for treasures, resembling a blend of a treasure hunter and a thief. Moreover, The Qing Luo key she held was, astonishingly, unearthed from the royal mausoleum of the Jinyan kingdom. Should the royal family become aware of this, they would undoubtedly seek her life in retribution. Unlike you, I'm not blessed with such fortune to casually stumble upon treasures. Every advancement in my cultivation has been earned at the cost of my very life. Zhao Ru'er was utterly disheartened. Despite having gained some benefits from her encounters with Xia Ming, not once had it been effortless. In contrast, Xia Ming seemed to effortlessly reap the greatest rewards if one could so easily gather benefits while seated. Why toil and strain oneself? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Zhao Ru'er, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xia Ming, as if beholding a mountain of gold. Xia Ming, oblivious to the envy brewing within her, noticed the surrounding space beginning to ripple. Simultaneously, the area around Zhao Ru'er also exhibited similar fluctuations to a teleportation. Xia Ming furrowed his brows. This spatial disturbance clearly indicated that he was about to be transported elsewhere. Do not resist. Those marked with an imprint within the Qing Luo key possess the eligibility to partake in the Qing Luo inheritance. Zhao Ru'er grinned at Xia Ming, deliberately fluttering her large, adorable eyes. Xia Ming's expression turned peculiar. The smile on Zhao Ru'er's face seemed excessively contrived, as if she were attempting to curry favor with him. What was this little girl scheming? At that moment, the spatial fluctuations intensified, and the environment around Xia Ming began to transform. In the next instant, they appeared on a vast, expansive plain where numerous figures materialized within. Zhao Ru'er was the first to materialize beside Xia Ming. However, Xia Ming quickly realized that the concealment technique he had employed had inexplicably failed, revealing his true appearance. Conversely, Zhao Ru'er still exhibited no signs of vulnerability. Surrounding them, Wei Xian and a group of others soon appeared, along with members of Princess Ling Luo's entourage, as well as several individuals whose identities were clearly of great significance, yet unknown to Xia Ming. Most of the cultivators present were at the 8th or 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, thus making both Xia Ming and Zhao Ru'er, who were merely at the 4th level, exceedingly conspicuous. "You little thief, it is you." Tambo instantly recognized Zhao Ru'er, although Xia Ming's visage had changed. His aura remained unchanged, unmistakably identifying him as that rascal. Enraged, he prepared to unleash his fury, his violent mana surging forth like a tidal wave. "Tanbo, cease your actions." Unexpectedly, Wei Xian beside him suddenly changed countenance and intervened. Tanbo hesitated. At that moment, an overwhelming will descended upon him, exerting pressure on his very being. This will was supreme and profound, and under its influence, Tanbo felt a surge of fear. Abruptly, Tanbo shook violently. His face paling as the mana he had released disintegrated under the weight of that will, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fool! To dare act recklessly amidst the Qing Luo inheritance is to court death. Upon witnessing this scene, several monks revealed expressions of disdain. Some individuals, unaware of the situation, only comprehended the gravity of the matter upon hearing the words of those well-informed, realizing that in this place, one could not casually wield magical powers or attack others. "Tanbo, are you all right?" Wei Xian personally assisted Tanbo to his feet. Despite his domineering nature, he held a profound respect for the elder. Momentarily displaying genuine concern, "It is of no consequence, young master. It was my folly to forget the taboos of this realm." Tanbo was indeed privy to some secrets of the Qing Luo lineage. For in the days when the Qing Luo fairy still roamed, the Wei family had sent several of their own daughters to serve her in the Qing Luo Dao Palace. Numerous taboos of that era were documented across the major factions. As long as you are unharmed, these two little hounds have ample time to be dealt with. Allowing them to benefit others would be unwise. Within the confines of the secret realm, Wei Xian unexpectedly exhibited remarkable rationality and composure. Clearly, the heads of those prominent families were not merely arrogant fools. Understood. Tanbo inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at Xia Ming and Zhao Ru'er, but soon reined in his murderous intent, restoring his calm demeanor. Internally, he scoffed, thinking that these two insignificant creatures could be crushed at a more opportune moment. Following the earlier spectacle, many began to take notice of Xia Ming. Although his meager cultivation was already remarkable in this context, The fact that he was being scrutinized by the powerful Wei family piqued the curiosity of many onlookers. Nevertheless, a few individuals within the crowd recognized Xia Ming. Chapter 94. The Gathering of the Powerful, of course. Princess Ling Luo was the first to identify Xia Ming, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Isn't that the young lad from Yuhimen? During her time at Yuhimen, Princess Ling Luo had remembered him for his culinary skills and had even contemplated recruiting him. However, upon witnessing his reckless determination to engage in a life-and-death pact with the serpent young master, her interest swiftly waned at that moment. Her evaluation of Xia Ming was that of a troublemaker. A reckless individual who, emboldened by his talents, acted with impunity. Such a person was unworthy of her attention. As a princess, having deemed someone unworthy, she naturally ceased to regard Xia Ming with any significance. To her surprise, encountering him within the Qingluo Palace ruins elicited a slight astonishment. Aside from Princess Ling Luo, another group also recognized Xia Ming. What an insufferable pest. He seems to appear wherever I go. Brother Zhua glared coldly at Xia Ming. As the second-in-command of the Serpent King Society, his disdain for Xia Ming was palpable. This group comprised cultivators from Yuhimen, with brothers were prominently among them, and others who were formidable practitioners at the 9th level of the Meridian Realm, some even rivaling the Serpent Young Master in reputation. Zuoquan, is this the recently renowned Xia Ming? A refined young man, holding a fan and smiling, directed his gaze towards Xia Ming. Indeed, it's that foolhardy lad, audacious enough to challenge the Serpent Young Master. Zuoquan scoffed at, "Is that so? Yet I believe that one who dares to enter into a life-and-death agreement with the Serpent Young Master, regardless of the outcome, deserves commendation for such audacity," the refined young man remarked, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. Merely the bravado of a commoner. It is hardly worthy of note. Zuoquan shook his head, and a hint of profound meaning flickered in his gaze as he addressed the refined young man. "Brother Liangyi, should someone of your caliber challenge my young master, naturally, no one would dare to speak ill of it." Liangyi smiled lightly. "Now that young master she has entered the sacred pattern realm, I no longer entertain any thoughts of challenge." Zuoquan cast a dismissive glance at Liangyi, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Once, this Liangyi had been a rival to young Master Shi, establishing a force known as the Junzi Pavilion, comparable to the Shijun Society. However, now that young Master Shi had taken a lead by stepping into the sacred pattern realm, all of Liangyi's prior efforts had become futile in the face of a sacred pattern realm expert. Presently, the Junzi Pavilion had long since lost its competitive edge against the Shijun Society. These two young fellows are quite extravagant. While we powers strive to gather 10 individuals, they audaciously share a single Qingluo key between the two of them. Indeed, each Qingluo key can grant entry for 10 individuals into the inheritance secret realm of the Qingluo Fairy. For the most exceptional members of our respective factions, securing a single spot is exceedingly challenging. Yet these two squandered 8 spots. The Qingluo key, even without the qualification to enter the inheritance realm, is an exceedingly rare treasure. How could it fall into the hands of the unworthy? Should the opportunity arise, I shall compel these 2 little ants to surrender the Qingluo key. The cultivators from various factions cast malevolent glances at Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer, many of which were tinged with jealousy. These cultivators are undoubtedly the elite figures among their respective powers, yet in their quest to obtain a spot in the inheritance realm, they expended tremendous resources just to secure a chance. Meanwhile, Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer, as mere 2 individuals, were rumored to have entered with a single key, indicating that they still had 8 unused spots, a level of extravagance that infuriated many if these disgruntled individuals were to learn that Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer had entered the inheritance realm using 2 separate Qingluo keys, thereby wasting a total of 2 spots. They would likely be consumed by jealousy. The situation is dire. Zhao Ruer's expression darkened. It was not merely the Wei clan that eyed her covetously. Other factions seemed to have set their sights on her, and Xia Ming as well. For now, they remained safe. Xia Ming's countenance also grew grave. He had more enemies than Zhao Ruer. However, should danger truly arise, he could utilize the Thunderwing to escape. With the speed of Thunderwing, even a sacred pattern realm expert might find it challenging to capture him. A Meridian realm cultivator could hardly hope to detain him. As he scanned the crowd, Sensing the auras around him, his expression became increasingly solemn. He realized that among these individuals, there were not just one, but multiple sacred pattern realm experts concealed within. Among the individuals brought by Wei Xian, a man with his face obscured by clothing was indeed a sacred pattern realm expert. Furthermore, within the ranks of the royal cultivators of the Luoyuan kingdom, there appeared to be an ordinary-looking woman. Yet Xia Ming could perceive the terrifying fluctuations of magical power emanating from her. In addition, there were two more sacred pattern realm experts, one among the royal family of the Jinyan kingdom, and another from the Li family, a prestigious family in the Shun kingdom that stood alongside the Wei family. The several formidable practitioners of the sacred pattern realm deliberately concealed their auras, rendering it utterly impossible for ordinary cultivators to discern their identities. However, with the quality of the Tianyu Wanxiang technique, Xia Ming easily recognized the prowess of these individuals. This time, he must exercise utmost caution. Xia Ming narrowed his eyes. The arrival of the four sacred pattern realm cultivators was indeed of great significance. It would be prudent for him to maintain a low profile, for attracting the attention of these four powerful beings could lead to dire consequences. At present, Xia Ming was far from being a match for the practitioners of the sacred pattern realm. Even the weakest among them could effortlessly crush him at that moment. The space began to tremble violently once more. What could possibly be happening? Xia Ming furrowed his brow as he witnessed a sudden shift in the surrounding space. In the next instant, he found himself submerged in water. All around him was the vast expanse of the ocean. Looking upwards, he could see no surface. It was then that Xia Ming noticed Zhao Ruer beside him, blinking incessantly and attempting to speak, yet he could hear not a single sound. After a while, upon realizing that her words could not reach Xia Ming's ears, Zhao Ruer resignedly closed her mouth. In addition to them, other cultivators also found themselves immersed in the water. Each quickly cast a water avoidance spell to prevent the dire fate of asphyxiation. However, Xia Ming did not follow suit. He simply transformed his mana into a water attribute, causing the surrounding seawater to become exceedingly amiable, akin to air. He could frolic in the water with the same ease as a fish. Apart from Xia Ming, some practitioners with water attribute mana also refrained from reciting the water avoidance spell. Within the water, those wielding water attribute mana possessed a natural advantage, just as fire attribute cultivators would in flames. Suddenly, before everyone, the seawater began to rapidly solidify, visibly coalescing into long, icy paths extending a mile away. Thus, before each individual in the water, there materialized a path made of solid ice, stretching a mile in length. Chapter 95. The Azure Cloud Path. Within 1 hour, traverse the Azure Cloud Path. Those who fail will lose their qualification for inheritance and will be automatically transported out of the Qingluo Dao Palace after 1 hour. A cold female voice echoed unexpectedly. The many cultivators were taken aback. These were the words left by the Qingluo fairy. The Azure Cloud Path, indeed, offered the opportunity to obtain the Qingluo fairy's legacy. A truly auspicious chance. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators adopted solemn expressions. It appeared that the Azure Cloud Path would not be easily traversed. Regardless of its challenges, they must embark upon this path point one by one. The cultivators cautiously stepped onto the Azure Cloud Path. Upon stepping forward, Xia Ming soon realized that the gravity along this passage was exceedingly burdensome. This force could render even ordinary 5th-tier Qi gathering cultivators immobile. Recalling how the 8th-tier Qi gathering brute had fallen like a lifeless pig upon entering the passage, Xia Ming surmised that the gravity on the Azure Cloud Path was likely calibrated according to the cultivator's levels. Otherwise, such a degree of weight would not incapacitate an 8th-tier Qi gathering practitioner. Xia Ming's conjecture was nearly a reality. The cultivators who ventured onto the Qingyun path were immediately engulfed by a terrifying gravitational force. A considerable number of them found themselves pressed to the ground, rendered immobile. While some were affected, yet managed to withstand the oppressive force, only a select few, including Zhao Ruer, Princess Ling Luo, Liang Yi, and Zuoquan, experienced minimal impact. The few Saint Rune Realm cultivators that Xia Ming discreetly observed seemed entirely unaffected. Xia Ming understood well that cultivators of the Saint Rune Realm began to engage with the profound laws of heaven and earth, rendering them largely impervious to such gravitational phenomena. For Xia Ming, This gravitational force felt little more than an additional layer of cloth, exerting almost no influence on him. He proceeded leisurely along the path ahead, while at the same time, Princess Lingluo and the others advanced forward as well. This road tested one's innate qualities. The aptitude of that little beast was extraordinary, and it was likely that this first trial would not only pose no challenge to him, but might also yield considerable advantages. Zhuo Quan was subjected to a terrifying degree of pressure. Had he been an ordinary ninth layer Meridian Opening Realm cultivator, he would have been flattened to the ground. Yet, Zhuo Quan strode forward with an air of tranquility. As the right-hand man of the Serpent Prince, he shared in both honor and disgrace with him, naturally wishing to eliminate Xia Ming at the earliest opportunity. However, he found himself temporarily powerless, acutely aware of Xia Ming's excellent aptitude, which would likely allow him to navigate this initial trial with greater ease than himself. Contemplating this, a glimmer of greed flickered in Zhuo Quan's eyes. He was intent on finding an opportunity to deal with this young man. Once that was accomplished, all the treasures Xia Ming possessed would rightfully belong to him. Yes, they traversed more than halfway. Numerous cautious cultivators advanced to the midpoint. A young cultivator from the Ding family of the Shenghua region reached the forefront, his face adorned with a smug expression as he surpassed everyone else. Just then, without warning, the ice above the Qingyun path shattered violently. The ocean surged forth with tremendous force, and the dreadful gravity remained unyielding. The Ding cultivator's expression shifted abruptly. He hastily recited a water avoidance incantation, only to realize that the encroaching water was not ordinary sea water, but rather imbued with an ominous, frigid aura. The moment it grazed his skin, his arm froze solid. The icy grip rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the Ding cultivator was entirely encased in ice, his face frozen in a mask of terror. The cultivators behind him gasped in shock at this sight. They had initially believed that the Qingyun path merely tested one's ability to endure gravitational pressure, only to be confronted with this unforeseen calamity at the midpoint. The Ding cultivator was a ninth layer of Meridian Opening Realm expert, one of the most formidable individuals present, aside from those few concealing their identities as Saint Rune cultivators. Yet, under the chilling onslaught, he was rendered utterly helpless. The expressions of the other Ding family cultivators darkened significantly upon witnessing this scene. At that moment, a female cultivator reached a position comparable to that of the Ding cultivator. The same fate befell her. The ice beneath her feet shattered instantly, and a wave of frigid air surged toward her. However, the female cultivator merely smiled coldly, emanating an exceptionally pure aura of icy that moment. The chilling air that surged forth made contact with the female cultivator, yet instead of encasing her in a frigid sculpture, it flowed ceaselessly into her being. The female cultivator was instantly filled with overwhelming joy, for the icy essence transformed into a rich reservoir of water attribute vitality, enhancing her cultivation. Suddenly, she found herself in no rush to advance. This Qingyun road was evidently tailored for cultivators of the water attribute. Many cultivators simultaneously recognized that this path clearly favored those with water-based powers. Some came to a startling realization. The celestial maiden Qingluo practiced the way of all waters. If she were to choose a successor, it would naturally be those who cultivated water techniques who would take precedence in this revelation. Cultivators of water techniques rejoiced, while others wore expressions of dismay. As for those who practiced fire techniques, they felt as if they might spit blood, cursing their ill fate. Water and fire are inherently antagonistic. The preference for water attribute cultivators implied a harsh disadvantage for those of the fire attribute. Regret washed over Zhao Ruer, who lamented, "Had I known, I would not have pursued the path of lightning techniques." She glanced at Xia Ming, noticing that he too lacked water attribute powers, and suspected he was not faring much better. Yet, to her surprise, Xia Ming appeared entirely unfazed, which left Zhao Ruer perplexed. "Humph, even without water techniques, I shall traverse this path." At that moment, a cultivator from the Wei family reached the spot where the chill was emanating, sneering as he stepped forward without hesitation. The ground cracked, and a tempest of icy air surged towards him. Chapter 96. The chill Xia Ming, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, cast a serious glance at the Wei family as Saint Rune Realm cultivator. He observed as the Wei cultivator pointed towards the distant ice sculpture of the Ding family cultivator and unleashed a devastating strike. Boom! In an instant, the ice sculpture of the Ding family cultivator shattered into countless fragments beneath the water. No! The Ding family cultivators behind him were instantly filled with rage, their eyes turning crimson as they emitted primal roars. The slain Ding family cultivator was an extraordinary talent, and they could scarcely believe he had met his end in such a manner. Had he been slain honorably, it might have been bearable. However, he had been caught off guard, frozen by the chilling air, only to be attacked by the Wei family opportunistically. The Ding family glared at the Wei family cultivators with intense hatred, loudly cursing and cursing. Yet their voices could not carry beyond their own Qingyun road to reach others. Meanwhile, the Wei family members chuckled with glee. Both the Wei and Ding families were prominent clans in the Shun Kingdom, and their relationship was far from amicable. They felt no obligation to show courtesy to the Ding family. Be cautious, Xia Ming signaled to Zhao Ruer beside him, although his words did not reach her. She clearly understood his intent and nodded gravely. Subsequently, the two advanced together. The other cultivators, prepared to press on, also took their steps forward. Upon reaching the middle region, Xia Ming encountered a similar predicament. The terrifying chill struck, and the Qingyun road beneath his feet crumbled. However, Xia Ming had long since converted his powers to the water attribute. With a slight exertion, the dense chill felt akin to cold jade agate. Bolstering his vitality, a circular light barrier materialized around him, repelling the icy air. Observing Xia Ming absorb the chill, Zhao Ruer felt a mix of astonishment and envy. She had not anticipated that Xia Ming would be capable of absorbing such frigid energy. This signified that Xia Ming's magical prowess also possessed a water attribute. For a moment, Zhao Ruer found herself bewildered, unable to discern the true nature of Xia Ming's powers. With a thunderous roar, having already opened 5 primordial orifices along his 5th meridian, Xia Ming swiftly connected the remaining 4 orifices after absorbing a substantial amount of cold energy, allowing his meridians to flow freely and his strength to surge instantaneously. He ascended to the 5th level of the meridian realm, his aura swelling dramatically. Consequently, the intensity of the cold energy escalated as well. Xia Ming activated his Wanxiang Tianyu technique, rapidly enhancing his absorption of the cold energy. Thereby reaping even greater benefits, he raised a palm, unleashing a forceful strike against the oncoming energy wave, resulting in a resounding explosion as the sea churned and turbulent waves surged, the ferocious energy dissipating and neutralizing Tan Bo's attack. Let us go. With his magical energy released, Xia Ming decisively took Zhao Ruer with him, as his thunder wing erupted from behind, propelling them forward. You little pup, do you think you can escape? Tan Bo's gaze grew increasingly frigid, astonished that Xia Ming had managed to withstand his strike. However, this only intensified his murderous intent towards Xia Ming. With a swift motion, he shot forward, darting towards the end of Qingyun Road. Damn it! Although this little wretch deserved to die, he could not allow him to perish here. Left Quan, witnessing Tan Bo's assault on Xia Ming, felt a surge of irritation that he had hoped that Xia Ming would gain some advantage, allowing him to act from the shadows later. However, Tan Bo's actions had shattered his plans. The Wei family's sacred pattern realm practitioner had slain the Ding family's cultivator, evidently for this reason. Many had made attempts on Xia Ming, yet he did not retaliate, instead focusing on fleeing ahead. Some cultivators shared Xia Ming's perspective and had no inclination to engage others. The inheritance of the Qing Luo fairy was of utmost importance. Within Qingyun Road, everyone's cultivation was, to varying degrees, suppressed, permitting only a fraction of their power to be unleashed. Xia Ming was affected by several attacks, faintly grasping the principles governing Qingyun Road. Indeed, as long as one was not completely subdued by the cold energy, it was exceedingly difficult to be killed outright. Zhao Ruer nodded in agreement. Water attribute cultivators could indeed exert their full potential, enjoying a distinct advantage on Qingyun Road. Xia Ming smiled lightly. In truth, Tan Bo's strength posed no threat to him within Qingyun Road, that he even felt that he might find an opportunity to eliminate Tan Bo in this place. However, he refrained from doing so, as the presence of a powerful practitioner from the Wei family could spell disaster if he attracted their attention. Chapter 97. Weak Water Sea Demon. At that moment, a dark green light flashed, and a 3-foot white rainbow, suddenly surged towards Xia Ming. His expression shifted slightly. He concentrated his magical energy to block to the side. As the white rainbow struck down, Xia Ming's magical energy completely dissipated, directly cleaving into his physical form. With a crash, Xia Ming's body was sent flying, his flesh akin to metal, merely sustaining a white scar while his vital essence surged, causing no significant harm. Regaining his composure, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Since this was the case, he would not hold back any longer. Grasping Zhao Ruer, Xia Ming continued to soar forth. This brat took my strike and emerged unscathed. The practitioner of the sacred patterns from the Wei family gazed at the fleeing Xia Ming with a hint of surprise. Although his previous strike had been casual, it was not something that an ordinary practitioner of the Meridian realm could easily withstand, especially considering that the young man had only attained the 5th level of the Meridian realm. Intriguing that a smirk crept upon the lips of the Wei family's sacred patterns practitioner, though his eyes betrayed not a trace of amusement. Before long, Xia Ming was nearing the finish line. With merely a tenth of the distance remaining, he should have been able to cover it in the blink of an eye. Yet he suddenly halted in his tracks. This was due to the emergence of a colossal crystal before him. Within the crystal, a creature resembling a human figure appeared to be in slumber, emanating an overwhelming aura that made Xia Ming acutely aware of its vitality. The weak water sea demon. Xia Ming's eyes sparkled with recognition as he identified the entity encased within the crystal. A demon. This was a true fiend, not merely a notorious villain ascribed by those of the demonic sects. The weak water sea demon was a malevolent being dwelling in the abyssal depths of the ocean, a harbinger of slaughter, known for its extreme cruelty, leaving a trail of corpses and rivers of blood in its wake. Even in ancient times, the weak water sea demon was among the most feared of the deep sea fiends. How astonishing that the Qing Luo fairy could procure such a creature and seal it within her legacy's secret realm. Xia Ming also observed that at the terminus of the Qingyun Road, others similarly encountered crystals, each seemingly containing a weak water sea demon. Many of the practitioners who had reached the end looked grave as they regarded the sea demon within the crystal, none daring to act recklessly, evade the 10 blades to pass. A chilling voice resonated from the heavens. In an instant, the crystal before Xia Ming shattered into a cascade of fragments. A sinister aura surged forth as the weak water sea demon abruptly awakened, its blood-red eyes glinting with malice, bloodlust, and cruelty. Xia Ming immediately felt a powerful influence assailing his spirit, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to demonic corruption. The gaze of the sea demon bore an effect capable of swaying human souls, and a moment's inattention could lead one astray into the path of darkness. Humph! Xia Ming's expression darkened, his spirit quaking as he expelled the insidious influence threatening to ensnare him. Swish, 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 swish. At that moment, 10 blades of light sliced through the air from unexpected angles, aimed directly at Xia Ming. Each strike was lethal, merciless, swift as lightning, and fierce as fire. The very sea was cleaved apart, leaving gaping voids in its wake. The ferocity of these 10 attacks was evident. Yet, just as time seemed to slow, Xia Ming had only just emerged from the clutches of that dark influence when he faced this sudden onslaught. His gaze remained eerily calm as he flickered and dodged with ghostly speed. In an instant, all 10 cunning and vicious blades missed their mark. Xia Ming's figure materialized, gazing coolly at the weak water sea demon before him. The sea demon's eyes flickered with resentment, glaring venomously at Xia Ming, before abruptly vanishing from sight. A single ice crystal now floated in the void, appearing to be the reward for traversing the Qingyun Road. Xia Ming beckoned, drawing the ice crystal into his grasp. The Zhan Water Meridian crystal had a subtle smile graced Xia Ming's lips. This crystal was more precious than the cold jade essence by a factor of 10 for water-affiliated practitioners. Not only did it contain an immense reservoir of Zhan Water spiritual energy, but it also had the capacity to expand meridians and accelerate the process of unblocking them. The ethereal essence of the waters, after all, ranks among the most distinguished and elusive forms of spiritual energy. Xia Ming stowed away the crystal and shifted his gaze towards others, observing that many had sustained severe injuries under the onslaught of the weak water sea demon's 10 strikes. Those practitioners who had been struck found the weak water sea demon once again sealed within the crystal before them, that a select few, like Xia Ming, managed to evade the demon's lethal assault. Among them were Princess Ling Luo, Wei Xian, and Zhuo Quan, individuals with whom Xia Ming was familiar. However, he noted with surprise that none of the four formidable Sacred Pattern Realm experts had succeeded in passing through. Their expressions etched with profound distress. Xia Ming cast a sidelong glance at the weak water sea demon before him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. These sea demons were, astonishingly, of the Sacred Pattern Realm. If the weak water sea demon of the Meridian Opening Realm could be considered a mere fiend, then the weak water sea demon of the Sacred Pattern Realm could certainly be deemed a demon lord. The disparity between the two was not merely one of degrees, but of entirely different realms. S1's cultivation advanced. The differences among practitioners of the same realm could become increasingly pronounced, making it ever more challenging to defeat opponents of a higher tier, a weak water sea demon, when pitted against 2 or 3 practitioners of an equivalent realm, could easily dispatch them. However, in the case of the Sacred Pattern Realm, this inherent advantage would become even more formidable. Thus, while practitioners of the Meridian Opening Realm might dodge the 10 strikes, those of the Sacred Pattern Realm would find it exceedingly difficult unless they had cultivated supreme techniques, endowed with exceptional magical prowess, which would alleviate the pressure from the sea demon. Yet, in Xia Ming's estimation, within regions where the pinnacle of power was the Sacred Pattern Realm, it was improbable to encounter techniques of exceptional caliber. Techniques, indeed, possess hierarchies, and those capable of reaching the Sacred Pattern Realm must be at least of upper-tier quality. From Xia Ming's observations of the various nations and the Sacred Pattern experts within the Jade River sect, the techniques they practiced could only be upper tier. Nevertheless, Xia Ming speculated that perhaps this Qing Luo fairy cultivated techniques surpassing the upper tier, potentially even royal-grade techniques. Otherwise, her ability to seal even Sacred Pattern Realm sea demons was truly terrifying. Royal-grade techniques could enable one to ascend beyond the Sacred Pattern Realm into the earthly soul realm. Phew, that was close. Beside him, Zhao Ru was breathing heavily, her exceptional talents allowing her to narrowly escape the 10 strikes of the weak water sea demon. They needed to traverse the Qingyun path swiftly to avert any unforeseen dangers. Xia Ming sensed that the trials along the Qingyun path should have concluded, yet this did not imply safety. In Chapter 98, the physical body realm, Xia Ming discreetly cast a glance at those Sacred Pattern Realm practitioners. Since those four had been unable to traverse the Qingyun path, it was evident they would not permit others to pass easily either. Zhao Ru nodded, quickly stepping forward, as expected. No sooner had they taken a step than the Wei family's Sacred Pattern Realm practitioner unleashed a sweeping palm towards them. Dark green magical energy surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming them with destructive force. In an instant, Xia Ming and Zhao Ru felt an acute sense of peril, and without hesitation, they summoned all their magical energy to defend themselves, simultaneously propelling themselves towards the end of the path. On the Qingyun path, the cultivation of Sacred Pattern Realm practitioners was significantly suppressed. Yet even so, they remained formidable opponents for those of the Meridian Opening Realm. Not only did Xia Ming evade the attacks, but nearly all the cultivators who managed to dodge the 10 blades of the weak water sea demon found themselves under assault from the Holy Pattern Realm practitioners. However, the 4 formidable practitioners of the Holy Pattern Realm shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from attacking the cultivators affiliated with one another. Otherwise, a clash between the two would only serve to benefit those from other factions. Xia Ming's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had whisked Zhao Ruer away from Qingyun Road. Instantly, the surroundings transformed. In the next moment, they found themselves beneath a colossal mountain. This mountain seemed to stretch endlessly into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. The slopes were densely forested, adorned with a riot of blooming flowers and vibrant hues, as if it were the height of spring. The sea breeze caressed their faces, and Xia Ming soon realized that this towering mountain was, in fact, a solitary isle amidst the ocean. Cursed be the lack of magical power. How am I to pass the trial? Remain calm. I must stay composed. This is the sacred ground of the Qing Luo inheritance. Perhaps it is a test set forth by the Qing Luo fairy. Just as the cultivators were thrown into a frenzy, A chilling voice echoed from the heavens once more. This is the realm of the corporeal body. Only the strength of the flesh may be employed. The first 10 to reach the summit shall proceed to the final stage. All others will be eliminated. Upon hearing this proclamation, the gathered cultivators were struck with dismay. The utilization of only physical might. Zhao Ruer's eyes sparkled. Her physical prowess was commendable. If the previous trial had assessed their magical attributes, this challenge would be a test of corporeal strength. Xia Ming contemplated this, a faint smile gracing his lips. When it comes to physical fortitude, the body forged by his Wanxiang Tianyu skill was peerless. Even the fiercest of beasts could not rival his bodily strength. Reaching the mountaintop was the requirement to advance to the third stage. Zhao Ruer gazed upward, yet the peak remained elusive, and the first 10, Xia Ming added with a subtle smile. Even should we reach the summit, failing to be among the top 10 means we cannot enter the final stage. In other words, the journey to the peak would be fraught with peril. This mountain was so immense that no one could ascertain how many competitors lay ahead of them. For the cultivators facing this trial, fewer rivals would naturally increase their chances of success in the second stage. Should practitioners from opposing factions encounter one another, the outcome is all too predictable. Either they would slay each other to secure their places, or one would drive the other to flee, leaving them bereft of the strength to contest further. Let us proceed without delay, Xia Ming urged, advancing swiftly up the mountain, with only physical strength to rely upon. Flight was impossible unless one attained the realm of the saintly body. However, if Xia Ming possessed such a caliber, he would hardly covet the Qing Luo Fairy-S inheritance. His speed was remarkable, and Zhao Ruer was not to be outdone. Together they soared toward the peak like a pair of leopards. Suddenly, from the depths of the dense forest, a multitude of vines shot forth with astonishing velocity. The tips of the vines unfurled, their barbed ends sharp as blades, viciously lunging towards Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer. Danger! Ruer was taken aback. With a sudden push of her feet, she leapt several yards into the air. However, the creeping vines, like a malignant growth, swiftly advanced towards her, their speed vastly surpassing her own. The overwhelming mass of vines seemed poised to envelop her entirely. In a flash, a gleam of the sword appeared. Instantly, all the vines were severed in two, their claw-like tendrils falling to the ground. Zeror heard the sound of a sword being sheathed and beheld Xia Ming's composed demeanor as he uttered, "Continue. This lad, when did he become so proficient in swordplay?" Zeror had long grown accustomed to Xia Ming's multifaceted abilities. She silently mused while keeping pace closely behind him. Half an hour later, the ground before them was marred by the fallen body of an iron-fisted giant bear. Its mournful roar echoing through the air, we can no longer proceed in this direction. This marks our fourth encounter with danger. There is something peculiar about this path, Zeror gasped, realizing they had continuously encountered peril on their journey. Fortunately, with Xia Ming's formidable prowess, they had evaded calamity thus far. Xia Ming nodded in agreement. "I concur. We must alter our course. While the danger itself may not be substantial, it is certainly a waste of precious time." His gaze shifted to a nearby stone path leading upwards. He sensed that traversing this route would spare them from the inherent dangers of the towering mountain above. Chapter 99. Dispute as the two ascended the stone path. Another hour passed without incident, bringing them to the mountainside where autumn leaves lay scattered like confetti. Suddenly, both Xia Ming and Zeror halted in their tracks. Before them, 3 stone paths converged, and on the left path, 6 cultivators cast vigilant glances at them. Luck favored them, as they were merely faced with minor foes of the 4th and 5th levels. A burly man with a bushy beard coldly regarded the pair and waved his hand, commanding their demise. In an instant, the 4 cultivators behind him surged forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, launching fists, palms, and sword with ruthless intent towards Xia Ming and Zhao in a dazzling display of sword light. Limbs and bodies fell to the ground, and 4 anguished screams were abruptly silenced. The blood-stained blade pointed menacingly at the now pale-faced bearded man, yet Xia Ming did not spare him a glance. "Do not kill me. I am from the Qin family." A dagger pierced the throat of the bearded man, and Zeror's lithe figure appeared behind him, a smile gracing her lips. This bearded man was also an 8th-level cultivator. Yet, rendered powerless, he met a tragic end at the hands of Zur, a mere fourth-level cultivator. A most unjust fate. Elsewhere on the mountain, at another convergence of three stone paths, the ground was littered with corpses. Wei Xian, Tan Bo, and two members of the Wei family stood amidst the fallen bodies, their expressions devoid of emotion. It is unfortunate that the ancestor did not enter. Should we encounter the spirit Luo princess, there may be peril, Tan Bo remarked, his countenance slightly darkening to it matters not. We shall simply avoid her if she wishes to kill us. It shall not be an easy endeavor. The final trial is what truly determines the legacy of Qing Luo. Wei Xian replied coldly. Each generation of the Falling Cloud Kingdom has a princess, titled Luo, who aspires to attain the chance of Qing Luo. I worry that Spirit Luo may possess a token left by the fairy of Qing Luo. Tan Bo expressed his concerns. Such matters are not so simple. According to the records of my ancestors from the Wei family, the illustrious Qing Luo fairy was not held in high regard by the royal family of Luoyun Kingdom. In fact, she was even suppressed by them. It was precisely because of this that once Qing Luo fairy grew powerful, she offered little favor to Luoyun Kingdom. The royal family naively believed that a mere title could bestow upon them the fortune of Qing Luo fairy. A fanciful thought indeed. Wei Xian, as the heir of the Wei family, was privy to many undisclosed secrets and snickered dismissively. Moreover, our ancestor does not possess significant connections in the outside world. If we were to obtain the inheritance, we would receive our ancestor's support. Should Qingluo's legacy fall into the hands of another, with our ancestor present, that individual would have no hope of departing with the inheritance beyond the Qingluo palace ruins. Figures were being transmitted from the dimness. How infuriating! They hadn't even passed the first trial. The expression of the Wei family's saintly pattern realm cultivator was dark as he gazed at the now firmly closed Qingluo palace ruins. He understood that his opportunity to partake in the treasures of Qingluo's legacy had slipped away, leaving him to rely on Wei Xian and the others to prove their worth. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura enveloped the skies. Several cultivators obstructed the front and rear of the Wei family's saintly pattern realm cultivator, their tone icy. You despicable wretch, how dare you kill a member of the Ding family? Prepare to pay with your life. The cultivators who had been transmitted out, initially filled with anger, now cast their eyes towards the unfolding confrontation with a sense of morbid curiosity. What a racket! In the void, lines of celestial patterns emerged, spreading forth, and an incomprehensibly terrifying aura instantly filled the heavens and the earth, the saintly pattern realm. How could this be? The faces of the Ding family cultivators turned ashen, and with a roar, their bodies disintegrated. In an instant, all surviving members of the Ding family vanished completely from this world. The onlookers, frozen in shock, soon resembled ghosts, scattering in all directions without a second thought. They were acutely aware that the Ding family had run afoul of a formidable opponent. A cultivator of the saintly pattern realm could easily extinguish them all. If they did not flee now, they would have no chance to escape should that individual decide to unleash their wrath upon them. The vast majority of cultivators fled in a panic, knowing that their opportunity to inherit Qingluo's legacy had already slipped away. Those who had intended to lie in wait for the inheritance to emerge from the shadows also fled without hesitation upon witnessing the arrival of the Wei family's saintly pattern realm cultivator. Among the cultivators of Luoyun Kingdom, a strikingly beautiful woman of the saintly pattern realm suddenly spoke with a tone laced with mockery that I wondered who it was. Turns out to be you, Luo. I recall you were the first-generation princess with the title Luo. Alas, the inheritance of Qing Luo fairy cannot merely be claimed through a title. Your royal family of Luoyun is merely indulging in grandiose daydreams. The three ancestors of the Wei family recognized her identity and retorted with scorn. Yu Luo's delicate face tightened, her beautiful eyes filled with frost as she coldly declared, "Old Ghost Wei, your abilities have hardly improved. Yet your tongue has certainly become sharper. However, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Do not invite calamity upon yourself." Invite calamity? From whom? Could it be from you, you old woman? The three ancestors of the Wei family sneered ominously. You seek death. Yu Luo was instantly enraged. The skies roared with wind and clouds as a terrifying aura began to brew. The monks present were suddenly enveloped by an oppressive force akin to divine might, their bodies involuntarily trembling as if on the brink of suffocation. They sensed that should the dispute between Yu Luo and the three ancestors of the Wei family erupt, it would undoubtedly shake the heavens and earth, leaving them in a state of despair. Esteemed sirs, if you wish to contend, might I suggest postponing the conflict until after the inheritance concludes? At that moment, a cultivator from the sacred rune realm of the Jin Yin kingdom intervened to mediate between the two. He appeared as a middle-aged scholar, exuding an air of elegance. Donned in scholarly robes and adorned with a purple crown, his countenance graced by a gentle smile that it was none other than the Prince of Jinshi. Since His Highness has spoken, how could I dare to disregard your esteemed presence? Moreover, I find it beneath me to quarrel with a woman. The three ancestors of the Wei family chuckled lightly, their previously fierce expressions swiftly transforming into smiles, as though the earlier altercation with Yu Luo had never transpired. Prince, are you not aware that this year I have captured 72 cities of the Shen Kingdom? How can you still smile? Wei, old ghost. I have no desire to associate with you. Yu Luo cast a disdainful glance at the three ancestors of the Wei family before turning to the Prince of Jinshi with a serious demeanor. Since even the Wei old ghost concedes to His Highness, I too must extend my respect that in that moment, the three ancestors of the Wei family, being natives of the Shen Kingdom, exhibited no displeasure towards the Prince of Jinshi, which elicited Yu Luo's contempt. The Wei old ghost could indeed smile, for most of the conquered cities fell under the jurisdiction of the Li family, leaving the Wei family entirely unscathed at that juncture. A powerful cultivator from the Li family spoke with a calm demeanor. I see. Yu Luo smiled faintly, recognizing that the three prominent families of the Shen Kingdom, Wei, Li, and Ding, had always been in a delicate balance of power. With the Li family suffering significant losses, the Wei and Ding families were naturally reveling in their misfortune. In the distance, atop a snow-capped mountain, the Bone Demon Lord's eyes glimmered with intrigue. What an interesting gathering. The Wei old ghost, Yu old, Prince of Jinshi, and Li Kongdong have all arrived. These individuals are likely waiting for an opportune moment to strike, though it seems they have been transmitted out from within. Is it possible that the cultivators of the sacred rune realm cannot access the inheritance of the Qing Luo fairy? Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer traversed the stone path, flanked by lush trees and lurking dangers. Xia Ming gradually realized that perhaps the second trial of the corporeal realm was deliberately designed to compel the cultivators to walk along this seemingly safe stone path. This arrangement would inevitably lead to encounters and conflicts as paths converged. When fate brings adversaries together, none would easily relent. They had already passed two intersections, each time meeting cultivator factions approaching from other directions. However, under Xia Ming's formidable physical prowess, even those at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm could only meet their demise or flee in despair. Approaching another intersection, Zhao Ruer called out, alerting Xia Ming. Not far ahead, three paths converged into one. Wei Xian and his companions were on the left stone path, while Tan Bo fixated on Xia Ming with a sinister grin. The other group of cultivators, clad in gray robes, comprised three individuals, all at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, led by a middle-aged woman with white hair, her appearance unremarkable, but her aura menacing. Upon noticing Wei Xian and his companions, the white-haired woman became acutely vigilant, drawing her long sword and fixating her gaze intently upon the four cultivators of the Wei family. As for Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer, the three figures clad in gray robes paid them no heed, utterly dismissing their presence. Long Hen Dao. Wei Xian cast a fleeting glance at the trio before turning his attention to the silver-haired woman, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. When Xiangyi, if you withdraw now, this young master might spare your lives. Who will be spared remains uncertain, when Xiangyi retorted coldly, her visage brimming with lethal intent. Wei Xian, refrain from boasting, why heavenly, I has already witnessed your defeat at the hands of Ling Luo. Your strength is merely mediocre. Wei Xian's expression darkened abruptly, taken aback to discover that, aside from Xia Ming and the others, there were indeed others who had witnessed his defeat. Instantly, a chilling malice flickered in his eyes. Since you are so intent on courting death, do not blame me. Kill. When Xiangyi, accompanied by the two other cultivators of Longhen Dao, surged forward with murderous intent, charging towards Wei Xian and his companions. The Wei family members readied themselves for combat, but at that moment, Wei Xian raised his hand and coldly commanded, "None of you intervene. Allow me to handle this." With a single step forward, Wei Xian's muscles swelled dramatically, an aura of bloodlust emanating from him, akin to a blazing sun. The surrounding Wei family cultivators felt the ferocity of his vigor. Overwhelming and oppressive. Boom! In an instant, Wei Xian lunged at the trio, delivering a thunderous punch that sent one of them flying, the force of his blows erupting in a tempest of shockwaves. Damn it! How can you still wield the blood-veined true skill? When Xiangyi exclaimed in disbelief, observing Wei Xian, who now resembled a savage beast. The sheer ferocity of his presence was suffocating, and he managed to overpower the three armed with swords. Unarmed, our Wei family's blood-veined true skill is a prodigious bloodline gift. Ignorant and lowly wretch. You shall never comprehend the nobility of our lineage. Wei Xian sneered, his ferocious assaults intensifying, forcing the Longhen Dao trio into a desperate struggle for survival. The Wei family members exchanged cold smirks. Within the realm of physical combat, their family's hidden prowess remained formidable, constituting their greatest advantage. At that moment, Tambo cast a chilling glance at Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer. I almost forgot about these two little mice. You must have seen enough by now. Zhao Ruer's expression shifted slightly as she drew her sword, eyeing Tambo warily. Xia Ming, however, remained utterly unperturbed, displaying no sign of concern. While the young master deals with Longhen Dao, I shall conveniently rid myself of you two to avoid wasting time. Tambo's long robe rustled as he brandished a Fang Tianji, exuding the aura of a fourth-tier magical weapon. Swish! With a powerful stomp, Tambo's figure leaped into the air, gripping the Fang Tianji tightly, carving through the air with a crescent arc. The fierce gusts it generated ripped through the atmosphere, propelling both man and weapon towards the duo, enveloping Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer within the range of his assault. Clang! The jarring sound of clashing weapons resonated as Tambo's figure materialized. His Fang Tianji surprisingly halted by the sword held by Xia Ming. For a moment, neither party yielded an inch. How is this possible? Tambo's forehead was lined with veins, his expression grim as he glared at Xia Ming. He gripped the Fang Tianji with all his might, yet Xia Ming merely held his sword with one hand, placidly bracing against the weapon, as though exerting no effort at all. This situation was one that Tambo had never anticipated. To think that with his formidable strength, he was outmatched by an insignificant creature at the 5th level of the Meridian Realm. This was inconceivable. No, it must be that you are merely putting on a facade, attempting to intimidate me. Die. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Tambo. He believed that Xia Ming was merely pretending to be ineffective, when in fact he was utterly exhausted. A chilling smile crept upon his face as he retreated swiftly. The Fang Tianji abruptly reversing its direction and thrusting fiercely towards Xia Ming. In an instant, a multitude of spear shadows filled the sky, each capable of effortlessly cleaving through rock and shattering the air, able to rend any practitioner of the Yuan Qiao realm into mere fragments. In Tambo's estimation, this move would surely overwhelm Xia Ming, and should he falter even slightly, his demise would be inevitable. However, the next moment, Tambo's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 101. 3 deaths and 1 escape. Faced with the onslaught of spear shadows, Xia Ming remained unfazed. He took a single step forward and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Tambo. This punch, cutting through thorns and brambles, surged forth relentlessly, indomitable and invincible. Amidst the myriad spear shadows, Xia Ming's fist struck the very body of the Fang Tianji. Boom! Tambo's wrist was immediately engulfed in excruciating pain. He could no longer maintain his grip on the Fang Tianji, which was sent flying. In the next moment, Xia Ming transformed into a shadow, erupting forth with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Delivering another punch towards Tambo. How is this possible? This fellow's physical strength surpasses my own. Tambo's complexion turned ashen as he felt the overwhelming force behind Xia Ming's punch, akin to a mountain collapsing upon him. Even if his magical energy were still intact, he dared not face this blow head-on, let alone in his current state. To think there exists a person with such formidable physical prowess. Tan Bo's heart was filled with dread. Even among demonic beasts, such raw strength was rare. Strangely, however, Tan Bo found himself devoid of any thought of evasion. It was not that he lacked the desire to dodge, but rather that he simply did not have the time to react. The punch was too swift. In an instant, Tan Bo's vision was filled with the image of a fist. Bang! His forehead was shattered upon impact, and he flew backwards like a lifeless dog, tumbling down the mountainside. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, causing the two Wei family members who had not engaged to regard Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer with disdain, even dismissing the notion of witnessing Tan Bo deal with the two. Yet, in a mere moment, Tan Bo was slain, leaving the two Wei family members utterly stunned. Rubbing their eyes, they suddenly found their faces drained of color, their eyes reflecting a crimson hue that, beast, you shall pay for this. The Wei Xian, who had been suppressing the three members of Chonghen Dao, let out a thunderous roar upon discovering Tan Bo's demise. His eyes turned blood red, and boundless murderous intent surged forth. Wei Xian had not anticipated that a figure he had deemed insignificant could bring about Tan Bo's death, filling his heart with regret and a thirst for vengeance. Had he known, he would have struck at Xia Ming first and left the members of Chonghen Dao for Tan Bo and the others to deal with. This beast has actually killed Tan Bo. Tan Bo underestimated this beast, failing to unleash the true power of his violent pulse. The other two Wei family members wore expressions of utmost displeasure, their eyes brimming with hatred as they fixed their gaze upon Xia Ming, charging forth without hesitation. True power of the violent pulse. Kill. Both unleashed a frenzied aura simultaneously, their strength surging dramatically. You little beast. I shall slay you to avenge Tan Bo. The two members of the Wei family unleashed thunderous roars, unleashing a myriad of sword shadows that tore through the vast sky, striking at all the vital points of Xia Ming. Bang! Bang! With two resounding explosions, Xia Ming, at some unknown moment, had already appeared beside the Wei family members, standing motionless. In contrast, the two Wei family members were sent flying backward like leaves caught in a tempest. Their gazes now hollow, reduced to a state of utter silence. Wei Xen, Wei He. Wei Xian suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood upon witnessing the demise of the two, his vision darkening. He narrowly evaded a strike aimed at his neck from Wenxiangyi. Yet even so, the force of the sword wind shattered his hairpin, leaving Wei Xian's hair in disarray, a pitiful sight indeed. Retreating swiftly, Wei Xian distanced himself from the fray involving Chong Hentao and the others, casting a venomous glare at Xia Ming. Beast, you are doomed, utterly doomed. My Wei family will not rest until we have taken your life. You can't even safeguard your own existence, yet you speak of vengeance. How foolish you must be. Xia Ming shook his head, dismissing the threat nonchalantly. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Wei Xian laughed heartily, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, yet the malice woven into his laughter sent shivers down the spines of Chong Hentao and the others, who stood vigilant nearby. Is that so? At that moment, Xia Ming made his move, and no one could discern when he struck. Even when Xiangyi, at the 9th level of the Meridian Realm, barely registered the sound before Xia Ming seemed to materialize before Wei Xian, ruthlessly aiming to deliver a fatal blow. However, when his fist fell, it passed through Wei Xian's form as if it were nothing more than a phantom. Wei Xian's body had become translucent, rendering Xia Ming's attack ineffective. Beast, unless you perish within this Qingluo palace ruins, you can expect my Wei family's relentless pursuit. Wei Xian, filled with confidence, glared at Xia Ming with malice as his form gradually became indistinct, soon vanishing amidst his manic laughter. Such a life-preserving talisman exists, truly, a family of immense power, surpassing even the Yuhe sect. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, observing the spot where Wei Xian had vanished, instantly recognizing that Wei Xian had employed a device akin to a teleportation talisman to escape the Qingluo palace ruins. A teleportation talisman, no less than a 6-tier artifact, is prohibitively expensive, rarely utilized even by the Yuhe sect. After all, such talismans can only be used once, unlike magical artifacts. Given the Wei family's vast resources, it was not surprising for Wei Xian, as the scion of the family, to possess such a means of escape. It was regrettable that he had not been captured. yet it was of little consequence. Xia Ming smiled lightly. Should the Wei family seek revenge, they may come at him. His list of enemies is hardly short, and one more or one less makes little difference. With Wei Xian having fled, what need was there to pursue them? As long as they did not strike against him, he had no intention of dealing with them. Xia Ming chuckled, as he had always been clear-cut regarding grievances. While they were rivals in the realm of physical prowess, it did not necessitate the annihilation of every encountered foe. Driving them off the mountain was also a viable option, but of course, Xia Ming was not a benevolent soul. Those who sought his life would not be spared. In the following moments, the two encountered no further formidable adversaries, and after a swift journey, they finally arrived at the mountain peak, now covered in a blanket of ice and snow, where a grand door stood, seemingly leading to an unknown realm. At last, they had arrived. Xia Ming smiled faintly, then stepped through the grand door alongside Zhao Ru'er. In the fleeting moment when the two vanished, a chilling voice reverberated across the sky once more, announcing that two individuals had successfully passed through the corporeal realm, leaving only 8 spots remaining. Damn it, who dared to usurp my place? As Princess Ling Luo neared the mountain summit, her fair visage suddenly darkened, her eyes radiating a fierce, murderous intent. 2 individuals. Could it be that Ling Luo, along with members of the Wei or Li families, engaged in a fierce conflict, resulting in only 2 survivors? On another stone path, a group was hastily making their way to the pinnacle, led by a tall, imposing figure adorned with a golden crown and robed in magnificent golden garments, embellished with a pattern of surging flames that exuded an indescribable aura of nobility. This individual was none other than a representative of the Jin Yin Kingdom's royal family, the 3rd prince. Chapter 102. The mark of the heavens. The environment surrounding Xia Ming underwent another transformation. However, this time, Xia Ming discovered himself ensconced within a lavish, enclosed chamber. The oppressive barrier suppressing his magical powers had vanished, and immediately, Xia Ming's consciousness expanded outward. The air was thick with an abundant essence of pure yang energy. The first to pass through the corporeal realm would be rewarded with 3 days of cultivation in the Pure Yang Hall, followed by participation in the final trial 3 days later. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in Xia Ming's mind. The Pure Yang Hall? Could it be that I am within a chamber of this Pure Yang Hall? The abundance of pure yang energy here is indeed remarkable, surpassing even that found in the mysterious Demon Palace. This hall must harbor a pure yang treasure. A gleam of determination sparkled in Xia Ming's eyes. He was certain that within this sanctum lay an exceedingly precious pure yang artifact, more valuable than a 9th-tier magical implement. It appears that the Qing Luo Palace ruins hold more worth than I initially imagined. Taking a deep breath, Xia Ming realized he had underestimated the inheritance of the Qing Luo fairy. Although he surmised the presence of a supreme treasure within the Pure Yang Hall, he currently possessed no means to acquire it. The chamber was completely sealed, fortified by formidable restrictions that Xia Ming knew he could not breach at this stage. Thus, it was imperative to refine the pure yang energy with his current cultivation. Spending 3 days in such an environment would yield immense benefits. The second to pass would be rewarded with 2 days of cultivation in the Pure Yang Hall. Entering the 3rd trial 3 days later, in another chamber, Zhao Ru'er, upon hearing the voice in her mind, revealed a look of delight and promptly began to meditate without hesitation. Damn it, that treacherous scoundrel Liang, he has actually beaten me to it. In the chamber, Zuoquan wore an expression of rage. When he and Liang reached the summit, many formidable individuals had already arrived, vying for the final 2 spots. With their strength, they should have secured the last 2 places. Yet in the contest of precedence, Liang emerged victorious. Alas, there was no time to dwell on that duplicitous man. With a sullen expression, Zuoquan soon heard the announcement of the 10th individual to pass. Rewarded with 3 hours of cultivation in the Pure Yang Hall, entering the 3rd trial 3 days later, pure yang energy, Zuoquan's body trembled, and he soon broke into a fit of ecstatic laughter. Ha ha! After the president entered the sacred pattern realm, he had to search far and wide for pure yang energy, which is notoriously difficult to find. Who would have thought that after such arduous searching, Zuoquan would be granted this opportunity? Not a moment could be squandered. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuo Quan immediately began to fervently absorb the pure yang energy. The rarity of pure yang energy is something that cultivators of their caliber understand to some extent. For them, its efficacy surpasses that of the finest spirit stones by 100-fold, in the outside world. Even if pure yang energy were available, it would be beyond the reach of these cultivators at the meridian opening stage. Yet they had not anticipated that such a treasure resided within the Qingluo inheritance. The 10 cultivators who secured their places were all elated, not daring to waste a single moment. With only 3 days left, the urgency was palpable. Before Xia Ming, the Jun Tian seal materialized in the void, expanding and contracting in a continuous cycle. His current prowess had already opened 6 meridians, propelling him into the 6th level of the meridian opening stage. At this moment, he was focused on refining the Jun Tian seal. He aimed to cultivate this seal to a state of minor perfection, at which point its power would rival that of 6-tier spells. With such an abundance of pure yang energy in the Pure Yang Palace, one could not afford to waste this opportunity. As he refined the Jun Tian seal, Xia Ming's pores opened wide, relentlessly absorbing the pure yang energy and continuously refining it. While others would never dare to divide their focus while refining pure yang energy, Xia Ming remained unfazed. His understanding of the cultivation path far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Time was running out, and he needed to consolidate his efforts swiftly. Once outside, it would be far more challenging to cultivate this seal. Xia Ming's expression grew solemn as he inscribed profound seals onto the Jun Tian seal. His current strength was sufficient to contend with cultivators of the 9th level of the meridian opening stage. However, he was acutely aware that his true threat lay with the 4 formidable Saint Pattern realm cultivators outside. Xia Ming understood the strength of the Saint Pattern cultivators. Even now, he was hardly a match for them. His aspiration to refine the Jun Tian seal to minor perfection was merely to pose a slight threat to the Saint Pattern cultivators, thereby creating an opportunity for his escape. At this moment, he had no intentions of confronting them. Xia Ming estimated that perhaps only upon reaching the 8th level of the meridian opening stage would he possess the strength to fight against the Saint Pattern cultivators. However, once he reached the 9th level, combined with the minor perfection of the Jun Tian seal, he would have the confidence to slay even those at the Saint Pattern realm. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as the Jun Tian seal erupted with radiant light, revealing profound phenomena at long last. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, the Jun Tian seal achieved minor perfection. At this moment, Xia Ming raised his head with a faint smile, witnessing the visions manifesting amidst swirling celestial mist, where the heavenly palace appeared faintly, governing all realms within existence. Xia Ming's body trembled as he felt an overwhelming and supreme will descend upon his consciousness. The celestial seal. Xia Ming had not anticipated that at the very moment he perfected the Jun Tian seal, a cryptic and profound method would emerge in his mind. It was now evident to him that the Jun Tian seal was no ordinary technique, for it contained immense secrets. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of regret. In his past life, although he had acquired this technique from the remnants of the 9 Clear Dao Palace, he had scarcely practiced it. Had he devoted even a modicum of effort to the Jun Tian seal in his previous life, he might have uncovered the secrets of the 9 Clear Dao Palace. Certainly, now regretting is merely a display of hindsight. When he first acquired this path of mastery, he was a formidable stronghold at the Dao Tribulation realm. Why would he bother to cultivate any path? A being of such caliber wields the power to reshape the world with but a thought, far surpassing any 9th-tier techniques by countless magnitudes. Fortunately, it is not too late to comprehend this now. With a flicker of his divine sense, Xia Ming discerned that the level of the Zhangtian seal was astonishingly an 8th-tier technique. Such a level of mastery is accessible only to cultivators of the sacred pattern realm. And Xia Ming, at present, is entirely incapable of its cultivation. In Chapter 103, titled Qingluo Sword, the strength of the Jun Tian seal at the minor completion stage is presently sufficient, and even if I could cultivate the Zhangtian seal now, I would still be unable to locate the vital energy of all living beings. Xia Ming raised an eyebrow, feeling no regret. Just as the cultivation of the Jun Tian seal demands pure yang energy, The cultivation of its Sangtian seal also necessitates another exceedingly rare spiritual energy known as the vital energy of all beings, which is even scarcer than pure yang energy. After assessing his own strength, Xia Ming smiled faintly. He finally felt confident enough to confront the Snake Lord Society. Apart from the Snake Young Master, he harbored no fear of anyone else from the society, and even if the Snake Young Master were to strike, he could escape at any moment. With time still at his disposal, Xia Ming wasted no moments. He activated the Wanxiang Tianyu technique to vigorously absorb pure yang energy. Time was up. A cold, indifferent voice resonated. And in the next instant, Xia Ming was transported from the room. An altar appeared before him. This altar spanned several hundred feet, with a sword embedded in its center. The sword, 3 feet in length, shimmered with a jade-like brilliance, and its sharp aura soared into the heavens, piercing the sky. Even from a distance, Xia Ming could feel an overwhelming chill emanating from the sword, as though it sought to slice through his very eyes. This sword was no ordinary weapon. Xia Ming found himself at one end of the altar, while in other directions he could see others who had entered the final trial. Zhao Ruer stood to his left, her strength already at the 6th level of the Pulse Awakening Realm, while Princess Ling Luo, the 3rd prince of the Jinyan Kingdom, and a practitioner from the Li family, each accompanied by a companion, had also reached the final stage. Among the last two were his fellow disciples from the U.S. sect, Zuoquan and Liang Yi. However, these individuals had acquired far less time than Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer. Although they had gained considerable benefits, it remained insufficient for those of their caliber to achieve a breakthrough. Zuoquan was positioned to Xia Ming's right. His profound gaze fell upon Xia Ming, tinged with a hint of avarice. Xia Ming had inquired about the Snake Lord Society and was familiar with Zuoquan, the right-hand man of the Snake Young Master, A.S. for Liang Yi. He was also quite renowned, having once been a figure of equal standing with the Snake Lord Society, of whom Xia Ming had certainly heard. The waste known as Wei Xian has failed to reach the final stage, leaving these two rascals instead. The Princess Ling Luo's eyes flickered. She had been informed that she was the 3rd to arrive at this stage, and within the Pure Yang Hall, there was only a single day of cultivation granted. Initially, Princess Ling Luo had believed that Wei Xian, cultivating the violent pulse true technique, would possess a significant advantage in this round. Even if the top two were Wei Xian and another member of the Wei family, she would not have been surprised, yet she was taken aback that none of those advancing to the 3rd stage were from the Wei family. The 3rd prince's countenance darkened as he descended into the Li family's domain, his gaze fixating upon the proud and handsome young master of the house, who was indeed a potential competitor for Ling Luo and himself. Unbeknownst to the 3rd prince, Li Dai was equally incensed at that moment. He had believed himself capable of securing a spot within the top 5, only to find himself ranked 7th in advancing to the 3rd trial. To his astonishment, it was the Qing Luo sword. Instantly, the cultivators gathered around the altar exhibited fervent expressions, their breaths quickening with anticipation. The Qing Luo sword, a treasured possession of the legendary Qing Luo fairy who once traversed the realms, echoed in their minds like thunder. Its significance was unmistakable, its value surpassing even the most coveted treasures of their respective sects. I knew this sword was extraordinary. Your Highness, swiftly seize it. This sword is mine. Begone. The Princess Ling Luo, the 3rd prince, and Li Dai all displayed frenzied expressions, unhesitatingly lunging towards the Qing Luo sword at the altar's center, vying for the coveted artifact. In an instant, chaos erupted as they clashed fiercely, each combatant showing no mercy as they sought to claim the sword for themselves. Waves of tremendous magical energy intertwined and collided, unleashing a torrent of fierce winds and resplendent light that surged outward, impacting everything in their vicinity. Yet the altar's formidable material remained unscathed, impervious to the might of their powers. What shall we do? Zhao Ruer inquired of Xia Ming, her brow furrowed. For the moment, only she and Xia Ming refrained from joining the fray, acutely aware that her prowess was insufficient for such a fierce battle. We shall wait for the opportune moment. Xia Ming maintained his composure, showing no inclination to participate just yet. Humph, you two think you can stand aside and let others reap the benefits? Suddenly, at the heart of the conflict, Li Dai snorted disdainfully and directed a palm strike towards Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer, the torrent of magical energy coalesced into a golden hand, exuding an imposing presence that enveloped the two. "Begone!" Xia Ming waved his robe, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shattered the golden hand to pieces. An ant, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. No wonder you have reached the third trial. Li Dai, who had initially intended merely to eliminate Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer with a single strike, now bore a hint of surprise, subsequently withdrawing from the battlefield, his gaze penetrating as it fell upon Xia Ming. The others, seemingly in tacit agreement, paused their skirmishes, intrigued by the unfolding scene between the two. Li Dai, I shall grant you a moment to dispose of these two opportunistic ants, the third prince spoke coldly, unwilling to allow anyone else to benefit from this confrontation. Princess Ling Luo, along with Zhuo Quan and Liang, those familiar with Xia Ming, remained silent, showing no intent to intervene. Very well, Li Dai nodded, advancing step by step towards Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer, exuding an oppressive aura that relentlessly bore down upon them. Xia Ming, I possess a talisman that can facilitate our escape from this place. Zhao Ruer's expression shifted as she saw Li Dai approaching, prompting her to speak urgently. Previously, she had hesitated to reveal her trump card, but with Li Dai intent on striking, she realized it was now or never. No need, Xia Ming replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Li Dai. I can handle him. Chapter 104. A tear in the veil of pretenses. Upon hearing Xia Ming's words, Li Dai found himself in the throes of amusement, as if he had just encountered the most ludicrous joke in existence. His laughter turned to rage as he exclaimed, "You think you can contend with me? What audacity!" No sooner had he spoken than a fierce blaze erupted from his body, coalescing above him into a colossal flame tiger that let out a deafening roar before leaping towards Xia Ming. Tiger and man unleashed their lethal strikes simultaneously against Xia Ming. The violent gusts of wind seemed poised to rend him to shreds, while the inferno surged forth like a tidal wave. With his dual fiery illusions, Li Dai resorted directly to his ultimate technique, evidently intent on extinguishing this insolent creature. Zhuo Quan observed the scene with a cold countenance, his eyes dark as he watched Li Dai prepare to slay Xia Ming, that a twinge of regret flickered within him at the thought of not obtaining the treasure Xia Ming possessed. However, the prospect of Xia Ming's demise aligned perfectly with his own plans. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. In the face of Li Dai's terrifying assault, Xia Ming's own ferocious aura erupted forth. In an instant, the raging sea of flames was obliterated by his sheer force of will. With a single bound, Xia Ming surged towards Li Dai, his fists crackling with thunderous energy as he struck with unrelenting ferocity. With a thunderous crash, the two collided, and the inferno dissipated in an explosive display of lightning and power, shaking the very foundations of the altar. The colossal flame tiger above Li Dai let out a mournful cry, its might waning drastically as Li Dai was forced to retreat several steps. Astonishment and fury etched upon his face. The expressions of Ling Luo and the others shifted dramatically. They immediately conjured protective spells, their gazes fixed incredulously upon Xia Ming. None could have anticipated that he would possess the strength to withstand Li Dai's dual fiery illusions. Meanwhile, Xia Ming stood resolutely, his aura steady and unwavering, seemingly unaffected by the clash, casting a dispassionate glance at Li Dai. What a prodigy! Zhuo Quan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes darkening with a chilling resolve. In that moment, he finally grasped the terrifying potential Xia Ming possessed. No wonder he dared to challenge young Master Shi. At this rate, he might not even require a year before he could rival him. That I can no longer harbor this threat. He must be eliminated at all costs. Zhuo Quan drew a deep breath, the murderous intent in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a profound coldness. A barking dog never bites. What a fearsome individual, Princess Ling Luo mused, her expression turning grave as she felt a deep-seated threat emanating from Xia Ming's performance. Intriguing, the third prince narrowed his eyes, finally beginning to regard Xia Ming with the seriousness he deserved. As Li Dai's internal energy stabilized, a chilling malice flickered in his gaze. He erupted into wild laughter. "You are finished, boy. The moment you dare to strike back, your fate was sealed. One that will be most tragic." Suddenly, the mirth vanished from his face, replaced by a ghastly countenance as blood surged to his features, his veins pulsating with terrifying intensity. Swallowing illusions, Li Dai tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide, devouring the flame tiger above him in one swift motion. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically, climbing to terrifying heights that pressed heavily upon Zuoquan and the others, leaving them aghast. In an instant, a more tumultuous blaze erupted from Li Dai. His visage contorted in a grotesque manner, and his eyes emanated a chilling indifference, resembling fiery pupils. His physique swelled to an astonishing height, towering over 3 zhang, akin to a colossal fire giant, casting a disdainful gaze upon Xia Ming, who appeared diminutive and insignificant, akin to a mere insect. Die, he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying sound wave that reverberated through the air, causing explosive detonations that shook the very essence of the world. The primal energies of heaven and earth surged wildly as a tempest arose, and before Xia Ming, a gargantuan fist, ablaze with searing flames, came crashing down with ferocity. This frenzied assault elicited mocking expression from those around, including Zuoquan, for even they, in the face of Li Dai's current might, would struggle to withstand such an onslaught, let alone this young lad. Jun Tian's seal. Xia Ming suddenly cried out, his palms dancing in a swift motion, countering the colossal fist with a force of his own, as his internal power surged forth, coalescing into the Jun Tian. In an instant, the chaotic energies of the cosmos calmed, converging towards the seal. The Jun Tian radiated with a dazzling array of colors, its brilliance blinding, causing even cultivators at the 9th level of the Meridian realm to squint in discomfort, feeling a sharp sting in their eyes. With a resounding boom, the space around them trembled violently, as a wave of power surged forth like a tumultuous tide, sweeping in all directions. Li Dai's anguished wail pierced the air, prompting the surrounding cultivators to widen their eyes in horror. Before them, the fiery giant had dissipated, leaving behind a disheveled Li Dai sprawled on the ground, his body marred with countless wounds, blood flowing incessantly. Impossible, Zuoquan gasped, his expression morphing into one of utter astonishment. The mere fact that Xia Ming could contend with Li Dai had already hinted at his extraordinary talent, yet to have actually defeated him was far beyond Zuoquan's expectations. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Xia Ming approached Li Dai, who lay there, his aura feeble, yet his eyes burned with boundless resentment. However, Xia Ming would not grant him the opportunity for revenge. He raised his hand and pointed decisively at Li Dai's forehead. "Stop!" A cultivator from the Li family roared. A sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air, shattering Xia Ming's power. After all, Li Dai was the scion of the Li family. You have killed him. The consequences are unimaginable. The 3rd prince of the Jinyan kingdom observed Xia Ming with a detached demeanor, having intervened just moments prior. Xia Ming smiled faintly and replied, "If he can kill me, why should I not be able to kill him? What kind of logic is that? Xia Ming, do you wish to bring calamity upon my Yuha sect? If you kill the young master of the Li family today, tomorrow they will wage a full-scale war against us." Zuoquan warned ominously, "He is one of Yuha sect's cultivators. Beast, you have harmed our young master so grievously. You have already invited disaster upon yourself. I advise you to kneel and apologize to him, or else your Yuha sect may not be able to protect you." The Li family cultivator threatened, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "You want me to kneel and apologize?" Xia Ming raised his head to meet the gaze of the Li family cultivator, a sudden smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he surged forward with a speed beyond the naked eye's capacity to perceive, appearing before the Li family cultivator in the blink of an eye, striking out with a palm. Presumptuous, with a cold and detached gaze, Princess Ling Luo suddenly flicked her fingers, unleashing radiant beams that sliced through the fabric of space, targeting Xia Ming's true form. Unexpectedly, in the face of Princess Ling Luo's lethal assault, Xia Ming did not even spare a glance, resolutely slamming down his palm. Bang! The forehead of the remaining member of the Li family was shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 105. Siege. The luminous strikes from Ling Luo's hand struck Xia Ming's body, yet he emitted a powerful surge of energy, effortlessly crushing the beams and absorbing their essence into himself. "Xia Ming, the Li family shall not rest until we see your demise." came the frenzied voice of Li Dai from behind Xia Ming. Suddenly, the space rippled, and he too vanished, escaping from the Qingluo Dao ruins. Zhuo Quan glared at Xia Ming with gritted teeth, his eyes filled with an icy, murderous intent, as his internal energy surged like boiling lava, rising uncontrollably. This brat is indeed a menace, daring to disregard even a prince's words. For this alone, he deserves death. The third prince's expression darkened, and upon witnessing Xia Ming's audacity in disregarding his orders and slaying members of the Li family, a profound murderous intent blossomed within him. Xia Ming, you are merely at the 6th level of the Meridian opening realm, and yet you display such arrogance. Should your strength increase further, it would be catastrophic. Though I cherish talent, I cannot allow you to continue, lest you become a scourge upon the world. Princess Lingluo remarked with a chilling smile that belied her frosty demeanor. Except for Zhao Ruer and Liang Yi, the other cultivators present exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent directed at Xia Ming. Liang Yi, this sole individual, aside from Zhao Ruer, who harbored no desire to kill Xia Ming, remained silent, observing the unfolding chaos with a composed smile that eyed in response to the fervent proclamations of those around him. Xia Ming responded with a mocking laugh, his voice laced with sarcasm, a pack of barking dogs. When Li Dai sought to kill me, where were your grandiloquent words? Now, as I return the favor, you all seek to slay me under some pretext. I am eager to see from whence your confidence to kill me derives. A pack of barking dogs. Upon hearing this phrase, Zhuo Quan and the others turned pale with fury. Wretched scoundrel, if you have grown weary of life, I shall grant you your wish, Zhuo Quan bellowed, stomping forward fiercely. The ground trembled as if caught in a sandstorm, whipping up clouds of dust that soared several feet high, enveloping Xia Ming in a maelstrom of swirling grit and razor-sharp winds. Xia Ming's body shimmered with radiant light as arcs of lightning danced around him, resisting the tearing force of the storm. The surrounding area became shrouded in dust, obscuring his vision, yet he remained exceedingly calm. Concentrating his energy in his eyes, suddenly he perceived a shadow rushing towards him. In a flash, a massive green sword beam cleaved through the air, as if space itself were being sliced apart, rushing towards Xia Ming with icy intent. At that moment, Xia Ming discerned the face of a cold young man, the one brought by Lingluo. Humph! Unfazed, Xia Ming gathered his energy and countered the green sword beam with a powerful strike. The collision of energies erupted violently, shattering the beam, and he charged towards the young swordsman. However, the young swordsman deftly evaded the attack and swiftly vanished without leaving a trace. Lingguang Baoluan, the resounding decree of Princess Lingluo abruptly echoed through the air, causing a tempest of dust to disperse under the brilliance of a blinding light. From her being surged forth two streams of mystical energy, black and white, converging above her head to manifest a treasure wheel, spanning a radius of 10 zhong, that obscured the heavens. Kill! A fierce command rang out, and the luminous treasure wheel began to spin with dizzying speed, its violent aura seemingly poised to shatter space itself as it bore down upon Xia Ming's head. Just as he prepared to defend himself, he suddenly noticed something sprouting beneath his feet. Die, Xia Ming. The princess of Lingluo smiled serenely, her gaze towards Xia Ming reminiscent of one looking upon a corpse. Under the suppression of the luminous treasure wheel, even a cultivator of the Saint Pattern realm will be gravely injured if they did not evade, let alone a mere 6th level of the Meridian opening realm like Xia Ming. No matter how monstrous he was still destined to perish at our hands. Zhuo Quan chuckled with great satisfaction, finally able to extinguish this significant threat, and he exhaled heavily in relief. Damn it, what to do? Can I only watch helplessly as Xia Ming meets his end? He can't be that foolish, can he? What is he thinking? Zhao Ruer's expression darkened. She truly could not fathom a solution for Xia Ming's predicament, her heart swelling with anxiety. Suddenly, Zhao Ruer arched her brows, sensing something amiss. Ikati felt as though she had forgotten something crucial, yet could not recall what it was. The luminous treasure wheel was about to reduce Xia Ming to a mere pulp under the gazes of those who regarded him as if he were already dead. Everyone was taken aback when they saw a faint smile curling at the corners of Xia Ming's lips. That smile sent chills down their spines, igniting a surge of unease and agitation within their hearts. With a clang, a green light enveloped the sky, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence that swiftly descended upon the world. Those who had been fixated on Xia Ming, including Ling Luo and Zhuo Quan, suddenly felt as though they were submerged in a sea of corpses and blood, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from primal fear. "This is bad." Ling Luo's expression shifted dramatically. The Qing Luo soared. The third prince's countenance turned ashen. Both of them snapped out of that terrifying illusion, realizing the gravity of the situation. In an instant, a flash of green light surged forth, catching everyone off guard as it sliced through the luminous treasure wheel. Crack! A crisp sound resonated suddenly, and a fissure appeared on the surface of the treasure wheel where the green light had struck, swiftly spreading into a web-like array of cracks. Within moments, the entire wheel was engulfed by these fractures. And before the astonished gaze of Ling Luo, the luminous treasure wheel shattered into countless fragments. Following the destruction of the treasure wheel, the green light darted directly towards Xia Ming. Xia Ming extended his hand to grasp the green light, which then dissipated to reveal the Qing Luo sword, originally embedded at the center of the altar, now firmly in his grasp. No one had anticipated that while engaging in combat with the pinnacle experts of the Meridian Opening Realm, including Ling Luo and the third prince, Xia Ming had unknowingly mastered the Qing Luo sword. How is this possible? When did you refine the Qing Luo sword? Why did I not notice it? An astonishing sound reverberated, and it was none other than Liang Yi, his expression ghastly and terrifying. The primary reason he refrained from intervening in the siege against Xia Ming by Princess Ling Luo and her entourage was that he sought to seize the opportunity to refine the Qing Luo sword and obtain the legacy of the Qing Luo fairy. Chapter 106. One by one defeated. How could this be? Zhuo Quan's countenance was dreadful. Disbelief etched across his features as he grappled with the shocking reality that the Qing Luo sword had materialized in Xia Ming's possession. You actually refined the Qing Luo sword. It is impossible. How did you achieve this? Panic flickered for the first time in Princess Ling Luo's beautiful eyes. Throughout the ordeal, she had believed the situation was well within her control. Even with the unexpected emergence of Xia Ming, she had not given it much thought, instead uniting with others to jointly besiege him. But now, the circumstances had utterly deviated from her expectations, and she sensed the gravity of the situation. The Qing Luo sword, which she had previously regarded as hers for the taking, now lay in Xia Ming's hands, causing her heart to bleed. An unprecedented fury surged within her. You lowly commoner, hand over the Qing Luo sword. The third prince was even more direct than Ling Luo, roaring in fury as a torrent of surging magical power erupted towards Xia Ming, a force several times more formidable than the Lingguang Baluan. Intent on reducing Xia Ming to fragments and seizing the Qing Luo sword. Fool! Xia Ming remained motionless, coolly uttering two words, and then, with a gentle swipe of the Qing Luo sword, he met the third prince's advancing magical force. A dazzling beam of sword light illuminated the surroundings, blinding all who beheld in a flash. As the sword light passed, the third prince's magical power disintegrated, the void tearing with a hissing sound. A vacuum blade, slicing through the air at several dozen times the speed of sound, surged forth. Upon sensing the terrifying might of the vacuum blade, the third prince's face turned ashen. Suddenly, his loyal bodyguard resolutely positioned himself in front of him, shouting, "Your Majesty, flee!" With a swift motion, the cultivator at the 9th level of the Meridian Realm was cleaved in two by the vacuum blade, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. That cultivator, having bought some time, enabled the third prince to frantically channel his magical power and escape, though he still lost an arm, blood gushing profusely. Clutching his severed limb, the third prince glared at Xia Ming with blood-red eyes, filled with venomous hatred. "Beast, you shall not meet a good end." As he spoke, his figure abruptly blurred, akin to the earlier Li Dai and Wei Xian, using a teleportation talisman to flee. Xia Ming, your triumph will be short-lived. Princess Ling Luo cast a reluctant glance at Xia Ming before vanishing with her subordinates from the altar. Simultaneously, Zhuo Quan and Liang Yi, recognizing the dire situation, also made their escape. Before departing, Zhuo Quan's expression was grotesque, resembling a malevolent spirit, as he laughed maniacally. "Little beast, What if you possess the Qing Luo sword? You have offended every power in the world. No one will ever accept you again. Revel in your arrogance while you can. For once you leave the Qing Luo palace ruins, you shall become a hunted soul, a wild dog. Xia Ming paid no heed to their flight, pondering instead, how strange that each person possesses a teleportation talisman. Has the value of such talismans diminished so drastically? Upon witnessing Xia Ming's remarkable comeback, triumphing over the multitude, Zhao Ruer approached with an expression of astonishment and elucidated, "What of it?" These individuals are the elite representatives of various celestial forces. Beneath the sacred pattern realm, their status is unparalleled. You have offended them all today, and, as Quan remarked, it is likely that there will be no place for you in this world. Xia Ming, unfazed, responded, "You underestimate this world far too much. The kingdoms of Shun, Jinyan, and Luoyun are but a drop in the ocean. What power do they possess to render me without refuge?" Zhao Ruer, her gaze flickering, remarked, "Your aspirations are indeed lofty, and your vision surpasses that of these frogs at the bottom of the well. However, the fact remains that you have made enemies of these great forces if you cannot survive their grasp. Then words are but empty echoes. T.O. were the crown. One must bear its weight." Having chosen to contend for the Qing Luo sword, Xia Ming was already prepared to confront these powers. Moreover, he had been cornered by the Serpent Prince with no retreat left. And failing to inherit the Qing Luo palace would make victory against the Serpent Prince a daunting task. "The one who shall perish will not be me," Xia Ming declared with a smile, confidence radiating from his eyes. Zhao Ruer, momentarily setting aside his predicament, inquired with curiosity, "How did you come to master the Qing Luo sword?" "I was entirely unaware." "When did you refine it?" Xia Ming flicked the sword, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Most cultivators believe that the only method of refining magical artifacts is through blood sacrifices. However, few are aware that another method exists: mental refinement. Utilizing one's consciousness to guide the process of artifact refinement. My solitary battles against Ling Luo and the Third Prince were merely to buy time, allowing me to mentally refine the Qing Luo sword. A trace of derision danced upon Xia Ming's features. Refinement through mental focus. Zhao Ruer felt a jolt within her, followed by astonishment. Such a method of artifact refinement existed, yet she had never heard of it. Xia Ming offered no further explanation, for his consciousness had already comprehensively assimilated the information within the Qing Luo sword. This blade was currently a 6th-tier artifact, its might rivaling any 7th-tier artifact. Furthermore, the Qing Luo sword was in a damaged state, and Xia Ming's consciousness revealed that it was riddled with countless wounds, having endured numerous brutal assaults. The space within was modest, containing the supreme manual of Qing Luo Xianzi. The Qing Luo Heart Classic, as well as 2 elixirs. 1 was the Pure Yang Treasure Pill, a concoction that encapsulated boundless pure Yang energy. Refining a single pill was equivalent to Xia Ming cultivating for 10 days within the Pure Yang Hall. The other was the Insight Pattern Pill, which was valued at least 100 times more than the Pure Yang Treasure Pill. For this pill could grant a Meridian Opening Realm cultivator a taste of the Sacred Pattern Realm experience. Breaking through the bottleneck of the Sacred Pattern Realm was a chasm that had long hindered countless talents throughout history, many of whom remained trapped at the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, unable to ascend to the Sacred Pattern Realm, ultimately exhausting their lifespans and perishing without a trace. However, the Wuwen Dan offers those cultivators at the 9th level of the Meridian Realm a rare opportunity to comprehend the sacred patterns. An opportunity that has undoubtedly salvaged countless practitioners. Indeed, some formidable beings of the Tribulation Realm once relied on the Wuwen Dan to ascend to the Sacred Pattern Realm. Thus, the rarity of this elixir is unquestioned in any location. In the market, it has always been exceedingly difficult to procure, valued beyond measure. Upon scanning the Qing Luo Xindian, Xia Ming discerned that it was undeniably a royal-level technique, a treasure of incalculable worth in the realms of the various kingdoms. After memorizing the Qing Luo Heart Sutra, Xia Ming casually tossed the manual to Zhao Ruer, saying, "Consider this technique a reward for our collaboration." Zhao Ruer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the characters inscribed on the manual. She was acutely aware of the technique's preciousness. However, She refrained from accepting it, suppressing her heartache as she returned the manual to Xia Ming. Point 1. Does not accept rewards without merit. I cannot accept your generosity, especially since I have not been of much assistance during this venture into the Qing Luo Palace ruins. Merely having the fortune to cultivate within the Puryang Hall for 2 days is already a great blessing. Xia Ming regarded Zhao Ruer with newfound admiration, noting her integrity in refusing the technique of the Qing Luo fairy, unwilling to take advantage of him. Nonetheless, this only deepened his appreciation for her as he insisted. I have committed the contents of this technique to memory. You need not worry about taking advantage of me. Besides, had you not informed me about the Qing Luo Palace ruins, I might not have reaped such benefits. Please accept it. After all, it is a royal-level technique, the double-level technique. Zhao Ruer's gaze abruptly froze, her hand trembling as she clutched the manual, stammering in disbelief. Indeed, this technique encompasses the cultivation methods of the Earth Soul realm, which should hold great value for you, Xia Ming replied with a smile. Zhao Ruer's eyes instantly filled with starlight, her mouth agape in astonishment. The precious royal-level technique he offered was an overwhelming temptation, one she could scarcely endure upon merely hearing it. For cultivators, the importance of cultivation techniques surpasses all else. Bloodlines, doctrines, and artifacts pale in comparison, for it is the technique that bestows practitioners with their fundamental strength. Zhao Ruer found herself unable to refuse, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, forcing a smile as she said, in that case, I shall not be polite. Her voice was slightly hoarse, betraying the tumult of emotions within her. Xia Ming chuckled. What is this? Next, allow me to show you the true legacy of Qing Luo. The true legacy of Qing Luo. Zhao Ruer paused, puzzled by his words. At that moment, the space around them began to shift, and Xia Ming wore a mysteriously enigmatic smile. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing before a grand and majestic palace. The Hall of Stunning Swans. Point 3 arcane characters adorned the jade plaque above the hall. Where is this? Zhao Ruer exclaimed, her gaze darting around, realizing that they seemed to have left the realm of the inheritance entirely. The inner sanctum of the Qing Luo Palace ruins was once the abode of the Qing Luo fairy. Xia Ming's gaze wandered around, taking in the majestic and splendid palaces that stood tall, exuding opulence and elegance. Shrouded in ethereal mists, resembling a paradise on earth. These palatial structures were bequeathed by the Qing Luo fairy to her successors, each concealing treasures left behind by her. This was intrinsically linked to the paramount function of the Qing Luo sword, which served as the teleportation nexus of the Qing Luo Palace ruins, capable of transporting individuals to every corner of the realm at any time. Possessing this sword was merely the initial step in inheriting the legacy of the Qing Luo fairy. The reason it was deemed preliminary was that entry into these palaces was not as simple as Xia Ming wished. Follow me, he instructed, ascending the white jade steps to the tightly shut doors of the grand hall. Xia Ming produced the Qing Luo key from his hand, infused with a trace of his magical essence. The key levitated and flew towards the entrance of the Jinghong Hall, with a soft creak. The massive doors slowly swung open, revealing the resplendent interior, filled with mountains of divine weapons and elixirs. An abundance of treasures lay within. Zhao Ruer's avaricious nature was laid bare as her eyes sparkled with desire. With a sudden burst of energy, she dashed into the palace, eager to seize the treasures with both hands. However, just as she reached the threshold, she was abruptly repelled, crashing to the ground, clutching her forehead in pain. Bewildered and enraged, exclaiming, "Ouch! That hurts! Why is there a barrier at the entrance? How infuriating!" With a smile, Xia Ming approached the grand hall's entrance. Crossing the threshold, a myriad of intricate symbols materialized, and an invisible wall seemed to rise at the doorway. Obstructing his path, a slight exertion on his part caused the symbols to emit a blinding radiance, and an immense force thrust back against him. Without hesitation, Xia Ming retreated from the entrance. This restriction could only be disregarded by cultivators of the sacred pattern realm. Narrowing his eyes, Xia Ming discerned that the barrier was evidently designed to target cultivators of the Meridian realm to access the treasures within the palace. One must elevate their cultivation to the sacred pattern realm. Clearly, even as a successor of the Qing Luo fairy, One must endure numerous trials. She did not bestow her entire legacy upon her successors lightly. This was also the method chosen by most cultivators for selecting their heirs. For if a successor were too weak, possessing great treasures could easily invite peril, akin to the adage of bearing the sin of possessing jewels. Xia Ming, with a tinge of regret, stowed away the Qingluo key. Yet, he knew that the treasures here would eventually belong to him. It was merely a matter of time. It turned out that the true purpose of the Qingluo key was to unlock these palaces. Zhao Ruer, with a look of understanding, recalled a vision of a palace that had appeared in her mind while refining the Qingluo key. That very palace stood not far from the Jingheng Hall. "Here, take this key. It has lost its significance in my possession," she declared, promptly removing her imprint from the Qingluo key and handing it to Xia Ming. He accepted it without hesitation, for after collaborating on several occasions, they had developed a strong rapport, rendering expressions of gratitude unnecessary. In truth, not all palaces were beyond reach. The Puryang Hall granted access once a month, but a smile suddenly graced Xia Ming's face. As the Qingluo sword held hints regarding the Puryang Hall, in the external realm, the Qingluo palace ruins suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance that soared into the heavens, enveloped in swirling celestial mist that obscured the palatial structures within. The grand entrance leading to the palace ruins abruptly sealed shut, as the primordial energies of heaven and earth surged forth, triggering a series of prohibitions that rendered the Qingluo palace ruins completely inaccessible. Chapter 108. Escape. The Qingluo palace ruins had begun to shut its doors, and it seemed unlikely that they would ever reopen to outsiders. The assembled cultivators outside witnessed this scene with grim expressions. However, the thought persisted. If the heir could be slain, the Qingluo palace ruins would once again open their gates and choose a new master. Princess Lingluo's gaze was icy, her mind haunted by the ever-smiling visage of Xia Ming. Reflecting upon it now, she felt that his smile was an expression of utter indifference. There was no mockery, no disdain, merely a profound disregard. How dare this boy regard me in such a manner? As Princess Lingluo truly grasped this sentiment, an overwhelming sense of frustration welled within her, igniting a deep-seated anger. That boy could not remain inside forever. The moment he exited the Qingluo palace ruins would be his last. On the other hand, Yu Luo's delicate features were etched with frost, her words laced with a chilling intent as she consoled Princess Lingluo. This unworthy individual, even if he obtains the Qingluo heritage, will ultimately be incapable of safeguarding it. The legacy of the Qingluo ancestors will eventually return to you. Do not dwell too heavily upon it. She understood that failing to inherit the Qingluo legacy would be a significant blow to Lingluo. If Lingluo could not find peace, it might impede her cultivation, a notion utterly unacceptable to Yu Luo, who regarded Lingluo as the future of the Luoyun kingdom. Thus, her animosity towards Xia Ming was far more intense than that of the other saintly pattern realm cultivators. The elite of various factions had emerged, only to have their triumph usurped by an unknown junior, a development that would render them the laughingstock of the world. The king of Jinshi muttered to himself as he gazed at the injured third prince, his smile cold and piercing. The Yuha sect had grown increasingly brazen in recent years, a grotesque manifestation of war, daring even to provoke the royal family. "Uncle Wang, you must avenge me." The third prince seethed, his countenance twisted with boundless hatred. The king of Jinshi nodded. "I shall repay the suffering you have endured 100-fold upon that young brat." Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Kongdong and the three ancestors of the Wei family, who had always been at odds, astonishingly coexisted in peace. Beside them sat the gravely injured Li Dai and Wei Xian, both meditating to heal their wounds. The profound injuries suffered by their junior ignited a seething rage within these powerful cultivators, leaving them little inclination to waste time on each other. Especially now that the Qingluo heritage had fallen into their hands, the saintly pattern realm powers could scarcely contain their indignation. Having opened 7 more primordial orifices, Xia Ming exited the Puryang Hall, having exhausted his daily quota. The blood essence within the pure cleansing bottle had been entirely depleted. The Puryang elixir remained in his possession, reserved for future contingencies. Zhao Ruer had long awaited his return, her concern evident. "We should leave. I fear the danger outside." Xia Ming narrowed his eyes, Danger or not, we must depart. Delay may lead to unforeseen consequences. While staying within the confines of the Qingluo Palace ruins was secure, the enemies outside could leisurely set their traps and deploy formations. Thus prolonging their stay would only exacerbate their perilous situation. With a sigh, Zhao Ruer's beautiful eyes revealed a determined glint. Then let us fight to the death. Very well. Xia Ming drew forth the Qingluo sword, infusing it with his magical essence, causing the blade to shimmer with a brilliant azure light, instantly transforming the space around them. In the next moment, they materialized in the skies above the ruins of Qingluo Palace. They have emerged, the four powerful beings of the sacred pattern realm, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly turned their gazes towards the direction of the two. Die! The three ancestors of the Wei family roared, their terrifying killing intent manifesting as a palpable force, striking down with a single hand. Above the heavens, a mountain of condensed magical energy descended, pressing down as if it were the weight of Time Mountain itself. Xia Ming felt an overwhelming surge of magical power violently compressing him from all sides, rendering him immobile. The strength of the sacred pattern realm experts was overwhelmingly formidable. Even facing just the three ancestors of the Wei family left Xia Ming weary. Yet, he remained composed. With a gentle sweep of the Qingluo sword, its radiant light shattered the mountain looming above into countless fragments. Let us go, he uttered softly, enveloping Zhao Ruer in his magical essence. As his thunderlight wings unfurled, cloaking the sky, in a flash of lightning, they transformed into a distant dot on the horizon. Buzz! Suddenly, the void was filled with a dense array of sacred patterns, as the primal energies of heaven and earth surged within a 100-mile radius, coalescing before Xia Ming into a treasure wheel that spun wildly, a terrifying gale threatening to reduce him to dust. This was the Spirit Light treasure wheel, yet it was exponentially more fearsome than the one wielded by Princess Lingluo. Xia Ming, unfazed, adjusted his course and soared towards the east. Leave behind, you vile creature! A languid voice echoed as the king of Jinshi appeared high above, standing tall and imposing, exuding an air of supreme authority. Without moving, his presence surged forth as if 1,000 troops were charging at Xia Ming, instantly creating a scene of carnage and bloodshed. This was the momentum cultivated by the king of Jinshi over years of battlefield prowess. Even the strongest could be driven mad by such an aura, while the weak might perish in sheer terror. What is this? A flicker of scorn passed through Xia Ming's eyes. The impact of that aura bore down upon him. Yet Xia Ming did not so much as furrow his brow, positioning himself before Zhao Ruer to shield her, absorbing the brunt of the assault. This was mere child's play compared to the wars of yore with the barbarian demon emperor and the human emperor of the Great Zhou, which had left countless corpses and devastation in their wake. The king of Jinshi's prideful battlefield presence, in Xia Ming's eyes, was but a trivial jest. The king of Jinshi's expression darkened. His aura was proving ineffective, an unprecedented occurrence. Even a sacred pattern realm cultivator could not disregard the might of his battlefield presence. How could a mere ant of the Meridian realm possess such audacity? Could it be due to the Qingluo sword? A fierce light ignited in his gaze as he fixated greedily on the sword in Xia Ming's hand. Boy, hand over the Qingluo sword. At that moment, a chilling premonition washed over the king of Jinshi, swiftly followed by an overwhelming killing intent manifesting behind him. Not good. His complexion changed drastically as he witnessed Xia Ming suddenly vanish from sight, only to be met with an unrelenting lightning sword aura that tore through the void, striking with lethal force. With a flicker, the king of Jinshi found himself several miles away in the sky, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Had he been struck by that sword, he would not only face death but also severe injury. This boy must not be underestimated. Jinshi Wang gazed at Xia Ming with a countenance fraught with suspicion and unease, his heart swelling with an increasingly potent urge to kill. With merely the cultivation of the Meridian realm, he was already so formidable. Should he ascend to the sacred pattern realm, would he not become another Qingluo fairy? Kill. At the very moment Xia Ming launched his attack on Jinshi Wang, Yu Luo suddenly cried out, her ethereal veil swirling around her, her exquisite skin barely concealed, her body emanating waves of radiant light, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, unleashing an unparalleled killing intent. The spirit light treasure wheel trembled violently, howling through the air as it hurtled towards Xia Ming. The sky-splitting claw. The three ancestors of the Wei family transformed their hands into claws, unleashing a terrifying surge of magical power. The dense torrent of elongated, dreadful blood light tore through the heavens, reaching out to ensnare him. Chapter 109. Secluded in the Golden Flame Kingdom, let us strike together. Li Kongdong also unleashed boundless magical energy, attacking Xia Ming. The four formidable figures of the Sacred Pattern Realm simultaneously executed their most devastating techniques against a mere Meridian Realm cultivator. Were it any other Meridian Realm practitioner facing the onslaught of these four, death would be inevitable. Xia Ming was no exception. Yet, just as the overwhelming magical power of the four bore down upon him, suddenly, Xia Ming's figure vanished into thin air. This is bad. The faces of Yu Luo and the others changed dramatically. The magical energy unleashed in their furious assault collided within the very space Xia Ming had occupied. A horrifying event unfolded. A wave of destructive energy erupted, followed by a cataclysmic torrent of magical power surging outward in all directions. Boom! For hundreds of miles around, the earth trembled violently. A furious storm of primal energy wreaked havoc in the void. Ancient and unyielding ice shattered and melted. The ground split apart, and snow cascaded skyward. Engulfed in the tumult of the four Sacred Pattern Realm practitioners' magical clash, delivering a devastating blow to the surrounding environment, that a pack of fools. The Bone Demon Lord, lurking in the shadows, muttered a curse. Sensing the terrifying magical storm rapidly approaching, his expression shifted, and he quietly retreated. Damn it! Why has that little beast vanished? Yu Luo shielded Ling Luo, her figure already soaring high above, observing the tumultuous blizzard and the raging torrent of magical energy unleashed upon the earth. Her expression was exceedingly grim. Lady Yu Luo, I suspect it is due to the Qing Luo inheritance. Ling Luo remarked darkly, recalling the frequent spatial fluctuations that occurred during the Qing Luo inheritance, given that spatial transfers had transpired multiple times within the Qing Luo inheritance. It was plausible that Xia Ming, having acquired this legacy, could harness such abilities. Yu Luo's expression darkened further. Ling Luo's words bore considerable weight. She too believed there was a high likelihood that this was indeed the case. In the next moment, Yu Luo's countenance changed drastically. Everyone, today, this event shall be etched in my heart. In due time, I shall pay each of you a visit as courtesy demands. Xia Ming's mocking voice resonated from afar. And there, above the already sealed Qing Luo palace ruins, Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer reappeared as if they had emerged from the ruins once again. Beast, where do you think you're going? The three ancestors of the Wei family erupted in fury. Their figures soaring skyward, the sky-splitting claw brimming with power, charging towards the two to yet, in an instant, Xia Ming and Zhao Ruer vanished again into thin air. Dog, if you have the skill, come forth from the Qing Luo palace ruins. The Wei ancestor raged, having deduced that Xia Ming had entered the Qing Luo palace ruins. Everyone, I shall take my leave. Farewell. The figures of Xia Ming and the other individual re-emerged from another direction. With a swift manifestation of the Thunder Wing, a blinding streak of lightning shot forth, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. How infuriating! The three ancestors of the Wei family, along with Li Kongdong, pursued without hesitation. Yu Luo remained rooted in place, her beautiful eyes reflecting an abyss of gloom. The speed of this young man surpasses even my own when the spirit light wheel is unleashed. How could I possibly catch up? She discerned that Xia Ming's velocity was extraordinary, not inferior to that of an average Saint Pattern Realm cultivator, rendering any pursuit futile. The king of Jinshi also recognized this fact, and the previous enigmatic sword strike from Xia Ming had instilled a sense of peril within him. Should he recklessly pursue, a single careless encounter with that sword could be fatal, or at the very least, leave him severely injured. However, refraining from the chase did not imply that the king of Jinshi would allow Xia Ming to escape unscathed. With a cold smile, he suddenly proposed, Yu Luo, this young man hails from the Jade River sect. Why not join forces to pressure them, compelling the sect to take action? Yu Luo cast a sidelong glance at the king of Jinshi, a flicker of coldness crossing her exquisite features. That is precisely my intention. The two of them, one representing the kingdom of Luoyun and the other the kingdom of Jinyin, possessed a foundation far superior to that of the Jade River sect. United in their pressure, the sect would undoubtedly dare not defy them. Xia Ming, propelled by his utmost speed, flew for 3 days and nights. He traversed from the northern borders of the kingdom of Luoyun to an unfamiliar expanse of plains. Once he sensed that the imminent threat had dissipated, he and Zhao Ruer descended. This place should be safe. Xia Ming took a deep breath, the relentless intensity of his flight having drained him considerably. Let me investigate where we are. Zhao Ruer retrieved a blank piece of parchment from her spatial pouch, aligning it with the position of the sun. She then began to weave intricate gestures and mutter incantations. To her astonishment, a map materialized on the parchment, revealing a vast territory with a flickering red indicating their location. Xia Ming shook his head, declining Zhao Ruer's suggestion. Soon, I have matters to attend to, so I must dedicate my time to cultivation and cannot afford to visit other places. He refrained from disclosing to Zhao Ruer his impending duel with young Master Shi. Zhao Ruer appeared somewhat disappointed. Is that so? What a pity! In the balmy month of March, the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the small town of Xianshan, nestled on the western frontier of the kingdom of Jinyin. Xianshan was a modest town with a population exceeding 100,000. Situated upon a plain, it was said that the town's lord, envious of the perennial spring-like mountains, had renamed it in his admiration. On the bustling streets, groups of women chattered animatedly about their daily lives, carrying their families' garments toward the river encircling the town. With the family gathering looming in 7 days, how would I manage? A deep sigh escaped the lips of a young maiden clad in white, her lovely visage marred by worry. Just as she was engulfed in her troubles, the heavy door to the east suddenly swung open, revealing a refined young man that a gentle smile graced his face, exuding an air of scholarly elegance as he donned a gray robe. Reminiscent of a learned scholar, he was on the cusp of stepping into the 8th layer of the Meridian realm, yet regrettably, his spirit stones had been entirely depleted. This young man was none other than Xia Ming, who murmured softly to himself, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Chapter 110. The Celestial Command after narrowly escaping the relentless pursuit of the saintly pattern realm cultivators. Xia Ming soon parted ways with Zhao Ruer and took refuge in the city of Xianshan, where he has remained for 4 months. During this time, he has dedicated himself to seclusion and cultivation within the courtyard he purchased, and his strength has finally ascended to the 7th layer of the Meridian realm. Had it not been for the depletion of spirit stones, he would have reached the 8th layer. With his current prowess, engaging in combat with the snake young master poses little challenge, though slaying him remains a formidable task, unless he can successfully open the 8th meridian. Xia Ming murmured to himself, feeling the surge of his own power, and he harbored confidence in facing a cultivator of the saintly pattern realm. Mr. Ming, it has been quite a while, the girl in white suddenly exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing Xia Ming. Mr. Ming is Xia Ming's alias. Although he felt little need to conceal his identity in such a small place, a heightened sense of vigilance is never unwarranted. Miss Chi Hong, are you practicing your swordplay again? Xia Ming replied with a gentle smile. He had acquired his residence from this young lady at an exorbitant price, hence he recognized her. Chi Hong possessed an exquisite beauty and exuded a gallant and spirited demeanor that naturally endeared her to those around her. Familiarity, however, was not the case. Xia Ming rarely left his courtyard, and their interactions were limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. Why swordsmanship is rather lacking and unworthy of your esteemed attention, Mr. Ming. Please forgive my inadequacy. Chi Hong said with a self-deprecating smile, her lovely eyes betraying a hint of concern. Not all. I find Miss Chi's swordplay quite pleasing to the eye and highly enjoyable, Xia Ming replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Chi Hong's cheeks flushed slightly, but the mention of pleasing to the eye caused her expression to freeze momentarily. She shot Xia Ming a glare and remarked, Mr. Ming, such a term is hardly flattering to a swordsman. While it may not be a significant issue in my presence, swordsmen often possess proud temperaments. Should you encounter one with a volatile disposition, it could lead to an unfortunate altercation that I advise you to refrain from such remarks in the future. Xia Ming blinked in surprise. It appears that there are many rules governing swordsmen. I stand corrected. Xia Ming had concealed his cultivation level before Qi Hong, leading her to believe he was merely a scholar preparing for the imperial examinations. Engrossed in study and not overly concerned with other matters, Sister Hong, something terrible has happened. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from outside the courtyard as a young girl rushed in, her delicate and charming features betraying her distress. Following the tall man was a retinue of attendants clad in light yellow robes, each bearing solemn expressions, indicating the distinguished status of the tall figure. Qi Zhen. Qi Hong's expression shifted dramatically as she shielded Ming'er behind her. Narrowing her eyes, "What brings you here? You are not yet the head of the Qi family. Do not act so arrogantly." Qi Zhen fixed his gaze upon Qi Hong, taking in her breathtaking beauty. And a glint of lewdness flickered in his eyes as he sneered, "It is only a matter of time before I become the head of the family. As for you, Qi Hong, I had no intention of concerning myself with you. The illegitimate daughter, but your ambition is too great to be overlooked. What do you mean by that?" Qi Hong's face tightened, her voice laced with coldness, yet a subtle hint of unease passed through her beautiful eyes. "What do I mean?" Qi Zhen wore a sinister smile, her mocking gaze landing on Qi Hong's delicate face. She sneered, "You possess a Ling Hen sword sex token of ascendancy, do you not? That token signifies your qualification to participate in the Ling Hen sword sex assessment. You believe this secret to be well guarded, yet you remain blissfully unaware that I have long been privy to it. Surrender the token. Such a treasure is not meant for a mere illegitimate daughter like you." Qi Hong's expression shifted slightly as she tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand. "I do not comprehend your words that I possess no token of ascendancy. Do not speak frivolously. You are not welcome here. Leave at once." Qi Zhen waved her hand dismissively. "What need have I to engage in conversation with you? A mere illegitimate daughter. Were it not for your deceased father's desperate protection, your status would hardly surpass that of a household servant. I, however, am the heir of the Qi family. Extinguishing your life would be a mere trifle. You would do well to recognize your position." Behind Qi Hong stood Xia Ming, whom she had noticed but chose to disregard. As the young master of the Qi family, not everyone was worthy of his attention. "Search. At your command." Qi Zhen's formidable household servants surged into the courtyard, their imposing presence filling the space. "Who permitted your entry?" At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Suddenly, a tempest roared within the courtyard, and the Qi family servants were violently thwarted by the ferocious winds. Straining against the force, they found themselves unable to advance. Instead being pushed back by the terrifying gusts, the cacophony of screams erupted as all the Qi family servants were blown outside, crashing haphazardly to the ground. Qi Zhen's expression darkened as she turned to the source of the voice, astonished to discover it was none other than the seemingly inconspicuous Xia Ming. Initially, Qi Zhen had dismissed Xia Ming as an ordinary individual, but now it became evident that her underlings had been expelled with alarming ease. In an instant, Qi Zhen comprehended Xia Ming's true identity. Qi Hong, equally astonished, widened her eyes. Despite having sold him the house months ago, she had never discerned any signs of his possessing magical powers. Little did she know that